Chapter 1, Inheriting $100 billion Group in the Opening Game. I know a lot of your secrets. My secret? Yes, everything's secret. In the bar, at this moment, Yi Xian was hitting on a 90-cent beauty. Yi Xian, a traveler from Earth. Just a few hours, Chen Yara was really surprised this time and looked at Yi Xian with a pair of beautiful eyes wide open. I'm surprised you even know that. Told you, I can read minds. Then what else can you read about me? Chen Yara was really curious about Yi Xian this time. It's incredible. Yi Xian eyes with a bad smile. I also see a lot, for example, you this time by the dormitory roommates goaded after the heart of 3 sides to the bar Destined, 3 to the bar of curiosity, 3 to break through their own good girl. Snap. Chen Yaju's drink fell on the table and splattered a tabletop, as if revealing the shock in Chen Yaju's heart at this moment. He actually knew all about it. As Yi Xian said, Chen Yara had been a good girl for 18 years, and when she went to college she felt like letting go a little bit, and then she was instigated to come to the bar by her dormitory roommate. She has a high face value, just enrolled in the school, was named the department flower, exquisite face, 172 centimeters height. As soon as she entered the bar she became the target of a lot of men, and in 10 minutes she received 15 accosts, but she subconsciously resisted this kind of dangerous accosts, and she felt that all those men were like hungry wolves, wanting to devour her in general, which made her feel disgusted. And this Yi Xian in front of her, when he struck up a conversation with her, he was obviously different from other men, his gaze was clear, as if he was making friends, easily blending into her social sphere, making her relaxed and stress-free. Then, this Yi Xian actually saw through everything about himself. She was flustered, but at the same time more curious, fresh and exciting. It's amazing. Is there really a mind reader in the world? Chen Yara's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Xian, filled with inquiry. Can you read other people's minds? Chen Yara pointed at the others in the middle of the dance floor. Naturally. Yi Xian smiled and pointed at a man with very wild movements on the dance floor. This man's name is Eddie Zhou Yun. He is the senior brother of your school. He has accosted his senior sister many times, but he has been rejected every time because his looks are too obscene. And the one in red? The taller one? Yi Xian pointed to those people inside the dance floor. One by one, said the past, as if counting. From time to time burst out some fierce secrets, such as a certain man is a two-way, for example, a certain woman is a lily, for example, a certain man is a demolition of the hands of a few rental buildings. After Chen Yara heard this, she ate melon with interest while becoming even more curious about Yi Xian. Chen Yaru, so you can read minds, what's on my mind right now? Yi Xian glanced at Chen Yaru. In his line of sight, a profile box hovered next to Chen Yaju. Name, Chen Yaju. Attributes, height 172 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, circumference, 896194. Status, freshman at Gangtok University. Skills, dance low level, piano low level. Life story, born March 23, 2000. Inner thoughts, I hope this amazingly handsome guy in front of me will take to Long Beach to blow off some steam, give me a romantic love quote, and cuddle under the lights. Yi Xian smiled and pulled up her plain hand. Come on, let's go to the edge of the long embankment to blow the wind. Chen Yara covered her mouth and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. It's amazing that he actually knows. It's amazing. Early the next morning. Time 8:35. Yi Xian woke up from his bed. Opened the system panel. Host, Yi Xian, Life Encyclopedia Databar System. Attributes, height 185 centimeters, weight 78 kilograms. Skills, dance low level, piano low level divided into low, medium, high, expert, master, god level, can be upgraded with kryptonite. Upgrading to god level requires 100 million RMB. Yi Xian's heart sighed in relief as he looked at the system still in place. Confirming that the system was still there, Yi Xian prepared his next plan. Make money. Money is a man's guts. Yi Xian originated from the orphanage, secondary school, university results are ordinary. After graduating from the university, work is also very ordinary. In the very high consumption of Jiangdu, Yi Xian every month rent, utilities, food, drink, and wear, even if it is frugal and also moonlight, simply cannot save money. Yi Xian typed in the system search box how to make the biggest amount of money in one day. This is a feature of this system. Search for anything and it will come up with results. Ding. The results are in. After Yi Xian saw the search results. Eyes on the dog. He thought he would come up with some kind of business program like joining milk tea or buying lottery tickets, but it turned out. The system recommends the best program. The richest man in Jiangdu, Yi Xiaorong, 85 years old because of life experience, is a firm believer in destiny. At this time the life expectancy will come to an end. 18 hours left. No immediate family descendants of his ready to look for a person of destiny, inheriting his hundreds of billions of dollars of the group, the person of destiny standard. Today 12 o'clock noon start. The first Bund intersection to help the old grandpa cross the street. Young man. This young man must wear white t-shirt, blue jeans, red sun hat, backpack. Sigma. Dot. $100 billion group? Awesome. Shocker. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian was overjoyed in his heart. Ha ha ha. The $100 billion group, here I come. Chapter 2, Yi Xian fated to be that heir. 1 on the Bund intersection. The richest man in Jiangdu, Yi Xiaorong, was sitting on the side of the crossroads at this time, a plain Chinese mountain suit, not much different from other usual old people. At his side, he was protected by 2 burly bodyguards in plainclothes, and 7 or 8 plainclothes bodyguards were hidden nearby. These bodyguards didn't understand why his lordship came here and were curious in their minds, but as professional bodyguards, they just needed to protect his lordship. No one knew what was in Yi Xiaorong's mind. Much less, the future succession of the $100 billion Yips real estate group was to decide on the new owner in the next half hour in an odd, simple, and brutal way. If these bodyguards knew, their jaws would drop and they would hate to be that heir. At this moment, Yi Xiaorong's pair of vicissitudes of the eyes, looking at the crossroads. Waiting for the right person to show up. Waiting for the heir to the $100 billion Yips real estate group to emerge. 40 years ago, he was instructed by a fortune teller to make friends with a nobleman, who later became his good friend and brother, and then this nobleman joined the officialdom and rose all the way to become his umbrella, helping him to fight in the stormy and dangerous shopping malls under the Yes Real Estate, which is a large 100 billion group. However, that fortune teller had also said that although he would get a lifetime of wealth and prosperity, he would also end up childless and alone, which was exactly in line with his current fate, and he had tried countless ways to ask for a son, but to no avail. Therefore, he was a great believer in fate and felt that everything was predestined by God. And now that he feels his life expectancy is coming to an end, he needs to find a fated and destined. As soon as this thought arose, it could no longer be contained and grew wildly in the mind. So he came to this one Bund crossroads. He believed in destiny, and if it was truly destined, then that destined person would surely come here. At this time, what Yi Xiaorong does not know is that just across the road from him in a hidden corner of a tea house, Yi Xian is wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, a red sun hat, and carrying a shoulder bag. With the afterglow of his gaze, secretly looking at the old grandfather Yi Xiaorong on the side of the road. In Yi Xian's eyes, Yi Xiaorong became golden. Surprisingly, it's a gold. After copying all of this, Yi Xian's cell phone shook a little at this moment. The alarm went off. Yi Xian's spirit was shaken. 12 o'clock is here. And across the road. Jingle bells. The cell phone alarm of one of Yi Xiaorong's bodyguards rang. Master, it's 12 noon. Aha! Yi Xiaorong's cloudy and vicissitudes gaze looked at the crossroads, and his eyes became bright at this moment. At this time, Yi Xian saw an old man on crutches, crossing the street with the crowd. Yi Xian flew over. Grandpa, let me help you cross the street. No need, lad, I'm hard as nails. To be, be careful old grandpa. Thank you young man, hey. Since that help can't afford thing, now it's hard to find such a kind young man. All the young people around them were expressionless, speeding up to cross the street, and the old man was a creature they really didn't dare to help. Across the road, Yi Xiaorong's hands trembled with excitement. He saw the pretty boy on the road with the white t-shirt, blue jeans, red sun hat and duffel bag. It's meant to be. God's destined destiny. Surprisingly, it was exactly what he thought it would be. White t-shirt, blue jeans, red sun hat, carrying a duffel bag, helping the elderly, 12 o'clock. Yi Xiaorong felt as if he had completed the revelation of the heavens to him at this moment. Yi Xian smoothly sent the old grandpa to the opposite side of the road, smiled and said goodbye, and then motionlessly rubbed shoulders with the richest man, Yi Xiaorong. Yi Xiaorong looked at Yi Xian's departing back and revealed a smile. The man of destiny, that's him. Boat. What are your orders, me lord? Yi Xiaorong pointed at Yi Xian's back. I want all his information within an hour. Bodyguard Boat was confused, but nodded, yes, master. 10 meters away, Yi Xian felt Yi Xiaorong's gaze and tapped on Yi Xiaorong's profile box. Name Yi Xiaorong. Lifespan, 85 14 hours, 30 minutes, 2 seconds left. Worth, $100.8 billion. Skills. 200 omitted. At this time Inner thought, this young man Yi Xian is my destiny, the remaining few hours I will make a good will and announce my decision to the society, so that he can inherit my $100 billion group smoothly after my death. Seeing Yi Xiaorong's inner words, Yi Xian almost screamed out in excitement. It's done! $100 billion conglomerate, about to arrive. Yi Xian took a deep breath and held back his excitement. He knew things weren't resting on their laurels. Even if I receive the inheritance in accordance with the will, but if I want to enter Ye's real estate and become the owner, I will definitely encounter the fierce resistance of the minority shareholders and the company's top management. Those people in Ye's real estate are all hungry wolves who eat people without spitting out their bones, and are eager to take advantage of the death of Yi Xiaorong to ruthlessly tear off a piece of meat from Ye's real estate. So how could they let me, a person of ordinary origins, be allowed to do so? Ordinary person with an ordinary education can easily get this inheritance into his hands. But luckily, I have enough cards. My golden finger can see through all the secrets of all people. I don't believe that these people don't have any handles. As long as there are handles that fall into my hands, it's enough for me to send them to hell without causing any hindrance to me. Jingle bells. That's when the cell phone sounded. Get on the phone. Hey, Auntie Jiang, you're going to introduce me to a blind date? Yi Xian had a headache. Yes, Xiaoya, your age is not small. Hurry to find an object to get married and have children. I now introduce you to the SA, that is a famous brand university graduates, played pretty smooth, very positive. In the school there are a lot of people chasing, you can grasp the opportunity. Oh. On the other side of the phone, Auntie Jiang enthusiastically gave Yi Xian a matchmaker. Auntie, now don't be shy, it's a deal. The meeting time is 1 hour later. The place is the Star Baba Cafe in the Wanyi Mall. The other person's name is Wu Huanyu. Wait, I WeChat to give you a picture, huh? Bye. Auntie, Feed. Yi Xian covered his face. It was too enthusiastic for him to handle. Forget it, a blind date is a blind date, at least go through the motions, so as not to disappoint Auntie John's intentions. Note, 40% plus shares, a little over $200 billion in market cap, and $100 billion for the protagonist. Chapter 3, Big Row, greeting the new master young master Yi Xian. An hour later. Manhwa Mall, Star Baba Cafe. Yi Xian walked into the Star Baba Cafe, swept a glance, and instantly found the blind date, this time Wu Huanyu. Not bad looking, at least 85 points. The girl, with her long black hair and a delicate braid, white skin and big eyes, was a sight to behold. The way the coffee was carried in her small hands also gave a pleasing look to the eyes. As for her clothes, although she couldn't tell the brand, they looked like the kind of clothes with better stitching and more fashionable designs, so I guess the price wouldn't be low. If Yi Xian knew about women's clothes, he could probably tell that this set of clothes would cost at least more than 8,000 yuan, and with the bags and hair, it would cost at least 20,000 yuan. Yi Xian was surprised for a moment and took a step over, revealing a smile. Hello, you're Wu Huanyu, right? I was introduced here by Auntie Jiang. Wu Huanyu raised her head to survey what Yi Xian was wearing and frowned slightly. Yi Xian is now wearing the same set that saw Yi Xiaorong in the morning, white t-shirt, blue jeans, red sun hat. The price is friendly, the whole body is only 300 yuan. Affordable men. Wu Huanyu gave Yi Xian an appraisal. Wu Huanyu couldn't look at the affordable man. You're the Yi Xian that Auntie Jiang was talking about, right? Sit down. Yi Xian, wait, I'll order a cup of coffee first. After spending 10 minutes, Yi Xian returned with a cup of coffee and sat in front of Wu Huanyu. Take a sip of coffee. Well, it's hard to drink. I really don't understand why so many people like the coffee here, and the environment here is quite noisy, right? It's not suitable for chatting. Is it for pretending and friends? Wu Huanyu face expressionless. I'll get straight to the point. Auntie Jiang said that you are in good condition, and I am more demanding, so I will directly say my conditions, to see if you agree or not. Yi Xian smiled. This was the best. Anyway, seeing this Wu Huanyu with this I'm beautiful, so I'm condescending look, it didn't give him much of an appetite. Yi Xian rightly took it as a pleasure to listen. Okay, you say, what conditions? Wu Huanyu, I'll be clear, more materialistic, you don't mind, after all, nowadays society money is paramount, no money can't move an inch. Yi Xian nodded, understood. Wu Huanyu, do you have a car? Yi Xian, no. Wu Huanyu, do you have a room? Yi Xian, no. Wu Huanyu ruffled her hair. Well, in fact, no car no house is nothing, after all, is still young, and later try to earn it. However, my personal quality of life requirements are relatively high, like petty sentiment, so every month consumption is quite a lot. I will first tell you about the money I need every month now. Breakfast 20 times 30 is equal to 600. Lunch 80 times 30 is equal to 2,400. Dinner 80 times 30 is equal to 2,400. Transportation 800. Cosmetic 500. Clothes 1,000. Rent 2,200. Utilities 50. Property management fee 120. Snack fruit 500. It totals over 10,500. That's still the level I'm saving for, and if I were to take a friend to dinner or something, I'd estimate it to be around $15,000. $15,000? Yi Xian was staggered. This woman's consumption was also too expensive, spending so much in a month. With Yi Xian's current salary, he really couldn't afford to support her. Wu Huanyu's eyes looked at Yi Xian. How much is your salary a month? Yi Xian thought about last month's paycheck and said, 5,300. 5,300. Wu Huanyu said to herself, this income in this city can only be regarded as the lower middle class, although it is considered to be clean, but this amount of money to save a year is estimated to buy the city side of the house. So, came to a conclusion, we two are not suitable. Yi Xian nodded, that's right, the two of us really aren't suitable. Wu Huanyu smiled and clapped her hands, alright, a consensus has been reached, and this blind date of ours is considered to be over. Yi Xian nodded, it is indeed over. Wu Huanyu, then Auntie John's side? Yi Xian said, it's fine, I'll say we didn't feel right, so it didn't work out. Wu Huanyu smiled, good, thank you then. Yi Xian, you're welcome. And just then. Shaksha shaksha shaksha. A row of 10 consecutively numbered black debangs parked in unison outside the Wanyi shopping center plaza. A dozen men in black, neatly organized, stepped out of the car and lined up in a row. Then from the big black bin in the center, two people stepped down, a lawyer ma and an elite female secretary. Elite female secretary in a professional OL dress, face value at least 92 points or more, beautiful and dignified, imposing. The mall itself is full of people, and after seeing this scene, they were all surprised and sucked in cold air, stopping to watch. What a row! These 10 uniform Model S-Class Grand Prix are conservatively priced at over $2.8 million each, adding up to over $28 million. No, this is not the most important. The important thing is the 10 consecutive numbers, and also the beautiful numbers of JD8880 JD8889, so it can be seen that this visitor must have extraordinary strength. Who the hell is it? How could you attract such a big row? It looks like it's welcoming someone important. Are these men in black bodyguards? I'll go, I remember, isn't this 10 consecutive numbered car Yes Real Estate's car? Yes Real Estate? The richest man in Jiangdu? Oh my god, who is this to greet? Surprisingly, Yes Real Estate is spending so much money on a big show? The news spread and drew more and more onlookers. Lawyer Ma, the elite female secretary, did not pay attention to the surrounding onlookers. At this time, his face was serious, walking quickly towards the shopping mall, while those black-clothed bodyguards also followed in unison. Elite female secretary, according to the news that I just received, that lucky boy who was hand-picked by the chairman of the board of directors and the future heir to the $100 billion, Yi Xian, is now inside the Star Baba Cafe in this mall. Soon, the two led a group of black-clothed men to the entrance of the Star Baba Cafe. Walked in. The entire Star Baba Cafe went silent in unison. It's too big a battle. The aura is too strong. One by one, all the young men and women drinking coffee couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The elite female secretary and lawyer Ma swept their eyes and quickly locked onto Yi Xian in the corner. Yi Xian and Wu Huanyu had reached the end of their chat at this point, and Yi Xian was ready to get up and leave, ending this passive matchmaking. Young Master Yi. The elite female secretary came before Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young Master Yi Xian, I'm the secretary of the chairman of the Yi Clan Real Estate Group. This time I'm asking you to go back to inherit the Yi Clan Real Estate Group's $100 billion inheritance. Wu Huanyu. Around? Yip's group? Inherit $100 billion? Aborted. Chapter 4, Don't you want a boyfriend like this? I blind ah. Yi Xian's expression went from shock and disbelief to excitement to excitement to excitement to excitement to excitement to move. Can an ordinary person not be excited about inheriting a $100 billion conglomerate? Excited to death. There was no need to pretend, because Yi Xian was truly certain at this moment that he could inherit the $100 billion group, rather than the vain, fearful of mind that Yi Xiaorong's old man had at the beginning of the original. Steady. The $100 billion group can't run away. Yi Xian took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Get up. Go.
Lawyer Ma and the elite secretary looked at Yi Xian in amazement. They knew Yi Xian's bottom line: an ordinary person, an orphan from an orphanage, ordinary school, ordinary grades, ordinary job, ordinary life. How could such an ordinary person stabilize his mood so quickly when faced with the inheritance of $100 billion group?
Every major event must be quiet. This powerful heart must accomplish a lot in the future.
Both Lawyer Ma and the elite female secretary couldn't help but give Yi Xian a high look.
Young Master Yi, please.
Yi Xian took a deep breath and walked forward with steady steps, knowing that this step was a step towards the peak. As Yi Xian left Star Baba Cafe, the entire cafe exploded all of a sudden.
Oh my god. The $100 billion man just had coffee with us. That outfit he just wore, it's only a few $100, right? It's too low-key. Yes, it's simply too low-key. The Grand Young Master of the 100 billion group is so plain. I always thought that this kind of thing would only happen in
just now I happened to be beside her. This woman disliked young Master Yi for being poor, saying that her monthly spending would be $15,000, and young Master Yi's monthly salary is only $5,300, so it's not suitable to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
So dramatic? Laughing my ass off. You don't want a boyfriend like that? Blind.
Now that she knows the truth, she probably has tears in her eyes.
Wu Huanyu was literally almost in tears. She feels like
she had just given up the chance to become the girlfriend of $100 billion conglomerate's young master.
Hundreds of billions. Any leakage would be enough for her to buy
that long fleet of cars. It simply couldn't be someone else accompanying him in a play, because that wasn't necessary. It was the Yi group, and those 10 The elite female secretary was, at this point, serious. Young Master Yi, later on there will be all the shareholders of the Yi group, all the executives above the level of office director, all of them will come here to greet you, the heir of the group.
Yi Xian took a deep breath. Here comes the main event. This was his first tough battle to take over Ye's group. Chapter 5, Overnight Riches, 18th on the national rich list.
Yi Xian's expected shareholders, high-level difficulties did not appear. The scene is a peaceful, you are good, I am good, everyone is good scene. However, he was able to see the inner activities of these people from each person's profile panel, eagerly hoping that Yi Xiaorong would hurry up and die, and that they would have 10,000 ways to bully Yi Xian, a corporate white guy who didn't know anything, after he died. They have that confidence. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Let's just see whose means are high when the time comes. Yi Xiaorong looked at the pampered Yi Xian and revealed a smile. Yi Xian, you are an orphan with no parents and no relatives, and I happen to be surnamed Ji as well, and I also have no children and no grandchildren.
We're both named Ji. From today onwards, you recognize me as your own grandfather and I recognize you as my own grandson, okay?
Yi Xian looked at this kind old man who only had 12 hours left in his life. That kind of expectant gaze couldn't be fooled, and he couldn't help but have a kind of warmth welling up from the bottom of his heart.
Grandchildren greet their grandfather.
Well, I didn't think I, Yi Xiaorong, would have a grandson today, Yi Xiaorong laughed heartily. He was lonely all his life, now he had a grandson before his death. It was also considered to be full of the word filial piety. Over the next few hours, Yi Xian was introduced all the way over under the butler's guidance, familiarizing himself with the many people who were shareholders and executives of the Yi clan group. By checking each person's profile bar, it was discovered that each and every one of these people were secretly harboring malice towards Yi Xian, the new owner who had stepped in. However, the surface atmosphere was joyful and peaceful, and Yi Xian was greeted with countless voices of praise, as if they were truly warmly welcoming the arrival of their new master. Yi Xian talked to them hypocritically as he did so, his expert level, socialize, still allowing Yi Xian to deal with these people's enthusiasm without any cracks, causing these people to thinking that Yi Xian had been lulled into a state of not knowing what to do with their praises. That afternoon, the lodge welcomed hundreds of journalists, including TV stations, paper, and online media. Yi Xiaorong publicly announced that Yi Xian would inherit his $100 billion fortune and become the new helmsman of the Yi Group. At this moment, the scene completely exploded. In the midst of all the attention, Yi Xian officially appeared in front of the crowd and stood at the front stage, accepting the reporters' intense questioning. Yi Xiaorong couldn't help but smile in relief as he watched from below as Yi Xian spoke eloquently and calmly in the face of hundreds of reporters.
It's true that it's not meant to be.
This successor, he got the right one. 8 hours later, Ye Xiaorong passed away peacefully with a smile on his face, and the group mourned. The next few days, Ye's group news for several days dominated the national news hotspots. Yi Xian, an ordinary person, overnight became the country's richest 90s, the total wealth squeezed into the top 20 of the country's rich rankings, ranked 18th, the world's rich list 124. Yi Xian's legendary experience of becoming rich overnight had caused countless young people to envy and hate, gnashing their teeth and wishing to take their place. Of course, it also attracted countless hungry wolves and tigers, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to take a bite of fat meat on the Yi group.
4 days later. Yip's mansion headquarters. Rumble.
A black and gold Pagani drove into the building as the roaring growl of a supercar engine drew closer. As the side doors opened, Yi Xian stepped down from the car. At this time, Yi Xian, a stretch of well-tailored blue suit, clean hairstyle, customized brown handmade leather shoes, a pair of eyes penetrating a sharp light, exuding a sharp energy all over his body. Yi Xian looked at the 40-story building, which was the heart of the Yi clan group, commanding hundreds of branches across the country and more than 100,000 employees. A few days ago, Yi Xian had to deal with the aftermath of his grandfather Yi Xiaorong, so he hadn't had the time to come over, and today was the first time he came over. Yi Xian knew that he had to take the first step towards controlling the Yi clan group here today.
Expert level, aura of majesty, open. Expert, leadership charisma, open.
At this moment, Yi Xian became different. He was no longer an ordinary young man, but a leader who had been at the helm of the 100 billion group for decades, a majestic chairman who had founded and grown the Yi group from scratch to the 100 billion group. He walked through the doors of the building.
It's the chairman. The chairman is here.
Yi Xian stepped in and was greeted by hundreds of employees arrayed, each one in a suit and professional all. They who were originally very lazy and didn't pay much attention to the new chairman trembled the moment they saw Yi Xian.
They're on Yi Xian. It's like seeing the old chairman.
The old chairman who was full of majesty and leadership charisma.
Hello, chairman.
At this moment, everyone's voices were neatly harmonized, loud and heartfelt as they all saluted Yi Xian in greeting. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly and did not say anything as he continued to walk steadily forward. Expert, business management, skills from Yi Xiaorong made him understand that a majestic leader is more convincing to employees than a peaceful one.
Chairman's secretary Ning Nancher put away her contempt and followed Yi Xian's lead.
It was only when Yi Xian walked into the elevator to go to the top floor that all of the employees awoke from the aura that had just enveloped that Yi Xian.
Phew. She breathed a sigh of relief. Face to face. The chairman of the board, he is so powerful and mighty. Was he really an ordinary person before?
This might doesn't look at all inferior to the old chairman to me. Yeah, it's horrible, I just got a look from the chairman and I didn't even dare to utter a breath.
Completely incomprehensible. The chairman should not be underestimated.
All the employees had put away their small minds and couldn't help but trust Yi Xian, the chairman. Although Yi Xian didn't know the inner activities of the employees, he could get a glimpse from his secretary Ning Nancher's attitude that had become respectful and serious. Yi Xian arrived at the top floor of the building.
The chairman's office occupies most of the floor here, the rest are 3 conference rooms and a chairman's secretary's office.
Yi Xian swept a glance at the chairman's office, with small bridges and water, green roses and bananas, and ancient colors and styles. Yi Xian didn't care too much about this, but instead directly summoned his secretary, Ning Nancher.
Immediately ordered down, within half an hour, the director of the office and above all senior leaders, all to report to me.
The new officer cracks the whip 3 times. Yi Xian is going to light the first fire. Chapter 6, First Group High-Level Meeting, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey.
Large Conference Room 1.
Yi Xian as chairman of the board sat in the main seat, the president, executive president, vice president, general manager, director, vice president, the director of each department. Level by level down, a total of 32 people, according to the order of 1 by 1 seated. From low to high, 1 by 1, they kept reporting their work to Yi Xian. Some were more serious, but more had a perfunctory attitude, feeling in their hearts that Yi Xian didn't understand this at all, thinking that they would just muddle through. Yi Xian didn't move as he listened to the report while writing and drawing on his notebook. In fact, he was more focused on checking the profile fields of these 32 company executives at this point.
Name, Zhou Tianming, President, Silver. Loyalty, 20.
Internal activities, now the new chairman is not as bad as rumors, more majesty of the former chairman, should be the former chairman of the secret training of the successor, not to be underestimated, I'd better ignore the invitation of those small shareholders alliance for the time being, wait and see for a period of time first.
Name, Lu Minghua, Vice President, Black Iron Color.
Loyalty, 1. Internal activities. The Minority Shareholders Alliance is now quite strong, with 43% of the shares already, and has a big tree with deep roots within the group, while the chairman's shares are only 44%, and is weak and unassisted in this lopsided situation. I accepted the invitation of the Minority Shareholders Alliance the day before yesterday, and am preparing to unite and kick the new chairman out of the management seat at the shareholders' general meeting in 5 days' time. Although my compensation is only 0.1% of the shares, that's still more than $100 million, enough for me to spend for the rest of my life.
Name: Wang Quanjian, Director, Ministry of Commerce, Bronze.
Loyalty: 0. Inner activity: yellow-hair children do not understand how to operate the enterprise, just convenient for me to embezzle the amount of this East Side business negotiation, even if the key 1% out, it is more than $5 million of oil and water. Heaven giveth and taketh not away, and heaven smitteth the thunder. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed when he swept past Lu Minghua and saw Wang Quanjian, the director of the Ministry of Commerce.
Loyalty is 0.
It's the only person in the room who has 0 loyalty to him. All of a sudden, it caught Yi Xian's attention.
Yi Xian clicked on Wang Quanjian's profile panel: personal experience, work experience, time within half a year.
Inside there is Wang Quanjian's very detailed work experience, including office routine, business negotiations, business entertainment, corruption, and departmental female subordinates have an affair, etc. Very detailed. Yi Xian turned over the specific embezzlement matters, even the embezzlement amount to go, bank account number, safe deposit box location, safe deposit box password, and so on.
All recorded on it.
Yi Xian copied a portion of the corruption evidence trail, then edited a text message and sent it to Jiangdu's Municipal Security Bureau.
2 hours later.
Secretary Ning Nansher: next, we have the Director of the Ministry of Commerce, Wang Quanjian, to report on his work. Wang Quanjian stood up: skin and flesh, Honorable Chairman, at present my work is not particularly significant matters, only some trivial small things, so do not bother the Chairman of the Board of Directors. I will find the time to want a sub-leader Lu Minghua Vice President report. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Lu Minghua. Lu Minghua coughed and squared up: Chairman, you just came to the group not long ago, and did not have a serious shift, so a lot of things on the group is estimated to be still do not understand. Business management is not as simple as eating and drinking, it is very complex. The chairman of the board of directors has not previously held a management position, a lot of things on the operation and do not understand, so the following report can be less. This is my opinion.
Yi Xian smiled gently: is Vice President Lu questioning my ability?
Lu Minghua waved his hand and smiled: this is a fact. The chairman doesn't have any experience in participating in corporate management, it's better not to direct blindly, lest the group get into trouble. He had already decided to kick Yi Xian out of the group's management seat, so he wasn't afraid at this point even if he tore his face off. Yi Xian suddenly asked at this time: does Wang Quanjian report to you on all matters, big and small, in his ordinary day? Lu Minghua: I am the division leader, naturally report to me. Yi Xian smiled faintly: understood. Lu Minghua felt puzzled, but when he saw Yi Xian's gaze, his heart couldn't help but jump as if something bad was happening. He clicked on Lu Minghua's profile bar. Personal data panel: personal experience, work experience within 6 months of time.
Sure enough, he found something remarkable.
As ID Wang Quanjian's superior, Lu Minghua naturally got a lot of benefits from Wang Quanjian's hands, and every time Wang Quanjian embezzled, Lu Minghua could share 2/10 to 4/10 of the dividends. In the same way, Yi Xian recorded Lu Minghua's embezzlement amount, destination, bank account number, safe deposit box location, and safe deposit box password, on top of a piece of paper.
Just then,
duck 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 duck. The second secretary knocked on the door and came in, coming to Chairman Yi Xian's face, putting his ear together and whispering: Chairman, the police are here, saying that you called them. Yi Xian nodded: I'm the one who called them, let them come in.
The second secretary nodded and left, walking into the conference room with 4 police officers in less than 30 seconds. Everyone's face changed. The mind raises. Chapter 7: Yi Xian who doesn't follow the rules.
Mr. Yi, we are from the Economic Investigation Section of the City Bureau. My name is Zhang Weixin and I am the captain leading the team this time. The police officer in charge came to Yi Xian and introduced himself. At the same time as the introduction, Zhang Weixin also quietly sized up Yi Xian. This is a legendary figure. From an ordinary person overnight inherited 100 billion group, a leap to become the top tycoon in the country, can be described as a legend, for people to enjoy in envy and jealousy gnashing teeth.
Yi Xian, how did the deposition go?
Zhang Weixin nodded. Please rest assured Mr. Yi, we have already followed the clues to get the bank card and collected the fingerprints, as well as checking the records of account transactions, so we can finalize the case. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then I'll leave it to you guys next.
Zhang Weixin, no problem. The conversation caught off guard.
Lu Yuehua was flustered. Now his only worry is that Wang Quanjin give him out. We must know that Wang Quanjin is he single-handedly promoted to the position of director of the Ministry of Commerce, usually get a lot of filial piety, in case of confession, he this vice president do not want to do. To his relief, the group of police officers from the Economic Investigation Division led Zhang Weixin directly towards the door of the conference room, ready to leave, and did not involve anyone else. The stone in Lu Yuehua's heart dropped and she looked at Yi Xian with a haze in her gaze.
Humph, Yi Xian, just wait for me, just a few more days and you'll be a docile puppet for me.
At this time, Yi Xian's gaze met over. That pair of gazes, seemingly smiling and meaningful, looked at Lu Yuehua's heart trembled in vain.
Wait. There is another person.
Yi Xian pointed to Lu Yuehua, then handed the Economic Investigation Captain Zhang Weixin a piece of paper with some information written on it, as well as a few accounts. This is the big greed, check these accounts, there's more than $50 million of embezzlement and bribery inside.
Zhang Weixin took the piece of paper and took a look at it, then looked at Lu Yuehua. Lu Yuehua, now we suspect that you are suspected of embezzling and accepting bribes, please come with us to the police station. Clang.
Lu Yuehua's entire body collapsed on the chair on the spot, her face pale.
It's over. Zhang Weixin was disdainful and directly dragged Lu Yuehua out of the conference room. Wait. Wait.
Lu Yuehua was dragged to the door before she woke up, her whole body in cold sweat struggled to roll and crawl to Yi Xian's feet.
Let me go, I'll take the initiative to resign, can I? Lu Yuehua tugged at Yi Xian's legs and feet, pleading loudly, and,
the ones I embezzled, all of them are returned, okay?
I beg you, I don't want to go to jail. Get lost.
Yi Xian coldly kicked Lu Yuehua away.
Lu Yuehua quickly climbed back, grasping Yi Xian's feet, snotty pleading,
Chairman, I was wrong, I explain everything, as long as you are willing to let me go, I would things enough to tell you.
I don't need it.
Yi Xian said in a cold voice, just stay in prison for the rest of your life.
The police dragged Lu Yuehua out of the conference room, and the sound of Lu Yuehua's pleading and wailing still kept coming, echoing on the top floor. The entire conference room was silent.
Everyone didn't dare to utter a single breath, much less meet Yi Xian's eyes, and each of them had their eyes fixed on the tabletop as if there were flowers. Originally, he thought that this was a demonstration in pressure from the group's top management against Chairman Bai, but it turned out that Yi Xian, the new chairman, directly called the police and sent the two people who resisted the most fiercely directly into the police station. Lu Yuehua, Wang Quanjian, a group vice president and a hand of the Ministry of Commerce, were so easily KO'd.
Everyone looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting in the chairman's seat, with an extra sense of awe in their hearts.
Others are making an example of them. But this new chairman, directly take the group 3 handles to start, not to kill the chicken, is to kill the monkey. Next, the reports from the other top management started to become serious and earnest, careful, not daring to provoke Yi Xian for the time being, lest they end up like Lu Yuehua and Wang Quanjian.
It took all day and the meeting was over.
After Yi Xian listened to the report, he had a rough understanding of the Yi clan group, as well as figuring out the psychological state of all the executives. The news that the vice president and the head of the commerce department had been arrested by the police also spread throughout the headquarters building and to the branch offices across the country, causing countless employees to talk about it. Every move of Yi Xian, the new chairman, touched the sensitive nerves of everyone in the entire group.
Chapter 8, Crisis? Shareholder Alliance? Shareholders Union?
After Yi Xian went through this high-level debriefing, he saw this word with a very high appearance rate from the information columns of those high levels. The approaching longevity of the previous chairman, Ye Xiaorong, made these minority shareholders realize that it was going to be a feast for the eyes. Yes Group, the market value of 100 billion level of real estate group, covering the country's major cities, even if it bites off a small mouth from it, can make these small shareholders belly full of fat. Unfortunately, before Yi Xiaorong died, he found a young man to inherit the Yi Group, dashing their idea of dividing the Yi Group. However, that didn't stop their greed, so they were prepared to join forces and kick Yi Xian out of the group's management seat on the grounds that he was completely ignorant of business operations, that way they could freely divide up the Yi clan's huge assets through various means. The plan, it was perfect. They were confident that, in their opinion, Yi Xian was completely an ordinary person, a newcomer, a white man. How could he understand the business battlefield of deceit and trickery? Late at night, Yi Xian drove his new car, the Pagani Windgod, to the opposite side of a clubhouse. This Pagani Windjammer, priced at $29 million, has a displacement of 6.0, with an impressive 750 horsepower and a peak torque of 709 Newton meters, in addition to a carbon fiber high-performance intake system, a race-specific multi-plate clutch, and a Formula One exhaust system with ceramic heat dissipation coating are all pinnacle equipment,
and the drivetrain is a 6-speed sequential gearbox.
Its perfect workmanship is enough to put Ferrari to shame, with a unique airborne charm, superb power performance, and the honorable texture inherited from Pagani's handmade.
And it's a limited edition, with 12 units worldwide, each one different.
At this time, Yi Xian had already spent 100 million to raise, driving. At the beginning, Ning Nancher is still just a small staff of the president's comprehensive office, a small transparent, in a few days ago by the new chairman of the board of directors Yi Xian directly selected, a step up to become the first secretary of the chairman of the board of directors, responsible for the life, work processing, the following management of the three small secretary. Therefore, Ning Nancher's loyalty to Yi Xian was much higher than other employees. After all, she was promoted by Yi Xian himself, and her future life, death, honor and disgrace were naturally related to Yi Xian's position, so she followed Yi Xian with her heart and soul. In fact, Ning Nancher was quite curious about Yi Xian, the new chairman of the board. Rumor had it that Chairman Yi was an ordinary person, but on the first day after entering the group, he had brought the vice president down. This wrist, it really made her heart flutter. At this time, Yi Xian looked at the entrance of the clubhouse as a group of people walked out.
They're out.
The personal information column, which needed to be seen to be opened, in order to understand the internal plans of this shareholder alliance, Yi Xian needed to personally step in and meet them in person. 20 to 30 meters apart, Yi Xian saw the group of shareholders through the car window, a total of 8 people, each one of them estimated to be drunk, full of redness, excitement, talking and laughing as they walked out. Yi Xian opened their data fields one by one.
Name, Xu Yuan Kai.
Worth, $8.9 billion.
Yip shareholding, 3.8%.
Loyalty, 0. Internal activities, have discussed, in the name of the joint shareholders, held a shareholders meeting in advance. The time is scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow, has fought for 51% of the equity, more than that Yi Xian 8% of the equity, even if that Yi Xian got the remaining other shareholders of 5% of the equity, but only 49% of the equity, is destined to lose a defeat, when a one-time will be that yellow-haired child Yi Xian kicked out of the group management. The Yi group will be our favorite dish from now on. Yi Xian clicked on his personal experience, and the time was selected as tonight. Then Yi Xian saw the specific plan for pressurizing the shareholders meeting, who picked the lead, who followed up, and who hammered it out. The plan was perfect.
Yi Xian looked at his secretary, Ning Nancher. If their combined stake exceeds 51%, am I bound to lose? Ning Nancher nodded. According to the group's share system, yes. Chapter 9, Empty Gloves? Naive.
Ning Nancher said, according to the shareholder rules set at the beginning of the group's establishment, as long as the joint shareholding exceeds 51%, it will be enough to complete any resolution. But don't worry, Chairman Yi, there are still quite a number of shareholders within the group who have been favored by the old chairman and will surely support you, and it's unlikely that their joint shareholding will ever exceed 50%. Looking at Ning Nancher's confident face, Yi Xian didn't know what to say.
The human heart, how can it be so easy to see through? In fact, with the death of Yi Xiaorong's grandfather, those favors were almost dispersed cleanly, coupled with a big turnaround in the situation, and would not support Yi Xian, the budding white chairman. Ring, ring, ring.
At this time, Ning Nancher's cell phone rang.
Excuse me?
I'm Su Bingyun, looking for your chairman Yi Xian to talk about a business deal. On the other side of the phone, a clear and cold voice came from the other side of the phone, just like an ice plum blossom that could be viewed from afar but not desecrated.
Miss Zhou of the Bingyun Group? Ning Nancher's face straightened.
That's right, it's exactly me. Tell Chairman Yi that I have 4% of the shares in my hand and I can support him in the shareholders' meeting.
If there is any interest, you can ask him to come to me to talk. After that, the phone hung up. Ning Nancher looked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, Su Bingyun? That Jiandu Three Beauties? The rumored iceberg female president?
Ning Nancher nodded. That's right, it's her. Rumor has it that this woman is very shrewd and likes to use empty gloves. Under her unbelievable chain of operations, her company has grown from 2 billion, directly to 8 billion in just 3 years. Yi Xian laughed. It seems that this time she still wants to empty her gloves.
Go to meet her.
Yi Xian wanted to see if this empty glove woman was powerful or himself.
Moreover, legend has it that this Su Bingyun is very pretty. Dream Cloud Bar?
Yi Xian drove the wind god and parked outside a bar. The bar was rather out of the way, but business was good and you could hear the hustle and bustle inside from outside. When Yi Xian walked in, he felt a heat wave hit him, his eardrums surging as hundreds of people danced wildly inside the dance floor. Yi Xian's eyes swept through and quickly locked onto the second floor windowsill, the figure that was lying on the sofa drinking that. Although it was a back figure, the stance, the elegance of the hands and feet, and the long hair exuded an amazing charm that Yi Xian couldn't help but light up before his eyes.
Name Su Bingyun.
Attributes: age 28, face value 96, height 175 centimeters, fortune 8 billion, unmarried, weakness, self-confident and conceited. Skills: empty gloves advanced, iceberg high charm advanced.
Ownership of Yip's shares, 4%.
Inside, how lonely it is to be invincible. In the shopping mall, there is no one in the younger generation who is my rival. Next, that little white chairman, Yi Xian, will also be played by me with empty gloves.
Yi Xian.
Seeing Su Bingyun's inner drama, his heart was speechless for a while.
How narcissistic does that have to be? Also, how lonely it is to be invincible. You want to take advantage of me? You're playing with me?
Yi Xian walked up. Su Bingyun's bodyguards had known about Yi Xian's information long ago and directly made way. It was at this moment that Yi Xian saw Su Bingyun head on for the first time. Long, silky black hair, fair cheeks, and beautiful eyes like icebergs.
It's stunning. Not bad for a great beauty rated 96 by the system.
The two men locked eyes.
Su Bingyun. Yi Xian. The time is now 1:23 a.m. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to talk to me about your empty glove plan.
Yi Xian looked at the famulin watch in his wrist and smiled evilly.
Don't you just love empty gloves?
I say it so plainly and see what you say next. Su Bingyun visibly froze for a moment, then gently smiled. Mr. Yi doesn't have to be so aggressive, we're not enemies, we can be allies. If Mr. Yi keeps this attitude of rejecting people, I'll become your enemy. Oh. Yi Xian shrugged. It doesn't matter, I'd rather not have this kind of ally. Su Bingyun laughed, her laughter was tinged with mockery. Mr. Yi, it seems that $100 billion of assets has made you blind, losing your sanity and looking at ordinary things. Do you think you can really own this $100 billion of property so easily? Too naive, your ordinary origin has limited your thinking, your eyesight, you will never know how treacherous the business world is. Yi Xian looked at the famulin watch. A minute has passed. Do you know how valuable a minute is? Su Bingyun took a deep breath. This Yi Xian in front of her was completely different from the business negotiation elites she had seen before. She had a feeling of powerlessness of a showman meeting a soldier. Su Bingyun's calm heart began to float. Well, then I'll get right to the point. I'm afraid you don't know that at the moment, all the shareholders of the entire Yi Group have completely united together to kick you out of the group's management seat. When the time comes, this group will not have the power to speak to you, and Yi will no longer be known as Yi. Yi Xian took a sip of the wine beautifully. Please continue your performance.
Su Bingyun. Suddenly things feel like they're out of control? Starting to get a little cranky.
Chapter 10, Drinking Today, Not Caring About Tomorrow's Floods. She looked at the guy in front of her lounging on the couch, as if he didn't seem too concerned about the crisis he was talking about.
Su Bingyun inhaled deeply. I'm saving you, I'm your ally, do you understand?
Yi Xian continued to glance at the famulin on his wrist. 2 minutes have now passed.
There are still 8 minutes left.
Su Bingyun became even more grumpy, feeling that the deterrence, enticement or empty gloves and white wolf tactics that she was skillful at were surprisingly not working well at all on Yi Xian at
this moment. Crabby. Can't you follow the rules anymore? How many times have I, Su Bingyun, succeeded with empty gloves, and when have I failed? Patience. Patience. Su Bingyun took a deep breath. Alright, then I'll get right to the point.
Yi Xian, this is the second time you've opened your door and not seen any mountains.
Su Bingyun. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Definitely not angry.
The iceberg face was strained though and became a bit distorted, but it was still so pretty. Su Bingyun felt that after meeting Yi Xian, all her calmness had all gone to hell, and she was more cranky than she had been in the past month. Su Bingyun, okay, I'll cut the crap. Right now you have 44.1% of the shares in your hand, and then the Shareholders Alliance has 51.5% of the shares, which is 7.4% more than you, and the 4.2% of the shares in my hand is exactly inside this 51.5% of their shares. As long as I fall to your camp, then you will have 48.3% of the shares, and their alliance only 47.3% of the shares. Your shares are bigger than theirs, then they will have nothing to do in the shareholders meeting, and watch you
continue to be your chairman. How about it? Have I made myself clear enough? As long as you promise me one condition, I will support you at the shareholders meeting the day after tomorrow.
Yi Xian didn't move. Go ahead, what conditions? Su Bingyun, in Chuandu, Ye's real estate has a piece of land that is half developed, named Yunshan Poetic, 1 billion, sell it to me. Yi Xian laughed. That land parcel, if I remember correctly, the cost has been smashed 1.8 billion. If the project is successful after the project, there will be at least 3 billion in the books.
This 1 billion is also too low, right?
Su Bingyun shook her head. No, Mr. Yi, that's not how the account is calculated. You lose my support, you lose the chairmanship, then that more than 100 billion of your fortune will soon be divided. And to reverse this situation, you only need 1 billion.
With 1 billion for 100 billion, you have earned.
Mr. Yi, every successful person will not care about the gains and losses of a time. Stay in the Green Mountain is not worried about the firewood. Chuandu, that project counts for what? The whole group should be your goal.
Su Bingyun's words were very sincere, as if she was thinking about Yi Xian. But at this moment, Su Bingyun was thinking in her heart, supporting this little white guy? What kind of joke is this? Is Yi Group not good? Or is the money too hot?
Even if this Yi Xian agrees to my conditions and signs the transfer contract for the Chuandu project, I will still support the alliance's resolution the day after tomorrow, kick this Yi Xian out of the group's management seat, and then divide this up. A hint of smugness flashed through Su Bingyun's heart. With this gourmet feast, she can surely achieve another surge in assets. Yi Xian did not move on the surface, but in fact, he had already known this Su Bingyun's thoughts through the data column and snorted. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze suddenly looked towards the entrance of the bar.
Just saw a big 95-cent beauty in a fiery red dress walk into the bar.
Yi Xian could clearly feel the men in the bar, each with glowing eyes.
Well, that's it for today, I'm meeting a chick.
Yi Xian took a sip of wine, got up and organized his clothes in a good manner, and walked towards the first floor. Su Bingyun glanced at the red-skirted beauty downstairs, and suddenly came to a realization. She couldn't help but despise. Mr. Yi is still in the mood to pick up girls now, isn't he afraid of losing Yi? Yi Xian stretched his waist. Today there is wine today, who cares about tomorrow's flood? Of course, if Miss Su can accompany me, I can continue to talk with you.
Su Bingyun's willow eyebrows went straight up. What do you take me, Su Bingyun, for?
Yi Xian laughed. So come on, I'd better find someone else, and I don't want to sleep with an ice cube, cold, or that passionate and fiery beauty down there suits me. Su Bingyun was furious. Now I'm discussing with you, but it's a matter of $100 billion of your assets. How dare you give up that $100 billion for a woman? Yi Xian shook his head. 100 billion, I want that beauty, too. After saying that, his head would not go down the stairs to the bar lobby on the first floor. At this time, that red-skirted beauty was already sitting on a card seat, sitting there quietly as if she was waiting for someone. Dream Cloud Bar is a slow rock bar, and unlike a clear bar or a bar restaurant, it's always been in the state-of-the-art with that kind of combustible DJ exorbitant all over the place. So all the people inside the entire bar, their emotions can't help but be mobilized. Yi Xian knew that this bar was Su Bingyun's bar, and he didn't know why she liked such a burning atmosphere. Perhaps it was cold on the outside and hot on the inside.
Okay, let's all welcome our Jock Pie.
A red-headed resident singer dressed in a bizarrely hip outfit took the stage before a sharp beatboxing bass sounded and the bar exploded even more. When Yi Xian came to the first floor, he didn't rush to find the red-skirted beauty, but sat on the other side and watched from afar. That red-skirted beauty had a rather idiosyncratic red kite-colored curly hair, delicate cheeks, autumn water sheer pupils, and a perfect figure, enough to make any male side-eye. At this moment, the red-skirted beauty was facing one man after another hitting on her, but all of them refused with cold eyes.
Yi Xian pulled up the information bar. Name Due Meng. Face value, 95.3 statistics, 82, 62, 89. Dream, to become a singer and let others hear my voice.
Weaknesses, likes to sing and listen to songs, love songs type. Inner activity, this bar is a bit noisy, don't want to stay here, but I promised him to meet me here, I'd better wait.
These pickup artists are so annoying. Chapter 11, How to Chat in Order to Look Literary and Forced. She's waiting for a man?
Yi Xian shook his head and lost his smile. He really admired a man with such a big heart, letting such a big beauty wait for him at the bar. Wasn't this looking for death?
Now let me just teach him a lesson.
Yi Xian got up and walked towards the red-skirted woman, just at the right time when a barman who had failed to strike up a conversation rubbed shoulders with Yi Xian in disappointment.
It's too hard to pick up.
That's natural, people with that kind of face value are sure to get hit on by a lot of people during the week, so rejecting people is something she's probably comfortable with.
I wonder what asshole got that chance tonight. I hope everyone is unsuccessful, haha.
Yi Xian shook his head and lost his smile as he listened to the vague murmurings of the men around him.
Let me teach you what a master is.
Yi Xian arrived beside the red-skirted beauty amidst the gazes of many men. "Yi Xian, beauty, mind if I sit here?" The opening sentence of an old-fashioned to the point of explosion hitchhiking made that red-skirted beauty Du Yiming couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Dolman was expressionless, mind. "Yi Xian, you're waiting for someone, aren't you?"
On Du Yiming's face, there was a coldness that rejected people. "Yes, I'm waiting for someone, so you don't have to waste your time."
Yi Xian was unmoved. "Is he coming right away?" "Duimont, he could be here any minute."
Yi Xian shook his head. "That is to say, he is late. That would be a pity. Some people live their whole life in 1 minute, let alone with a beautiful woman like you. Every minute seems precious."
Du Yiming's expression that rejected people slightly moved, and she couldn't help but look at Yi Xian.
Needless to say, her heart skipped a beat in this moment. Yi Xian revealed a gorgeous smile. "Do you mind if I wait with you? Look at this bar, 100% of the men want to hit on you. Do you mind if I sit here and help you block those men who want to hit on you?" Dewey dreamed about it. She did have a big headache with those men who kept coming to accost her, and just now Yi Xian's words made her feel good about him, so she nodded. "Good." Yi Xian sat down, 30 centimeters away from Du Yiming, a safe distance. Yi Xian could hear the sigh of relief inside the bar, probably envying Yi Xian.
"It's a shame you guys don't have enough segments." "Yi Xian, what's the name?" Dewey dreamed, Dewey dream.
Yi Xian let out a wow. "That's a nice name, pretty as a dream." Du Ilmo rolled her eyes, but there was more than a little smirk on her face.
"Yi Xian, my name is Yi Xian, do you like cats and dogs?"
These were the two most common pets, and Yi Xian wouldn't miss it all with this start.
"Who knew that?" Duiman said. "I don't like cats and dogs."
Yi Xian looked distressed. It is said that 91% of the world's population likes cats and dogs, made up off the top of his head. I didn't expect you to be the remaining 9%. It seems that I didn't find the right excuse for this pickup line.
Duimeng covered her mouth and laughed, giggle.
A man with such a good sense of humor didn't seem so repulsive to her anymore.
"Yi Xian, do you like to sing?" "Duimont, how do you know?"
Yi Xian pointed to the stage. "I just watched you for 10 minutes off stage, during which time you looked at the entrance of the bar 9 times and 21 times to the stage."
Duimeng looked at Yi Xian in surprise, not expecting the man in front of her to be so attentive.
"Yi Xian, I see that you don't seem to like this intense DJ too much. I think you should like the kind of soft and tender songs that flow slowly through your heart. I don't know if I'm right."
Duimeng looked at Yi Xian in surprise.
Once again, she did like those sappy, tender songs. She was a sensual person, sentimental, and found those love songs charming and moving.
"Yi Xian, do you want to go up and sing a song?" "Go up and sing a song?"
Duiming's heart panicked, and she quickly shook her head. No, I can't sing well." Yi Xian laughed. "Looks like you still need a bit of courage."
"Look at me, I'll give you a paragraph first."
Yi Xian stood up and arrived in front of the red-haired resident singer.
"Tap on that resident singer's profile bar. Name Li Ji Pai. Profession, singer. Skills, stage style beginner, singing beginner, music theory beginner."
Yi Xian directly copied that stage style elementary, singing elementary, and music theory elementary skills, and then spent $300 million to directly upgrade it to the god level. Rich is arbitrary, all of a sudden 300 million spent, but the effect is also very great. Stage style god level, when you stand on the stage, you are the god who controls the whole scene. You can easily manage a super concert at the level of 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of audience. You can make the world lose its voice. Singing godly, you can perfectly control the breathing, vocalization, vibrato, treble, bass. You win superb in the field of music singing. You are singing god. Music theory divine, you have perfected all music theory and transcended it to the divine level. All the songs you've ever heard, you will be able to perform them perfectly. After the 3 skills were added, Yi Xian felt like he had become different all of a sudden.
Chapter 12, Wrote a Song for You, Song God.
Yi Xian looked at the other one who played music and found that the profile section had a piano item, although it was elementary.
Reproduction. Upgrade to God level.
Another 100 million renminbi spent.
God of the piano divine, you have perfectly mastered all piano playing and transcended to the divine level. With the piano in your hand, you are a god.
Yi Xian walked onto the stage and came in front of the red-haired youth.
"Hey man, been singing for 10 minutes, want to take a break?"
"I want to sing a song for my friend."
"There's an empty deck over there, I'll pay for what you spend tonight."
Yi Xian pointed to a card seat in the bar that had just been vacated. That red-haired singer had seen a lot of this kind of thing, and as a resident singer, he didn't count the number of specific songs, and only calculated his salary according to the unit of one night, in addition to the card seat consumption to pay for the bill. why not? So he smiled slightly and gave Yi Xian a seat, and then took his friend to sit down in the card seat, and ordered some things.
Ahem.
Yi Xian coughed a few times and adjusted his mic. The stage, that is, the focal point, so Yi Xian was the focal point at this moment, attracting the attention of the entire bar.
Good evening, everyone.
Well, actually I'm not greeting you guys, I'm greeting that beautiful woman. Yi Xian pointed his finger at Du Yimeng by the bar. Du Yimeng at this time, surprised at Yi Xian's move, some shyness, some excitement, cannot help but dodge, but still very excited, a pair of big eyes tightly looking at Yi Xian.
Everyone in the entire bar couldn't help but look at Du Yimeng.
Beautiful girl, since the moment I saw you 10 minutes ago, I've been mesmerized by you and felt something in my heart, so I composed a song named Blame It on Your Excessive Beauty for you, and I wish you to be beautiful forever.
Dolman covered her mouth. Shocker. He wrote a song about me? At this moment, her heart beat violently. Wrote a song about her.
After hearing Yi Xian's words, there was a stir in the room, and everyone's interest was instantly raised.
Many women are even more envious.
As a woman, there is nothing more romantic in the world than a man who writes poems and songs for you, and such a handsome one at that.
Aha! A number of women have been completely watered down. It's so romantic.
As for those male guests, they couldn't help but shake their heads and lose their laughter, feeling that Yi Xian's segment was so high, no wonder he was able to lay out of that most beautiful beauty in the whole place at once. Just look at that pretty girl's watery eyes, she must have moved on. Yi Xian came to the one piano on the stage.
Sit down. Open the lid. Stage Wind Divine, open. Singing Divine, open. Music Theory Divine, open. God of the Piano Divine, open.
Yi Xian, after an intro as gentle as running water, the song begins. Who can also ha a mouth a face almost, but don't want to choose color one. However, his focus was still on Du Yimeng. This song is a song sung by the famous singer Leslie Chung in his previous life, and it is a golden song that he never tires of listening to and remains fascinated by. And when he upgraded several song skills together to the divine level, the songs that Earth had listened to began to revive one by one in his mind, and even if the songs were incomplete due to missing memories, they were still being added and completed by him through his divine level knowledge of music theory, and they were definitely better than the original songs. For minutes later, with the blame me overly obsessed, in exchange for loving you that kind of aftermath, a thought of you so fine, everything else, not a kind of reserved line finally fell, the whole song completely ended. The whole room, quiet. She looked at the mysterious figure in the middle of the stage.
Chapter 13, The Hanged Man's Self-Containment.
The room was quiet before quickly erupting into loud cheers and whistles.
Well sung. Sing it again. Encore, encore. Encore.
The cheers were so loud they could have toppled the bar. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Thank you all for liking this song, but this is the only song I have left, so I won't sing it. But I'm very happy today, so all the drinks tonight, I'll cover it all, so everyone drink to your heart's content. Yi Xian's words completely threw the bar into a frenzy.
Dude, awesome. Magnificent. Who is this guy? There are so many people in this bar, at least $1 million for this night, right? And he just threw it away? Maybe it's a super rich kid too.
Amidst the many murmurs, Yi Xian returned to Du Yimeng's deck and sat beside her. Yi Xian looked at Du Yimeng, and that pair of blazing gazes made Du Yimeng feel like a deer in headlights. How was it?
This song?
Dolman ruffled her hair behind her ear to hide her panic. It's nice.
Yi Xian, then do you still have the courage to go on stage and sing a song? Du Yimeng shook her head. I don't dare, I'm a bit scared.
Yi Xian laughed. Then how about you sing for me alone?
Du Yi dreamed that the other man had composed a song for himself, so what was wrong with singing for him alone? So she nodded.
Yi Xian smoothly suggested, it's too noisy here, why don't we go out?
Go to the car? Du Yimeng was in a difficult position, better not?
Have to wait for my friend. Although Yi Xian was curious about whether this friend was a man or a woman, he didn't ask, but looked at his watch. It's now been more than 30 minutes since you came to the bar. His gaze was as deep as the starry sky looking at Du Yimeng, and his gentle voice rang in Du Yimeng's ears. Emile Zola said, there are only 2.5 minutes in life, 1 minute to smile, 1 minute to sigh, and half a minute to love. And your friend is 30 minutes late, he does not pay attention to you at all, he even let you such a beautiful and pretty girl in this bar waiting for him for 30 minutes. He missed your 10 minutes of smile, and 10 life.
He does not care about you at all. Dolman was in a trance.
Yi Xian, at this time, took the opportunity to pull up her hand and lead her out of the bar. If he can make you wait for 30 minutes, then you can make him wait for 30 minutes as well.
In this half an hour's time, you've been able to sing a song for me.
Du Yiming had already been taken away from the bar by Yi Xian when she hesitated. The one man in the bar looked at Yi Xian's departing back with Du Yiming and had a series of envy and jealousy. Less than 5 minutes after Yi Xian and Du Yiming left the Dream Cloud bar, the male youth Sun Fan rushed towards the Dream Cloud bar with a joyful, apprehensive mood and a fast, sweaty pace. Sun Fan was very excited because this time he had finally asked out his crush, the goddess Du Yiming, and as long as he worked a little harder, he could definitely succeed in chasing the goddess Du Yiming into his hands.
Ha!
His gaze was suddenly caught by a super cool supercar, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks.
Women are important,
but luxury cars are also favorite.
Isn't this car a Pagani Windjammer?
That's over $20 million for a super luxury car. Although he didn't have the money to buy it, Sun Fan, who was a cool lover of luxury cars, recognized the car at once.
Sun Fan's eyes glowed.
Without saying anything, let's take a picture and upload it to our friends first. Sun Fan took out his cell phone and found a few camera positions to perfectly capture the elegant, wild stance of the Pagani Wind God.
Edit the circle of friends, wrote, roadside encounter Pagani Wind God. I did not think that the city of Jiangdu actually have a, I do not know which Tycoon seat, worship the big brother.
Upload a photo. Click to publish. Soon, his circle of friends exploded with a bunch of luxury car enthusiasts.
Wind God?
Where? A $20 million class luxury car.
The flow, cool and handsome.
Sun Fan looked at the circle of friends that one reply, beautiful, as if it was praising himself. And at that moment, Du Yiming in the car looked up. It seems like someone was taking pictures just now. Yi Xian comforted, don't worry, you can't see in from outside the glass of this car. Don't look at the sports car as small, but because it's a two-seater, it's very spacious. Sun Fan did not find someone inside the car. He took pictures and sent a circle of friends, then flew to Wana Dream Cloud bar. The results of looking around, Frozen did not find the trace of Du Yiming. Sent a couple of V-mails asking where Du Yiming was, only to wait a while and not receive a reply.
Did I leave angry because I was half an hour late?
This is troublesome. It's hard to build up a little bit of goodwill, and now it's all gone. Sun Fan felt that his hope was very slim and couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Stayed in the bar for more than an hour, still can't wait for Du Yiming's voice, can only slink back to the dormitory, but fortunately he photographed that Pagani sports car. There is always some comfort.
Chapter 14, Bossy President falls in love with me?
2 days. Du Yiming woke up from her sleep, feeling weak and tired all over her body. Frowning, he looked around and froze violently. Huge and spacious oversized rooms, decorated with luxury without being ostentatious. She was lying on a 2-meter king-sized bed with comfortable quilts, huge floor-to-ceiling
windows with the curtains half drawn so she could see the lush trees outside and the occasional chirping of birds.
Where is this? She sat up and realized she wasn't dressed and hastily covered herself with the covers.
How did I get here? What happened last night?
Upon returning to her senses, she remembered last night's experience.
This is for me. Du Yiming finally realized what had happened and was ashamed, flustered and ashamed, feeling that she was too unself-loving to be so easily fooled by a man. Just then the door knocked.
Du Yiming hurriedly searched for her clothes, but in the end, she couldn't find them, so she could only hide inside the quilt.
Come in.
Then she saw a young, beautiful professional OL woman with a powerful aura walk in, and Du Yiming had a confused look on her face,
but she kept nodding her head and didn't dare to ask questions.
Ning Nancher placed the clothes by the bed. I'll go out first then, if you need anything you can ring the bell for the maid.
Du Yiming panicked, thank you.
Ning Nancher exited and closed the door. Du Yiming then dared to crawl over to the bed to pick the dress up and put it on quickly. It fit. That's when she touched the not so eye-catching tag, Prada, and froze.
Is this Prada?
Prada, the world's top luxury brand, very expensive. The cheapest socks are more than 1,000 yuan a pair. That's right, just a pair of socks. As for the clothes are basically more than 9,000 yuan price. Du Yiming didn't dare to wear it, but after looking at the room, there were only these clothes, so she could only wear them with a stiff upper lip. Perhaps it was psychological, she felt that the clothes fit quite well and comfortably. Half a child, she took a shower, washed her hair, brushed her teeth and washed her face. She also saw a row of face wash and other things in the washroom, and saw a row of cosmetics on the dressing table, a whole set of them. There are dozens of lipsticks alone, they are YSLs.
Duomin was giddy the entire time.
Dressed and made up, she furtively opened the door and went outside, walking on tiptoe and surveying the place. That's when she heard that familiar voice. Uncle Fu, I know that these shareholders are going to join forces to deprive me of my power as chairman and want to embezzle the assets of the E Group, and I know even more that their coalition of shareholders has already gotten 51% of the shares and are going to strike a fatal blow against me tomorrow.
They are too naive, and I, Yi Xian, am not a sitting duck.
Uncle Fu, don't worry, everything is already within my plan, those shareholders can't escape me.
That voice, full of dominance and frivolity, yet with a convincing charm.
Du Yiming secretly,
Ha? How did you know? Du Weiming was startled again.
Yi Xian didn't explain and said directly, this is an admission ticket for the blind auditions for the mentors of the second season of The Voice of China. You can directly skip the C auditions and enter the blind auditions stage.
Really?
Du Weiming's eyes lit up. She missed the audition some time ago and regretted it for a long time, but she didn't expect that she would now directly skip the audition and enter the mentor's blind audition. However, he quickly reacted that this kind of entrance ticket, which must have cost a lot of resources to get it, was too valuable to be taken by himself.
Du Yiming hurriedly said, I don't want it, you'd better return it. Yi Xian haha laughed, how can I return this thing? Take it, you like to sing, then don't miss this opportunity. I'm busy now, I'll ask someone to send you back.
After saying that, without waiting for Du Yiming to refuse, he called his secretary, Ning Nanshi, to arrange a vehicle to send Du Yiming away. Du Yiming, all the way dizzy, sitting in the back seat of a big Ben, through the window of the car looking at the huge manor, grass, woods, small lakes, this time finally see clearly how big this manor in the end, the heart secretly surprised. Soon, she returned to the neighborhood where she lived, and the driver got out of the car to open the door for her, and when Du Weiming got out of the car, she raised bags of clothes, bags, cosmetics, a whole lot of things from the trunk of the car.
I don't want these.
I dare not disobey what the chairman ordered, Ms. Du might as well take it. The driver shoved the stuff into Du Weiming's hands and drove off. Du Yiming looked around. Fortunately, she just moved to this neighborhood, not many people know her, otherwise she was seen always a lot of gossip. Back in her dorm, she put her things away and lay on her bed, thinking about the events of last night and today, always feeling like she was dreaming. But the clothes she was wearing told her plainly that what was happening was real, not a dream.
Ayahak Doimu, when did you become like this?
He's so boss. Moreover, he was glad that his lordship was able to find a suitable successor who wouldn't let the Yi Group collapse just like that.
Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction after inspecting these exhibits.
Uncle Fu, notify the shareholder Zhang Hongyuan and tell him to meet me here this afternoon.
Yes, young master. 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Zhang Hongyuan, a shareholder of the Yi Group, drove his car to Yi Xian Manor. This Yi Xian yesterday went to find Su Bingyun ate a closed door, and now I guess I want to find me first aid. Just right, I can take the opportunity to raise conditions, swallow the Sichuan City Cloud Mountain poetry, the 3 billion volume of the project.
However, what conditions did this Su Bingyun put up? That Yi Xian didn't even agree to her conditions despite the danger?
With such a doubt, Zhang Hongyuan got out of the car. Mr. Zhang, the young master is waiting for you at the archery range.
This estate has an archery range? When did you get it? Back to Mr. Zhang, a few days ago.
Is this Yi Xian quite good at prying, knowing that I, Zhang Hongyuan, like archery? Not bad, not bad. It seems that he put some thought into it, and it's deep in my heart. Zhang Hongyuan was so complacent and domineering at the moment that he even took off with his speech. The servant's mouth twitched as he listened. However, they know that this Zhang Hongyuan in front of them, on the surface smiling like the Maitreya Buddha, but when he was young, he was a sand baron, extremely ferocious, with hundreds of brothers under him, all of whom were outlaws.
Don't dare to mess with such characters.
Led by the servant, Zhang Hongyuan made his way to a grassy field at the back of the manor, in which a 20-meter, 30-meter, and 50-meter target range was delineated. Zhang Hongyuan saw from afar that Yi Xian was carrying an American hunting bow, drawing his bow and aiming it at an arrow target 10 meters away.
Whoosh! Chapter 16, Evil, Impetuous, and Overbearing Yi Xian.
Seeing Yi Xian shooting arrows, Zhang Hongyuan almost sprayed laughter, thinking that Yi Xian, a yellow-haired child who was skyrocketed into great wealth, did not know anything, and still learning from others to pretend to be some kind of tycoon to play with bows and arrows, it was simply a joke. Let him see what it means to be really rich.
Zhang Hongyuan straightened his face, laughed loudly and pretended to be cheerful. Yi Dong, bow and arrow is not so playful. I happen to be good at bow hunting, why don't I come to teach you? Yi Xian looked back just in time to see Zhang Hongyuan's domineering and smug face. Name, Zhang Hongyuan. Age, 48. Ownership of Yip's shares, 4.7%. Worth, $7.05 billion. Weaknesses, 13 homicides. Life experience summary, 23 years old, taking advantage of the country's infrastructure development, began to gather neighbors to become a party of sand barons, and then gradually grow, the establishment of construction engineering team, transportation team, and intervene in demolition and relocation of subcontracting tasks, and finally defected to Yishirong to join the Yes Group, to capital for shares to obtain the Yes Group 4.7% of the shares, because of the stuff of bullying, brute force, ferocious, in the early stage of the crime of 13 murders, of which 10 were the murderer is a man who has been killed in the past, 10 of which have been covered up and 3 of which no one knows about. Yi Xian clicked on the 3-level drop-down page. You can clearly find the specific details, evidence of these 13 murders. Murder 1, on April 24, 1999, while digging for sand in Wutian village, Shirley, Hadong, he clashed with a villager, Wu Shiyong, and accidentally killed him, and finally buried him at XXX. Accomplices, Zhang Jianfeng scroll down the page, Zhang Weiqing scroll down the page, Zhang Weiming scroll down the page. Hit 2, on January 23, 2000, during a demolition task, Zhang Hongyuan led a group to kill the family of nail household Wang Yongxiang. Hit 3. This Hongyuan is simply guilty of many crimes. Yi Xian had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Zhang Hongyuan, still unaware of the trap he was in, took a 250 footsteps to Yi Xian's face and picked up a bow from the bow rack. Zhang Hongyuan picked up the bow, revealing an appreciative gaze, and his mouth was full of words. The American hunting bison, white buffalo, a bald bow in the jargon, is assembled, 50 pounds, and can be used with a Mediterranean 3-finger, half-bow type of shot. P.S. The one from Hawkeye in Marvel. The atmospheric, wild bow gives it a pleasing air. Zhang Hongyuan's series of forceful words instantly established the image of a master archer. Then Zhang Hongyuan picked up a feather arrow, open feet and shoulder width, 2 hands, 3 fingers interlocked under the jaw, elbow shoulder level, 2 arms pulled outward, then release the fingers, along with the force of pulling away, the arms open horizontally. Needless to say, the archery stance showed that he wasn't a mouthpiece, but a real expert with a lot of archery experience. Whoosh! An arrow shot. It hits the bullseye of the arrow target 30 meters away. Yi Xian applauded. Papa Chief Zhang's method is really powerful. Zhang Hongyuan smiled proudly. No other, just practice more. Yi Dong should not have touched arrows before, right? Between the lines of the sentence, they were all mocking Yi Xian for being a mudblood. Yi Xian laughed. Previously have been thinking of reading to read, did not Zhang total so will fight, teenagers out to mix, 20-something years old began to seek money, has been to do now more than 7 billion home. Terrific. A murder for money? Zhang Hongyuan's face changed instantly. What do you mean? Yi Xian's smirk also turned into a cold smile. What does that mean? Mr. Zhang should understand. Zhang Hongyuan thought about it. It was impossible for his secret to be known by others, and it had been more than 10 years, many things had been erased by time. Thinking of this, Zhang Hongyuan regained his composure, and his eyes showed a fierce light with a threatening meaning. Yi Dong, this can't be said indiscriminately, but there will be accidents. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm not talking nonsense. 1 April 24, 1999, in the east of the river 10 miles Wutian village sand digging when with the villagers Wu Shiyong conflict, accidentally killed Wu Shiyong. Zhang Hongyuan's face changed drastically, his body trembled, and he looked at Yi Xian in horror. How did you know about this? Zhang Hongyuan's heart has been panicked, but quickly reacted. So long ago, God knows that he knows, brother knows, there is no evidence left. Since there is no evidence, they are afraid of an egg. Zhang Hongyuan regained his composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Xian snorted. I knew you would be tough talking. Snapping a ringing finger. The secretary, Ning Nanshur, took a USB flash drive and a computer, opened it, and a recording appeared inside. Brother Far, we killed someone, are we going to jail? Afraid of a fart, who will know that we killed someone, here only us 4 people, as long as we do not say anything, buried the body of this Wu Shiyong, God knows nothing. Fargo is right. Just do what Fargo says. Zhang Hongyuan's face instantly turned white. He heard the voice, and though much younger, he knew it was his own, and it was the same one that had killed for the first time that year. But how could there be a live recording when there were just 4 of your own brothers? Zhang Hongyuan looked at Yi Xian dead on. How did you get this? Yi Xian laughed.
You still remember the four brothers at that time, right? Inside the four brothers, only Yu Zhang Hongyuan developed, sitting on the 7 billion family property, and then look at the other three brothers, now also but a small millionaire, not to suffer from the lack of equality, so your three brothers are very opinionated about you. Yi Xian intentionally woes, let them pro brothers own dog bite dog, one is not a good person, dog bite dog joy.
Chapter 17, Kneel Down for Me.
Zhang Hongyuan's face turned green to red and red to white. Is it Zhang Jianfeng? His nature is the most suspicious and cautious. If he secretly leaves evidence, he is the most likely. He cursed in his heart, this is murder, Zhang Jianfeng, how dare you step on the horse and give this information to others? Yi Xian didn't reply, his mouth was tinged with an evil smile as a pair of hands landed on a scarlet arrow box, his slender fingers sliding over the cold metal arrows.
This arrow, a light aluminum alloy arrow just imported from the United States, is strong and light. Zhang Hongyuan's emotions began to flare up, isn't it Zhang Jianfeng?
Yi Xian picked up an arrow for himself. This arrow I've already let someone specially open the seal, but there is no open blood slot. After shooting a person, it will not bleed massively, but the air driven by high speed will create a cavity effect in the person's body. The person won't die, but it's easy to be disabled. Zhang Hongyuan gritted his teeth. He knew that this time he was going to be planted, and was caught in a fatal handle.
He was surprised. Yi Xian was just an ordinary person. Why would he find his weakness so quickly?
Soon he was relieved. It must be what that old thing Yi Shirong left for Yi Xian to use to check them before he died. He cursed in his heart. No wonder he dared to support an ordinary person who knows nothing to take over and inherit the Yi clan group, so it turns out that he has left a backhanded approach.
However, Yi Shirong, do you think that you can get Yi Xian to control the Yi clan group with these alone? Too naive. How can a newbie be a match for so many hungry wolves?
Once the cards are used up, that's when Yi clan will fall apart and the wolves will feast. Although he thought so, Zhang Hongyuan still couldn't laugh because his handle was too deadly.
Phew, let's get through this crisis first, then when I clear the evidence, let's see if
Zhang Hongyuan hurried. No, I still want to be Yi Dong's friend, just.
Yi Xian, then why don't you help me practice archery?
Zhang Hongyuan even begged for forgiveness. Yi Dong, your method of training, too dangerous. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous light filled with an evil aura. It seems like we can't be friends anymore. At this moment, Yi Xian was a domineering, unreasonable, and evil dude. And anger was rising in Zhang Hongyuan's heart, his fingers tightly pinched, itching to get Yi Xian killed on the spot. But he has been pampered for more than 10 years, has long since not been the fierce and tyrannical sand baron that people used to be afraid of, with a family fortune of $7 billion in his hand. Once the murder case is revealed, imprisonment is a certainty, and by that time, all those properties of his will surely be divided up very quickly.
Ouch, a sigh. Good, Yi Dong, I'll be this friend.
When he finished, he picked up the apple and put it on his head. Yi Xian was satisfied now. Good, stand in that line at 10 meters for me. Zhang Hongyuan's teeth were on the verge of crunching as he roared in his heart, Yi Xian, when I find an opportunity, I will definitely get you killed.
He retreated to the 10-meter line.
Yi Xian was satisfied. Good, kneel down. Zhang Hongyuan looked at Yi Xian with his eyes rounded in disbelief.
You're telling me to get on my knees? That's right, kneel. Not kneel?
Good, I will immediately call the police. By the way, the location of the buried body I have found, then you will wait for the jail.
Well, I kneel.
Gulp. Zhang Hongyuan completely knelt down on both knees, but the hatred towards Yi Xian in his heart soared to the peak, like a volcano about to erupt. This also told Yi Xian the truth that one couldn't be caught in the act, or else one would be waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xian naturally knew the hatred in Zhang Hongyuan's heart and sneered disdainfully.
Draw an arrow, draw a bow.
Get on your knees for me, don't shake, oh, be careful I'll miss the shot. Zhang Hongyuan took a look at Yi Xian's archery posture, a chill ran down his spine, the posture was too substandard, and the way he drew the bow and grasped the arrow was not right. At a glance, he knew that he was a novice. It would be strange if he could shoot the arrow accurately like this. He remembered the passage that Yi Xian had started to say, after shooting a person, there would not be massive bleeding, but the air driven at high speed would create a cavity effect in the person's body, and the person would not die, but would be easily maimed.
Wait, how about I teach you the archery stance?
First, Zhang Hongyuan exclaimed. Whoosh! Before he could finish, the arrow grazed his scalp directly over his ear, scraping up a string of hair. Zhang Hongyuan covered his ears as a burst of blood bubbled out, staining his hands red.
Stunned and pale.
At that moment, he saw Yi Xian draw an arrow again.
Drawing the bow.
Wait, Zhang Hongyuan shouted in fear as he shivered straight up.
Chapter 18, Brutal and Fearful Yi Xian. Whoosh! The arrow went straight through his ear, taking a piece of ear flesh with it. Ah! Zhang Hongyuan covered his ears and yelled. Yi Xian drew his arrow again, drawing the bow. Zhang Hongyuan was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back. Wait, don't. Whoosh! The arrow directly penetrated Zhang Hongyuan's right calf, and the arrow penetrated from the other side with a trace of flesh. Ah! Zhang Hongyuan planted himself violently on the ground, covering his right calf and screaming miserably. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows were fired, but this time they landed on Zhang Hongyuan's side and missed. However, Zhang Hongyuan had been completely terrified, and a smell of urine emanated from his crotch. My leg, ah! He's screaming. All the viciousness and hostility, this moment all turned into fear. At this moment, Zhang Hongyuan is only a middle-aged man who enjoys his wealth, and is no longer the sandbar that could risk everything to fight for his life. Yi Xian covered his nose. Come on people, take him to deal with his wounds, bring him to the hall after treatment. Also, the bird I just shot, pick up and stew a soup. 50 meters away, a palm-sized bird was hit by an arrow and landed on the ground, its blood still warm. Arrow God, your archery skills have been extraordinary. Arrows follow your heart, you hit 100 shots, and you possess incredible power. The bodyguard looked at Yi Xian in awe as he roughly dragged Zhang Hongyuan away. After Zhang Hongyuan heard, also right, the body naturally cannot see the victims, based on the recordings alone is what evidence? However, when he thought of the 4.7% shares, Zhang Hongyuan felt a pang of unwillingness. That was worth more than $6 billion, most of his fortune was here, giving it to Yi Xian just like that really hurt his heart. Zhang Hongyuan gritted his teeth, give, 3 billion. I'll give it to you at a 50% discount. A loss of $3 billion is already enough to make his flesh hurt. 3 billion? Yi Xian snorted coldly and stood up violently, his entire body looking extremely fierce as he came across to Zhang Hongyuan. Pa! A loud slap, directly will Zhang Hongyuan fan to the ground, Zhang Hongyuan's face, instantly swollen high. Don't want to sell? You want to go to jail and eat? I'm willing to pay because I'm giving you face, otherwise I just not pay you, and you dare not sign? Ha! At this moment, Yi Xian was flamboyant, wanton, and arrogant, and that terrifying evil aura made Zhang Hongyuan unable to resist a heartbeat. The surrounding bodyguards and servants were also very surprised, but hung their heads and lowered their ears, suppressing that horror in their hearts. Yi Xian, I'll give you 2 ways, either sign or go to prison and eat. Zhang Hongyuan's face flushed red with shame and anger, but he sadly realized that he had no choice at all. Yes. Gritting his teeth hard, he picked up a pen, swiped his name on the contract, and then pressed his handprint. Staying green is not a worry. Yi Xian, you wait for me. Signed. The lawyer took the contract over, looked at it, and nodded to Yi Xian, indicating that there was no problem signing it. Zhang Hongyuan's eyebrows jumped when he saw the scene. He had just thought about signing a different name and then pulling the wool over his eyes when the time came. Happy cooperation. Yi Xian threw the USB flash drive to Zhang Hongyuan, a friendly reminder, there are fingerprints on top of the USB flash drive, so you can find out who recorded the audio through the fingerprints. Slowly. Zhang Hongyuan ninja rage, farewell. Limping away. Yi Xian said at this time, you don't need to go to tomorrow's shareholders meeting, after all, you're no longer a shareholder of Yi Clan Group. Zhang Hongyuan, good. His heart grew more and more hateful, thinking that after he went back and disposed of the body, he would definitely give Yi Xian a good look. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Hongyuan's back as he left, his gaze turned cold as he beckoned to the bodyguard Captain Lu Chang. Name, Lu Chang. Age, 38. Skills, fighting expert, firearms expert. Loyalty, 83. Lu Chang is responsible for the manor. Yi Xian security bodyguard captain. Yi Xian just met him for the first time. Loyalty is 40. When Yi Xian became the master of the manor, loyalty rose to 60, then rose a little bit every day. Today rose the most, directly rose 15 points of loyalty, arrived at 83 points. Lu Chang bent down. Young master, what are your orders? Yi Xian, the burial site is 534 meters west of the Qingchuan East Bridge. There is a banyan tree there. You send someone to install some cameras near there to film the process of them digging up the body. Lu Chang was in a cold sweat in his heart as he hurriedly said, yes, young master, go and do it right away. Yi Xian waved his hand, go, there isn't much time. Lu Chang nodded and quickly called to arrange someone. Chapter 19, General Meeting of Shareholders, convened.
Yi Xian then called his secretary Ning Nancher, the 100 million said just now to buy his shares, don't have to give it, try to drag it out until he goes to jail.
Ning Nancher electric drag, okay. Yi Xian didn't want to give a single penny. 100 million, that's enough to strengthen a skill to God level. Is it that God level skills don't smell good? Why give money to a piece of trash? People like Zheng Hongyuan, it's better, let him go to jail and eat. Eyes were like knives, scraping at the three men. Zhang Jianfeng, Zhang Weiqing, and Zhang Weiming looked at me and I looked at you. Zhang Jianfeng, I didn't do it. Zhang Weiqing and Zhang Weiming, we didn't do it either. Zheng Hongyuan sneered, you don't admit it, do you? This USB flash drive has fingerprints on it, so you can't even deny it. Gulp. Zhang Weiming directly knelt on the ground, Brother Yuan, I'm sorry, I recorded it. Zhang Weiqing and Zhang Jianfeng froze. Zheng Hongyuan also froze, he thought it was the suspicious and cautious Zhang Jianfeng who did it, but he did not expect it to be Zhang Weiming. Immediately, a wave of heavenly fury erupted, picking up the ashtray and rushing over, smashing Zhang Weiming's head. Why don't you go eat? Why did you record something so deadly? Is it because we're not dying fast enough? You pouncer, are you trying to get us killed? Do you realize that I've lost $6 billion directly because of this today? Knock you out. A slam, but also punches and kicks, Zhang Weiming to the head full of blood. Zheng Hongyuan is really mad, what kind of pig teammate is this? Don't smash it, it's dead. Zhang Jianfeng and Zhang Weiqing exerted all their strength to stop Zheng Hongyuan. 2A. Zheng Hongyuan chuaned, spat at Zhang Weiming, loosened his tie, and returned to his seat. Weiqing, you take him for treatment. Jianfeng, remember the location where we buried the corpse back then? Hurry up and move the corpse, otherwise we'll be in big trouble, right? Remember to be stealthy, don't be discovered. Zhang Jianfeng knew the seriousness of the matter, I'll go do it right away. Zhang Weiqing carried Zhang Weiming, whose head was covered in blood, out of the office. After everyone left, the bell rang just in time. Caller, Zhang Jianqiu. This was the initiator of the Yi Group's shareholders alliance and the major shareholder of the Yi Group. Zheng Hongyuan organized his mood and picked up the phone. Hey, Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you? Zhang Jianqiu's thick voice came, Mr. Zhang, I heard that Yi Xian called you over to talk, how is it? What's the result? Zheng Hongyuan laughed, Mr. Zhang is so well informed. Zhang Jianqiu, can't help it, tomorrow is the shareholders meeting, we have to be more concerned about the needs of the shareholders well. Zheng Hongyuan smiled, well, I won't hide it from you, that Yi Xian called me over to get my support, the conditions are good, gave a $2 billion project to me. Zhang Jianqiu's voice changed slightly, so are you betraying the alliance? Zheng Hongyuan laughed loudly, how is it possible to buy me for $2 billion? Really naive, the entire Yi Group market value of more than 100 billion, I casually scrape a little out of the 2 billion. Don't worry, I'm just temporarily stabilizing him, wait for tomorrow's shareholders meeting, wait for him to be complacent, and then a foot to step on him. Zhang Jianqiu, Mr. Zhang is really too bad, Zhang is ashamed of himself. Zheng Hongyuan, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Hongyuan's smiling face turned grim all of a sudden. I've lost so much, you guys don't want to pick up the slack back there. Chapter 20, Shareholders Who Think They're Winning. The convening of the new shareholders meeting was rumored at the Yi Group headquarters, and many employees knew that this shareholders meeting would be the trigger for a major change in the Yi Group. Is it a new chairman victory? Or did the shareholders unite to kick the new chairman out of Yip's group? Either way, they can only passively accept the outcome. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a supercar's engine came from outside, and then a red sports car was seen as if it were a flaming warhorse, as if it were thunderous, directly driving into the group's parking lot, and then a beautiful drift directly drifting across into the parking space, before and after the two-car spacing, accurate to the millimeter. The flanks are open. Yi Xian appeared in front of the crowd wearing a black suit that was full of mystery, majesty, coolness, and handsomeness. Dazzle is unrivaled. Handsome momentum is hard to stop. Hello, Chairman. All the employees subconsciously saluted in unison. Some of the female employees have gone straight to the heart. Don't you guys think, the chairman is so handsome? What's there to feel? It's super handsome. That drift just now, it's just, charisma man. Rich and handsome, oh my god, just the perfect man. I hope the chairman can stay on, I don't want to face those big-bellied shareholders every day. It's over, it's 11 o'clock and the AGM has been going on for an hour. The chairman is only arriving now.
At this time, Yes Group's top floor, conference room number 1, today Yes Group's large and small shareholders all gathered together, one by one in suits and dresses, as if they were upper-class people in society, talking and laughing, to discuss a major event.
The atmosphere in the conference room was cheerful. It was the beginning of a feast for the eyes.
There is no reason for all the shareholders not to be excited and thrilled, and they can already envision their personal wealth skyrocketing by leaps and bounds in the next few months. Zhang Jianxiu was in a good mood because he was the initiator of this battle, so he could gain the most. He swept a glance at all the shareholders and finally landed on an empty seat, frowning slightly.
Why hasn't Zhang Honyuan come yet?
After thinking about it, Zhang Jianxiu picked up his cell phone and directly dialed Zhang Hongyuan's number.
The call was quickly answered. Zhang Jianxiu, why haven't you come yet?
Zhang Hongyuan, I'm sorry, I just hurt my leg, now I'm applying medicine, I won't go to the shareholders meeting, I've already asked my secretary to send my share authorization to the past, there are still half an hour to. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianxiu quickly received several photos, precisely in the Zhang Hongyuan leg and ear injuries. Zhang Jianxiu didn't doubt it, but he was just a little dissatisfied with Zhang Hongyuan for dropping the chain at a critical time.
Time passes by. From 9 o'clock. Wait until 10 o'clock. The new chairman hasn't come yet.
Those shareholders are getting a little impatient, even a little edgy and annoyed. The chairman did not come, according to the system process, this shareholders meeting will not be able to continue to open, in which case they have no way to remove the chairman.
Damn it, is there any sense of time? Modern business is about efficiency, time is money, time is profit, such a chairman must be removed.
Zhang Jianxiu this time stood out to speak, everyone quiet, quiet.
Chairman did not come, but the meeting we can first open it, first discuss a result, and then to the chairman of the signature is not on the line? This was echoed by many shareholders. And so the meeting began. A proposal, discussed on the fly, passed on the fly.
The content of these proposals, all are asset reorganization, the appointment of people and other resolutions, summed up as the high-quality assets to cut the cake, the various shareholders to sit in a row to eat the cake, to insert their own side of the people, you can later logically transfer these assets to their own name. As for those poor quality assets, as well as assets with a lot of liabilities, all of them are thrown to Yi Xian.
Perfect. The shareholders' minds nodded to their own ingenuity. Wait until 11 o'clock. The meeting discussion is almost over, and the fruitfulness of the meeting is a joy to look at. Eyepiece Group, in the bag. The atmosphere got even warmer.
Just then, the conference doors opened and Yi Xian walked in with his secretary, Ning Nancher.
The heated atmosphere was silent for a moment. Yi Xian swept the circle, a smile seeming to appear at the corner of his mouth, chatting quite happily. Say it out to make me happy too. Sure enough, a small shareholder jumped in.
The chairman came just in time, just now the chairman did not come, we see that the time is precious and cannot be wasted, so we discussed in advance, there is a preliminary discussion results, just to give the chairman of the board of directors you have a look over. Wang Bo was smug and proud, holding his big belly as he came to Yi Xian in a victorious manner. Wang Bo, Chuandu, a nephew of a senior official, the rise of the Yi Group process naturally inseparable from the support of local officials, and the exchange of interests is naturally one of the essential.
Wang Bo is one of the interests of the exchange of small shareholders. Name, Wang Bo. Age, 40. Yips Group shares, 0.2%.
Weaknesses, forced prostitution, murder mastermind, gathering of ice skaters, possession of 300 grams in room 1601, building 9, Golden Moon Bay subdivision, Linha Street. Inner thought, I'll be the one to give him a hard time first, dude's bullying, I'm most familiar with it. Chapter 21, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Yi Xian had long known that this Wang Bo was the one who occupied the smallest shares amongst all the shareholders, that is, a small minion, but was also the pawn of the forced palace plan, using the smallest shareholder to humiliate Yi Xian and strike at Yi Xian's prestige. These resolutions, please approve them, Chairman. Wang Bo shoved a pile of paper into Yi Xian's hands, not hiding the smugness in his eyes. Yi Xian took a look.
Happy. Good quality assets, bad quality assets, they've sorted it all out for me.
Their people, too, are listed plainly.
Isn't that what one needs?
As soon as he had secured the chairmanship, he could just follow the list to organize his assets and sack the people on it.
These guys are a godsend. Keep it, this is a good one.
Yi Xian put the information into Ning Nancher's arms, and badgered the bulging curves with his hand, in a beautiful mood.
Ning Nansher immediately blushed and put the information away. Wang Bo as the pawn naturally play the role of the charge, pretending to be annoyed. What? Chairman of the board of directors do not look carefully? This is the result of the efforts of all our shareholders. If the chairman doesn't look at it, he is disrespecting us shareholders. All the shareholders laughed and sat on the sidelines, just waiting to see Yi Xian being bullied by a small shareholder and losing face. In their opinion, Yi Xian was nothing more than an ordinary person who had picked up a piece of luck. His mental quality must be very poor, and he would reveal the ugliness of a weak person at the slightest push. However, could Yi Xian do what they wanted? No way. Respect? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth grinned, revealing a smile. What kind of respect do you want? The corner of Wang Bo's mouth hooked up and he was high and mighty. Naturally, read over it word by word, otherwise you're disrespecting us. Pa! A loud slap rang out. Wang Bo covered his face and looked at Yi Xian incredulously. Everyone was stunned. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Surprised, they looked at Yi Xian. They completely did not expect Yi Xian to dare to do this. Wang Bo's face turned red and he was so angry that he shivered. You what you? Snap. Another slap across the face. Yi Xian laughed coldly, openly, and recklessly. Well, didn't you want to give me a hard time? Aren't you familiar with playing the dude? Is it cool to be slapped by me? Angry? Come on, fight back. Get your dude swagger on. Don't make me look down on you. Yi Xian's series of brash and frivolous words stimulated Wang Bo's eyes to fill with blood and anger. He hasn't been humiliated like this in 40 years, and with his status as the nephew of provincial high-ex, who wouldn't give him a little face? Who wouldn't give him a little face and treat him with respect? Death to you. Like an angry bull, Wang Bo pounced on Yi Xian. Yi Xian casually dodged, directly dodging this clumsy movement, and smoothly kicked Wang Bo on his waist. Ah! Wang Bo intuition waist a sharp stabbing pain. Waist is a man's more vulnerable place. There are also kidneys, such an important organ, so it is easy to receive a heavy blow. Fall to the ground. Yi Xian stomped on Wang Bo's face. Come on, scream, keep screaming. Wang Bo felt that the foot that was stepping on his face was gradually exerting more force, and between the friction, he felt that his face was breaking the skin, and even the bones seemed to be emitting a faint clicking sound. Couldn't help but let out a scream. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Wang Bo yelled in pain and hatred. Kill me? Do you have the skill to do that? Rubbish. Yi Xian snorted disdainfully. Do you really think I don't have it in me? Just wait for me, I won't let you live past a week. Wang Bo was overwhelmed by anger and shouted. All the shareholders in the room covered their faces in unison. Is it something that can be said? Yi Xian was happy. I'm so scared. I've already recorded what I just said. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Wang Bo had a jolt of clarity. Yi Xian let go of Wang Bo's face at this time, stretched his waist, and swept his gaze across the room, his disdainful gaze filled with condescension and disdain. Well, I got your downers, anything else? Come along, everyone's pretty busy. The conference room was quiet. Being swept by Yi Xian's gaze, the shareholders felt that Yi Xiaorong was alive, and that kind of majesty made them unable to resist trembling. Zhang Jianxiu, the initiator of the shareholders' alliance, at this time a little bit shocked. He felt that the rhythm was taken by Yi Xian, which is completely unlike an ordinary person of ordinary origin, to know that the shareholders here, which one is not worth more than $1 billion? How many times have you experienced the wind and rain of the world? This Yi Xian, very clever to think of using this tyrannical way to break our rhythm, not simple. But it's no use, for the great power is in me. Screw your millions of tricks, we're powerful enough to crush everything you've got. Even though the first shot didn't work, Zhang Jianxiu knew he was still assured of victory. Boom! Zhang Jianxiu slapped the desktop, and the loud noise immediately attracted the attention of all the shareholders. Yi Don, the performance just now was wonderful, but this is a shareholders meeting, so please put away your rudeness. Yi Xian, a shareholders meeting? Then what kind of meeting are you having when I, the largest shareholder, haven't arrived yet? Zhang Jianxiu, we're just discussing it first, and when we discuss the results, it's naturally the chairman's turn to make a decision. Yi Xian, what if I don't agree? Zhang Jianxiu's skin and flesh did not smile. Then it's not up to you, chairman. Chapter 22, Laughing at the Wind and Clouds.
Jiang Jianqiu skin meet not smile, all of our shareholders, has decided to remove you as chairman, kick you out of the group management seat, let you this pick up the luck guy completely out of the Yi group, back to your orphanage inside.
That's right.
At this time, Wang Bo jumped up and shouted, kick you out, and will be in charge of the Yi clan group in the future. You, who don't even know anything about business management, don't stay and wreak havoc on the Yi clan.
That's right, get the hell out of Yi. From now on, we'll be in charge of Yi.
The other shareholders, one by one, shouted in an impassioned manner, and the gourmet feast began.
Yi Xian laughed, kicking me out of the group management authority? Do you guys have the qualifications? Do you guys have enough shares? Jiang Jianqiu sneered, enough or not, you'll know soon enough.
Yi Xian sat in the chairman's seat in a good mood. Since you're all ready, let's not waste everyone's time and start showing your bottom cards. Jiang Jianqiu saw that Yi Xian was not worried at all. His heart was inevitably suspicious, but once he thought that his side had already put together more than 51% of the shares, he couldn't help but feel confident again.
Everyone returned to their seats.
Jiang Jianqiu took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and looked at all the shareholders' allies. Shareholders, I, Jiang Jianqiu, being a member of Yes Group, don't want to see Yes Group fall into the hands of a white guy who doesn't know anything, and let Yes Group go down the drain, so I'm convening all the shareholders together today, to discuss the dismissal of the current chairman, and to elect a new chairman who will continue to helm the Yes Group, and lead the Yi clan group towards
a more glorious future.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Applause. Very enthusiastic.
Yi Xian sat in the chairman's seat and watched all of this with cold eyes.
Bunch of clowns.
Jiang Jianqiu, according to the system when Yes Group Company was restructured into a shareholding system, the removal of the chairman of the board of directors requires more than 51% of the voting shares to be removed, so now, the voting officially begins. Shareholders who agree to the removal of the current chairman of the board of directors, raise your hands.
Brush.
The whole room raised their hands in unison, as if they had been rehearsed. Jiang Jianqiu's blood boiled when he saw the scene. Good, now I announce that all the shares voted totaled 55.9% and the recall was successful.
It's not easy. The chairman has finally been kicked out. In the future, Yips Group will be everyone's cake. Ha ha ha.
Right at this moment, Yi Xian kept slapping the table and laughing, looking at Jiang Jianqiu as if he were an idiot.
55.9% of the shares? How did you figure that out? Is your math calculated by Kiraba? Are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my legacy?
Jiang Jianqiu was annoyed. All the shareholders here, everyone voted except for you, Yi Xian, but 44.1% of the shares, isn't the rest 55.9%?
Yi Xian, please respect the shareholders meeting. Yi Xian laughed out loud. Are you sure it was everyone who raised their hands? I see that one just didn't.
Yi Xian pointed to the shareholder in the corner. Lu Tongshan, 58 years old with gray temples, was one of the earliest shareholders of Yi Group, holding 3.5% of the shares. When the whole group just raised their hands, there were too many hands, so Jiang Jianqiu didn't notice that Lu Tongshan didn't raise his hand at once.
Jiang Jianqiu was furious. Lu Tongshan, what do you want? Why don't you raise your hand? Lu Tongshan's face was expressionless. I don't think Yi Group should just replace the chairman, or what will people in the outside world think?
Jiang Jianqiu shivered with anger. This damned everything has been said. To divide Yi Group together, you damned now mutiny is what is going on?
Baddest big thing?
As the saying goes, blocking people's way of wealth is like killing their parents. This Lu Tongshan is simply killing the parents of all the small shareholders. At this moment, all the shareholders looked at Lu Tongshan with hatred, their eyes filled with anger.
Traitor!
Jiang Jianqiu did not understand why Lu Tongshan would defect for good reason, but he knew that he should not dwell on this now, and that he had to make a decision about the chairman of the board immediately. Jiang Jianqiu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xian. Although I don't know what makes you able to pull him in, but it's useless. Because this Lu Tongshan's shares are only 3.5%, without him, we still have 52.4%, our shares are still over 51%. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile again as he looked at Jiang Jianqiu's look of once again regaining his self-confidence and complacency.
Yi Xian, 52.4%? How did you calculate that?
Jiang Jianqiu, naturally, after subtracting that traitor Lu Tongshan, got out. You and Lu Tongshan shares together but only 47.6% only, the rest of the shareholders all stand on my side.
Yi Xian seemed to smile. Are you sure? No one was left out?
Jiang Jianqiu hated this look in Yi Xian's eyes the most, as if he was looking at himself as an idiot. What's leaking? Those present, except for Lu Tongshan, all the others have raised their hands. Why don't you die yet?
Humph, dying struggle.
Zhang Jianqiu once again announced loudly, "Now I officially announce that all the votes in favor of the removal of the current director in the shares totaling 52.4%, more than 51%, in accordance with the group system, the removal is successful. From today onwards, Yi Xian, you will no longer serve as the chairman of the board and kicked out of the group management seat." As he said this, Zhang Jianqiu's blood boiled once again. Yip's group, the $100 billion group, will fall into my hands. Zhang Jianqiu at this moment, very want to look up to the sky at a 45-degree angle and laugh 3 times to express the pain in his heart. Hundreds of billions of level of cake, I do not know how cool it will be to eat, think about it all feel beautiful. Happiness. Chapter 23, Shareholders Meeting, Yi Xian wins big. Seeing Zhang Jianqiu's dreaming appearance, Yi Xian was really a bit unable to bear to tell him the cruel truth. Forgetting about it twice, he froze and forgot about the 4.7% of Zhang Hongyuan's shares, which was also considered convincing. Puffing. Right at this moment, at the side, Ning Nansher just couldn't help but laugh. Who's laughing? Annoyed at being interrupted from his dream of $100 billion cake, Zhang Jianqiu swept his eyes around and fixed them on Ning Nansher. Zhang Jianqiu blared angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Ning Nansher, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it just occurred to me that there's still a shareholder who hasn't come, so the shares shouldn't have reached 51% yet." Zhang Jianqiu froze, "There are still shareholders who haven't come? Who?" Ning Nansher covered her mouth and laughed, "Zhang Hongyuan, he didn't come, your combined shares are only 47.7%, not enough for 51% at all." Once again, the room went silent. Face to face. "Yeah, Zhang Hongyuan didn't come, he has 4.7% of the shares in his hands." "Where is Zhang Hongyuan? This asshole, how can he drop the ball when it matters?" One by one, the shareholders are furious. "Everyone be quiet." Zhang Jianqiu, wise and confident, said, "Please rest assured, everyone, Zhang Hongyuan's share authorization is being sent over. I'll call him now and ask him to speed up." Zhang Jianqiu picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhang Hongyuan's number. It ended up ringing a few times before being hung up on from the other side. Called a few more times and still got hung up on. Zhang Jianqiu's confident smile began to gradually change as he began to realize that something was wrong. Yi Xian revealed a lazy smile at this time, "Don't call, it's useless, he won't answer your call." Zhang Jianqiu gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian, "You're the one who messed up." Yi Xian snapped his fingers and grinned, "Bingo, it's none other than myself. Little Shershur, show them the share transfer book." Ning Nansher took out the share transfer letter and displayed it for everyone to see. Zhang Jianqiu was so angry that his face turned white. "Zhang Hongyuan, you tricked me." Yi Xian stood up, looking out of the corner of his eye, "Well, now I announce that the shares in my hand are higher than the ones here combined. TSK, what a piece of trash, thought you guys could bring me how wonderful to play, but it turns out that I didn't expect a single one to be able to fight, but also the elites, I'll be damned." Then he raised the pile of paper that all the shareholders were ready to divide up the Yi Group. "Originally I was not familiar with the Yi Group, thank you for giving me so much precious information, quality assets, and what not have been divided out for me, even who was clear, really sleepy to send a pillow Thank you la, so gift to send over, then I will not be soft." When the shareholders heard this, they all turned green. It felt like I had done something really stupid. Yi Xian looked at everyone's faces, very painfully, stretched his waist and greeted his secretary, "Ning Nansher, go." He walked to the door, and paused, smiling back. "Come the day, I hope you guys can bring me a little more fun and not be so weak as you were today, making me feel like I'm not accomplishing anything." After saying that, he left a hansom back to leave. The conference room was silent. After a long time, Zhang Jianqiu roared angrily and violently picked up the cup in his hand and slammed it. Boo! He hadn't been humiliated like this. He turned around in anger and glared angrily at Lu Tongshan, surname Lu, "Say, why did you betray us?" Lu Tongshan's face was expressionless. "I told you, I don't want Yi Group to fall apart." "Zhang Jianqiu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Would I believe this kind of reason?" Lu Tongshan picked up his things and turned to leave. "Whether you believe it or not is your business." After leaving the door, Lu Tongshan had a bitter smile on his face. He also didn't want to betray the shareholders' alliance, which would cause him to offend many enemies and put him in a dangerous situation. However, Yi Xian was too terrifying, and he didn't dare to betray Yi Xian because that would leave him ruined, his wife separated, and in jail. He can't afford such consequences. The cause of all the mischief originated in his hobby, pupil fetishism. Looking at the back of Lu Tongshan's departure, Zhang Jianqiu clenched his fists with a face of iron, disregarding his image and cursed, "Lu Tongshan Zhang Hongyuan, you even dare to play dirty with me, let's wait and see." The other shareholders were embarrassed, and their eyes were focused on Zhang Jianqiu, especially Wang Bo, whose cheeks were red and swollen, and asked in a trembling whisper, "What should we do next for Mr. Jiang?" So many days of planning has been lost, the cake cannot be eaten, they are most concerned about how to make amends. After this battle, Yi Xian's might would definitely not be able to be suppressed, and then it would be their side's turn to be unlucky. Humph. Zhang Jianqiu was so angry that he didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Bo and the others, coldly snorted, and left the office with a sullen face. The other shareholders looked at each other with sad faces and followed suit, standing up. The shareholders' meeting successfully ended. Many of the company's employees saw Yi Xian leaving Yi Group in a happy mood, also guessed a rough 3 or 2 together to whisper. Looking at the chairman, it seems like he didn't suffer. To be able to squash those old foxes, this new chairman is indeed not simple. It is said that a new official has 3 fires. The chairman's first fire got rid of Wang Quanjin and Lu Yuehua. I don't know who should be unlucky next. It looks like the chairman isn't an ordinary person from an ordinary background as rumored. I don't believe an ordinary person can be valued by the old chairman. The identity of the new chairman must not be simple. Chapter 24, Buying a Murderer? Too naive. At night, in a garden villa area in the northern suburb of Jiangdu, Zhang Jianqiu was sitting in the living room, furious. More than 10 big men in black stood in front of him with their heads bowed full of nervousness, not daring to breathe a single breath. There were also broken wine glasses and tea sets on the floor, and the atmosphere in the entire hall was unusually dull. "Little brat, $200 billion of Yi Group, you want to take it all by yourself? I'll be the first to say no." Violently kicking the coffee table in front of him, Zhang Jianqiu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with an iron color, and his eyes were even flashing with crazy killing intent. "Mr. Jiang, this is the information you wanted." A cold-faced man in a suit walked quickly inside the hall. Zhang Jianqiu took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and took the folder with a cold face. "Yi Xian doesn't even bring a bodyguard when he goes out?" Zhang Jianqiu flipped through a few pages and frowned in surprise. Yi Xian was now the chairman of the 100 billion group, and Zhang Jianqiu felt that someone must be secretly protecting his safety. "I've investigated, Yi Xian usually drives himself and doesn't bring a single driver or bodyguard." The cold man nodded and said. Zhang Jianqiu was silent, and with a cold face, he waved his hand, letting all the dozen or so men in the hall leave, and the cold man casually closed the door to the room. "This is a good opportunity. Lao Su, arrange for a few reliable henchmen and find an opportunity to do Yi Xian in. Since the obvious doesn't work, let's go dark." The cold man froze slightly and advised in a low voice, "Boss, it's easy to get rid of Yi Xian and there are many ways to do so, there's no need for our people to do it themselves." Zhang Jianqiu was also an old fox, and after a little bit of consideration, the corners of his mouth spread a sinister smile. "Not bad, everyone knows that we shareholders have conflicts with Yi Xian. If he dies, someone will soon suspect me. The day after tomorrow I'll ask Yi Xian out and you find someone to create an accident. Old Su, you must get this done for me and keep it a secret." Zhang Jianqiu stroked his chin and instructed the cold man with a cold smile. The cold man nodded, "No problem." At noon the next day, the cold man Lao Su found someone. Wang Xiang, a truck driver at the passenger terminal. The meeting place is in a public place that is not too crowded. This middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s, all dressed in ground-up clothes, with bloodshot eyes and hair that seemed to have not been washed for a long time, looking unusually nervous and restrained, his hands not knowing where to put them. Old Su said in a deep voice, "Wang Xiang, I've told you everything, here's $1 million deposit, I'll give you the rest after things are done." Wang Xiang looked at the bank card that was handed to him, and his cloudy eyes lit up. "Thanks, boss, I will definitely get things done for you." Wang Xiang is in need of money, and his daughter, who is suffering from blood cancer, is even more desperate for money to save her life. He knows that what he is going to do next will violate the law, but he has no other choice. After Wang Xiang left, Zhang Jianqiu behind the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor extinguished the cigar in his hand, first drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat, and touched his cell phone to find out the phone number of the chairman's office of the Yi Group. "Hey, Yi Dong? Ha, I'm Lao Jiang. The last meeting of the matter is really sorry. Tomorrow I host, Mountain Cloud Manor, please you play golf, and then by the way to have a meal to you to apologize." "Free? That's good, tomorrow waiting for Yi Dong's big ride." Yi Group Building, top floor, chairman's office. Yi Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling cityscape. Chairman, Zhang Jianqiu suddenly asked you to go to the Shanyun Manor estate to play golf together. Is there some kind of conspiracy in this? After hanging up the phone, Ning Nanshi's eyebrows were furrowed. A weasel paying homage to a chicken, no good intentions. Yixian slowly turned around, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Zhang Jianqiu, this kind of old fox is quite deep. The shareholders' meeting failed to force Yixian out of the E group, but now like a different person to take the initiative to show good, is definitely a hidden mischief.
Then why didn't you not reject him directly just now?
Ning Nanchi realized that she was becoming more and more unable to see through Yixian in front of her. Although there was not much difference in age between the two, but through the contact in these few days, she felt that Yixian's city was too deep, everything could be taken lightly, and there was always a winning smile on his face. Wanting to speculate on his mind was as difficult as climbing into the sky. Zhang Jianqiu is too much of a threat to me in the company, it's time to find a chance to get rid of him. Yixian gently smiled as if he was talking about something extremely normal. Although Yixian had the upper hand in the last shareholders' meeting, after getting rid of Wang Quanjin and Chen Yuehua, he was able to subdue the top management of the company. But Zhang Jianqiu's influence within the Yi group should not be underestimated. Shopping malls such as the battlefield, not to get rid of the stumbling block, the chairman of the position of Yixian will not be able to sit steadily.
To paraphrase a famous saying on Earth, how can we allow others to sleep soundly on our couch?
Leaving the company, Yixian drove the Pagani back to the manor, simply ate dinner. Yixian came to the study on the second floor.
Tap the profile bar of Zhang Jianqiu. Name, Zhang Jianqiu. Age, 45. Ownership of Yips shares, 5%.
Worth, $14.2 billion.
Inside, Yixian, you won't make it to Mountain Cloud Manor alive tomorrow. I've asked old Su Jiang, to find someone to run you over.
You don't have the life to inherit the $100 billion Yi group. I'm the one who should be in control of the Yi group. Whoever dares to stand in my way, I want them dead. Zhang Jianqiu is not a person who easily gives in. Hundreds of billions of Yi group is in front of them. After Yi Xiaorong's death, everyone wants to take a hard bite on this piece of fat meat.
As a major shareholder within the Yi group, he wants more. If you want to kill me, you don't have the skills yet.
A cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes before he called up a secondary panel underneath Zhang Jianqiu's information bar.
Name Su Jiang. Age, 43.
Status, Zhang Jianqiu's right-hand man. Inside, when Wang Xiang kills Yixian and dies, the boss takes control of the Yi group, then I can also get a good share of the money. Yixian continued to click on the third-level page. Wang Xiang.
Name, Wang Xiang. Age, 47.
Profile, truck driver, widowed at an early age. His only daughter is suffering from blood cancer and desperately needs money to pay for her hospitalization. Inside, my daughter's medical expenses are finally settled, and tomorrow there will be $1 million on the card. Even if I have to spend the rest of my life in prison, I'll accept it. $2 million and you want to buy my life? Zhang Jianqiu is really calculating.
I'll let you have it this time. Yixian sneered. Chapter 25, The Means of Turning Over the Clouds and Returning the Favor.
Early in the morning of the second day, Yixian ate a hearty breakfast beautifully and prepared to go to the southern suburb of Shanyun Manor for his appointment.
Lu Chang had wanted to bring a few bodyguards to follow behind him, but Yixian rejected his good intentions, and after instructing him with a grim smile, Yixian drove the cool Pagani alone and left the manor. Halfway there, Yixian also received a call from Zhang Jianqiu. Yi Dong, come over yet?
Zhang Jianqiu's laughter was bright, indicating a very good mood.
Ha, good morning Mr. Jiang, I in order to have already departed, and am now at Hongda Road. What a coincidence, I'm almost at Henderson Road too. Had an awkward conversation. Hang up. Zhang Jianqiu put away the phone and sneered, Yixian, let's see how you die this time.
Yixian looked at his cell phone and sneered. Yixian stopped the car at a place more than 30 meters away from the Hongda intersection.
Tap on the profile bar. Name, Wang Xiang. Status, driving a truck, license plate JD0734. Location, 1.4 kilometers from the middle of Henderson Road, heading west. Name, Zhang Jianqiu. Status, driving a Bentley, license plate JD0498.
Location, 130 meters west of Henderson Road, heading east.
The corner of Yixian's mouth hooked.
Zhang Jianqiu, want to play dirty with me? Little master will give you a good lesson today. He started dialing Wang Xiang's number. At this time Wang Xiang is taking in the middle of Hongda Road in a heavy truck, in front of the bottle, eyes red, full of alcohol. It is said that wine strengthens the courage of people, but Wang Xiang poured most of the bottle of white wine, and his face was still unusually nervous. And, a DUI is always a lesser sentence than intentional murder. Trying to keep his eyes wide open on the oncoming traffic, he clutched his cell phone tightly. After this vote, my daughter will be saved, and $1 million will be enough for the rest of my daughter's life. This thought just flashed in his mind, the cell phone ringing violently. Wang Xiang's body trembled, took a deep breath and rushed to connect the phone. Yi Xian, who was sitting inside the Pagani, dialed Wang Xiang's phone number and turned on the God of Song skill, changing his voice at will to old Su's voice. This old Su, the time Yi Xian was on the side of the road, happened to remember. Wang Xiang? The target changed cars today, driving a black Bentley, license plate number JD0498. So far with you in the opposite direction, the distance is about 600 meters, you get ready. Wang Xiang had heard Lao Su's voice, so he subconsciously assumed that it was Lao Su who had given him the order, and no one else knew about it, so Wang Xiang had no doubts. Yes boss, I promised to. Zhang Jianqiu slightly froze, through the windshield to see that the speed of the heavy truck is extremely fast, in constant acceleration, like a roaring locomotive. The direction is exactly this side. Nope. How come the direction of that truck seems to be? Zhang Jianqiu was caught in a daze. Flash. He was going to crash through. Hurry! Inside the Bentley, everyone screamed in panic. But it's too late. The speed of the heavy truck was by now very fast, like an angry locomotive. Zhang Jianqiu's pupils dilated again. The front end of that truck, it was crushing head-on. Boom! The heavy truck crashed hard into the front of the Bentley, and under the huge impact, the multi-million-dollar Bentley directly rolled and flew out. And the heavy truck still didn't slow down, toppling over the Bentley on the ground until it knocked down dozens of meters of roadside guardrail before turning off the engine. Chapter 26, Zhang Jianqiu's death, a great uproar. Yi Xian, who was sitting inside the Pagani in the distance, pulled up Zhang Jianqiu's information bar in his mind and found that it was already blood red. Self-inflicted sins. Yi Xian smiled coldly and punched the steering wheel, not lingering here any longer, and drove in a U-turn to leave Honda Road. Although Honda Road is not the main road of Jiangdu, there are many vehicles coming and going. Seeing that there was a major car accident over here, many good people pulled over and got out of their cars to take pictures with their cell phones. A big truck hit someone, and it hit a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Everyone forward it. Look at this truck driver walking all wobbly, I think he's been drinking. This kind of big scene is not common. Millions of Bentley are almost crashed into scrap metal. I'm afraid the people inside have no need to be resuscitated. Quickly call the police. Can afford to drive this kind of luxury car, people, absolutely a big deal. There were constant murmurs from all around, but Wang Xiang was quite sober at this time. Taking a look at the already fragmented car in front of him, Wang Xiang sighed with relief. After more than 10 minutes, the traffic bureau and the fire department criminal police team arrived. Wang Xiang kicked open the car door and jumped down. Criminal police captain Xiao Lian walked to that Bentley car with a gloomy face, bent down to look inside, and sighed heavily. Zhang Jianqiu, Lao Su and the driver, the three died on the spot. There is no need for resuscitation. After he passed away, Zhang Xiaoyan naturally became the first heir to the property, including the tens of billions of dollars worth of equity. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Zhang Xiaoyan's side is planning how to transfer the equity to his own name. Yes, groups more than a dozen small shareholders, but they are all in disarray. In the center of Jiangdu City, inside a luxuriously decorated clubhouse, more than a dozen small shareholders of Yi Group were gathering in a box on the top floor. Only these people did not look very good, their heads were lowered and they did not say a word. The atmosphere in the box was extraordinarily depressing. Don't all freeze, tell us what to do next. A burly middle-aged man stood up from the sofa with an iron face. What else can we do? Zhang Jianqiu is dead, how can we still fight that Yi Xian kid? I see Zhang Jianqiu death is not simple. Maybe. Is Yi Xian find someone to do? You can eat carelessly, but you can't talk carelessly. You guys chat, I still have something to do so I'll leave first. I've got something going on at home, so I'll go first, too. I'm leaving too. These small shareholders are all wallflowers. The last shareholders meeting did not take advantage of anything, and now Zhang Jianqiu died in a car accident. Everyone is worried about whether they will be Yi Xian's next target. The burly man who had just spoken swept his eyes at the dozen or so people in the box without a good mood, and with a cold face, he also went out of the box. But just after he walked out of the clubhouse and got into the car, he instructed the driver to rush over in the direction of the villa where Zhang Jianqiu lived. A bunch of brainless things. Jiang Jianqiu died in a car accident in a haphazard manner. This matter definitely can't be dissociated from Yi Xian, but without evidence, who can do anything to Yi Xian? The most important thing now is to get Jiang Jianqiu's 5% stake. Guan Changjie on the surface looks like a rough man, has been in the shareholders' alliance, is also quite low-key, Guan Changjie said very subtly, but Jiang Xiaoyan had long guessed his intention, secretly slandered. Everyone is a 1,000-year-old vixen. What kind of chatty ah? Are you playing with me? The two were silent for a moment. Jiang Xiaoyan choked and wiped the corners of her eyes, putting on a pathetic look and asked, Mr. Guan, then you say. What should I do? Guan Changjie heart a happy, earnest persuasion, sister-in-law, now Yi Group is not peaceful, this 5% equity is also a hot potato, each year, although you can get a lot of dividends, but now the new chairman of the board of directors is too young, do not know how to do business. If the company collapsed, this equity is worthless ah. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head and didn't say anything, Guan Changjie hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, if you trust me, you can resell this equity, brother Jiang treated me well before, I will offer a price that will make you satisfied with the acquisition. Finally said the main topic. Jiang Xiaoyan looked deeply at him, choked, your brother Jiang also said to me before the equity matter, Yes Group 5% of the equity can be worth a lot of money, so, 12 billion, I sell you. Jiang Xiaoyan's lion's mouth, Guan Changjie shivered violently, and was so angry that he almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. A 5% stake is indeed worth $12 billion, but now that Jiang Jianqiu is dead, what's the use of asking for so much money when you're a housewife? Sister-in-law, that's not how the accounts are calculated. Now that Yi Group just changed its chairman, the stock price is also unstable. Seeing that Guan Changjie didn't want to talk to him sincerely at all, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly lost patience and shook her head. Mr. Guan, Jianqiu has just left, let's talk about business matters later. Guan Changjie took a mouthful of stifled blood. However, he was also worried that the other shareholders would hit on this 5% stake. He was secretly anxious in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He took a deep breath and said, let's put it this way, sister-in-law, $10 billion, that's all the resources I have at hand that I can utilize. Jiang Xiaoyan despised it in his heart. $10 billion, are you sending out beggars? There are quite a few shareholders in Yi Group. If you don't want to pay a high price, there are plenty of people who want to buy it. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say what was on her mind and waved her hand. Mr. Guan, let's not talk about business, Jianqiu's corpse isn't cold yet, so give me some more time to think about it. Guan Changjie. An old groove in his heart that he didn't know how to spit. We're all 1,000-year-old vixens, so let's not play any chit-chat. At this time, Yi Xian was leisurely drinking coffee in the office on the top floor of the Yi Group. Jiang Jianqiu's car accident death, his biggest threat was gone. The next step was that it was time to clean up those shareholder cronies in the company. And at this time, Yi's Group had already exploded within the group. Have you heard? Shareholder Jiang Jianqiu had a car accident and died on the spot. I knew it, tens of billions of dollars worth of what is the use of earning so much money that I cannot take away? Don't you guys think there's something fishy about this? The other day at the shareholders meeting, Jiang Jianqiu just had a falling out with the chairman of the board. You don't want to talk nonsense, the driver at fault was driving under the influence of alcohol. Numerous employees are talking about it. Ning Nancher walked out of the elevator, and everyone consciously closed their mouths when they saw her. Ning Nancher was the chairman's personal secretary. These employees didn't have the guts to talk about Yi Xian in front of her. Taking the information and walking into the chairman's office on the top floor, Ning Nancher casually closed the door to the room, and after placing the information on the desk, she stood beside Yi Xian and softly said, Chairman, the information of the other shareholders are all here. After Jiang Jianqiu's death, the hearts of the people in the company were unstable, and the other shareholders would certainly make some small moves. Yi Xian had searched for the information of all the shareholders just to make the first move to sedate them. Guan Changjie has 3.4% of the shares. How is this guy as a person? More than 10 minutes later, Yi Xian closed the folder and dragged his chin as he asked Ning Nancher with a smirk. Ning Nancher had also been working at Yi Group for a few years, and although she hadn't dealt with these shareholders, she knew them quite well. Before the shareholders meeting, she had done her homework and investigated all of these shareholders, and now that Yi Xian suddenly asked, Ning Nancher didn't have the slightest bit of panic and calmly replied, this person, Guan Changjie, has a rugged appearance and appears to be a brash person, but it's all an illusion. Ning Nancher slowed her breath and continued, Guan Changjie is a foreigner. When he was 17 years old, he came to Jiangdu to work, starting from a construction laborer, and then gathered some old folks and became a contractor to earn the first bucket of gold. His investment vision is good. More than 10 years ago, Jiangdu shipping business developed rapidly. Guan Changjie set up a freight company, but also control the logistics of more than 10 terminals in Jiangdu, just 3 years' time, accumulated more than $1 billion worth. The Shenyun company under his name now controls 30% of the logistics business in the country, and he acquired 3.4% of Yi Group 5 years ago, and among the many shareholders, he's the only one who started from nothing.
Chapter 28, Your Equity, I Want It.
Yi Xian walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and asked with a smirk, "What do you think Guan Changjie will do after Zhang Jianqiu's death, given his nature?"
"Acquire Zhang Jianqiu's 5% stake at a high price."
Ning Nancher replied without any hesitation. Yi Group was one of the most promising companies in the country, and with Guan Changjie's character, he would never give up this piece of fat meat that was delivered to his mouth. Hands pinch the equity, not only can get a huge dividend from the company every year, but also can sway the company's decision-making, which is what Guan Changjie wants the most. Moreover, Guan Changjie is worth a lot of money, and a mere tens of billions of dollars is still within the acceptable range for him.
That's right, Guan Changjie is a very ambitious person, but that 5% of Zhang Jianqiu's equity, I'm determined to win.
Yi Xian's body spread out a stern aura of superiority, and his words were filled with dominance. At this moment, Ning Nancher was no longer doubting the strength of this new chairman. In fact, she was also speculating in her mind whether Zhang Jianqiu was Yi Xian's hand.
Off duty.
Yi Xian left the company and returned to the manor. Open Zhang Xiaoyan's profile bar, which is a secondary bar extending from Zhang Jianqiu's profile bar. After looking through quite a bit of information, Yi Xian revealed a smile. This Zhang Xiaoyan really isn't a light. Zhang Jianqiu just died a few days ago. This Zhang Xiaoyan transferred several companies to her name. The action is really fast. And Zhang Xiaoyan, this woman is very means. Zhang Jianqiu worth tens of billions of dollars, these years even never outside to raise a lover. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaoyan outside to Zhang Jianqiu with grassland hat, interesting. Writing down some information, he called his bodyguard Lu Cheng inside the study. According to this information, go and investigate Zhang Jianqiu's wife for me, and get something on the way.
Yes, boss.
Lu Cheng looked at what was written on the paper and became even more in awe of Yi Xian.
I really don't know how the bossy knows such confidential stuff.
Go on.
Boss, it's on the way.
Lu Cheng left.
Zhang Xiaoyan?
Humph. A wicked cold smile flashed across Yi Xian's face. Lu Cheng was very efficient, and by noon the next day, he had delivered all the information about Zhang Xiaoyan, as well as what Yi Xian had asked for, to Yi Xian.
The 7th day of Zhang Jianqiu's life.
Family and friends gathered. More than a dozen shareholders of the Yi Group also came to the Zhang family villa, and Yi Xian was naturally no exception. Zhang family villa in front of the gate full of wreaths and couplets, the vermilion door was also covered with white cloth. Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhang Jianqiu's brother is kneeling at the side of the statue of the sobbing.
Hello, I'm Yi Xian, chairman of the Yi Group. Can we find a quiet place to talk?
Yi Xian didn't offer incense to Zhang Jianqiu and walked inside the main hall of the villa, coming straight to Zhang Xiaoyan. Before Zhang Xiaoyan could speak, Zhang Jianbin and Zhang Jiangwen, who were kneeling on the ground, stood up angrily.
What do you want? Did you kill my brother?
Zhang Jianqiu died in a car accident. The driver has been arrested, and he also admitted that he was driving under the influence of alcohol, but everyone still has doubts. Especially Zhang Jianqiu's brother and younger brother, knowing that Zhang Jianqiu had a conflict with Yi Xian when the shareholders' meeting was held some days ago, both of them were suspecting that the car accident was deliberately arranged by Yi Xian. But just as they were about to make a move on Yi Xian to the time, Lu Cheng brought a few big-bladed black-clothed men forward with quick steps and pushed the furious duo to the side. Yi Xian glanced at them.
Although Yi Xian's voice just now was not loud, these people in the main hall still heard it clearly. A few small shareholders looked at each other and came together to whisper, Yi Xiao is eyeing that 5% stake. He's not going to buy it, is he?
I think it's possible, but unfortunately I'm not strong enough to swallow.
If that 5% of Zhang Jianqiu's equity falls in Yi Xian's hands, we can say even less in the company.
Not only were these small shareholders worried, the two older and younger brothers who were about to make a move on Yi Xian just now also frowned. Although they were not Zhang Jianqiu's first heirs, this 5% stake was worth tens of billions of dollars, and the two of them naturally wanted to take a hard bite out of this piece of fat meat. After there were more than 10 minutes, footsteps sounded outside the study. Zhang Xiaoyan walked in slowly in her morning clothes, while Yi Xian raised his hand at Lu Cheng and asked him to guard the door with those few bodyguards.
Mr. Yi, are you looking for me? To discuss something?
Zhang Xiaoyan sat down on the sofa, her heart rippled. In addition to Guan Changjie, there are two other shareholders contacted her in these days. Both were scared by her lion's share. However, she was not in a hurry as she was waiting for Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled gently. with a tone that could not be refused, "Your equity, I want it." Chapter 29, Threats, True Empty Gloves.
Your equity, I want it.
Yi Xian carried a tone that could not be refused.
Ha, is Mr. Yi always this direct?
Zhang Xiaoyan laughed out loud. These days she had deliberately found someone to investigate Yi Xian. Originally she still had some contempt for this young man in his early 20s, but after learning that after he took over the company, he used thunderous means to solve each and every threat, and Zhang Jianqiu combined with more than a dozen shareholders didn't even force him out of the company, Zhang Xiaoyan didn't dare to be underestimating him anymore. "Mr. Yi, I don't intend to sell the 5% stake in Jianqiu. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Zhang Xiaoyan was a smart person, ready to take the initiative in this negotiation by retreating to advance.
Name, Zhang Xiaoyan. Age, 42. Ownership of Yip's shares, 5%.
Worth, $14.2 billion.
Inside thoughts, 5% of the equity. Without 15 billion I will not make a move. Yi Xian, this kid just sat on the chairman of the board of directors position. There are so many small shareholders eyeing. He must be more anxious than me now. After getting this money, I can leave Jiangdu. No matter where in the world, I can and Liang Mingyu comfortably live a lifetime. Seeing this, Yi Xian's mouth curved up slightly. As far as I know, 3 shareholders have approached you in the past few days, right? The highest offer didn't exceed $12 billion, did it?
Yi Xian extinguished the cigarette in his hand, raised his head and stared at Zhang Xiaoyan with a smirk, and said,
"How did you know?"
Zhang Xiaoyan was shocked.
After a moment of disorientation, Zhang Xiaoyan quickly hid the shock in her heart and asked with a frown, "How did you know?"
"I know a lot more, especially about those unseen secrets of Ms. Zhang." Zhang Xiaoyan's forced composure under Yi Xian's penetrating gaze, fine sweat was even oozing out from her forehead.
"Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you mean by that."
Zhang Xiaoyan forced herself to calm down, her face filled with chills. "We are all smart people, Ms. Zhang doesn't need to let me make my words too clear. I only want to acquire that 5% stake, I don't want to bother with other messy things. Ms. Zhang should agree to my request." Yi Xian was quite confident, but a stern aura surfaced on his body.
"God level, might, skill, open."
Zhang Xiaoyan instantly felt as if she was facing that old chairman of Yi Group, Yi Xiaorong. No, it was even more imposing than him.
It pressed over like Tarzan. Breathing stopped for a beat.
Zhang Xiaoyan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, gritting her teeth and saying, the moment she saw the ring, Zhang Xiaoyan instantly became nervous and her face paled considerably. "These days you transferred several of Zhang Jianqiu's companies to your name with the help of the little white boy Liang Mingyu, and you also want to monopolize that 5% of the equity, right? If Zhang Jianqiu's brother and brother know about this matter,
do you think they will let you go? Will you still be able to inherit Zhang Jianqiu's inheritance? How did you get this ring on your hand? What exactly do you want?"
Zhang Xiaoyan no longer had the same composure she had a moment ago. Standing up and pointing at Yi Xian, she questioned loudly.
"I want that 5% stake, and if I don't want you to know about these scandals, Ms. Zhang should agree to me, right?"
Yi Xian was victorious. Before he came, he had already had the transfer contract drawn up. "That 5% equity, Zhang Jianqiu's brother and sister also have a share. I don't have the right to make decisions."
Zhang Xiaoyan took a deep breath, not yet able to bear to give up. She wanted to drag the word out.
But Yi Xian snorted, crossing his legs and said slowly, "Ms. Zhang is the first heir, the equity is naturally at your disposal." Zhang Xiaoyan knew that Yi Xian was set on her, and that she didn't have any reason to refuse, not to mention the qualifications to bargain with Yi Xian.
"What can you offer for a 5% stake?"
Zhang Xiaoyan dropped onto the sofa as if she had lost her soul.
"Your secret is my bargaining chip. But I've always been a generous person, so I can give you another billion." "A billion?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhang Xiaoyan exclaimed incredulously, You want to empty your hands? Let me transfer that 5% stake to you for $1 billion? Chapter 30 took another 5% stake in absolute control.
Zhang Xiaoyan was completely confused. Before she walked into this study, she already knew that Yi Xian was not an easy person to deal with. But only now did she see clearly that the young man in his 20s in front of her, who always wore a harmless smile on his face, was a ruthless character who ate people without spitting bones.
Over $10 billion. You want to take it for $1 billion? Ha, Ms. Zhang, you are wrong.
Zhang Jianqiu's other companies are worth a good $4 billion. It's completely enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Why should people be too greedy?
Do you think so? What if I don't agree?
Jiang Xiaoyan's anger surged darkly in her heart, and she gritted her teeth as she asked back. That way I have nothing to lose, but Ms. Jiang, you will lose your reputation, and you should not be able to get Jiang Jianqiu's inheritance, and I believe that Jiang Jianqiu's older brother and brother will definitely not be willing to stop when they know that you have transferred your property privately. Remember what happened to Jiang Jianqiu? I think they shouldn't be lacking that much guts either, right? Yi Xian slowly stood up, put away the pictures and the ring, and prepared to leave. Jiang Xiaoyan knows that Yi Xian is not bluffing, and Liang Mingyu met with private transfer of property of his late husband, plus Jiang Jianqiu's car accident. Mr. Yi. Yi, everything can be discussed. Jiang Xiaoyan scrambled up and pulled Yi Xian's arm. Is Ms. Jiang thinking about it? I promise you. 1 billion will transfer 5% of the equity to you, but the matter of Liang Mingyu and I. You can't mention it to anyone, and the evidence must be destroyed. In addition, you have to help me to Jiang Jianqiu's property transfer smoothly. A small matter, happy cooperation. Yi Xian laughed. Tens of billions of dollars worth of equity just so 1 billion transferred to Yi Xian, Jiang Xiaoyan 10,000 unwilling, but if she did not agree, she may not be able to fight for half of the family property. Jiang Jianqiu car accident death. This looks like an accident, but if outsiders learn that Jiang Xiaoyan outside the embrace of the white boy, but also privately transfer the two property, it is unlikely that this account will be on her head. Jiang Jianqiu's two brothers, at first glance, were not good people. Ms. Jiang, you can rest assured that what we talked about today, no third person will know about it. Yi Xian had anticipated this outcome and smiled as he assured Jiang Xiaoyan. That photo and the ring. Jiang Xiaoyan is worried about whether Yi Xian will use this handle to continue to blackmail herself. After the equity is transferred to my name and Ms. Jiang leaves Jiangdu, I'll return the negatives and the ring to you. You want me to leave Jiangdu? Jiang Xiaoyan's body shook as she asked aloud in disbelief. Of course, what will the other shareholders of Yi Group think if you transfer that 5% stake to me for $1 billion? Will Jiang Jianqiu's brother and sister agree? I'm doing this all for your own good. Jiang Jianqiu still has a few companies under his name with a market capitalization of a few $100 million, enough for Ms. Jiang to comfortably enjoy her whole life. Jiang Xiaoyan, this woman is quite scheming, although she promised to transfer the equity to Yi Xian's name for 1 billion, but let her stay in Jiangdu. Yi Xian always felt a little uneasy. Jiang Xiaoyan was silent for a long while, and with a face full of bitterness, he raised his head and said in a disoriented manner, Young Master Yi, Jiang Jianqiu has underestimated you, and I've also underestimated you. Although Yi Xian looked like he was only in his early 20s, Jiang Xiaoyan now understood why an old fox like Jiang Jianqiu in the shopping mall would lose and even lose his life. Yi Xian planned everything in a seamless manner, never giving his opponents any chance. On the third day after Jiang Jianqiu's funeral, more than a dozen minority shareholders within the Yi Group gathered at the manor where Yi Xian lived, followed by dozens of the company's senior staff. Yi Xian was not surprised by their arrival and instructed his butler, Fu Bo, to set up 2 long tables on the lawn in the front yard of the manor, with fine wine and food. Towards evening, the manor was crowded. Yi Xian hadn't come downstairs yet, and without his permission, these small shareholders didn't dare to enter the villa casually, gathering together in 2s and 3s, whispering, "You've all heard about it, haven't you? Jiang Jianqiu's wife transferred the 5% equity to the chairman. Well, and it's transferred for $1 billion, that's tens of billions of dollars worth of equity. I've seen Jiang Jianqiu's wife before, such a shrewd woman, yet she willingly transferred her equity to Yi Xiao at such a low price. Can't it be that the two knew each other before? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xiao now owns 53.8% of the company. Let's think more about ourselves. That's right, Jiang Jianqiu's death was unexplained. I don't know what Yi Xiao has planned next. Yi Xian had taken over the company for less than 20 days, and used thunderous means to secure his position as heir apparent. Seeing Jiang Jianqiu's downfall, these shareholders were on edge, and were all worried that they would be Yi Xian's next target. The reason for gathering within this manor today was to get wind of Yi Xian's mouth and see what other big moves he would make next. And those dozens of Yi Group's senior employees were also anxious in their hearts, and many of them were inextricably linked to those minority shareholders. Chairman, the shareholders have brought over so many company executives, are you going to? Inside the study, Ning Nanshur stood respectfully in front of the desk, a pair of beautiful eyes staring intently at Yi Xian across from her. It seemed like he wanted to speculate what was going on in Yi Xian's mind at that moment from the expression on his face. Have a casual dinner later. Yi Xian leaned back in his wide boss chair and sipped his coffee without raising his head. The shareholders outside had notified Ning Nanshur before they arrived, and only rushed over after receiving Yi Xian's permission, but this time they didn't come to force the palace. Jiang Xiaoyan had transferred her stake to Yi Xian's name after Jiang Jianqiu's burial, and these minority shareholders had certainly received the news. Yi Xian smiled and stood up, carrying his coffee to the floor-to-ceiling window and swept his eyes towards the outside, smiling. These guys should be here to show their loyalty to me. Chapter 31, Grasping the Power of the Group, Starting the Yi Xian Era. After getting Zhang Hongyuan's and Jiang Jianqiu's stakes, Yi Xian's stakes in his hands skyrocketed to 53.8%, and the shareholders' alliance no longer posed any threat to him. Instead, the list of these cronies of the shareholders' alliance who were against him were still held in Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian continuously burned 2 fires, a severe blow to the shareholders' alliance. Everyone is speculating that the third fire should be on the company's shareholders' cronies. Young Yi, this is that list from before, and the company's financial reports for the last 3 years that you asked for. Ning Nancher came to Yi Xian's side and handed over the folder in her hand. Yi Xian slowly turned around, put down the coffee cup in his hand, picked up the list, didn't even look at it, put it aside, and lowered his head to read the company's financial report in the folder. At 6 o'clock or so, Yi Xian, dressed in a straight suit, walked out of the villa with Ning Nancher, and the dozens of people gathered in the front yard instantly quieted down, their gazes focused on Yi Xian's body in unison. When Yi Xian had just taken the position of heir apparent, these people were quite disdainful of him, believing that the yellow-toothed little boy was nothing more than a pie in the sky to take the position of chairman. But it's only been less than 20 days, everyone doesn't dare to underestimate this young man in his early 20s anymore, but instead, they are all jittery and in awe. Yi Xian stood on the steps, and although he had a faint smile on his face, there was a majestic aura that could not be offended. That stern gaze swept past the faces of these dozens of people, and the whole room was silent, especially those 10 or so small shareholders. Compared to the previous unbeatable appearance, they were like 2 people.
Everyone, don't be so formal. Fubo, order the people below to serve the food.
Yi Xian slowly walked down the stairs, took the red wine handed by an underling next to him, smiled and ordered at the Fubo next to him. Chairman, we took the liberty of coming to disturb, I hope you won't take offense. Guan Xiangjie, who was the closest to Yi Xian, suppressed the nervousness in his heart and walked forward with a dry smile to exchange pleasantries. Ha, this is not a company, so don't address me as chairman. Yi Xian waved his hand and raised his arm casually as he picked up his wineglass. Today, a few of us cheekily come here is to give Yi Xiaoyu to make amends, when subjected to Jiang Jianqiu's compulsion, only in the shareholders' meeting with Yi Xiaoyu. The atmosphere lightened up considerably, and another big-bellied shareholder came to Yi Xian's side. This shareholder looks like the Maitreya Buddha, a face of fat, can hardly see the neck, 1.7 meters, but weighs at least 200 pounds.
That handmade Armani suit is going to be an anima for him.
This person's name is Zheng Jun, although the equity in his hand is not much, but his relationship with Jiang Jianqiu is very good. When Jiang Jianqiu was preparing to gather the shareholders to force Yi Xian out of the company, he was also the first to support it. But now Jiang Jianqiu has died, Zheng Jun, this wallgrass, immediately changed face, ready to hold Yi Xian's thighs. A few other shareholders who wanted to come over to make conversation, seeing Zheng Jun's brazen appearance, skimmed their mouths without revealing their feelings and secretly cursed, this fatty Zhang is really a villain, we have to stay away from him in the future.
People can still be shameless to such an extent, I've really learned a lot today.
Underground Jiang Jianqiu, if he saw Zheng Jun's current face, he must be so angry that he could kick the coffin board away. Yi Xian looked at Zheng Jun with a smile on his face and pulled up his information bar in his mind.
Name, Zheng Jun. Age, 42.
Ownership of Yips shares, 2.5%. Worth, $7.1 billion. For people who love sex and love money, the standard wallgrass, Jiangdu famous second-generation ancestor, since he took over the family company, the family industry shrunk more than 70%.
Relying on the help of Jiang Jianqiu, 5 years ago to buy Yi Group equity. Inside, Jiang Jianqiu, you the short-lived ghost, I am still waiting for you to sit on the chairman of the Yi Group after pulling me a hand, and now Yi Xian hand holding 53.8% of the equity, I do not want to step in your dust, have to hurry to tie up with Yi Xian, this big backer to do. According to this information column, it seems that this Zheng Jun is just a little bit smart, can't become a great man, and will be even less of a threat to Yi Xian. Things have passed, we all don't need to mention it, all of you are shareholders of the company, in the future, my decision-making in the company, I still need you to support it. These shareholders took huge dividends every year and often meddled in the group's matters, which was what made Yi Xian the most dissatisfied. Although Yi Xian had a smile on his face, a few smart-minded shareholders had already heard the meaning in his words, Yi Xian was trying to take over the power. Zheng Jun smiled and nodded his head repeatedly to ensure that, Yi Xiaoyu, rest assured that in the future in the company all your decisions I Zheng Jun all raised their hands in favor. Yi Xian patted Zheng Jun's shoulder and didn't speak to him again.
Not far away, an older man stood out, looked deeply at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, am getting old. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much in the future. You just take the decision on the company's matters. The dividends I get every year are enough for me to enjoy my old age in peace. Xiao Tianda was the most senior shareholder of the company, and with him taking the lead, several other smart-minded shareholders also took the position that they would definitely not meddle in the company's decision-making in the future. Even a very ambitious person like Guan Shanjie, when Yi Xian's gaze landed on him, he nodded with a bitter smile, indicating his attitude. These shareholders are not little darlings. As the saying goes, one day, Yi Xian in such a short period of time to sit firmly in the position of chairman of the board of directors, disintegrated the alliance of shareholders. At this time if anyone dares to oppose him, will not end up like Zhang Jianxiu. It is not easy to say, but in the company's cronies, but all of them are to be expelled out of the company. From this moment onwards, the power of the Yi clan group came to hand, and the company started the Yi Xian era. Chapter 32, Big Plans for the Future. Cool and awesome momentum is unstoppable. Yi Xian was in a good mood, but on the surface, he was still polite with these more than 10 shareholders. A meal was eaten for more than 2 hours, and it was only when the moon was in the west that everyone left the manor. Ning Nancher had wanted to leave with those shareholders. She was Yi Xian's secretary but did not have to be close to him 24 hours a day. However, Yi Xian called her upstairs to the study, took the company's financial reports for the past 3 years, and pulled Ning Nancher to sit on the wide leather sofa with him. Just now, Yi Xian had drunk a lot of wine, his cheeks were slightly red, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, not half drunk. Sitting on the side, Ning Nancher looked at the young man beside her who was only in his early 20s, and for a while, she became a bit shy, until Yi Xian placed the folder in front of her. Ning Nancher came back to her senses and slowly sat up straight.
Thinking what? Fancy me?
Yi Xian snickered with a bad joke. At this moment the majestic superior aura on him was gone, replaced by a big boy next door like gentleness.
Yi Xiaoyu. Don't laugh at me.
Ning Nancher shook her head in a panic, a blush appearing on her face. Ning Nancher looks very beautiful. A decent professional dress will show the devil's figure, skin white as snow, eyebrows like green diaper, face exquisite, temperament gentle, even if it is compared with those female stars on TV is no less. Within Ye's group, the boys who pursued her were close to forming a reinforced platoon, and if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian had promoted her to the position of the chairman's secretary, there would be male employees courting her every day. However, Yi Xian was not in the mood to talk about love right now, and without joking with Ning Nancher anymore, he pointed to a string of numbers on the folder and whispered. I took a close look at the company's 3-year financial report. The growth rate of the real estate business has dropped significantly, and the several newly invested projects are also progressing slowly. Has Yi Group always been the top real estate company in the country?
Why is this happening?
Although the headquarters of the Yi Group in Jiangdu, but the country within the first and second tier cities have a lot of investment. Before the real estate business profits are about 8%, the growth rate is obvious, but in the last 3 years, the real estate industry is like entering the winter, and even the Yi Group such a giant performance also appeared to decline.
Speaking of business, Ning Nancher took a deep breath and resumed her workplace woman's expression.
Chairman, in recent years, the country vigorously regulate the real estate industry, introduced a number of control policies. Our Yi Group in the first-tier cities lay out for many years. The performance is quite stable, but the second-tier cities to invest in the project, by the impact of the policy, most of them have stagnated. Seeing Yi Xian signaling himself to speak on, Ning Nancher eased her breath and continued to explain. According to our company's investigation, the nation's real estate industry is already saturated. When Yi Lao was around, he already planned to gradually transform the group, and every year, he's been decreasing his investment in the real estate industry at a rate of 20%. This kind of sunset industry
may become a liability for Yi Group in a few more years.
Yi Xian nodded his head.
Real estate, it's gone to a bottleneck. The situation here is similar to the Earth before. The country will not let the real estate industry absorb too much money, but in order to stabilize the economy, it will not let the price of the house fall drastically. But how to transform? Yi Xian had already given it some thought. The timeline of this time and space is now roughly equivalent to Earth's 2010 timeline.
A lot of unicorns and mega companies haven't really emerged or risen yet. Yi Xian listed down all the big businesses on Earth that had only developed in 2010. DDT, Headline, Xiaomi, Meituan, Pinduoduo, Cat's Eye, League of Legends, Jedi Survival, live streaming platforms, Racer Shake, DJI, Shunphone, streaming video Painkiller Ike, music platforms. It was a bit of a mess, but this was sort of the direction Yi Xian was going to develop in the future. Well, go on, tell me about Yi Group's other investment projects. Yi Xian got up and poured 2 cups of water and sat down next to Ning Nancher again. The year before last, Yi Lao had already started investing in the pharmaceutical industry, as well as the cultural media group, as well as the logistics and transportation company, and there are quite a few new energy sources as well. The Yi clan group was simply too huge, investing in dozens of projects to say the least, and it was impossible for Ning Nancher to tell Yi Xian about each and every one of them. Speaking of cultural media, Yi Xian's heart stirred and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just right for streaming video platforms. At the same time, he thought of Duoman and associated it with music. Well, it's getting late, you should go back to rest first as well. Get me a copy of Yi Group's investigation report on the national market 3 days later, and organize a copy of all the information on all of Yi Lao's previous investment projects for me as well. Looking at the methodical, swashbuckling young man beside her, Ning Nancher had a premonition that Yi Group, under his leadership, would surely be even more brilliant than before. After arranging for someone to send Ning Nancher back, Yi Xian changed into casual clothes and drove out of the manor in his Pagani wind god worth over $20 million. I wonder how this chick Duemeng is doing now. Open the profile bar of Dewey Dream. Name Duemeng. Current status, has passed the blind audition of The Voice of China and aspires to be a musician. Current location, inside the dormitory of Gangtok University. This girl even passed the blind auditions for The Voice of China, she seems to have a talent for singing. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Xian's sports car steadily stopped at the entrance of Jiangdu University. This sports car is so cool, what brand is it? I've never seen one either, is it domestic? A bunch of uneducated fools, this is an imported Pagani, the cheapest one costs more than $20 million, and it's a limited edition. More than 20 million yuan sports car. This person should be a rich second generation from a powerful family, right? Look at him, also good looking. I do not know whether there is a girlfriend. Numerous students gathered around the luxurious sports car, pointing and talking about the. Under the excited gazes of the many students around them, the car doors opened, opening like butterfly wings. Yi Xian walked down from inside. Dazzle is unrivaled. It's hard to stop the coolness. All the students stopped breathing at this moment. Chapter 33, Life on Campus. Yi Xian took out his cell phone and dialed out Du Yiming's number, and after the ringtone rang a few times, Du Yiming answered the call. Hello, I'm Dulman, who are you looking for? Jiangdu University Women's Dormitory. Du Yiming is putting on makeup, saw the unfamiliar number displayed on the cell phone, and after connecting it, first whispered a question. Haven't seen you in days. I'm in front of your school, come out. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth flared up with an evil smile, and his words were filled with domineering and unrefusable meaning. After a simple sentence, Yi Xian directly hung up his cell phone, but Du Yiming, who was putting on makeup, froze. Hearing that familiar voice again, that night unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Du Yiming instantly panicked and a blush surfaced on her cheeks. Dream, what's wrong with you? Quickly take a look at how this dress of mine looks. Just when Du Yiming was lost in thought, her shoulder was suddenly tapped. Today is Yuan's birthday, several handsome guys from our class will be there, will this dress be too ladylike? A girl with long wavy hair held a green dress and turned around Du Yiming, but her eyes fell on the LV chiffon yarn shirt on Du Yiming's bed. Jiawen, you're already pretty enough, there are still so many suitors, it looks like you're about to graduate, I haven't had a relationship yet. Another short-haired girl in the same dorm room also came over, very dissatisfied with the small mouth, complained. Am I pretty? Xiao Meng is only our school flower. Look at this clothes of others, they are all big international brands. Xin Jiawen came to Du Yiming's bedside, picked up the chiffon gauze shirt and compared it on herself, her eyes full of envy. Xiao Meng, you haven't told us. Who sent you all these clothes? You even rented a house outside a while ago, did you meet some diamond bachelor outside? The short-haired girl pulled a chair and sat down beside Du Yiming, inquiring with a gossipy face. Du Yiming bit her lip and didn't say anything, but it aroused the curiosity of the two girls around her. I still have some things to do today, I may not be able to go to Yuan's birthday, this is the gift I bought, you guys deliver it on my behalf. Du Yiming pulled open the drawer of her desk and took out a small box from it that she had prepared in advance. Hey, we've been living together for 4 years, you didn't go to Yuan's birthday, and you usually live outside, we're facing graduation soon, so we won't have a few more chances to get together. The short-haired girl frowned with some dissatisfaction. Sitting on the bed, Xin Jiawen's heart moved, looking at Du Yiming's cheeks that have not faded redness, said jokingly, just now when Yuan left you also promised to be sure to arrive, how to pick up the phone as if a person changed, give us a truthful confession, just give you a call is not your boyfriend. Aya, you guys don't ask. Du Yiming didn't want her matter to be known by the people in the dormitory. After putting the cosmetics away, she said apologetically, "Tell Yuan, I'll treat you guys to dinner some other day, and the gift must be brought for me." After saying that, Du Yiming took her bag and quickly walked out of the dormitory. Shinjiawan and the short-haired girl looked at each other, smiled badly and scrambled to change their clothes as well, going downstairs to follow Du Yiming. Yi Xian at the school gate had just finished a cigarette. The posture of smoking, that hand-raising, was so handsome that it made the hearts of many young students beat faster. Soon, he saw that Imon had appeared at the school's entrance and was constantly looking around. Du Yiming today was originally intended to go to the same dormitory girlfriend's birthday, painted makeup in advance, plus she was originally the music department's school flower, so in the crowded school entrance is particularly conspicuous. When Du Yiming saw Yi Xian, who was leaning against the sports car more than 20 meters away, she instantly lowered her head in panic and helplessness, and quickly walked towards him. There are dozens of students all around are watching Yi Xian. That Pagani supercar, saw Du Yiming. This big beauty suddenly came over, the crowd's eyes suddenly fell on her body.
Isn't this our school's music department's schoolgirl? This rich second generation. Driving a sports car seems to be waiting for her. A boy was envious and jealous. "Humph, in school all day long you look like an innocent jade girl, so it's all pretend." A few girls glared acidly and skimmed their mouths, their eyes filled with jealousy. It's really cheap for these rich kids. Being rich is great, just because you're rich you can pick up a goddess, right? Under a burst of discussion, Du Yiming came to Yi Xian's front with her head lowered, but before she could open her mouth to speak, footsteps sounded behind her, and two girls from the same dormitory walked over quickly. "Wow, Dream, you're really in love with a diamond bachelor, such a sports car? It must be several $1,000,000, right?" Shinjiawan's face was so excited that she didn't bother to look at Yi Xian, instead she stared at the 20 million plus sports car first. "Little Dream, this is your boyfriend, quite handsome." "Hello, my name is Fong Qingqing, I'm Little Dream's roommate." The short-haired girl first sized up Yi Xian, and then graciously stretched out her slender little hand. "Hello?" Yi Xian nodded slightly and raised his hand to touch Fong Qingqing. "You too. Why did you follow me here? Yuan is still waiting for you at the hotel." Du Yiming didn't expect her two girlfriends to follow her out, pouting her lips and muttering in a small voice. "Humph, you see it all, guy. If we didn't follow out, how would we have the chance to get acquainted with this handsome guy?" Shinjiawan ruffled her long hair and with a flirtatious smile on her face, she took the initiative to stand beside Yi Xian. "Handsome guy, your car is so beautiful, can you take me for a ride in a while?" Shinjiawan's eyebrows were generating electricity, and she even purposely held it up. Shinjiawan was very pretty, and the difference between her and the school flower Du Yiming wasn't too big, but Yi Xian had little interest in this kind of woman who took the initiative to come to his door, and treated her with cold eyes. "What's the point of going for a ride? Yuan is still waiting at the hotel, it's her birthday today, if all three of us don't go, how can we explain it later?" "Today is your friend's birthday?" Yi Xian asked softly with a slight frown. Chapter 34, Supporting the Girl. "Yeah, why don't you come with us, handsome? Dream is so pretty, there are quite a few suitors, you don't feel at ease, right?" This Shinjiawan was not a simple woman. On the surface, she was praising Du Yiming for having become beautiful, but her real purpose was to remind Yi Xian that there were often boys around Du Yiming. "Tisk, that's really something." Yi Xian's mouth flashed a light smile, and he had an initial judgment of Shinjiawan's person green tea. "You all think wrong, I have nothing to do with him," Du Yiming explained in a panic. At this time, Yi Xian grabbed Du Yiming's shoulder. "Alright, isn't it just meeting a classmate, I promise." After saying that, Yi Xian sat in the car. Du Yiming. So bossy. It messed with her, and she didn't know how to say no. "Yi Xian, silly girl, what are you waiting for? Get in the car." Du Yiming walked to the other side of the sports car, sat in it, and somewhat shyly said to Fong Qingqing and the girls, "Then we'll go to the hotel first, see you later." The doors are closed. The sports car whizzed away. Fong Qingqing smiled with some envy and said, "Xiaoming's vision is really good, that boy is not as handsome as a star, but he has a indescribable temperament, I am charmed." "Oof, what's the big deal? It's not just driving a sports car, there are a lot of rich young men from rich families in our school." Shinjiawan was saying that grapes were sour when she couldn't eat them, and a touch of jealousy and resentment flashed in her eyes. Just now Yi Xian cannot say a word to her. Shinjiawan self-confessed long quite beautiful, in the school also has a large number of suitors, but just now Yi Xian's attitude, but let her have a sense of frustration.
Surrounded by the onlookers of the students also dispersed, Shin Jiawan and Fang Qingqing stopped a cab, rushed over in the direction of the downtown Hawthorne Hotel.
Need to buy some gifts for your friend?
Yi Xian, who was driving the sports car, suddenly clutched Du Yiming's small hand.
No. No need, I've already bought her a gift.
Du Yiming panicked and didn't dare to look at Yi Xian. Her small hands were already sweating, just like the White Rabbit, and, Mr. Yi, we...
Yi Xian smiled evilly, you can't escape me anyway, why don't you obey me? Do we want?
However, when he arrived in front of the main gate of the China World Trade Center in the city center, Yi Xian still stopped the car. Under Du's puzzled gaze, Yi Xian took out a bank card from within his pocket and handed it to her.
Go up there and pick out a present.
Looking at the bank card in her hand, Du Yiming bit her lips and wanted to open her mouth to refuse, but Yi Xian gently pinched her cheeks and said in an undeniable tone, "You're my woman, a cheap gift is too disgraceful, you'll be laughed at."
So? Then why don't you go shopping with me?
Feeling that she simply didn't have the courage to refuse in front of Yi Xian, Du Yiming raised her head and blinked those big charming eyes, her face filled with curiosity.
I don't know much about what women like.
Somewhat in a trance, Du Yiming took her bank card and got out of the car, and under Yi Xian's explanation, she took the elevator and went directly to the brand boutique upstairs. China World Trade Center is the most famous shopping place in Gangtok, where you can buy any big international brands as long as you have money.
Walking jitterily into a Prada boutique, Du Yiming picked out a bracelet.
More than $30,000.
A very expensive luxury item that gave Du Yiming a heart attack.
As she swiped her card, the salesman behind the counter glanced at the bank card, slightly shocked, and asked in a polite whisper. This bank card was silver in color, and there was a lifelike Tinglong pattern in front of it. With this bank card, one could overdraw a huge sum of $100 million in any bank in Huaxia. The people who usually use this kind of bank card are all non-rich people, worth at least tens of billions of dollars. The salesman carefully wrapped up the bracelet after checking out and respectfully sent Du Yiming outside the store. The Hawthorne Hotel was not very far from the China World Trade Center, and soon Yi Xian parked his car at the front entrance of the hotel. The two waiters in front of the hotel greeted them in a panic, and Yi Xian casually took out $200 bills and handed them the car keys along with them. And the 10 or so young men sitting in the hotel lobby stood up in unison after seeing Du Yiming walk in from holding the arm of a young man. These people were all Du Yiming's classmates. There were 4 boys and the rest were all flamboyant beauties. Du Yiming shyly accompanied Yi Xian to them. A few girls instantly surrounded them curiously. One of them, a beautiful woman wearing a long purple dress, curiously looked Yi Xian up and down and pulled Du Yiming to her side to ask in a small voice.
Dream, who is this? Looks pretty handsome. I didn't hear you had a boyfriend at school.
The beautiful woman who spoke is today's protagonist, Nia Yuan, also Du Yiming's roommate who has lived with her for 4 years.
Hello, I'm Yi Xian. Yi Xian said nonchalantly.
Du Yiming handed the gift up. This is your gift, I hope you like it. Looking at the Prada logo on that box, the eyes of several other girls lit up. Girls have little resistance to this kind of luxury, mostly.
Thank you, Xiaomeng. That Nia Yuan still knows about the value of Prada, a little surprised. Let you break the bank. By the way, when did you and him meet? I've never even heard you talk about it.
Wei. Du Wei dreamed of explaining that it was okay, but Yi Xian's dominance made this argument of hers pale in comparison.
Chapter 35, My Business Empire, starting with music copyrights. 18th floor of the hotel, luxury box. This box is more than 200 square feet, and the decoration inside is also extremely elaborate. The feet are handmade cashmere carpet, and there is a set of imported leather sofa by the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The light gold wallpaper was made even more luxurious by the huge crystal lamps. Crystal wine cabinets flanked the walls, and in the center of the box was a marble dining table large enough to seat 20 people. Hawaii Hotel is not a small reputation in Jiangdu. Casually have a meal here will be 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, but Nia Yuan did not seem to put much on the mind, did not bother to look at the menu, and directly to the side of the waiter commanded. Let's serve the specialties all over again, and go down to the cellar and get a couple bottles of my dad's wine collection. Apparently, Nia Yuan was a girl from a mega-rich family. Everyone took their seats. Nia Yuan and Du Yiming were on good terms. The two of them sat down next to each other, while Yi Xian was given a seat next to Du Yiming. However, what Yi Xian was a bit upset about was that Shin Jiawan took a seat to his right. Everyone, you don't have to be polite, it's my birthday today, thanks for being able to come, we'll have dinner later and then we'll continue to get high somewhere else.
After the meal was served, Nye Yuan took the lead in raising her glass, and everyone followed suit, but Yi Xin noticed that Xin Zhaowen on his right-hand side, at this moment, was looking at herself with a flirtatious face, and that her toes were still intentionally rubbing against her calf. Yi Xian frowned slightly and pulled away slightly from Xin Zhaowen. Yi Xian, I see you look familiar, and it seems like I've heard of your name somewhere too. After a glass of wine was finished and everyone had gotten acquainted, Nye Yuan said as she poured the wine. I also just felt that this name is so familiar, it seems like I've heard my dad say it before. A boy from the opposite side also looked Yi Xian up and down, his face full of doubts. Your dad? Doesn't your dad work for Yi Clan Group? I remember. Nye Yuan's body shook as she looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but exclaim, You're the chairman of Yi Group. The attitude became respectful and formal all of a sudden. Right. The new chairman of the Yi Clan Group is named Yi Xian. The boy on the opposite side also shivered, looking at Yi Xian in disbelief. He remembered that he had seen Yi Clan's internal newspaper inside his dad's office, and there was Yi Xian's picture on it. Exactly the same as the handsome man in front of me. Yi Dong. My name is He Ming, He Feng is my father. The boy came to Yi Xian in a formal manner and bowed respectfully. He Feng? Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I remember him, the deputy director of the group's operations department. The entire box instantly quieted down, everyone was staring at the calm-faced Yi Xian with shocked gazes. Xin Zhaowen and a few other girls were even starting to glow with their eyes. Yi Group's big name, as long as a Jiangdu people have heard of, that is the domestic business predator, assets of several hundred billion real estate leading enterprises. Although Du Yiming had also thought of Yi Xian's identity being unusual, she had never taken the initiative to inquire about it, and at this moment, when she heard Nye Yuan and the others say that Yi Xian was the chairman of the Yi Group, Du Yiming froze for a moment. Everyone doesn't need to be so formal, here, I'm just Little Dream's friend. Yi Xian laughed. You're a bit too low-key, right? The chairman of Yi Group, wouldn't you be worth hundreds of billions? Nye Yuan was still in shock. How many people in the country can be worth hundreds of billions of dollars in their early 20s grade? Saying that Yi Xian was a diamond bachelor was too demeaning, this was a standard diamond mine bachelor. After learning about Yi Xian's true identity, everyone became much more nervous and restrained. Even talking became cautious. Yi Xian also knew that his identity had a lot of pressure on the crowd, so after eating a few mouthfuls of rice, he clapped his hands and said, Well, I have something to do with Dream, so I'll leave you all to eat slowly. The crowd said in quick succession. Yi Dong slowly go. Only after Yi Xian left the box with Du Yiming did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god, the pressure is on. Yeah, $100 billion, my little heart, sitting in front of me is a little overwhelming. One had a heart attack. The car sped along. Yi Xian looked at the slightly nervous Du Yiming and parked the car on the side of the road. Does my identity make you uneasy? Yi Xian stared straight at Du Yiming and asked with interest. No. Du Yiming didn't dare to look directly at Yi Xian's gaze, wanting to turn her head and move her eyes out of the car window. Yi Xian let out a light laugh. By the way, I heard that you've passed the blind auditions for the Voice of China, right? Do you have confidence in the next competition? Competition is fierce. To be a musician is also quite bitter. Now piracy is rampant, the internet is free songs, cannot sell albums, cannot earn money. I have considered giving up before. Yi Xian laughed out loud. I've thought of an idea to collect the copyrights of all the musicians, what do you think? Du Yiming froze and curiously said, Isn't Yi Group mainly in the real estate business? You guys are transforming into the entertainment industry? Yi Xian nodded. Transformation is inevitable, I'm now reconsidering which direction to go, but you just reminded me, copyright. Yi Xian thought about the side of the earth China, music copyright, movie and television copyright, the beginning of all the pirated, and then gradually to the genuine, which is a big trend. In that case, let's start with music. Chapter 36, starting with hoarding copyrights. Yi Xian slowed down the car, swept a glance towards the outside, gently turned the steering wheel, and drove the car into the neighborhood. This neighborhood is obviously some years old, there is not even a street lamp inside, the cement road is not very flat, but because of the reason that the distance from the Jiangdu University is relatively close, there are often hot students to rent rooms here. Above each building, there are many hotels hanging light boxes, there are also many Amazons in the district constantly soliciting business. Nearing graduation, Du Yiming moved out of the school dormitory half a month ago in order to have a quieter place to write her dissertation, and after participating in The Voice of China, she even seldom went back.
The neighborhood entrance of the Amazon saw a sports car slowly drove in, and immediately came together to talk to each other, said, "What kind of car is this? Have you all seen it before? It's a sports car, isn't it? From what my grandson says, cars like this can cost millions. Then whoever drives this kind of car should be extraordinarily rich, right? So why would they live in our neighborhood? Who knows, maybe he's harboring a student. Let's keep our mouths shut, be careful of being overheard." Yi Xian didn't take those Amazon's comments to heart, and after turning off the car, he casually pushed open the door. I live in this building right in front." Du Yiming held her bag, looked at Yi Xian somewhat shyly, and flusteredly lowered her head again. She had thought that Yi Xian would leave after dropping himself off at the curb, but the other party kept driving the car to the small area and even got out of the car with him. Du Yiming was filled with shyness. She had already guessed what would happen next. "I'm going to go up and sit down." Yi Xian came to Du Yiming's side and reached out to wrap his hand around her small waist. "Du Yiming, what's with the bullying?" Having already gotten used to Yi Xian's dominance without realizing it, with a red face, she gently nodded her head, and the two of them walked inside the building's cave. Going up to the third floor in the dark, Du Yiming took out the key and opened the door of a room at the end of the corridor, and after turning on the light, she didn't dare to look at Yi Xian, and bent down to help him take out his slippers. The next day. You'll know at night. Yi Xian didn't say the plan he had in mind, released the bird like Du Yiming in his arms, and took the clothes next to him and put them on his body. After simply eating some breakfast, Yi Xian drove out of the neighborhood, and after returning to the company, Yi Xian called Ning Nancher into his office. "Chairman, you're looking for me?" Ning Nancher, who was dressed in an OL outfit, casually closed the door to her room and stepped away from her slender legs to Yi Xian's side. "I want to know if our company has been investing anything in music, movie and television rights." Having just inherited such a large conglomerate, Yi Xian had been hooking up with those shareholders some time ago, and wasn't very familiar with the business underneath the company. Fortunately, Ning Nancher was prepared, and knew in detail the projects that Yi Group had invested in recent years. After Yi Xian's words fell out, Ning Nancher softly replied after a moment's consideration, "We have some involvement in film and television copyrights, but as for the rest of the market, the wind of piracy is too serious, and the group doesn't have the resources and energy to expand this business. Too much energy and funds to expand its business in this area." Yi Xian's heart was happy, the corner of his mouth slowly raised. The real estate industry is going downhill, and sooner or later Yi Group will have to transform, and this aspect of copyright is a good choice. Pull out $300 million and start a new company to acquire movie, television and music copyrights in the market, the more the better. If the funds are not enough, I will gradually add more, no ceiling. Yes Group in recent years invested in a number of commercial plazas around the country, but also built a number of large theaters, is one of the country's major theaters. The acquisition of film and television copyrights is reasonable, but Ning Nancher is puzzled why Yi Xian stared at the music copyrights of this chicken ribs, the general market. In this age of the internet, the market is rife with piracy and there is no such thing as paid music, but the two men in suits behind her were blocking the way, with no intention of letting her go. "I'm the sponsor of this edition of The Voice of China, Ms. You should know exactly what will happen if you offend me." Lin Wei sneered and threatened. Lin Wei's identity was clear to Du Yiming. Many of the female trainees who participated in The Voice of China had been harassed by him. Since Du Yiming passed the blind auditions, Lin Wei has focused his attention on her, and this is the third time he has invited her to dinner. "Boss Lin, what are you guys doing?" Just when Du Yiming didn't know what to do, a door to a nearby room was pushed open, and a man with glasses and long hair walked out. This person was one of the mentors of The Voice of China, Lu Huan. "Mr. Lua, I would like to invite Miss Du for a casual dinner. Is the festival catalog finished? Do you want me to find someone to arrange a hotel for you?" Lu Huan still had quite a status in the entertainment industry of China, and Lin Wei, despite his unusual status, was still polite when he spoke to Lu Huan. "Dinner? Xiao Ming, you did not say that you want to take me to see." At night, Lu Huan frowned in surprise, but did not wait for him to finish his sentence. Not far away from the elevator door opened, Yi Xian slowly walked out from inside. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Du Yiming instantly sighed in relief as if she was relieved and hurriedly walked next to Yi Xian. After seeing this scene, Lin Wei's face instantly became gloomy, and Lu Huan was somewhat embarrassed as he turned around and went back inside the restroom. Yi Xian glanced towards Lin Wei in front of him and patted Du Yiming in his arms and asked softly, "What's going on here? Why didn't I answer my call?
Kid, who are you? Before Dewey Meng could say anything, Lin Wei first brought two of his men in front of Yi Xian and the others.
Name, Lin Wei. Age, 37. Value, 730 million.
Chairman of Conway Group, sponsor of The Voice of China, he is a womanizer and a bully.
Inside, where did this little brat come from? I've never heard of Dewey Meng having a boyfriend. Humph, I'll have to teach him a hard lesson later.
Yi Xian hadn't heard of any Conway Group, and he usually wouldn't even put a small character like Lin Wei in his eyes, but the other party's status as a sponsor of The Voice of China had caught Yi Xian's attention. No wonder this guy dared to hit Dewey Meng's idea, thinking that sponsoring a few bucks for advertising and picking up chicks on the side can really kill two birds with one stone. Yi Xian's gaze has gradually cooled.
I'm asking you, didn't you hear me?
Seeing Yi Xian with one arm around Dewey Meng, seemingly ignoring him at all, Lin Wei was furious and gave a wink to two of his men next to him, and two big men in suits stepped forward to encircle Yi Xian and the others in the center.
It may not be a good thing for you to know my identity.
Yi Xian ignored the two big men and responded nonchalantly.
You're really wild. If you're sensible, get the hell out of here, or else later.
Lin Wei laughed wildly. He at least had billions of dollars. Against a brat there was no need to report his name. However, Yi Xian gently shook his head and said, I'll give you a piece of advice as well. Right now immediately take these two men of yours out of my sight, otherwise in a moment, even if you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness, I'll definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xian wasn't joking. Cleaning up such an ungrateful guy didn't even need him to do it. A casual phone call would make Lin Wei go bankrupt. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Wei disdainfully skimmed his mouth and was just about to ask his two bodyguards to make a move, but the elevator door next to him slowly opened, and 4 or 5 people walked out from inside.
Yi Xiao? What brings you here?
A man with gold-rimmed glasses who was imposing couldn't help but shock his body after seeing Yi Xian, and he panicked and quickly stepped forward to ask in a flattered manner. This man was the vice president of the Yi Group's business department, and he had seen him a few times when Yi Xian was at work.
Mr. Jin?
You said he is.
Yi Xiao?
The several men who walked out from the elevator together also rushed over.
Really? Really, Yi Xiao? I'll go find the station manager. Xiaoyi, you sit in the house first.
Mr. Jin, why didn't you notify us first that Yi Xiao was coming over? Yi Xian just lightly swept a glance at them and didn't say anything, his teasing gaze moving back to Lin Wei's body in front of him.
Chapter 38, Give you 3 days, I want his company to collapse. At this moment, Lin Wei was already dumbstruck, shaking like chaff, and his two bodyguards had unconsciously lowered their heads under Yi Xian's overpowering aura. Yi Xiao. Chairman.
Our company and the TV station have some cooperation. The contract has not been signed yet. You have a look at it first.
General Manager Jin saw that Yi Xian had not been speaking, and quickly changed his tone to respectfully shout Chairman, after which he took a folder from the hands of the secretary beside him and handed it to Yi Xian. But Yi Xian still ignored him. Instead he slowly came to Lin Wei, raised his hand and patted his obese cheeks, and asked with a smile, Just now you said that if I didn't roll, what would happen to me? Puff.
Lin Wei, whose legs were soft, directly knelt on the ground and returned with trepidation, Yi
Xiao.
I have eyes and do not recognize him. Tai just now was blinded by lard. You
must not generalize with me. Just now he had heard it. Ya Xiao. President. Wouldn't that be the chairman of that behemoth, the Yi Group? This is definitely an existence that calls the shots in Jiangdu. If he sneezes, the whole Jiangdu would have to have an earthquake. Lin Wei's modest assets of a few $100 million were just a few dimes in the eyes of others.
Not to mention the collapse of his company. As long as Yi Xian said one word, Lin Wei would be reduced from a billionaire to a beggar on the streets in just a few days. Everyone else in the corridor froze at this moment, staring daggers at the kneeling Lin Wei in front of them, too scared to breathe.
Weren't you very proud of yourself just now?
Yi Xian looked down at the trembling Lin Wei, his eyes slowly turning cold as a powerful aura of a superior spread out from his body.
I don't know Yi Xiao your identity.
Yi shall beg you to spare me. I won't dare again in the future.
Lin Wei's intestines were almost green with remorse, kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing and apologizing. However, Yi Xian won't let him off easily. Chairman, what are your orders?
Seeing Yi Xian turn his head towards himself and sweep a glance, that general manager Jin panicked and stepped forward, bending down to respectfully ask.
You have 3 days, I want his company to collapse.
Yi Xian's voice without a trace of emotion rang out, and those people standing within the corridor were suddenly shaken, including the general manager Jean, who unconsciously froze.
Don't worry, Chairman, 3 days is enough time. Returning to his senses, Mr. Jean swore an assurance.
With the strength of the Yi Group, wanting to bring down a company is simply too easy. Without breaking the law, contact the bank to collect the loan, or contact Conway's partners to slightly remind them of a few words. Conway Group's share price will plunge immediately into a passive.
Yi Xiao, I know I'm wrong. Please let me off, I kowtow to you.
Lin Wei's face was pale, sweating like a pig, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing as if he were pounding on the ground. Compared to the arrogant appearance compared to just now, is simply a different person.
Scram! Yi Xian smiled coldly and led Dui Meng into Lu Huan's lounge.
Lu Huan inside the lounge also heard the commotion in the corridor. Seeing that Yi Xian and Dui Meng came in, Lu Huan stood up in a panic and his two assistants retreated to the side.
Mr. Lu, I've heard a lot about you.
Yi Meng became your apprentice through the audition, and I'll have to trouble you to take care of you in the future. Yi Xian was still very affable when it came to treating talented people, and took the initiative to reach out and shake the flattered Lu Huan's hand.
Cough.
Mr. Yi, you're polite. Miss Du has a good bass, she definitely has the potential to be a singer. Lu Huan accompanied Yi Xian to sit down on the sofa again, and the assistant beside him hurriedly brought a few cups of coffee. Mr. Lu, I came over this time mainly because I want to talk to you about cooperation, and by the way, I invite you to have a casual dinner. I don't know
if you have time? Cooperation? Mr. Yi, you are afraid to misunderstand.
I am not a businessman. These years employed in Yanjing Conservatory of Music, endorsements are rarely taken. Du Yiming talked to Lu Huan in the afternoon, saying that Yi Xian wanted to find him to talk about some cooperation matters. Lu Huan was busy recording the program and didn't think about it that much.
This met Yi Xian. Lu Huan politely prepared to refuse.
However, Yi Xian smiled faintly and waved his hand. Mr. Lu, don't rush to answer first. How about we talk while we eat?
Lu Huan nodded in agreement and accompanied Yi Xian and Du Yiming out of the lounge.
Inside the corridor outside, Lin Wei was still kneeling on the ground, and when he saw Yi Xian come out, he panicked and prepared to get up, wanting to say a few more good words in the hopes of preserving his company. But due to kneeling for a long time, the legs are numb, the body shook, flopped, and fell to the ground again. Yi Xian lazily ignored him and led Dui Meng and Lu Huan as they walked towards the elevator. Lin Wei in the back cried out with a snotty nose and a tear, Yi Xiao.
I really know I'm wrong, please spare me this time.
Poor people must be hateful, Lin Wei. This kind of goods are soft and fearful of hard, relying on the hands of a little money, want to be a bully, not at all worthy of sympathy. Lu Huan and Dui Meng also did not open their mouths to help him plead for mercy, followed Yi Xian to the parking lot downstairs and drove in the direction of the Germain Hotel in the city center. Germain Hotel is located in the most prosperous business district in the center of Jiangdu City. The 57-story building is a landmark building in Jiangdu, covering an area of more than 200 acres, adjacent to the two central gardens. The environment is quite good, and the traffic is extremely convenient. To build such a hotel in the center of the city where every inch of land is precious, Yi Group had spent more than $2 billion in the beginning, and that was not counting the decoration inside the hotel. The people who can come here to spend money are all the big shots in Jiangdu. The cheapest meal will cost $5,000, and if you stay here for one night, the ordinary suites will start at $10,000. Lu Huan sat in the business car behind him and watched Yi Xian's sports car in front of him drive into the parking lot of the Germain Hotel, and couldn't help but secretly lament, I'm afraid this meal won't be too peaceful.
Chapter 39, Rampant Piracy.
An assistant on the co-pilot looked at the towering hotel building in front of him and staggered, Teacher Lu, it looks like Du Yiming and that Yi Xiao's relationship isn't ordinary. He invited us here for dinner today in order for Du Yiming to advance smoothly in the competition of the Voice of China, right? In this society, it's not uncommon for rich people to raise a few stars. Yi Xian is worth a lot of money. Du Yiming looks good. In order to be able to make Du Yiming famous, smashing tens of millions of dollars to buy the tutor is also considered normal. The assistant who drove the car shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I don't think things are that simple. Didn't the Qi Xiao say he wanted to talk about cooperation?
It should be that he wants to ask Ms. Lu to be the image spokesperson.
Don't even make any wild guesses. If it comes, it comes. Let's see what that young Master Yi has in store for us in a while. After the car stopped, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and sent a text message to his secretary, Ning Nanshi, asking her to arrange for a VIP box on the top floor at the Germain Hotel.
After Lu Huan and his two assistants got out of the car, Yi Xian then pushed open the door.
Entering the front door of the hotel, Yi Xian led his group straight towards the elevator entrance. After arriving at the top floor, the elevator door slowly opened and a middle-aged man wearing a very gentlemanly suit rushed to welcome him.
Chairman, the box is ready for you.
The top floor of this hotel is the observation restaurant, although the area is not small, but there are only 10 boxes in total. And if you want to dine here, you have to make a reservation 3 days in advance, and the box fee alone starts at $100,000. In addition to the middle-aged man at the entrance of the elevator in the large restaurant, there were 5 chefs with high hats standing by the food carts not far away. Yi Xian looked around, nodded slightly, and followed that middle-aged man towards one of the best-positioned compartments. Pushing open the door of the box, Lu Huan and his 2 assistants couldn't help but freeze. Dui Meng even grew her mouth in surprise, only Yi Xian was still calm. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although there is not much decoration in this box, but 3 walls have been replaced with tempered glass, the overhead and feet are also transparent. Eating here is simply like sitting on the clouds. The entire Jiangdu city center has an unobstructed view. After the people were seated, the middle-aged man politely handed each person a menu, and it took 2 to 3 minutes to order the food. Then Yi Xian instructed, "You got a musician's album of a dozen or so songs, which he may have labored for a year or 2 to create, will only sell for $30 or $50 or so. However, there are too many pirated copies on the market, and the music platforms on the internet are even more pirated, which indirectly encourages the pirates, and it is the original musicians who suffer, as the money they earn from one album is not even comparable to the pay of those big stars who shoot one episode of TV. Yi Xian, that's why I'm looking for Mr. Lu. I want to use your influence to contact those original musicians, acquire the copyrights of their songs, and even help them defend their rights." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Huan's right hand that was about to raise his cup unconsciously shook a bit, his eyes flashed with disbelief, and for a while, the entire box became quiet. There are too many pirated copies on the market. Mr. Yi is not afraid of losing money for doing business this way? After a long while, Lu Huan came back to his senses and stared at Yi Xian with a face full of gravity as he asked, "How many songs are on the market? How much does a song cost?" As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a crooked businessman. What exactly is Yi Xian acquiring so many copyrights for? These were all things that Lu Huan was wondering about in his mind. But Yi Xian's earlier sentence of helping original singers defend their rights completely spoke to Lu Huan's heart. Chapter 40 Music Copyrights, nothing more than a basic small project. Lu Huan's influence in China's music circle is not small. After being employed at the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, he has also trained a lot of singers. If Yi Xian can really help them to solve the copyright problem, Lu Huan doesn't mind to be a middleman. Compensation? I have not thought about it. And this business is a sure thing. Not only do I want to make money, but I want those original singers to make money. Yi Xian was really blindsided by Lu Huan, although he didn't know how to do business, but the investment in acquiring these copyrights in the early stages would be astronomical. Maintaining the interests of original singers, combating piracy, and standardizing the music market, this was exactly what Lu Huan's heart desired. Even if Yi Xian didn't give him a single benefit fee, Lu Huan would still agree to his request for cooperation. The meal was very pleasant. When leaving the box, Lu Huan was already a little drunk. When in the elevator, Yi Xian smoothly towards his pocket inside a check, came downstairs, and also ordered the waiter to prepare a room for the 3 of them in the hotel. Early the next morning, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep. Glancing at Dui Meng, who was still snoring softly next to him, Yi Xian didn't wake her up and put on his pajamas himself and pulled open the door to his bedroom room. "Young master, Miss Ning came early in the morning and is waiting inside the study." Uncle Fu stood at the door and handed Yi Xian a water-soaked towel. Yi Xian nodded and came inside the study, and Ning Nanshur, who was reading information on the sofa, stood up in a panic. "How did things go?" Yi Xian came and sat down on the wide boss chair, resting his chin as he asked with a smile. "It's all done. This is the information you want on the group's investment projects in recent years, and the new company is ready to be listed, name-wise." Yi Xian casually flipped through the information on the table and said carelessly, "Let's call it YY Entertainment." The name was the initial capitalization of the word Yi. Having inherited Yi Shorong's group, Yi Xian was ready to create greater splendor, and the entertainment industry was his first move. "Yesterday I discussed the acquisition of copyright with Lu Huan. He lives in the Germain Hotel. You go to talk to him in the morning. This project must be kept secret. In addition, you help me recruit some network technology development elite. First use high salary to raise them up." Ning Nanshur didn't know what Yi Xian had planned, but didn't dare to ask too much, nodding her head to keep his words deep in her heart. After a simple breakfast, Yi Xian spent the morning writing the plan and handed it over to Ning Nanshur. The plan was very detailed, and Ning Nanshur's heart was wildly shocked and appalled as she watched. Yi Xian stared at the dazed Ning Nanshur with a smile on his lips and asked, "What's wrong? Speak up and listen to any opinions you have." Ning Nanshur came back to her senses and shook her head.
Just didn't think that you planned so long-term, chairman, not to mention that you had. Wasn't expecting me to be so ambitious, right?
Yi Xian came to the window and looked out at the clouds rolling in. This plan is a complete copy of Yi Xian's business model on Earth, using music copyrights as a breakthrough, first to create a music platform, followed by live interactive software, followed by the launch of the Jane type of short video platform that was a big hit on Earth. Each of these projects is a multi-billion-dollar market capitalization mega project. Music rights, nothing more than a small project. Yes, real estate is already dying, seemingly flowery, but in fact, it is already precarious. Yi Xian wanted to build a more huge business empire, long belonged to his Yi Xian's own splendor.
And, that's just his initial plan.
As Ning Nancher looked at Yi Xian, who was filled with a majestic aura and leadership charisma in front of her, a thought suddenly rose in Ning Nancher's heart. The chairman of the board, I'm afraid, will soon be sitting as the richest man in the country.
Chapter 41, 10 million songs and the copyrights are in hand.
10 days later, Ning Nancher finally brought back the good news that nearly 40% of the original singers in China had signed with YY Entertainment. These singers took the initiative to suppress the royalties in order to stop piracy of their works, and even more so to protect their interests in the future, helping Yi Xian save a lot of money. Then YY Entertainment even waived a large amount of money and spent a whole $2.5 billion to acquire the digital music as well as other copyrights of nearly 10 million original songs across the country, more than 30% of the market. If this goes on for a while, these song rights are definitely going to appreciate to tens of billions. YY Entertainment's big name has also spread throughout the entire music circle. Many people are inquiring about what background this company's owner actually is, and some music platforms owners are still watching although they have all received the news.
Next, Yi Xian once again made a big move.
YY Entertainment announced that it had set up a rights defense department, hired hundreds of elite lawyers at high salaries, and sent legal letters to music platforms that were still reprinting and playing songs whose copyrights had been acquired. For a while the entire music industry seemed to have an earthquake, and many news media began to report on the news that was significant enough to change the rules of the music industry. For a while, a tidal wave of debate about licensed and pirated copies set off on the internet. In the southern suburb of Shanghai City, inside a well-known club called Shannon C, a dozen or so suited and booted bosses were getting together to chat. These people were all giants in the music industry, and several of them were the chairman of well-known music platforms in China. But everyone's face did not look too good. One muffled cigar, the atmosphere in the box looked a little depressing.
Old Lou, how is the situation on your side?
A middle-aged man raised his head, glanced towards one of the people on the opposite side of the sofa, and asked in a deep voice. I've already received more than 10 lawyers' letters in the past 2 days. The negative reputation of the platform's pirated music is spreading out, and the traffic is plummeting. If things go on like this, the advertisement fee for the next quarter will be dropped by at least half. Both of them are doing music platform, relying on advertising fees to earn at least $1 billion a year, and now the copyright of the original song was acquired by YY Entertainment. The amount of airplay is nearly 30% less, and the former nemesis has become a difficult brother.
You guys, this is still considered good. My USUN music platform is about to go out of business. Goddamn YY Entertainment Company, even play this hand with us, who knows the bottom line of their boss?
Alas, a few of you who do music platforms still have old bottoms to hold on to, and my piracy factory
in the south has closed too. That YY Entertainment's boss is really ruthless. Someone directly brought the police to my factory.
The man who spoke was the old boss of the disc that made pirated copies. Before the copyright market was not standardized, he could earn at least tens of millions of dollars every year, but now YY Entertainment was acquiring copyrights in a big way, which directly pushed him to a dead end. Blocking someone's way is like killing their parents. YY Entertainment's series of actions were so swift that these people didn't even have time to react. Many bosses are also considering whether to copy the business model of acquiring copyrights, but cannot be cruel enough to spend so much money to acquire copyrights, can be described as indecisive and unusually depressed. Also, the price of music rights has increased dramatically lately because of the actions of YY Entertainment.
Stop it all. That YY Entertainment wants to break the rules of the industry and control the entire music market. Does he have that much money? Each and every one of you are at least worth more than $1 billion. You can't sit still after losing just this much money?
An old man who was over 100 years old stood up, picking up his own walking stick and knocking hard on the marble coffee table a few times. Everyone shifted their gazes to him in unison, and the old man cleared his throat and continued, "Everyone is a businessman. There are so many copyrights in the market that YY Entertainment, no matter how big their appetite is, cannot swallow all of this piece of cake."
Elder Shao, do you mean dragging it out?
Right, let's just stall him and see what he does when that YY Entertainment company runs out of funds. There are so many of us to wear him out, we can afford to delay him. The old man who spoke was very prestigious, and everyone was willing to listen to him, but what these people did not expect was that the first to be dragged to death a month later was themselves. 1 month later. Hotel Germain. The Yi Group's top management meeting was held. The venue on the hotel's mezzanine level, large enough to accommodate more than 300 people, was packed. Those present are all at the level of director, chief assistant, or above in terms of position. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xian, dressed in a straight suit, walked into the conference room with Ning Nansher, and more than 300 senior employees were silenced. Yi Xian walked up to the high platform at the very front and casually placed the prepared folder on the table in front of him.
Sit down, all of you, most of you here haven't really met me, I don't suppose?
Yi Xian's gaze roughly swept through the venue.
The entire person spread a majestic aura of a superior. Numerous executives were shocked. What an amazing might, it was even stronger than the old chairman. Then think about the new chairman just took office, a series of powerful wrist, directly fired a few senior, and then also in front of the shareholders' alliance to prevail, so that a group of shareholders dust, and rumors that the major shareholder Jiang Jianxia was the new chairman of the screwed up. Putting all this together, this new chairman is certainly no slouch. Thinking of this, all the top brass sat upright, their faces becoming much more serious. Chapter 42, Group Senior Management Meeting to set the tone. Yi Xian was satisfied with the awe that many of the higher-ups showed towards him. In the matter of acquiring copyrights, the vast majority of people won't understand how to monetize them for a while. It's too much trouble to explain. There would even be the possibility of a leak. It's not as simple to execute as just ordering it yourself and letting your employees do what they're told. In the sullen atmosphere, he slowly opened his mouth to introduce, I'm sure everyone has heard about our group's newly established YY Cultural Communication Company, which has smashed out $1 billion to acquire music copyrights. It has consumed $1 billion to acquire 15 million copyrights of music-based works, which is already close to 50% of the market share of music copyrights on the market. Acquiring such a large amount of music copyrights is not something you leave at home to lay eggs. Halfway through his speech, he was interrupted by a low hum from the upper levels, causing him to stop his explanation. No way. Piracy is rampant these days.
Holding the music rights is purely unprofitable and cheaper than cabbage on the street. Without listening carefully, Yi Xian knew what the higher-ups were surprised about. I'm sure it's a loser or uneducated comment.
Quiet.
He didn't have time to explain to the executives about how to use music rights to create profit points, and banged the table to keep the crowd quiet. Then continued to open his mouth to assign tasks. The most urgent task is to excavate website construction talents and music platform management talents. This matter, it will be handed over to the Human Resources Department.
Talent, always the first productive force.
Hearing the chairman's nod, the Human Resources Director hurriedly got up to state his position. Chairman, nowadays, the common annual salary for website construction talents and management talents of music platforms is about $80,000.
How much should the annual salary we give be set appropriately? Your grandma's leg. HR Director, who doesn't even know how much money to shell out for poaching?
Yi Xian didn't know if this ethos was left behind by the old master, and it was not good to snap on the spot. After a little thought, he opened his mouth and commanded, the leading talents who are more prestigious in the industry are directly given an annual salary of $1 million.
The general annual salary is set to $100,000.
Self-music producers and music platform management type talents, it is set to about $150,000, and then gradually rise with the growth of years of experience.
Of course, if the money is given more, then the elimination mechanism will be stricter as well, and I definitely don't overpay to raise wastes.
Yi Xian intended to monopolize the copyright business, so he was willing to shell out money to monopolize the talent. Scoop up all the top talent to your own team and everyone else can only stare. With the price he set for the dig, the atmosphere in the venue intensified.
Quail suddenly turned into a groundhog. One does it with a straight body and a neck showing spirit. Coincidentally issued a common voice, the new chairman of the board of directors bold, is not it also should give us a raise in wages? Raising his hand to signal for silence, he then proceeded to set up the task. Our digging operation this time is a big action, and if we rely on the Human Resources Department alone, the efficiency will be too low. Therefore, I have decided that all the top management of the group can participate in the poaching operation. When we dig up music professionals, I'll have the HR department create a reward program to ensure that the digging goes smoothly. Money makes the world go round. With the lure of red fruit rewards, the top brass is fully motivated.
Task after task was enacted, and the reward programs that accompanied them were formulated, giving the top management of the newly established Yi Group a hard shot in the arm. As soon as the meeting was over, I couldn't wait to run out the door to contact familiar and relevant talents.
Chickens looking for ducks, fish looking for shrimp. Man is a very realistic animal. Any type of person will deal with people at the same level.
Yes, executives, who usually socialize with high-end management talents in their social activities. Mutual inquiries quickly led to contacting senior executives at the major music platforms.
Veteran music producers, too, are not immune to the clutches of the devil.
Given Yi Xian's demonic methods that he had previously displayed in the shareholder confrontation. This time, when the large-scale layout of the online music business, group executives and minority shareholders have been cursing privately, but no one dares to refute it to their faces.
Just love to see you guys hate me and can't me up.
Taking a look at the unsightly faces of a few shareholder directors, Yi Xian dissolved the group executives meeting and rushed to a small meeting at YY Culture Communication Company. With money, you can poach top talent. How to make the best use of these talents to create a fixed point of profitability is more of a test of business vision. Yi Xian's approach was to learn from the successful experience over on Earth. Earth's major music platforms have introduced means of paying for membership, concert promotion, fan interaction, chart competition, etc., all within his sequence of arrangements. What impressed Yi Xian more was the fan reviews of NetEase Cloud Music. Although the number of copyrights on this platform was less than half of the Tencent platform, the reviews were stronger than the Tencent platform.
It became a selling point for it.
One after another Envision listed out, in addition to live, short video and so on involving the future of the big project did not say, but also let the new employees of YY Culture Communication Company dumbfounded. There were little stars in his eyes when he looked at his boss.
Full of frenzy. Chapter 43 leads the call for enhanced intellectual property protection in the country.
To make money with our copyrights, our legal team will have to do something amazing and sweep those pirate sites and pirate disc producers into the garbage queue of history. Don't pity those shameful pirates.
We'll not only knock them over, we'll put a foot on the rotting corpse.
Yi Xian waved a hand gesture to cheer up the lawyer team. Since the elimination of some of the pirated music sites and pirated CD producers, these guys have gotten a little carried away.
Far from it.
For music rights to have real value, piracy has to be extinct. It's only by making the cost of breaking the law rise to a horrific level that the value of the copyrights bought out by YA Culture and Communications can be pulled up indefinitely. The head of the legal department pushed up his glasses and excitedly got up and assured, reporting to the chairman, "We will definitely make more efforts to eliminate those cockroaches and rats, from the flesh to the spirit together."
That's right.
Yi Xian smiled and raised his hand to signal him to sit down.
Instead, he rushed to the acquisitions team and said, "We've acquired the rights to 15 million tracks so far, do you think that's enough? Doesn't it seem impressive to you guys to have a 50% share of the total rights?"
The head of the team in charge of acquisitions swallowed hard.
He didn't know what to say in response. Frankly, acquiring the rights to 15 million tracks for just $1 billion is a remarkable achievement indeed. If the intellectual property protection is stronger,
YY Cultural Communications can lie on its laurels and eat for the rest of its life with just 50% of the rights to its music. But, the head of the acquisitions team saw anger in his boss's eyes.
Boy! Does the boss still want to monopolize the intellectual property rights of most of the music?
After an impossible thought bubbled up in his mind, he became more and more certain of the magnitude of his boss's ambition. Rising hastily, he apologized for the complacency that had just bubbled up in the team, not satisfied.
"We're going to take more intellectual property."
Listening to the roar of the acquisition team, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you're not satisfied, then I'll give you guys a task. Next, start acquiring the copyrights of musical works. We don't just need to acquire the copyrights of movie and TV drama works." Of course, there were even deeper thoughts, but Yi Xian didn't need to explain them all to the management. They just need to execute their various plans. The newly formed YY Culture didn't have as many hillocks as the Yi Group and had a great working atmosphere. Every task that Yi Xian had arranged had been carried out extremely effectively. He was like a painter facing a blank canvas, waving and splashing ink with abandon, sketching out the beginnings of an entertainment empire.
A little too much chicken blood.
As the meeting progressed, one massive program after another revealed the tip of the iceberg.
Turned the attending management into a hungry wolf.
I can't wait to end the meeting and rush out of the conference room to accomplish my respective tasks.
Get personally involved in the process of entertainment empire building. No one is a cutie who makes it to the elite of management. They all understood that if the boss's ambitions were realized one by one, any of the branches would be a hotkey link in the entertainment industry. And now, it's time to get on the last train to the future entertainment empire. If you don't put in the hard work, when will you do it? The meeting had achieved its desired purpose, and Yi Xian adjourned the meeting amidst a tidal wave of applause and adoring eyes from the employees. When he returned to the office, he instructed Ning Nansher, contact a heavyweight interview for me, then find more waterbenders and media, and begin to publicize the importance of intellectual property protection on all fronts. Think of some of the big internet guys on the planet. E.g. Papa Ma, E.g. Rebus. The vast majority of them use their celebrity status to create an image for their business and gather fans to lead consumption. The means are actually quite simple. It's nothing more than utilizing personal and brand images and tying them to each other. But, it works. After the meeting, YY Entertainment punched and kicked their way to a new round of offense. First of all, the movie and television rights has begun to vigorously splash money to buy acquisitions. The effect is not good. Spend over $1 billion on the rights to almost 20% of the movies and TV shows on the market, and they are all of the higher quality kind of movies and TV shows. And then the legal team didn't stop there, putting pirate after pirate who infringed on copyrights in the dock, offering a staggering amount of damages. A pirate disc producer in a small coastal village is most miserable. People are in jail and facing $300 million worth of financial damages. Online media, traditional media and online forums, have been awakened by the sudden spate of numerous IPR compensation cases. The importance of protecting intellectual property rights has begun to be discussed. Some senior music producers and singers, too, have come forward to speak out in favor of the copyright protection war started by YY Culture Communication Company. He also expressed his admiration for Chairman Ye through the air. We hope that Chairman Yi and YY Culture will continue to shine for the cause of intellectual property protection, for which they will wave the flag. A number of national heavyweight publications are gradually taking a stand and calling for greater support for the protection of intellectual property rights. The smarter guys have foreseen the end of the pirates and are beginning to hesitate to place bets on music rights. Chapter 44, One slow step and the whole plate is lost. A golf course in Shanghai. A slightly beer-bellied, middle-aged man swings at the ball. He is Peng Yuan, the owner of 9cool Music, which holds more than 20% of the digital music playback market and is considered one of the oldest music platforms. He looked at the distant blob and said with a smile, "Mr. Ma, I think the time has come to lay out the music copyrights, and that YY Culture's Yi Dong has kind of made a good start for us." An elegant middle-aged man, Ma is the chairman of Leapfrog Music, which accounts for 32% of the country's digital music market. Mr. Ma watched the ball fly away and bristled. What's the point of acquiring so many copyrights? As long as our online playback platform remains solid, we can make all his efforts turn to dust. How dare you take my music online platform to court and ask for $1 billion in compensation? He really doesn't know what he's talking about. I have the money to drag out the lawsuit with him. Let's see who can afford to spend it. Beer-bellied Peng Yuan waved away the caddy behind him and smiled as he explained, "People, Yi Dong is right to do this. Now the media is overwhelmingly in favor of intellectual property protection. We have no room for resistance. Instead of doing unnecessary resistance, it is better to turn around and get on the ship of intellectual property protection. We can also turn into protectors of intellectual property rights. Anyway, we're the only 3 online playback platforms that dominate the country, and after the introduction of a fee-based system, there's no worry that no one will pay for it. The trio of music platforms, 1000 Listening, Leapfrog and 9cool, account for 80% of the digital music market." No. Mr. Ma waved the club in his hand with some exasperation, making me pay $1 billion just for some music rights? I haven't even made $1 billion total in advertising for my online music playback platform. Unless Mr. Yi revokes the compensation offer, I'll stick to piracy to the end and see what he can do to me. Isn't it just a lawsuit? To the end. Although Mr. Ma's mouth said a lot, but his heart is constantly playing muttering, the court will not really award $1 billion in compensation, right? That's a big loss. Dear Belly patiently advised, "Mr. Ma, don't be angry, this matter still needs our 2 families to jointly exert pressure. The one surnamed Yi only has the copyright in his hands, not an online broadcasting platform. The 3 of us plus Xiao Lao together occupy most of the digital music platform, so if we join forces to apply pressure, we might be able to force him to withdraw." Elder Xiao, speak up, we can't afford to delay any longer. Mr. Ma's face was anxious, his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, the people present had sideways glances. Even during the financial crisis a few years ago,
they had never seen Mr. Ma so agitated. Everyone had thought of using the funds earned over the past few years to drag down YY Entertainment, but now it seemed that Yi Xian had no intention of stopping acquiring copyrights.
And it's also got its hands in the movie and TV industry.
What made them even more nervous was that Yi Xian's YY Entertainment company was actually already planning to build a music platform. Waving a large amount of money in the major network companies to dig technical talent, the market is so big, Yi Xian intervened to come to share the cake. Of course they will not agree. Elder Xiao, these days YY Entertainment's people are like mad dogs. I've already received several letters from lawyers, and those original singers are saying they want to appeal. Elder Xiao, you have to think of a solution as soon as possible.
That's not so bad for you. Old Shaw has been arrested and I'm preparing to emigrate in the next 2 days.
That Yi Xian is prepared, we can't afford to delay. And now the network also reported the copyright issue loudly. It has already attracted the attention of the relevant parties. Elder Xiao, that guy Yi Xian is trying to monopolize this cake. We can't just sit back and do nothing. I've also instructed the people below to start acquiring the copyrights. Everyone was talking and the noise spread out in a flash, but Xiao Lao, who was sitting in the main seat, didn't say a word and had a worried look on his face. He also didn't expect Yi Xian's action to be so fast. Now that YY Entertainment has acquired more than 50% of the copyrights on the market, we are already a big step behind him. Elder Xiao put down the teacup in his hand, his words filled with helplessness and unwillingness.
The people here are all big names in the music industry, controlling 70% of the music broadcasting platforms on the internet. After so many years in the business world, which one of them is not a shrewd old fox? One step lower and you lose the whole thing. They had all underestimated Yi Xian's YY Entertainment at first, and were so passive due to their carelessness, and by the time they react, Yi Xian had already taken over a large portion of the copyright market. Chapter 45, Seniors?
I'm sorry, you guys don't deserve it. Pang Yuan said at this time, actually, we still have a chance. YY Entertainment is building a music platform. Xiao Lao raised his eyebrows and understood the meaning of Pang Yuan's words. Yi Xian's sudden rise insisted on using the copyrights in his hands to get a piece of the pie. Since he couldn't keep this piece of cake, the best option was to compromise. Use a partnership to share this market with YY Entertainment.
Mr. Pang, are you saying that? We're going to talk to Yi Xian about cooperation?
That's right. If we don't want to give up this market, cooperation is the best option for us. Yi Xian is just starting to build a music platform now, so we still have a chance.
I think we need to go to Jiangdu. As long as we're willing to lower our posture, Yi Xian shouldn't refuse.
Okay, I agree. Elder Xiao was a bit unwilling in his heart, but now he had no choice. Within the past few days his thousand listening to the song software downloads continue to decline. No one wants to see their hands of the cake by outsiders to snatch away. Elder Xiao continued, one more thing, privately we also have to speed up the pace of acquiring copyrights, not only music copyrights, but also film and television cultural aspects. Absolutely can't let that kid Yi Xian snatch the lead again. 3 days later, Yi Xian was in his office looking at the manuscript that Ning Nancher had prepared in advance for the interview program when the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Chairman, some big shots from the music circle have come to Jiangdu, saying they want to meet you for a casual dinner.
Big man? Who is it?
Yi Xian leaned back in his chair, a light smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Xiao, the founder of Thousand Listening Software, Hemp, the chairman of Yuan Group, and Pang, the chairman of Kuju Music Platform. Ning Nancher read out a long list of names, but the smile on Yi Xian's face grew. Well, it's good to meet. Let's set the place at the Germain Hotel. I'll come over there after work. Yi Xian casually gave a command, hung up the phone and got up to the huge floor-to-ceiling window.
So many big shots came to Jiangdu just to have a casual dinner with me?
Nothing to do, huh, old foxes, I'd like to see what tricks you'll pull. In the evening when he was about to get off work, Yi Xian received a call from Ning Nancher, saying that everyone had already arrived at the Germain Hotel and wanted to ask Yi Xian when he was coming over. Yi Xian smiled and said, there's no rush, let's air them out for a while first.
Negotiation, we have to take the initiative. Yi Xian is ready to give them a first. 2 hours later.
Yi Xian's car had just arrived at the downstairs of the Germain Hotel and took the elevator to the top floor, and before Yi Xian could go in, he heard bursts of abusive voices coming out of the box.
This Yi Xian is a bit too much of a thing, right? We've been here for 2 hours and he still hasn't shown his face. Really giving him face?
Elder Xiao, I see that Yi Xian has no sincerity at all. Let's not stick our hot faces on others' cold pigu. I don't think we should have come to Jiangdu. Ning Nancher, who was standing outside the box, was filled with bitterness as she looked at Yi Xian, who had a bland face beside her, and lowered her voice.
Chairman, do you think we should wait for them to calm down before going in? No, let the chef go first. They're not here to see me for dinner, just send a couple bottles of red wine over.
Yi Xian casually commanded and raised his hand to push open the door of the compartment. The 10 or so people inside the box who were full of impatient and loud curses shut their mouths in unison after seeing Yi Xian come in, and Elder Xiao stood up and came to Yi Xian's face with a trembling cane. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you, my humble self Xiao Tian. However, Yi Xian just smiled and nodded at him with no intention of shaking hands. A huff flashed across Xiao Tian's face as he withdrew his arm and stood aside, while Yi Xian walked straight to the main seat within the box.
Name, Xiao Tian. Age, 75.
Value, $23.7 billion. Chairman of Joku Group, at the age of 35, he started out in the business world by selling household electrical appliances, and after earning his first bucket of gold, he took a stake in Shangtian Culture and Media Group in Hong Kong Island, set up Yunhui Records, signed famous singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan, founded Yunhui Records, and dissolved the company 13 years ago,
cashing in $15.3 billion.
He then hired foreign network technology developers at a high price, and founded the Chansong Software. Xiao Tian's information appeared in Yi Xian's mind. While sighing at the richness of his experience, Yi Xian secretly slandered, "This old guy is really a shrewd investor. More than 10 years ago the value of more than 10 billion, unfortunately, by now the assets are only more than 20 billion, there is not much growth." Yi Xian did not say anything, the box was quiet, and Xiao Tian resumed his chair. Nine Cool Pang Yuan was the most mellow among these people, dryly laughed and took the initiative to walk up and pour a cup of tea for Yi Xian, and introduced the others briefly first. Yi Xian's laughter-filled gaze swept past each of these people's faces as he narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Didn't everyone curse quite happily just now?"
Continue.
Everyone looked at each other with a look of embarrassment on their faces at the same time. Pang Yuan laughed dryly and explained in a panic, "Mr. Yi, those of us who came to Jiangdu didn't come here for idle chit-chat."
"Oh? You all should have received the lawyer's letter sent by our YY company. Did you come here specifically to discuss compensation with me?" Elder Xiao and the few of them looked more embarrassed than one another, and Mr. Ma, who was sitting across from Yi Xian, brushed his face and stood up. "Mr. Yi, we have been fighting in the business world for so many years, so we should at least be considered your seniors." "Senior? Are you kidding me, Mr. Ma? All of you here are business elites worth tens of billions of dollars, but when it comes to this word senior, sorry, you guys don't deserve it." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth flicked up, and a touch of mockery flashed in his eyes. Chapter 46, Interview with Celebrity Conversations on National Television. "What do you mean by that?" Another middle-aged man also questioned loudly with a gloomy face as he slammed the table. The entire box was once again plunged into a sullen atmosphere, and even the calm-minded Elder Xiao had a hidden flash of anger in his eyes. Cough. "Mr. Yi, this society is about win-win cooperation. You have the copyright, we have the market and the music platform, we have money to earn together." Pang Yuan squeezed out a smile on his face, and he could be said to have lowered his stance enough in front of Yi Xian. "Right, Mr. Yi, the music platform in our hands accounts for 70% of the national market, as long as we cooperate." Xiao Tian also extended an olive branch to Yi Xian. People had to bow their heads under the roof, and now that most of the original singers in China had signed with YY Entertainment, cooperating with Yi Xian was the best choice at the moment. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian snorted and waved his hand. "You guys are really good at taking advantage of the situation. The copyright is in my hands, I can totally develop a new music platform, why should I cooperate with you?" Yi Xian had no intention of cooperating with these music industry bigwigs to begin with, and after dropping a sentence, the crowd was righteously indignant, but only Mr. Ma and Mr. Xiao shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Yi Xian's grabbing a head start in the copyright market has caught the attention of the authorities. Developing a music platform may take a while, but with enough money, it's not a problem at all. And now that they don't have the copyright, the traffic has dropped drastically, not to mention sharing the meat, and if they drag on for a while, they won't even get to drink the soup. "Elder Xiao, let's go. We shouldn't take on this trip." Mr. Ma sighed and shook his head as he held Xiao Tian's arm. "It's too late to acquire the copyrights now. I, Xiao, have been in the shopping mall for so many years, but in the end, I was defeated in the hands of a brat. I'm not willing to do that." After leaving the Germain Hotel, Yi Xian drove straight back to the manor. Ning Nancher had already arrived and was sitting on the sofa in the living room holding a laptop crackling with typing. Yi Xian walked over to her and sat down, asking the servant to bring 2 cups of coffee. Ning Nancher put down her notebook and tried to get up. Yi Xian smiled and patted her shoulder. "What are you looking at, so happy?"
Chairman, your microblogging account has increased by more than 200,000 followers, and there are hundreds of celebrities paying attention to it, so it's considered to have made a name for itself now. Yi Xian, who had crossed over from Earth, of course knew the importance of microblog publicity, so he had opened his microblog a few days before. However, his 100 billion identity has not yet been massively spread, and it is not reflected in the microblogging. Only some stars help him to publicize because of copyright issues, so the increase in powder is not much, only more than 200,000 people. 200,000 fans was too little. Yi Xian's goal was more than that.
By the way, when is the interview with me on national television's celebrity dialogue program scheduled? The host is that Bai Yanqing, right?
Yi Xian asked as he crossed his legs and took a light sip of coffee. Celebrity Dialogue is the most famous TV program in China in the past 5 years, and backed by the behemoth of national television. Each interview is the top people from all walks of life. Bai Yanqing is the host of the dialogue column. The interview is scheduled for tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and Mr. Bai's plane arrives in Jiangdu this evening. I'll arrange for him to be at the Germain Hotel. This interview is private.
Right inside the hotel? Ning Nancher inquired in a low voice.
Yi Xian frowned slightly and turned his head to look at her, gently waved his hand and said, "This interview is to create momentum for our YY Entertainment Company. Not only should we invite Bai Yanqing to come, but all the major media outlets in Jiangdu should also greet us in advance, so as much as possible, we can make YY Entertainment Company's name known." According to normal people's thinking, it was more prudent to not show your wealth, but Yi Xian did the opposite and was going to invite all the media in Jiangdu. Ning Nancher froze for a moment and asked with some surprise, "Are you
ready to want to be interviewed publicly?" "Of course, tomorrow I want everyone to know the great name of YY Entertainment." Yi Xian confidently laughed. Chapter 47, Official Interview, Internet Buzz. 2 days. Everything is ready. Dialogue is the most famous TV talk show in China in the last 5 years, which is broadcasted live on the first set of national TV at 8 p.m. The ratings are extremely high, too. The reason for this is because they interview the more distinctive and topical people from all walks of life, covering personal gossip and life experiences. Host Bai Yanqing's questions are sharp and to the point, so every issue is a gem of a gem, widely loved by the public gossip party. The interview was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, and the people from the dialogue program had already made preparations in advance, having set up the video camera in the hotel room. The interview hadn't even started yet, and the show's employees were already talking about it. Have you heard about it? It's said that the boss of this interview is a super lucky guy who suddenly skyrocketed from an ordinary person at a young age to $100 billion mega rich and inherited a supergroup. It's really enviable. I also just learned about this person. This life experience is too trampled metaphysical. Novels also dare not write so. I'm really envious. If this money was given to me, it would be so good. 10 tenderizations a day, so cool. Hey, how is 10 enough? 100 a day is the way to go.
There are still more than 10 minutes for the interview to start. The main character is coming. I really want to see what kind of character it is that can make a 100 billion old chairman value him and directly inherit his 100 billion inheritance.
The experience, it's a legend.
Amidst a chorus of chatter from the program staff, Bai Yanqing, the host of Dialogue, walked into the meeting. The show's about to start, so everyone get your asses in gear.
All the employees have stopped talking and started checking the equipment. Live TV, no sloppiness.
At this point, loyal viewers of the conversation on the internet are already talking about the content of the interviews in this installment.
What's today's interview subject? I can't believe the program group hasn't released the news yet. Every previous installment used to notify the audience of the interviewee in advance. I don't know. This issue is particularly mysterious. Could it be a great big guy in any industry?
The preview of the Conversations program said that it was 100 billionaire, and it swore that it would give us a big scare.
Oomph, I'm a favorite horror movie, and it can still scare me? 100 billionaire?
The range narrows down quite a bit at once, 2 horse daddies, and the rest, sifting through them one by one, 8 or 9 of them.
Shoo!
I got an inside scoop on this interview with a $100 billionaire in his early 20s.
Upstairs is afraid of early 20s and 100 billionaire? Plutonium? What a lot of retards, and inside information.
There was a chorus of disdain below.
But there are those who know something inside out.
You guys don't curse first. As far as I know, there really is a 100 billionaire in his early 20s, right here in our Jiangdu. His experience is especially legendary. Even novels don't dare to write like this. You guys don't believe me? You can look up words like Yi Clan Group, Yi Xian, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. The man didn't say much, but it was enough to pique the crowd's curiosity.
Curious to check. This is a great way to look at it. There really is such a bigot. On your knees. 22 years old, inheriting $100 billion conglomerate. I'm crazy with envy. He used to be an ordinary person. Why is the person who inherits hundreds of billions of assets not me?
At this moment, Yi Xian's name began to spread wildly on the internet. In the past, the news were all just limited to the inside of Jiangdu, and very few people outside were related. It's the same as we don't know who else is in the top 10 of the heavenly rich list besides the two Papa Ma's, and we don't care at all. Now fueled by inheriting hundreds of billions of dollars in assets at 22, it's on fire.
Evening. 2055.
Yi Xian also arrived at the hotel where the temporary program of dialogue was being recorded.
Push the door open. Everyone focused their eyes on the doorway in unison. Only to see Yi Xian walking in with a smile and a straight suit. Although today's Yi Xian did not deliberately dress up, for the sake of the program's effect, the makeup artist could still dress him up in a more mature manner, but in a more composed and shrewd manner. As for Ning Nancher, who came in after Yi Xian, she was also dressed in professional attire, holding a folder in her hand, and the two of them walked straight to the video area at the front of the venue. Bai Yanqing hurriedly and enthusiastically walked over to shake hands and said, "Welcome to Mr. Ye's interview with Dialogue, I am Bai Yanqing." Yi Xian was all smiles. "Hello, Mr. Bai, hello everyone on the staff." After some politeness, both sides were actually sizing each other up. Bai Yanqing said, "Mr. Yi, our program Dialogue has always been broadcast live. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any questions?" Yi Xian, "I don't have any problems, just follow your rules." Bai Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief, then took out a piece of paper. "Mr. Yi, this is the issue of this interview. You read it first. If there are any issues that are inconvenient, I'll just delete it."
Yi Xian took the paper and there were 30 to 40 questions written on it. After looking at it, I realized that the questions were still tricky, and it was obvious that Bai Yanqing had done a lot of homework.
Returning the paper, "There's nothing wrong with it, feel free to ask. Everything is ready."
Bai Yanqing and Yi Xian sat on two sofas, facing each other diagonally.
Program taping, everyone in position. Live camera switch countdown, 10, 9, 8, 1, action.
Chapter 48, Interview, set a small goal, make 1 billion first. Good evening everyone in front of the TV and webcast, this is Celebrity Conversations. Today is the first time the program team is filming outside of Yinjing. I'm Bai Yanqing. Today, we have a guest who can be described as a legend. That's right, I'll describe him as a legend.
He's the youngest $100 billionaire in the country. He was only 22 years old. Until a few months ago, he was just an ordinary young man.
And now, he's the chairman of one of the largest real estate groups in the country, Yes Group, the largest shareholder.
This experience, legendary or not? Please welcome today's guest of honor, Yi Xian. Bai Yanqing, domestic well-known host, emotionally charged, voice staccato, extremely infectious.
Yi Xian waved his hand to the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm Yi Xian."
It's hard to beat the coolness.
It was a moment when jaws dropped from viewers across the country who were sitting in front of their televisions watching Celebrity Conversations.
I'll rub it in. 22? 100 billionaire?
So much shock that they have 1,000 words that can only be reduced to one. The nation was shocked and abuzz at this moment.
"Mr. Yi, I've heard about you for a long time. Thank you for accepting our column's interview in the middle of your busy schedule. Let's sit down and chat."
Bai Yanqing made a pleased gesture and motioned Yi Xian and Ning Nancher to the sofa at the back. After everyone was seated, Bai Yanqing first exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Yi Xian.
"Mr. Yi Xian, can you tell us specifically how you inherited the Yi clan group? Please try to be as detailed as possible. I'm sure the viewers across the country are quite curious."
In fact, I was also very confused at that time. That day I was on a blind date. Just after the blind date was over, Grandpa Yi's secretary and probate lawyer came to me, inviting me to go to Grandpa Yi's place, and then I realized that Grandpa Yi felt that his lifespan was coming to an end, and chose me as the heir amongst the multitudes. Yi Xian didn't have much to hide, other than helping the old grandpa cross the street. He basically said everything else.
Once again, the audience was stunned. The internet is up all the time. A bunch of envy and jealousy.
Although Bai Yanqing had investigated, hearing the person in question, Yi Xian himself, still felt shocked. He quickly gathered his emotions. "Mr. Yi, you used to be just an ordinary person. Why did Elder Yi Xiaorong forcefully push you into the heir position?"
"I've always felt that I'm a very lucky person in this matter." Yi Xian laughed. "Lucky? So naive. I was actually open.
Then may I ask what changes occurred in your life after you became the chairman of the Yi Group, or should
I ask? What changes occurred in your life when you suddenly had money?
Ning Nancher, who was sitting on the sofa next to her, looked at Bai Yanqing's complete failure to follow the previous pre-planned plan, and suddenly asked such a tricky question in front of so many people, and couldn't help but frown her pretty eyebrows.
This seems like a simple question, but it's a difficult one to answer.
If Yi Xian answered that nothing had changed, it would inevitably cause many people to be jealous and dissatisfied, and some would even think that he had been lucky and still didn't know what to do. However, if Yi Xian said that the changes were great, it would be more likely that he would be looked at as if he were a dirtbag, and Bai Yanqing could go along and continue to ask down the line.
Still a big change, busier than before.
Yi Xian skillfully avoided the trap set by Bai Yanqing.
Busy? Seeing that Mr. Yi is only in his 20s? After taking over such a big group, do you need to do everything yourself?
I have heard some news before that after Mr. Yi inherited the company, 2 shareholders of Yi Group transferred all the equity in their hands to you. Is there such a thing? The program dialogue just likes to get to the bottom of things, and before deciding to interview Yi Xian, Bai Yanqing had done research on him and had some idea of what was going on inside the Yi Group. Yi Xian smiled faintly and nodded. That's right, thanks to Elder Yi's love, I took the position of the heir apparent. The shareholders within the company were probably worried that I was too young and didn't quite believe in my abilities, thinking that Yi's future would definitely not have much of a future. That's why they transferred their stakes to me at a low price.
Bai Yanqing saw how methodically Yi Xian answered and put away the contempt in his heart.
Mr. Yi, after inheriting so much, and being busy with this and that every day, have you ever felt like you've lost your freedom?
Bai Yanqing said. Yi Xian, losing my freedom?
I can't say, but after inheriting the Yi clan, I did lose a lot of things.
Berman, for example?
Yi Xian, probably, lost a lot of worries.
Losing your mind?
#at.
Bai Yansong was undeterred. What about the troubles besides the loss?
Yi Xian thought bitterly, it's really a pity that I can't enjoy the joy of poverty when I become rich.
Bai Yansong. Suddenly I don't want to talk.
But as a professional host, you have to hold back the conversation even when it's dead. Mr. Yi, I've heard that you've recently set up the YY Entertainment Group and made a big acquisition of more than half of the music and film copyrights in the market. May I ask what are your next goals? Bai Yanqing changed the topic and began to inquire about Yi Xian's next business plan. This was also the real purpose of the dialogue program team coming to Jiangdu to interview Yi Xian. Yi Clan Group started off with the real estate industry, and now that Yi Xian had suddenly set up an entertainment company, everyone was speculating whether Yi Clan Group had already begun to start transforming.
Finally, the question is on topic.
Yi Xian's face was calm, and he said back in a dignified manner, my goal is simple, to protect the interests of the originators. The establishment of YY Entertainment Company does have the intention of entering other industries as well.
Of course, I have a personal agenda, too.
Yi Xian smiled faintly and said without any modesty, I've set a small goal, first earn it $1 billion.
Chapter 49, Yi Xian's classical pretentious quotes.
As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the more than a dozen members of the dialogue program group standing not far away suddenly exchanged words and lowered their voices to discuss.
Make $1 billion in a year, on music?
It's like burning newspapers in the grave and fooling the ghosts.
Some viewers trolled the internet while watching the live stream. This Mr. Yi is a bit too arrogant, earning $1 billion a year. Does he think the entertainment company is a treasure pot? What a newborn calf, he really thinks he can make money on the copyright market. I think losing money is more like it. Now that YY Entertainment is just starting out and still needs injection of capital from the Yi Group, Yi Xian dares to say such arrogant words. Let's see how he ends up a year from now. Young people nowadays are overambitious. Do they really think they can become the richest man in the world just by casually starting a company? Bai Yanqing was obviously also dumbfounded by Yi Xian's shocking words. Cough.
Mr. Yi, your YY Entertainment Company is just starting out, and although you have signed a number of original singers and acquired more than half of the copyrights in the market, how are you going to start making a profit without a music platform? The room slowly quieted down, everyone's eyes focused on Yi Xian in unison, all wanting to hear about his future plans.
Our company is already working on a music platform and
this is just the first step. Yi Xian first sold the idea and held the initiative of the conversation in his hands.
Oh? I wonder if Mr. Yi can give us some specific insight first.
Bai Yanqing had more curiosity in his heart, but Yi Xian wouldn't casually tell an onlooker about his future business plans.
This is a trade secret, forgive me for not being able to tell you the truth.
Just when everyone thought that Yi Xian was exaggerating, Bai Yanqing smiled gently and changed the topic once again. Yes Group started out in the real estate industry. Mr. Yi has just taken over the position of chairman and is about to make a drastic transformation. May I ask if you've done a comprehensive survey of the market?
Of course, I never fight unprepared battles. There are quite a few domestic music platforms, but the profit model is very simple. The music platform that we YY Entertainment is going to build is an all-around music audition software, under the premise of guaranteeing the interests of the originators, standardizing the profit model, and resolutely boycotting the piracy, so as to present a brand new audio-visual feast for everyone. Bai Yanqing asked a few more questions next, including Yi Xian's current life, his past experiences, and his outlook on the future. Mr. Yi, next is the interactive part of our dialogue column, which is to draw a few questions from the viewers' friends in front of the TV to discuss with you. The first question the viewers would like to ask you is, you're now focusing all your energy on YY Entertainment. Does it mean that you'll care very little about the business of Yes Group in the future? The person who asked this question is presumably from Gangtok, and it was asked by someone related to real estate. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said aloud, Yi Clan Group is developing well now, and I also believe in my staff below me. Bai Yanqing, old Mr. Yi Xiaorong pushed you to the position of heir. After you took over the company, shouldn't you fulfill old Mr. Ye's last wish to grow the group? No. Under the regulation of the National Control Policy, the real estate industry has no longer the glory of the previous years. I now enter the entertainment industry, but also for the group's future transformation to prepare. Hello Mr. Yi, here is a more personal question. May I ask if you have a girlfriend now? Yi Xian still replied with a smile on his face, this is a matter of personal privacy, so forgive me for not being able to answer. You became the richest man in Jiangdu after you took over the Yi Group. May I ask if you still contact those friends from before? Yi Xian froze slightly and said, I didn't seem to have any friends before. Then may I ask what kind of person would qualify to be your friend, given your current status? Yi Xian froze. This question. Can't help but think of Onion. It's easy for me to make friends, as long as they talk, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not, he's not as rich as me anyway. Yi Xian casually uttered the famous quote from Onion on Earth, giving a small pretense. The interview lasted until the evening, and this dialogue program is broadcast in real time. The network also has hundreds of thousands of people watching. Yi Xian's microblogging fans in just one night land time surprisingly skyrocketed hundreds of thousands of. After the interview, Yi Xian invited the dialogue program team to dine at the hotel, and after accompanying himself with 2 glasses of wine, he brought Ning Nancher to a presidential suite in the hotel. Chairman, your interview today is on the microblogging hot search, and there are millions of people retweeting. Microblogging fans are breaking through the million mark. Now you are a celebrity. Coming into the suite, Ning Nancher hurriedly opened her laptop and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after logging into Weibo. At this time, microblogging is only the beginning of a short time. Many popular stars' microblogging fans are only a few million only. And Yi Xian's microblogging just registered a few days' time. I did not expect today's dialogue column effect is so crazy. The following comments are hundreds of thousands. Yi Xian is also considered to be on the network completely fire. And some of the sentences Yi Xian said were also on fire all over the internet. Although I inherited the $100 billion group, I lost a lot of worries. It's really a shame that I became rich and couldn't enjoy the pleasures of poverty. It's easy for me to make friends, as long as they talk, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not, he's not as rich as me anyway. Yi Xian casually uttered the famous quote from Onion on Earth, giving a small pretense. The interview lasted until the evening, and this dialogue program is broadcast in real time. The network also has hundreds of thousands of people watching. Yi Xian's microblogging fans in just one night land time surprisingly skyrocketed hundreds of thousands of. After the interview, Yi Xian invited the dialogue program team to dine at the hotel, and after accompanying himself with 2 glasses of wine, he brought Ning Nancher to a presidential suite in the hotel. Chairman, your interview today is on the microblogging hot search, and there are millions of people retweeting. Microblogging fans are breaking through the million mark. Now you are a celebrity. Coming into the suite, Ning Nancher hurriedly opened her laptop and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after logging into Weibo. At this time, microblogging is only the beginning of a short time. Many popular stars' microblogging fans are only a few million only. And Yi Xian's microblogging just registered a few days' time. I did not expect today's dialogue column effect is so crazy. The following comments are hundreds of thousands. Yi Xian is also considered to be on the network completely fire. And some of the sentences Yi Xian said were also on fire all over the internet. Although I inherited the $100 billion group, I lost a lot of worries. It's really a shame that I became rich and couldn't enjoy the pleasures of poverty.
It's easy for me to make friends, as long as they talk, because it doesn't matter if he has money or not, he's not as rich as me anyway. I set a small goal to earn it $1 billion first.
In response to these words, netizens have been tweeting. Losing your troubles?
Such a heavy price to pay for this pain.
Let's set a small goal of making $100 first. You're a friend, I'm making ding. In terms of pretending, no other tycoon can compare to him. Countless sand sculptures have been spitting. Chapter 50 Weibo Raffle Night, the whole internet is abuzz.
After finishing the interview, Yi Xian flipped through his microblog, and although a single microblog had not been sent, the fans had already risen to 1.2 million, which was the first speed in history. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lightly raised as another thought flashed through his mind.
Wait, you post a message on Weibo, spreading money for the raffle.
Yi Xian was ready to take advantage of his fame to give his microblogging fans some benefits, and in the meantime, he also helped publicize YY Entertainment's reputation in preparation for the launch of the music platform in the future. This is Onion's best trick. When IG was awesome, it set Twitter ablaze.
Spreading money for a raffle? Chairman, you mean?
Ning Nancher was a little puzzled. Microblogging has been around for some years now, and she often hangs out on it, but she has never seen anyone who dares to play like this. Prepare $10 million for 10 randomly selected spots in front of the fans, $1 million each. Fans just over 1 million, Yi Xian still feel too little. Microblogging lottery on Earth is very common. Yi Xian is also ready to use this routine, let himself completely fire up. Ning Nancher froze at Yi Xian's words, taking out $10 million for a fight. This could no longer be called a luxury, it was simply a defeat. Although Yi Xian was now worth hundreds of billions of dollars, money was just a string of numbers to him, and a mere $10 million was indeed nothing to him.
But even if you're rich, you can't be so wasteful.
Seeing that Ning Nancher was staring at herself with a surprised gaze, Yi Xian smiled slightly and asked, "How much do you think YY Entertainment will invest in advertising costs up front?" Ning Nancher didn't understand the meaning of Yi Xian's words, and after a little bit of consideration, she still truthfully replied, "It should take nearly $30 million to do the publicity." When a new software is put on the market, it needs a large amount of advertising to promote it in the early stage, and $30 million is already a very conservative figure.
Yi Xian smiled and nodded. I have 1,200,000 followers on Weibo right now. What effect do you think I can achieve by utilizing the routine of scattering money to draw prizes? Ning Nancher's eyes lit up with realization.
Yi Xian was trying to use the money to build up fans and also advertise the upcoming YY music platform. As long as it attracted enough fans, YY Entertainment's popularity would increase dramatically, and it would even save a lot of money on advertising and promotion in the future. This is a long-term effect, not a short-term one.
I see what you mean, it's on the way.
Ning Nancher stood up excitedly, took out her cell phone and also instructed the people below to contact the Weibo official.
Twitter officials were shocked and highly concerned when they heard about this.
They developed this sweepstakes feature, and it's still unremarkable, and they usually draw so many hundreds and thousands of dollars.
Now it's coming straight to 10 million? I'm Nima. It's so awesome that it explodes.
At this time, microblogging chairman Chao Guowei was drinking with a few friends in the clubhouse. The secretary hurriedly walked in and leaned over to say a few words in his ear.
Chao Guowei's body shook and the wine glass he was holding almost fell to the ground. Taking $10 million out of the lottery? Really? Treadmill awesome.
Chao Guowei stood up with a face full of shock, dumbstruck.
Then what are we waiting for? Full cooperation and full Twitter promotion. He shouted.
Yes, at the same time, microblogging officials pushed and promoted the program, attracting more and more people to participate in the discussion. Chapter 51 $10 million raffle draw triggers a Twitter frenzy.
Chairman, great news. Pust.
Chao Guowei, the chairman of Weibo, had his drink interrupted once again by his secretary. Chairman, now we'd better hurry back to the company. The number of simultaneous visits to Weibo has exceeded 30 million. The secretary said with a look of excitement. Since the founding of microblogging, although more than 100 million people have registered, the number of people who are usually active online is only 10 to 20 million at most.
It didn't break 20 million at its peak.
But Yi Xian microblogging spread money raffle news put out, reproduced a substantial increase in the number of people soared online. Even if they did not become Yi Xian's fans, everyone is concerned about the raffle matters, want to see exactly which lucky child will be favored by the heavens.
Right. Hurry back to the company.
Chao Guowei no longer had the heart to drink, picked up his own jacket without even saying hello and hurried out of the box. A few other old bosses looked at each other and curiously murmured, taking $10 million out of the lottery, who's such a loser? It's Yi Xian, the Jiangdu general manager Yi, who was interviewed on the program Dialogue.
The owner of YY Entertainment? This guy is an internet celebrity, but you can't throw money away like that, right?
Throw? That kid doesn't do money-losing deals. He's been spending a lot of money on copyrights lately, and he's already turning the music scene upside down. Yes, this person is very business-minded. Taking $10 million out of the lottery is much better than advertising.
Why didn't I think of it before?
At this moment, not only were these bigwigs in the business world paying attention to the movements on Yi Xian's microblog, but the nation's netizens had almost all heard the news. For a time, the number of Weibo registrations soared, and Yi Xian's followers were also increasing dramatically. Watching the number of followers skyrocket in a doubling, Ning Nanshi's excited little face reddened.
Chairman, the fans have surpassed 5 million. 7 million now.
There was still half an hour before 12 o'clock, and Yi Xian's microblog followers passed 10 million. Almost most of the online media were substantially reporting on Yi Xian's microblogging lottery, and the reprints on the program Dialogue reached millions. There weren't too many operational numbers at this point, or the effect would certainly have been more explosive.
Who the hell is this Yi Xian? The number of Weibo followers actually surpassed me. A pussy who looked quite like Koen muttered as he swiped his Weibo in depression. YY Entertainment's old boss, this move, it's not ordinary.
The old titan within the Chinese business world with gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but lament. Yi Xian, this asshole, YY Entertainment has completely caught fire online without even having a music platform. This is to push me to the brink of extinction. General Ma, who was hugging his wife, also got out from within the quilt after receiving the call. At 11:53, the comments underneath Yi Xian's raffle draw post had also exceeded 10 million. With such a horrific number of people, I don't think Twitter will be tweeting with this many comments again in a few years.
It's all about the raffle and hoping to become a millionaire overnight.
Some netizens, in order to have a higher probability of winning the lottery, also purposely reply more and register several, or even a dozen accounts.
There are even studios that directly register hundreds and thousands of accounts.
At this time, microblogging on the account of the binding of the uniqueness of the phone has not yet made a limit, so you can unlimited binding account. Fortunately, the official side of the microblogging found the situation in time, and hurried to limit each phone to bind up to 5 accounts, other redundant accounts all blocked.
All of this was the madness caused by Yi Xian. The madness of all the people.
It was a moment that most of the country remembered as a trenchant $100 billionaire. As we get closer to the 2400 hour, the comments on the internet have exploded even more.
The raffle is about to come out, God willing. Oh jerk selt. I've sacrificed all my housemates, it's up to me to become a millionaire now. The time soon arrived at 2400 hours amidst much anticipation. Have the results come in yet? It's 2400 hours. Swiped it and it's not out yet. It's out. To see if there is a me. Many netizens kept refreshing Yi Xian's Weibo lottery page.
In the city of Yuzhou, a mom was sitting nervously in front of her computer holding her pretty and cute little girl. Her husband died early and raised a daughter, so her family's financial situation was difficult. She wanted to remarry and was afraid that the little girl would be unhappy, so she didn't remarry. This time, I registered to reply to sign up for the lottery, but also with the idea of trying. When 2400 hours came, she swiped the page and rubbed her eyes in disbelief when she saw one of the names inside the string of lists inside Yi Xian's Weibo lucky draw page.
I'm hit?
She excitedly jumped right out of her chair with her little girl in her arms.
I hit it, ha 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 ha.
She was pleasantly surprised.
She excitedly ran to the bottom of Yi Xian's microblog and typed with a trembling hand, "Thank you, Mr. Yi Xian, I'm a single mother. My life has been very stressful lately. I just wanted to hold on to the mood of trying, and I didn't expect to win the lottery. Thank you, Mr. Yi Xian, a great favor. I'll let my daughter call you godfather in the future." After she sent it out, she received a lot of comments very quickly. Envy this mom.
A little jealous, but single moms do have it tough, go for it. $1 million jackpot, hopefully a single mom will have a better life. Overall, except for a few jealous cursed netizens, the rest of the netizens still congratulate and bless single moms mostly when they see them.
Chapter 52, Shocking the Nation.
Twitter. On the night of the raffle, which was enough to make people boisterous, Xiao Guowei led a group of technicians but was sweating profusely in his office. "Chairman, there's too much traffic, our server is about to burst."
A man with glasses walked up and looked at the laptop he was holding, anxiously. Hold on to me for a few minutes, no matter what, until the raffle session is over. Xiao Guowei's face was full of redness, and he waved his hand without lifting his head and said. Yi Xian had organized this microblogging lottery, which was also a good publicity opportunity for microblogging. Within a few short hours, the number of downloads of the microblogging app increased by tens of millions, and with this wind, Xiao Guowei's microblogging also caught fire. The number of people online has passed 40 million, Yi Xian's fans have actually increased to 12 million. Xiao Guowei rubbed his hands together excitedly. What he cared about wasn't the $10 million super prize, but the number of downloads on Weibo. Yi Xian sighed. The lucky draw session ended smoothly, and the corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted up in a smile as he swept a glance at the 12 million plus followers on Weibo. In order to prevent these fans from unfollowing after drawing the prize, Yi Xian once again wrote on Weibo. The 10 million prize raffle is ended, 10 koi carp have appeared, among them there is also a single mom. Congratulations to you all, and at the same time, I wish the single mom and the little girl can be happy and joyful. There was no koi saying at this time, and Yi Xian was just the right person to start this and lead the koi trend. At the same time, I hope that the koi who won the prize will not be mesmerized by this $1 million fortune, and should not forget to stick to themselves. It is just a passerby in your life, and should not ruin your life by it. Yi Xian has seen too many people in his previous life, because he won the jackpot and demolition money, and his heart did not keep up, leading to rotten gambling, alcoholism, and ice skating. And finally destroying his entire life. He didn't want these 10 to turn out like this, to be a mess. Click, publish. As soon as the tweet was posted, hundreds of comments quickly appeared, and upon refreshing, it turned into thousands more. Yi Shuai is so warm, love you. Marshall Yi, so handsome, so handsome. Starts with his face, stays true to his character, and he's rich. My god, how in the world can there be such a perfect man? Hubby, I'm sure. Get out of my way, you demonic ES, he's my husband. Yi Xian swiped through the comments and sweated. I didn't realize that the female fans were fighting so hard. It seems that I'm going to become a national husband like Onion. Then Yi Xian wrote another tweet. Netizens who didn't win, don't be discouraged. The next time the YY music platform goes live, the lottery will be opened again, still a $10 million prize. Click, publish. Twitter exploded again. Hubby, we will definitely support the YY music platform. Even if it's not to support the genuine version, even if it's to support my husband, I have to support the YY music platform. Ning Nancher followed beside Yi Xian and had been completely convinced. This behavior of seemingly taking money for nothing was saving YY Entertainment a large sum of money on advertising and promotion in the future. So many big shots in the business world have never played like this. Yi Xian was so young and could have such a vision to utilize the resources he had in his hands to accumulate tens of millions of fans. This alone was enough to make Ning Nancher admire him. The next day. There's no doubt that last night's crazy night of raffle prizes completely dominated Weibo's Hot 100. Yi Xian occupied 5 of the top 10 hot searches. Hashtag celebrity conversations youngest $100 billionaire hashtag. Number 22-year-old billionaire hashtag. Hashtag $10 million raffle, 10 koi hashtag. Hashtag national husband Yi Xian hashtag. Hashtag single mom wins millions hashtag. There were also several others that ranked in the top 20. Hashtag I don't care if I'm rich or not hashtag. Hashtag gained riches, lost troubles hashtag. Hashtag set a small goal, make $1 billion first hashtag. In addition to the explosive impact of Weibo, the media on the internet and many local TV stations have covered the story. On this one morning, many people went to work and class, and as a result, they heard people talking about related topics everywhere. Yi Xian? Who? 100 billion? Groove. A $10 million raffle? Groove. All the way trough. Inwardly, he was overwhelmed with shock and felt that the world had become a strange place. At this moment, the main character of the national debate, Yi Xian, arrived at YY Entertainment. He came to look at the development progress of the YY Music platform. YY Music, according to the plan, is January 1st, New Year's Day online. At this time is December 3rd, there is less than a month to the plan time. Now that the microblog followers were there, the copyrights on the market had also been acquired by Yi Xian by nearly 70%. Although other big businessmen are also interested in this piece of fat meat, but due to the late start, can only drink the leftover soup. The progress of the development of the music platform is arguably the most pressing matter at the moment.
However, fortunately, Yixian vigorously digging people from the country's major music-related platforms highly paid to dig more than 20 senior network technology talent. Technology is still enough strength. Moreover, Yixian also gave a detailed development plan, which contained key features for the development of the music platform. A. Sound effects, star sound effects, pre-mixed exclusive sound effects according to the timbre of different singers, car sound effects, style sound effects, pop, dance, rock. Panoramic surround, clear vocals. B. Social functions, music reviews. C. User rank. The more songs you listen to, the higher the rank, giving the user a sense of honor. You give a ranking system. D. User preference, intelligent precision push. E. Song list can be created. These are very important new features of the major music platforms of the former Earth. Of course, to be discreet, each feature is done in groups of technical teams, keeping each other's secrets, lest someone leaks a trade secret. Chapter 53, A Commercial Spy Has Appeared. Seeing Yixian walk in, the technicians in the entire office area stood up. Hello, Chairman. A respectful voice represented the heartfelt admiration that the many technicians had for Yixian, not admiring Yixian's wealth, but Yixian's talent, his whimsicality. Everyone knew that the many groundbreaking features of YY Music had been proposed by Yixian, the young chairman of the board. However, among the many technicians, the only one sitting in the corner, a man wearing glasses, flashed a hint of disdain in his gaze. A brat in his 20s who doesn't know who he is when he has $2 and wants to develop a music platform? What are you going to compete with those big shots in the industry? The corners of the glasses man's mouth flashed with a touch of mockery, if it wasn't for the fact that the personnel department of YY Entertainment had offered an annual salary that one couldn't refuse, and that the old company had sent him here to spy on the information, otherwise he wouldn't have come here to work for Yixian. Yixian didn't notice the man with glasses who was leaning back, swept a glance at the crowd and knocked on the desktop. The entire room instantly quieted down. All sit down, I'm here today to see the progress of the music platform development. Now start with one group and report back one by one. A group leader stood up, reporting to the chairman, my piece of research and development about the sound effect is basically almost done, another week will be able to complete all of them, and the rest is the problem of articulation of each module. Yixian nodded his head. The other group leaders also stepped forward and reported one by one, but they were all brief reports and did not cover specifics, and the other groups could only guess roughly based on their names alone. In the corner, the man with the glasses silently recorded these reports. His heart was slightly shocked. He found that there were some features, such as the sound effects and song list features, which were very ahead of their time, and should be a big hit with the fans. There were also some features that he couldn't see through. However, he thought about the fact that at this time, the functions of the major music platforms in the country were very singular, with few functions other than audio, visual and download. If YY Music really launches these features, will there be a way for other music platforms to survive? After all the group leaders report listening, Yixian nodded and said, basically I've heard pretty much everything. There are several groups have said a problem the program's intelligence is not enough to do user preference screening, targeted promotion placement. The leader of Team 1 nodded, yes, Chairman, that's where we're currently stuck. Other group leaders have chimed in. The big data mentioned by the chairman, even the Rice side is still groping for it, and I'm afraid it's going to be realized now. Chairman, we can actually realize some of the functions and slowly upgrade them later when the technology matures. Yixian reached out and pressed, alright, I'm clear about all of your doubts. Yixian knows that at this time, computer technology has not reached the level of big data and user preference analysis, not in this country, and not on the me side. Because it hasn't evolved that far. However, this big data, intelligent user preference analysis, two technologies, just as the realization of Yixian's proposed numerous functions of the basic conditions. Without it, those functions are a mirror. Just then, suddenly a disdainful snort came from the corner. The crowd looked over. It's the glasses guy. Yixian frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? The man with the glasses shook his head back and forth. No, nothing, I just thought of something funny. Yixian's subconsciously mind called up this person's information bar. Name, Yuan Yongfei. Age, 37. Skills, Programming Intermediate, Design Intermediate, Operations Intermediate. Experience, graduated from the Department of Computer Science of Qingbei University, won the second place in NMY programming contest, entered USUN Group after graduation from the university, and was promoted to departmental project manager in just 3 years. After jumping ship in the 1000 group to become the backbone of the business, because of the theft of project data to sell, after 5 years to leave, was headhunted to find, into the Jioku Music Company, quite appreciated. A month ago was sent by the chairman of Juku Music to come to YYY Music as an undercover agent to spy on YYY Music's intelligence. He has already leaked YY Music internal information via email several times. Personality: a sinister person, every cent counts, greedy for money and sex. Weaknesses: love of money. Loyalty: 0. At this time the inner thought, this Yi Xian is really too naive, this kind of technology can actually be developed in a short period of time? At least wait another 10 years before doing so. Commercial espionage? Pleasantly surprised, huh? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked. If anyone else, they might still be fooled by a commercial spy, but unfortunately they met him. Big hang-ups. Yi Xian wore a playful smile. Yuan Yunfei, right, you just laughed. Do you think we can't realize such a technology? Yuan Yunfei grinned, not giving Yi Xian any face at all. That's right, I think that the idea you just mentioned, boss, is completely impossible to realize. Ning Nansher couldn't help but frown. Since Yi Xian took over the Yi clan, no one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Yuan Yunfei pretended to be a technician's condescension. Boss, you should know very well, this more than 20 of us, are the elites in the major music companies, with the country's top development technology. But you just said to speak of the planning, if we say that we can't complete, there should be no other domestic developers can be competent. I have held key positions in 3 music companies and know the domestic market quite well. The concept you just described is indeed very attractive, but in my opinion, it's just rhetoric. Chapter 54, Shock. The chairman of the board is surprisingly a program bigwig. Yuan Yunfei is speaking eloquently. Big words can be said by anyone. But whether it can be realized is not certain. According to the boss, your plan to develop such a music platform, not to mention a month, even if you give us a year's time, a few years, as long as the key technology big data program cannot be realized, these functions cannot be realized. After saying that, Yuan Yunfei swept a glance towards his peers in the conference room and shrugged his shoulders. Everyone should understand that what I just said is the truth. Instead of wasting time in this YY entertainment company, I think we should plan for the future. Yi Xian laughed. Yuan Yunfei, US Yuan Group had given you a chance, and even let you sit in the position of manager, but you jumped to Chanshan Group for the sake of high salary. There's nothing wrong with people moving up the ladder. But you stole project data and sold it within the thousand group, which is a bit of a taboo. In full view of everyone, Yi Xian revealed Yuan Yunfei's past. The crowd was taken aback. Yuan Yunfei was also taken aback. I didn't expect Yi Xian to know his situation so well. Yi Xian lightly laughed and continued, after you were fired, you jumped ship to the Juku Music Company. And now, you followed the arrangement of the chairman of the Juku Company to us as a commercial spy. What? Commercial espionage? All the technicians in the room were amazed, looking at Yuan Yunfei in unison. Yuan Yunfei's face changed, panicked and shouted, "You're talking nonsense, what evidence do you have? You don't wrong a good person indiscriminately." Yi Xian sneered, wrongfully accused? Joke, do you really think I don't have evidence? In the month you were on board, you sent emails to Joe Music a total of 6 times, the specific email address is? The password is? Yi Xian said an email account and password. Yuan Yunfei looked at Yi Xian in horror, his face turning pale all of a sudden. You. Looking at Yi Xian was like seeing a devil. How did he know about me? And you even know the password to your email account so well? Yi Xian glanced at Ning Nansher, who understood in a second and used one of the computers to open the mailbox, enter the account password, and log in. The entire mailbox of email exchanges was presented to the crowd. YYY Music Intelligence Summary 1. YYY Music Intelligence Roundup 2. YYY Music Intelligence Roundup 3. YYY Music Intelligence Roundup 4. The straightforward title was bright and shiny, shaking the many technicians into a rage, looking at Yuan Yunfei with a gaze full of anger. Yi Xian gestured to Ning Nansher, call the police, let the comrades from the Criminal Investigation Division come over. Alarm! After hearing these words, Yuan Yunfei directly weakened his legs and knelt on the ground. Done. His life, finished. After half an hour, the comrades from the Criminal Investigation Department came and left with the evidence of the crime and Yuan Yunfei. Chairman, spare me, I was wrong, give me a chance. Mercy. Yuan Yunfei's voice begging for mercy was getting farther and farther away. Yi Xian laughed coldly, want me to spare you? Eat, you. Yi Xian swept his gaze over one employee after another, and in the end, he didn't find a second commercial spy.
Clapping his hands together, he drew everyone's attention back.
Well, Yuan Yangfei's matter is in the past. What we need to do now is to perfect YY music as soon as possible. Group 1 leader, but, Chairman, that technology we're afraid. Yi Xian shook his hand. Don't worry, everything is with me.
Yi Xian turned on the copy function. Ding. You copied the skill, advanced programming.
Ding, spend 100 million to upgrade the programming skill to God level. Originally, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to open up like this, since his men didn't have the means to accomplish such a high level of skill, he could only go down himself. Yi Xian looked at all the programmers. In the next few days, I'll lead the programming of this big data program.
Programming apes? Bewildered? Does the boss know how to program too? With such a doubt, numerous program apes felt a wave of absurdity. 1 day later, all the program apes surrounded Yi Xian. And at this moment, Yi Xian is sitting by the computer, his fingers flipping, tada. Lines and lines of programs were constantly being generated from his fingertips. The program apes looked at the line of program, 100 faces of shock, and felt like kneeling. What a concise program. Good flow. The logic is super complicated, Naya, I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. This big section, it's a branch of the genetics program, isn't it? Is it programming artificial intelligence?
It looks like it. I don't know if it is or not. It's a shame we're so low, or we could certainly learn a lot.
I didn't realize the chairman was a programming guru, unbelievable. Isn't it rumored outside that our chairman used to be an ordinary person? Could he have other identities? Kneel neatly. Chapter 55, YYY Music, here we go.
The next nearly a month of time, Yi Xian has been staying in YY Music, with a group of programmers to stay together to develop YY Music Big Data Program, Intelligent Optimization Module. And Yi Xian completely conquered that group of program apes by demonstrating his skills again and again.
The chairman is great. 666.
Well, the group has become very skilled at shouting 666, so smooth, staccato and full of emotion.
December 28th.
When Yi Xian knocked down the last line of code, it was officially declared that the YY Music software was officially completed.
December 29th.
The last function test passed successfully, exactly declared YYY Music software completely finished.
Done.
It's a good thing the chairman of the board of directors is here, otherwise we wouldn't be able to accomplish this.
The chairman is great. 666. The office area was cheering.
Yi Xian jumped onto the table and smiled as he pressed his hands together. Be quiet.
I have something to say.
The whole group fell silent. Yi Xian gazed to a program ape, did not ignore anyone. I'm glad that YY Music was developed by us. This is a cross-generation software. I believe that as long as it appears will sweep the entire country.
And you guys, you're the creators of it. Its achievement is your achievement. A program ape, tears flashing, blood surging, remembering this one day and night of racking their brains and exhausting efforts, a heart full of accomplishment. Yi Xian, originally I wanted to organize a wine banquet for you, but I think we must be abhorrent to drinking, and the night after tomorrow is the moment when YY Music goes online. It's important, so the wine banquet is even, I helped you discount. More than I'm not going to talk about, this month, the bonus is 200,000 per person. 200,000? The shock of all the programmers was followed by loud cheers. Long live the chairman. Big Brother is awesome. A few program apes even excitedly hugged and kissed Yi Xian's shoes, not caring about image at all. You guys? Yi Xian hurriedly fled. However, it was obvious that those programmable apes were too topsy-turvy for Yi Xian, so they appeared to be crazy. Ning Nancher watched the chairman's wretched figure surrounded by numerous program apes from afar, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mysterious, yet powerful, yet affable chairman. Day 2. Ning Nancher then sent the finalized YY Music online promotion plan to Yi Xian's desk. This program Yi Xian had already read it many times, and gave quite a few opinions that seemed a bit ahead of their time for this era, before finalizing it. The promotion methods listed inside the program, as many as 18, from offline to online, from white collar to students, all dimensions are considered. The most important of these programs, of course, is the Twitter promotion program. The first plan, from January 1st to January 10th, every day in YY Music official microblogging open a 10 million level lottery, 100 people win, each 100,000, the first day of the lottery threshold is YY Music registered account.
The second day of the lottery threshold is to listen to 10 songs, each listen to at least 2 minutes, to prevent brush. The third day of the lottery threshold is 30 songs. The 10th day of the lottery threshold is 30 songs for 10 consecutive days. The second plan, on January 30th, a grand YY concert will be opened, and the stars corresponding to the top 30 songs on the listening list will be invited to attend the concert.
The previous plan, very straightforward and clear, is to smash money for user traffic.
The latter plan is a little more profound. As the saying goes, there is no first martial arts. As a singer's fans naturally hope that their idols can be on the list, or else defeated by other singers is not very disgraceful?
This program can greatly attract those fans of YY music participation. On top of that, there's another invisible benefit, that's the rice circle economy. Let the rice circle economy join YY music, so that it can create a lot of money for YY music. What is the rice economy? The concept is not to cite an example, Station Sister chasing Love Bean's idol trip, a year to spend nearly 100,000 yuan only rice box after box to buy Love Bean's record just to collect all the small card scalpers to obtain the idol information to the fans to sell the information for profit. The famous incident is the microblogging competition between Luan and a basketball ambassador that is totally about money, fans' money, benefiting from microblogging plus celebrities. One of YY Music's new features, the new song list, is one of those rice circle economy utilizations. December 29th, 2000 hours p.m. Yi Xian's Weibo was updated. January 1st, New Year's Day, YY Music is officially online, divided into website version, app version. App can be downloaded in the major software mall. In order to celebrate the launch of YY Music, we are holding the Century Grand Lucky Draw of 10 million totaling 100 million renminbi for 10 consecutive days. Sweepstakes rules are as follows: $10 million per day, 100 winners, $100,000 per person, threshold for the sweepstakes. After the Twitter update, Twitter traffic has once again exploded. Hubby finally showed up, I missed you so much, mwahahaha. I've been waiting for a long time and finally today is the day. I'm glad I didn't give up. 1 million. Not right? How did it become 100,000?
I've been going to incense every day for the past month, so I'm sure I'll win this time. With 100 chances in one day, that's 1,000 chances in 10 days, the odds of winning are much better. Because there was already a previous 10 million prize draw, the news of this draw spread faster and wider than the last one. Twitter is dead set on pushing this news and can't wait for it to show up on every major network. And the nation's major online media outlets won't miss such a hotspot to follow up on the story. YY Music, together with the $100 million sweepstakes, is waiting for you to experience it. 1 month from now, the $10 million raffle is back.
Who will be the lucky carp? 1,000 chances at a $100,000 prize, who's leading the way?
At this moment, the entire network, everywhere, was full of talk about YY Music and the $100 million sweepstakes.
Chapter 56, The Enemy is on the Move.
He Wenbin of Guangdong City is an ordinary office worker, working in a not-so-big enterprise after graduation, without even a girlfriend, renting a house and living a moonlight life. I went downstairs, and as is customary, I went to the breakfast place downstairs and ordered a xiaolong bao and 8 treasure kanji and sat down. That's when a voice next to him caught his attention. Curse next door, this Yi Xian is so damn rich, throwing another 100 million out for the lottery. Envious. I heard that he used to be an ordinary young man just like us, but skyrocketed to great wealth and directly inherited hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. If I were him, how would I have to change a tender every day? He Wenbin didn't continue to listen to the next words, as his attention was focused on the $100 million lottery. He remembers very well the last $10 million raffle where 10 people won $1 million, and he participated in the raffle at that time, but unfortunately did not win.
Another raffle?
He hastily opened the microblogging. When he learned that this time there are 1,000 people 100,000 chances to draw a prize, his heart was happy, thinking that after the YY Music is online, he will try to participate in it, and see if he can draw himself. Looking at the microblogging hot searches again, there are 3 related topics on the top 10 microblogging hot searches, and 1 in the hot search 18.
Awesome heat. He Wenbin couldn't help but be staggered. After breakfast, He Wenbin got on the bus, and he ended up on the bus where he heard people talking about this YY Music raffle again. When I opened WeChat, I found that my old classmates were also talking about the lottery, and a bunch of people in my circle of friends were asking for blessings. Getting off the bus and walking 300 to 400 meters to the company, I found that many of my colleagues were talking about it along the way. He Wenbin was secretly surprised in his heart. This YY Music sweepstakes is making such a big deal out of it, I can't believe it's being talked about everywhere.
What He Wenbin didn't know was that things similar to his had happened in many places across the country. The truth is that Yi Xian's publicity strategy is too fresh, and there are still microblogging is vigorously promoted. The national also feel very fresh, spread the degree of high. If changed to 10 years later, it is estimated that it will not even touch the splash.
Look, hubby, he's got a new tweet.
A 24-year-old female coworker jolted to her feet and exclaimed in surprise.
Other female coworkers followed suit and clicked on the tweet to read it.
He Wenbin was also curious to click on the microblogging, and when he saw the content, he was taken aback. YY Music is so big that they're having a concert and inviting singers who ranked in the top 30 songs to sing?
At this moment, He Wenbin's heart was moved.
He Wenbin's singing idol is the heavenly king Lu Huahua, and he grew up listening to Lu Huahua's songs since he was a child. He has always had a desire to go to the scene to see his idol sing. However, when Lu Huahua opened the concert when He Wenbin was still studying, and no money, and when he came out to work, after a bit of economic freedom, Lu Tianwang but never opened the concert.
This has always been He Wenbin's regret.
If this time, he could push Lu Tianwang to sing on stage, and he himself could buy a ticket to go to the scene to support, it would be a consummation that would bring back memories for a lifetime.
One more reason to support YY Music. Just then, He Wenbin flipped to the microblog of Lu Tianwang. Found that half a year do not see an update once the Lu Tianwang microblogging this time updated. Support the genuine, support me, join the YY Music family, enjoy the good sound, all like my song friends, please help to let me participate in the January 30th YY Music event. He Wenbin's hand shook. Definitely support.
With Yi Xian's second blog post about the concert, more than 70% of China's famous singers have spoken out on Weibo, inviting their fans to join the YY Music family, boycott piracy, and support the genuine version.
This one is even more hilarious.
I'm afraid I can't find a single person in the world who doesn't listen to music, and everyone will have a favorite singer, even if they don't idolize that singer.
With so many singers coming down, it naturally attracted the excitement and agitation of countless netizens. Magic City, a certain mansion. Boo.
A cup was thrown to the floor and shattered.
Good for you, good for you.
I didn't expect this yellow-haired brat surnamed Ji to have such tactics. Xiao Tian, the chairman of Thousand Music, was listening to his men's report with an angry face. Microblogging and whatnot he wasn't familiar with, and also felt that it was nothing more than a small door, but he didn't expect that Yi Xian would rely on microblogging and pry such a big news heat. It was almost like saying that the whole nation was talking about it.
He panicked a little. And a little scared too.
He thought that YY Music would definitely collapse under the attack of several of their music platforms. But now with this horrible heat of YY Music, in addition to the fact that YY Music had already obtained more than 70% of the music copyrights, the advantage was so big that he felt that the ones who would be routed would most likely be the ones who had several music platforms of theirs. On second thought, the spy he had buried inside YY Music had also been caught, and a wave of unease bubbled up in his heart. No, we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. For me, Xiao Tian, to be where I am today, everything relies on spell.
The cunning Xiao Tian thought of 3 ploys at once. Check Yi Xian's background to see if there's any dirt. Get hackers to attack YY Music. Killer.
The last one, of course, should never be used as a last resort.
Chapter 57, YYY Music Online, Cross-Generation features stunning debut.
P.S. Mentioned earlier, here is another note, YY Music shares are held by the protagonist alone, there are no other partners. All the products of YY Technology in the back have nothing to do with Yi Group, they are exclusive to the protagonist.
December 31st. 2300 hours p.m. 1 hour until YY Music goes live. At this time, the office building of YY Music was brightly lit. Yi Xian brought his secretary, Ning Nancher, to sit here early. One by one, the employees are busily getting ready, but with overflowing excitement and thrill, as well as anticipation and nervousness on their faces. Ning Nancher, the great secretary who had always acted calm and composed in front of outsiders, was also clenching her fists at this moment, and her mood was very tense. She knew clearly in her heart that this was the first time Chairman Yi Xian had jumped out of the Yi clan group and started a project independently, and if it was successful, then in the future, Chairman Yi Xian would no longer be the lucky one who occasionally gained a huge fortune, but rather, he would be a business elite, a business legend, and a big shot in business, and he would completely gain a firm footing in the business world of the Celestial Kingdom. Therefore, YY Music is very significant to Chairman Yi Xian. It has to work. Show everyone that you are the most amazing business genius in the country.
Ning Nancher secretly said in her heart. Looking at Yi Xian's side face, Ning Nanshi's heartbeat accelerated. During these few months together, she had already been unconsciously conquered by Yi Xian's handsomeness, talent, dominance, and confidence. But as her secretary, she was smart enough to keep it all under wraps. The time has reached 2400 hours without realizing it.
Begin. With Yi Xian's order, YY Music was grandly launched.
All the employees were quiet, but their breathing was unsteady, obviously in a tense mood.
It has to work. Yi Xian looked at the nervousness of the crowd and smiled gently. His mood was, as he couldn't think of any reason to fail. There's a time and a place for everything. YY Music will not fail. And all those big plans and projects after YY Music won't fail. And just then, his long-prepared tweet about the first day of the $10 million prize draw was released. Celebrate the birth of YY Music, Day 1, 100,000 prizes waiting for you. At the same time, the agreed-upon singers, too, came down and retweeted their tweets, writing, "Welcome to YY Music, I'm here for you." This moment. Many netizens from all over the country who wanted to draw prizes, as well as fans and followers, downloaded the YY Music app or logged on to the official YY Music website. Access traffic to YY Music skyrocketed. YY Music office building. On one side of the office area, Yi Xian modeled after Papa Ma's Double 11 high with an oversized screen, displaying the number of YY Music registrations in real time. This oversized screen is placed right next to the office area and all employees can see it if they look up. At this point, the number of registrations displayed on the oversized screen was creeping upward at an alarming rate. 005, enrollment 100 and 2,755. 010, enrollment 600 and 5,364. 020, enrollment 180, 2156. In the first 20 minutes, registrations approached the 2 million level straight away. He was also seen explaining one of them, the star sound effects, which are pre-mixed with exclusive sound effects based on the tones of different singers. Xiao Tian had been completely shocked when he saw this. These features were completely beyond the scope of his imagination. As the helmsman of Thousand Music, he could be said to have a very thorough understanding of musical functions, and he thought that no one could surpass him in this regard. But at this moment, he realized it was wrong. So wrong. The sound effects alone were out of this world, unlike anything he had ever thought of, and stunning. Chapter 58, 6 Features that Fans Rave About. At this point, the app user guide animation begins to introduce the next feature. Function 2, Commentary Function. Every song can be commented on. Xiao Tian didn't have much of a reaction after seeing this feature, instead he scoffed. This feature, chicken. He felt that listening to a song was listening to a song, and no one would like to comment on a song while listening to it. Comment on what? Is it that the song is bad? It doesn't sound as good as his own singing? Or that the lyrics are bad? Where and what is dissonant? It's just pantsless and redundant. If Yi Xian knew that Xiao Tian thought like this, he would probably laugh at his narrow-mindedness. Xiao Tian would never know how amazing a netizen is as a species of Qi Xing. On that side of the earth, song reviews are one of the most popular features among fans, which is not limited to reviewing the songs, but also carries the attributes of socializing and loading up on pussy. However, at this time, Xiao Tian does not know the advantages of this comment function. He saw this function instead after a sigh of relief. Think YY Music is just so, even if more sound effects function is not afraid, because they can also follow the wind to do. At this point, the usage guide animation begins to introduce the next feature. Function 3, User Level. Xiao Tian continued to breathe a sigh of relief. User level? It's just listening to a song. You need a friggin' grade. Chicken ribs. Superfluous. YY Music, not as awesome as I thought it would be. At this point, use the guide animation to come to the next feature. Function 4, User Preferences. Xiao Tian was first shocked for a moment, but when he thought of Yuan Yangfei's email that focused on this function, Yuan Yangfei said that this function must be the future trend, but with the current computer technology even the rice countries have no way to realize it, so this function is doomed to be only a gimmick, not enough to worry about. Not enough to worry about. Xiao Tian let out another sigh of relief once more. The smile on his face grew even wider. YY Music, but the dirt is just a little bit more than that. Continue. Function 5, Song List. Xiao Tian was shocked for a moment because Yuan Yangfei's email hadn't mentioned this function, and he carefully watched the usage guide animation. According to the user guide, every YY user can create their own song list and it can be viewed by others.
If the list is popular, it will be promoted on the YY Music platform so that fans across the platform can see it, including the creator of the list. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's heart jumped.
This feature. Stunning. He feels that users will definitely like this song list feature, because every user human likes the feeling of being noticed, and it is definitely an achievement to think that their song list will be approved and liked by others. What Xiao Tian doesn't know is that the network has shown a very high opinion of the several new features of YY Music. After using this YY Music, it's a great feeling. It's so much ahead of those previous music platforms. Those music apps used to be so low.
I dare to say one thing, YY Music's features are really comprehensively transcendent, crushing those junk music platforms across generations.
After I used it, then I tried to go back to my favorite music that I use, 1000 Music, and it felt super trashy, so I just deleted it. Deleted +1.
And when it comes to the sound function, naturally, it goes without saying that it is widely praised. This sound effect feature, used to shout one word, awesome.
Simply furious. I love that clear human voice so much.
This sound effect function is amazing, I love it. My favorite is rock, usually like rock songs now after using the rock sound effect is simply super awesome. Thousands of music these can be uninstalled, too much garbage. I filled up the VIP membership and turned on the star sound effect. My idol is Zhang Guxin. After turning on his sound effect, listening to the song simply makes my ears pregnant. And Xiao Tian's disdainful comment feature has been enjoyed by many, many fans. Every time I listen to the song have feelings, but unfortunately there is not a suitable publishing platform. I did not expect YY Music actually engaged in a comment function, this time my literary talent to suppress.
This feature is exactly what I've been waiting for, happy with the hug. YY.
The other features are also widely liked by fans, who have praised and cheered the innovation of YY Music. The song list feature, in particular, simply scratches the itch of their loaded pussies. Almost all fans can't help but get the itch to create their own song list after seeing this feature.
Favorite songs of the 90s. 100 classic love songs.
The songs that hit the airwaves in those years.
Hong Kong movie classic soundtrack. Favorite ancient style. A song list keeps building.
Then frantically share it everywhere to friends and family to help promote it. These people remembered that YY Music would make a promotion of the most popular song list, in case theirs was chosen?
Wouldn't that make you a star? Think about it and feel energized.
Even if you don't get picked, the mere fact that other people like your song list is a happy accomplishment.
Chapter 59, YY Music App First Experience. It's a revolution in music platforms. YY Music 6 features stunning debut, the user experience to the extreme. The sunset of the old music platforms and the rise of the new kings. Analyzing the 6 innovative functions of YY Music one by one. The chairman of YY Music talks about big data to realize the precise promotion of fans' preference. 7 hours after YY Music went live, the sun's rays once again shone on the land of China.
A new day of work, school life, begins again. The internet has been filled with blow-by-blow articles about YY Music, tapping on browser apps, news apps, everywhere. He Wenbin did not participate in the early morning hours of YY Music Online, after all, he has to work the next day. But while eating breakfast, had quickly downloaded YY Music, installed it, and then a 1-minute user guide animation.
That's an interesting sound effect feature. And commenting? Then wouldn't I be chatting with other fans who love Lu Tianwan underneath his songs? Sharing the good memories of that year? This feature I like. Song list function? Then won't I be able to put all those favorite songs of mine together and recommend them to others? This feature is awesome. One by one function to see the past. He Wenbin surprisingly did not feel that the use of the guide animation nagging annoyance, but instead read with great interest. Register, log in. Screenshot.
Then go on Twitter and reply to today's 10 million draw. At this time, the ear still comes from the other breakfast people are talking about YY Music, but today out of the discussion of 10 million lottery, but also discussing the new features of YY Music.
Almost everyone raved about it.
After breakfast, He Wenbin got on the bus and started taking out his cell phone and plugging in his headphones. He wanted to experience those new features of YY Music. First, I clicked on Lu Tianwan's songs and searched for his favorite song, Days Together.
How to face the days we have walked together. Now that I'm alone, how can I tell you in my heart's voice? Nobody ever understands that I'm only as good as you give me.
There's you, there's me, there's love, there's life, there's death, there's justice. Familiar song, hovering in the ears, when the bone-deep pain in the heart of love once again surfaced in the bottom of the heart, unknowingly has been in tears. He Wenbin wiped away his tears, then tapped on the sound effect and chose clear vocals. Sure enough, the background sound cuts down quite a bit, while Lu Tianwan's voice becomes clearer, less annoying and more powerful in quieting the heart. That's a great feature, that's great. He Wenbin knew that this feature was said to be thought up by the boss of YY Music, the 100 billionaire Yi Xian, and He Wenbin had to admire Yi Xian's talent. That's when he remembered the comment feature and clicked on the comment button below the darkly enchanted song.
213. Does that mean there are 213 comments? He Wenbin hastily clicked on it. A comment showed up in front of him. 3 years ago, she and I, together, I love this song. 3 years later, she and I, apart, I feel like I really know this song, as I loved her so much 3 years ago, and still think about it and wet my pillow with tears at night. Deleted all her pictures, threw away her used towel's toothbrush, burned the white shirt she wore on me, ripped up all the movie tickets, and this person has been out of my life ever since. When the day together do not know themselves, separate Fangzhi fundamental heart extremely demented, there are you and I have love and life and death and righteousness, only want to explain when I'm not wise, and now want to talk about who knows, the remaining despair of the old figure, now only 100 billion sad sentence. Whenever I hear this my tears will not be able to hold back out of the water. I can't tell you how many times I've heard this song and will keep listening to it. Looking at this one comment, He Wenbin felt that he had found a confidant. He couldn't help but write his own comment as well. As the lyrics, only want to explain when I'm not wise, now want to talk about who knows, left desperate old figure, that year is because of their own momentary bigotry, deeply hurt her, broke up, and then has been regretting, tried a lot of ways to try to get her back, but in the end failed. After writing this comment, he closed his eyes, and the happy scene from that year kept flashing back in his mind. The tears left once again. When he came back to reality once more, he realized that the bus had passed the stop. Rushed out of the car to run back, but fortunately fast and slow rush back to the company, and not late. At this time he paid attention to the surrounding colleagues, found that they are holding a cell phone. Xiaowen, sisterly, I shared my song list with you, how is it? Any favorites? Li, I read your song list, it happens to be my favorite genre, I didn't realize our hobbies were so similar. Ah Bin, I found a nice song list in YY Music, it's about classic music from movies and TV dramas, it's good, do you want to share it with you guys? Kai, I like the old style ones, and I found a lot of great songs through the song list that I hadn't heard before. He Wenbin staggered, did not expect YY Music's song list function is so popular, he has no feeling for the song list, but apparently colleagues around him like the song list function. But he also saw that there was more to the song list than meets the eye. It not only allowed him to share his song list with his fellow fans and have a sense of accomplishment, but also to find songs he hadn't heard but liked from other similar song lists. What an awesome design, that Yi Xian is simply talented. He Wenbin had more admiration for that Yi Xian of the same age than just envy. Chapter 60, Shock, Fear from Other Music Platforms. Kyuko Music. Early in the morning, Chairman Pang Yuan came to the company with a dark face. He hadn't slept well all last night, tossing and turning and having falling asleep. The reason for all this is that the early morning of the YY Music on the line, the first time he downloaded the YY Music app to experience, and then the more he experienced, the more his heart jumped. Every feature he experienced. That Yi Xian, too damn genius. It's amazing that all of these features were thought of. After his experience, he called the marketing department and the technical department overnight and asked them to stay up late to get up and work overtime to analyze and evaluate the market and technical analysis and evaluation for YY Music, and requested that a preliminary result must be produced in the morning. He quickly walked to his chairman's office, where the secretary, the head of the marketing department, and the head of the technical department were already waiting there early. Pang Yuan's face was cold and solemn. Have the evaluation results come out yet? The minister of the marketing department looked ashamed. Back to the chairman, I personally went back to the company last night to command everyone in the marketing department to analyze the YY Music only market, and the resultant rating was A+ grade. And I redid an analysis of our Joku Music based on this standard, and the resultant rating is B grade. Pang Yuan. Kyuko used to think of itself as an A-lister, but now that YY Music is out, it's dropped straight to a B? Is Kyuko that bad? Pang Yuan asked again, what about thousand listening songs and Leapfrog? What's the rating? The head of the marketing department said, they're all B rated, too. Pang Yuan hard breathed a sigh of relief. My ass with YY Music a plus middle difference of 4 grades okay. The difference is too great, isn't it? Simply total crush. The professionalism of the marketing department is not to be questioned, and apparently the marketing department did feel that Juku was too bad after analyzing it.
No, there's still a chance. We still have a chance to catch up.
Pang Yuan looked at the head of the technology department, say, those functions of YY Music, can we realize them?
The minister of the technical department seriously said, back to the chairman, the basic function should be realized, but it takes a little time. For example, that sound effect will take at least 2 months or more. In addition, the technical department found out last night that YY Music's that song list function, it is not only the song list function is so simple, it is the same with that song fan preference function, all need a kind of technology called big data.
Pang Yuan, this big data technology is hard?
The Minister of Technology smiled bitterly, this is not a difficult problem, but an unsolvable problem, because this algorithm was put forward by the Silicon Valley side of the meter country, but it has not yet been truly realized, which means that this big data technology only exists among theories and involves the more profound discipline of artificial intelligence.
Pang Yuan was surprised, then YY Music has this technology?
The head of the technology department nodded, although I can't believe it, but I formed a 10-member technical team to specialize in studying the 2 functions of the song list and preferences, and I'm pretty sure that this is indeed big data technology. That is to say, inside that YY Music, there is definitely a computer god. As he said this, the head of the technical department showed a look of Jud-Asian admiration. It's a common problem among technicians that they will always worship the great and the good.
Pang Yuan frowned deeply, that is to say, it's hard to copy the functions of YY Music?
The head of the technology department nodded and said, that's right, it's hard. It can even be said that it's a huge pit. If we don't understand the big data technology, then we post the features that are imitations, yes and no. Once it's discovered by the users or it's kicked off by the YY Music and demolished, it's going to be a catastrophe of a crisis of trust for Jaku Music.
Pang Yuan sighed, what bad news?
The Minister of Technology nodded, a desperate truth indeed.
Pang Yuan zinged heart. The same talk on the side of Jaku Music is happening on the side of Leapfrog and Thousand Music.
The technicians at these 3 companies are not straw men. Those who can work for such large companies are the cream of the crop. The same analysis was sent to the hands of Mr. Ma, the old president of Yuan, and Mr. Qian Xiaoitian.
It was like a giant hammer that hit them on the head and made them dizzy. Unattainable technology.
Let's despair at the disparity. Especially Xiaoitian, Thousand Music is a listed company. Now as the New Year's Day holiday stock market did not open, once the stock market opens tomorrow, Thousand Music share price will absolutely plummet.
It's over. Fighting all my life, I never thought I'd have to face such an end. Xiaoitian's face gradually twisted.
No, I can't just sit around and wait.
I have to take the initiative.
He had already instructed his men to investigate Yixian a few days ago, and now he didn't know if there were any results. As a tycoon with over $20 billion in assets, Xiaoitian's power was naturally non-trivial, and it was still easy to check Yixian's bottom. He made a phone call to his right-hand man, Xiao Qin, an elite bodyguard who was very sharp in his work.
Little Qin, how's the investigation I asked you to do now?
A hard voice came from the other side of the phone, boss, something has been investigated, I'll email it to you.
Soon Xiaoitian received Xiao Qin's email.
The top of the email was voluminous, several pages of nearly tens of thousands of words.
Xiaoitian read it carefully.
He found out that when Yixian was still an ordinary person, his behavior was regular, he didn't go to buy tea, that kind of meaning, and he didn't break the law, plain and simple.
And after entering Ye's group, finally a suspicion was found.
The death of Jiang Jianxiu.
Chapter 61, Upgrade God of Fighting. God of Guns.
In the email, Xiao Qin found out that the truck driver received $1 million from Jiang Jianxiu's assistant, who apparently bought the murderer. He also found out that Jiang Jianxiu's car, the truck, and Yixian's car were all on the same highway at the time, no more than 700 meters apart.
That's where the suspicion lies. Why did the truck driver take the money and not hit Yixian? Instead, he hit Jiang Jianxiu? It's very unreasonable. There must be a problem.
Yixian, finally I've caught the pain.
Xiaoitian sneered 3 times. He knew how to deal with Yixian.
In addition to using this against him, the hacking program can't be stopped. He dialed Xiao Qin's number again, hacker's plan, execute at 2200 hours tonight. Xiao Qin on the other side of the phone, Roger, boss.
YY Music headquarters. 20 p.m.
Yixian once again sat here. At this point the data for YY Music is as follows.
Enrollment, 62.14 million. Number of app downloads, 48.58 million. Some are using the website.
Peak number of online listeners, 49.02 million. Number of VIP members $9.90 a month, 343,552.
Number of song sheets created 1.63 million.
Number of audio users 55.32 million.
Number of comments 142.5 million. That's a gorgeous statistic. And it's only 2,000 hours.
There is no doubt that YY Music was a hit and a red-hot success. Ning Nancher knocked on the door and came in, handing over a pile of paper. Yidong, this is the recent situation of platforms such as Joku and Shanshan listening during this period of time that you want. Yi Xian took the pile of paper and flipped through it. A quick frown creased his brow. Our YY Music is online, these platforms are surprisingly moving only so little, and there's absolutely no action against YY Music? Unreasonable. Yi Xian threw the pile of paper. You get out. Ning Nancher left, gently closing the door to the study with her smooth hand. Yi Xian clicked on the three bosses, Xian, Zhou Cool and Yusun, to see what these three were doing. Because it worked last time, the system has these three people in its address book. Name, Xiaoi Tian. Recent behavior, investigating Yi Xian's past. Inside, Jiang Jianxiu's car accident, although it may not be Yi Xian's hand, but I can use it to throw dirty water on that Yi Xian kid. I just need to use public opinions such as, can money be used to kill people and get away with it, to provoke those internet fools to hate the rich? By then even if Yi Xian didn't kill the person, I guess no one will believe it, right? The internet fools only believe what they want to believe. As long as this plan succeeds, I won't have to go to the dark net to hire a killer. Yi Xian. Originally, he just wanted to see how Xiaoi Tian would deal with YYY Music, but he didn't expect to see something unimaginable. How dare this old man try to throw dirt on me? If the matter of Jiang Jianxiu's car accident was lifted by him, then he would really be mud off his crotch knot. There was also the dark net, the assassin, which also caused Yi Qiu's alarm. Seems that bodyguards can't be missing, and it's only safe to travel. However, there was only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Taking the initiative was Yi Xian's style. Yi Xian didn't even think about it and directly copied Fighting Arts Advanced and Gunnery Shooting Advanced. Upgrade. It went straight up to the God level. God of Fighting, your body is immensely powerful, you have unrivaled fighting experience, powerful physical fighting instincts, excellent danger instincts, in the midst of close combat, you are a god, invincible. God of Guns, with a gun in your hand, the world is yours, you are the God of Guns. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his body was rapidly becoming stronger, his fat was burning, his muscles were becoming firmer, and his strength was constantly surging out in a torrent. At that very moment, Lu Chang suddenly sweated as if he had encountered a terrifying predator. Boss. Him. Lu Chang looked at Yi Xian with disbelief, waves of shock rising within him. Chapter 62, Hackers kneel before they start attacking. These things, the usual rules, get them for me. Yi Xian handed Lu Chang the piece of paper that recorded the criminal information of Xiaoi Tian, Pang Yuan, and General Ma. Okay, boss. It wasn't the first time Lu Chang had done this kind of thing for Yi Xian, and it wasn't a surprise. The only thing he was shocked about was why his boss knew so many other people's secrets. He couldn't see past the boss. It feels like the boss is the deep, mysterious, powerful ocean. Also, arrange more bodyguards for me during this time, and raise the security level to level 1. Okay, boss. Go on. Lu Chang bowed, left, and closed the office door. Yi Xian began to use the system and opened the secondary page of Xiaoi Tian's assistant, Xiao Qin, and then found the hacker expert's profile section in the tertiary page. Name Su Xiaozhou. Age, 25. Occupation, programming ape, hacker ranked 3rd among the top 100 hackers on the darknet, nicknamed Uchiharo Spot. Address, 2313 Jinqiu Peninsula, Nanpu, Gangdu. Cell phone number. Mental activity, there's still 2 hours to go before the attack on YY Music starts. I hope that YY Music won't really have the rumored great godly masters in town or I'll pounce. I wouldn't have taken this quest if I wasn't desperate for money. Ha! Yi Xian was surprised when he saw the address. Surprisingly, it's only less than 3 streets away from YY Music. After thinking about it, he picked up his cell phone and called Lu Chang again, telling him Su Xiaozhou's address, and then instructed. This kid is a hacker, get him here, I want to see him. Okay boss, right away. Lu Chang was numb. The boss is omniscient, right? 700 meters away, a house on the Fairview Peninsula in Nampo, Gangtok. A clean-cut geek sat in front of his computer, his fingers snapping away at code, his sticky, messy hair showing that he hadn't washed it in days.
Jingle bells. The doorbell rang. Who? Delivery. Delivery?
I didn't order a delivery, it was delivered to the wrong door.
Oh, sorry, I'm a delivery boy. I didn't order takeout, it was delivered by mistake. Yeah? Oh, that's a different one.
Open the door, check the water meter, or community warming, or bracelets.
This time Su Xiaozhou understood and his face changed greatly.
It's the cops at the door.
Is it possible that I've been exposed as a hacker?
Su Xiaozhou's inner heart panicked to the point of pushing. Running to the balcony, he tried to see if he could jump and escape, but he lived on the 23rd floor and jumping would be a corpse.
Crying in a hurry. Scurrying around like a frightened rat, then finally failing to find an escape route.
The tone at the door was relaxed. Die, you won't get away with this, open the door and let's talk. Su Xiaozhou cried and opened the door, and then saw three sunglasses black-clothed people standing in the doorway, slate-faced, expressionless. This posture at a glance is not an ordinary police.
Lu Chang, Su Xiaozhou, come with us.
Su Xiaozhou panicked, thought of confessing to leniency, hurriedly raised his hand. Police uncle, I explain everything.
Lu Chang.
The two black-clad men in the back forced themselves to stifle their laughter.
Lu Chang, don't worry, we're not police, and we don't dare to pretend to be police. When Su Xiaozhou heard, it was not the majestic police uncle.
At once, his heart was relieved.
Lu Chang, but we're why music security. Su Xiaozhou's heart tightened once again. Why music? Nima, I haven't even started my attack yet and I'm looking for revenge?
Sure enough, the rumors in the hacker community that there are big gods sitting on why music are true. Although the outside world did not spread much, but the hacker community is everywhere. Rumors why music used so far still in the theoretical stage of big data technology, some people tried to crack, but did not break. So the hacker community felt sure that there must be a technical god in why music.
Su Xiaozhou burst into tears. I'm Nima. Why am I so bitter?
10 minutes later, Su Xiaozhou shrugged his head and was brought before Yi Xian.
It's the $100 billionaire big shot in person. Su Xiaozhou was shocked. Gulp.
Su Xiaozhou was clean and knelt directly in front of Yi Xian.
Ask for forgiveness. Biggie, I was wrong. Yi Xian. Hey, what's with the kneeling before I even say anything?
You're making me lose my sense of accomplishment.
I haven't pushed my luck yet. Tasteless.
Su Xiaozhou salivated. Big brother, are you still missing a pendant on your leg? This is $100 billion big shot. Just a few random welfare leaks would be enough to eat and drink for the rest of one's life. Yi Xian saw his heart through his profile bar, and his heart moved. It just so happened that there was no expert on the why music side. This Su Xiaozhou could just make up for the shortboard.
Su Xiaozhou, hacker nicknamed Uchiha, right? Su Xiaozhou weakly looked up at Yi Xian. Big brother, you are the one who developed the big data technology of why music, is it you? Yi Xian was surprised. How did you guys know?
Su Xiaozhou hurriedly said, there were quite a few people in the hacker community who tried to crack the big data technology of why music, but they all failed, and then more and more hackers knew about it. Yi Xian nodded, so that's how it is. Now, Su Xiaozhou was completely sure that this technology was developed by Yi Xian.
Great God! Su Xiaozhou once again cleanly knelt down, his eyes blazing.
Please take me as your little brother.
Get out. Chapter 63, The First Day Online Data is Shocking, 82 million.
In the end, Su Xiaozhou was appointed by Yi Xian as the security director of the cybersecurity department. However, Yi Xian is a person who holds grudges, so he gave Su Xiaozhou a salary of 3,000 yuan, which is only enough to pay the Social Security Provident Fund, and is completely mismatched with his position and skills. However, Su Xiaozhou was happy as hell, because in the future he was the one with the backstage, and there was also a big god. Casually leaking a little bit of technology could benefit him a lot.
The time is quickly approaching 2400 hours.
Yi Xian returned to the work area, and at this time, all the employees gathered together.
Data for why music at this time.
Enrollment, 82.14 million.
Number of app downloads, 62.58 million. Some are using the website.
Peak number of online listeners, 59.02 million.
Number of VIP members $9.90 a month, 5.23 million people. Number of song sheets created, 3.63 million. Number of audio users, 75.32 million. Number of comments, 242.5 million. Number of users who use it for more than 1 hour, 8.3 million. That means a very high retention rate, not the type of person who signs up for a sweepstakes and then leaves. That's a statistic that's just huge. Yi Xian took out his cell phone and captured this scene of data on the big screen. Tweet this. Thanks to the strong support of all users, YY Music Online has achieved major success. Support the genuine, support the music. Upload a picture. Click, publish. After the tweet went out, many comments quickly flooded in. YY Music works great and has refreshed my knowledge of music platforms. Xiao Tian grimaced, you mean, the deposit was paid, but in the end things didn't work out? The person also disappeared? Xiao Qin's head went even lower, yes, boss. I think maybe that hacker has been discovered. After all, hackers can't be seen in the light, so credibility is very important, and normally they won't breach the contract. Xiao Tian, didn't you say that hacker was the third on some hacker list? How come it's so trashy? Xiao Qin, indeed, is the third place in the hacker list, the strength is real. So, I suspect that YY Music has a master sitting in the town. Highly skilled. Xiao Tian deflated, lying on the sofa, powerless waved his hand and said, forget it, this is over. YY Music's success will inevitably make us Qianqian listen to the song by a serious ripple effect. There are still 9 hours stock market will be opened. By then Qianqian listen to the song's share price will certainly avalanche. Yi Xian, why are you forcing me? A tyrannical, crazy thought filled Xiao Tian's mind. Xiao Qin. Xiao Tian's voice was low. Boss. Xiao Qin bowed slightly. Find a killer and do him. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and viciously said. Boss, Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment before finally nodding vigorously. Okay, boss, we will definitely not miss this time. But it might take a little more time, as it might be safer to hire assassins from abroad. Xiao Tian frowned, how long will it take? Xiao Qin, it will take at least a month, and when the killer comes, he has to survey, he can't do it all at once, so after this, maybe 2 months are gone. Xiao Tian nodded, good, just professional enough. Xiao Qin, boss don't worry, it's definitely a professional killer, at least on the world's killer list, but the price, it might be more expensive. After all, that Yi Xian's identity is not ordinary, the security force is definitely extraordinary as well. Xiao Tian, about how much? Xiao Qin, darknet price, $20 million. Xiao Tian slapped the table, okay, $20 million, I'll give it. Xiao Qin nodded, then I'll make contact now. Yi Xian, on this side, happened to go through the information bar, and Xiao Tian's chatting process of wanting to hire a murderer to kill people was given to his eyes. Desperate measures. I like it. He struck the computer keyboard and connected to Xiao Tian's and Xiao Qin's cell phones through the Trojan horse program on the fly, and then copied all of that recording just now. This is good stuff. If this was turned over to the state, then Xiao Tian would really be screwed. This was a Trojan horse that Yi Xian had planted a long time ago, and would have been silently activating the recording function, which came in handy right now. And the Slayer was coming, and it seemed like he could use that to his advantage and make something big happen. Yi Xian thought of a very flirty plan. Hey. Chapter 64, Rival Stocks directly follow Yi Xian's next big plan. On the second day, the manuscripts from the major online media were freshly published. At a glance, almost most of the media put the hot headlines on top of the shocking launch of YY Music on New Year's Day. YY Music flagged off 80 million new subscribers on the first day. YY Music's 6 feature innovations draw fans to rave. The genius helmsman of YY Music, the newly crowned 100 billionaire Yi Xian. Super genius Yi Xian, is it true that he comes from an ordinary background? The new hegemon of digital music, YY Music rocks. From a big acquisition of copyrights to industry domination, Yi Xian's a big shot. Dawn of the copyright era? The music industry's rapture. A new business giant is born and everything is dancing in the hands of a 22-year-old. Jumping out of the real estate cage, the talented young man swords for digital music industry domination. The new wealth myth, the connected new unicorn company. 10 billion market capitalization? No, this is not the end of YY Music. No matter who it is, clicking on the online media, it's all similar news. The major media is simply touting Yi Xian to the point of explosion. Look at the praising tone. Super genius. Talent. The new business giants. One after another, extremely high praise fell on Yi Xian's head, itching to tout him to the heavens.
And right at this moment of YYY music news explosion, thousands of listening songs is experiencing a major crisis. Because 9:30 a.m. is when the stock market opens. At this time, there were still 5 minutes before the stock market started, and those stockholders who had bought the shares of thousands of hearing song inside the stock group were already cursing. The time at this point is 9:25, which is the time to unwind the results of the pooled stock bidding. At this moment, on all the stock software, the buy order of 1000 music stock is blank and the sell order is 9.95%.
Straight down the line.
The stock group was in an uproar. It's down, there's not even a chance to sell.
Xiaoitian is plus 10,086. Thousands of hearing songs group building.
Today the company's atmosphere is dead silent, all the employees walk carefully and do not dare to make a loud noise. And in his $20 billion in assets is probably going to go straight to the waste.
It's all because of that Yi Xian. Xiaoitian gritted his teeth and grimaced, the pen in his hand was squeezed to a squeaky deformation. Kill.
Yi Xian must die. Xiaoitian was hating Yi Xian. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be in such a disastrous situation.
1000 Music headquarters.
Yi Xian looked at the handsome man inside the mirror. As the old saying goes, I think about myself 3 times a day. At this moment, Yi Xian was the one who was reflecting on himself.
Am I handsome? After reflecting on this, the conclusion was, that's awesome.
Yi Xian sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said in dissatisfaction, who on earth is the one who was saying that I'm handsome behind my back? At this time, Ning Nancher knocked on the door and came in. Chairman, all the technicians totaling 40 have already converged, and the other 80 newly recruited technicians have all converged as well, all waiting for you in the number 1 large conference room.
Yi Xian, help me organize my clothes.
Ning Nancher came in front of Yi Xian, that 170 centimeters tall and perfect figure. The top of her head could just touch Yi Xian's lips. Her luxuriant fingers helped Yi Xian to straighten up the collar of his shirt, and then smoothed out the wide shoulders of his suit. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked up at Yi Xian, and while helping Yi Xian to organize his clothes, her heart was like a deer in headlights, and her face couldn't help but emerge a touch of scarlet. Handsome, talented, just the perfect man.
Men's god.
Ning Nancher secretly hid her adoration because she didn't want to lose the position of being close to him as a personal secretary.
Go. Yi Xian picked up a copy of the plan and walked out of the office. The name of that plan is Future Outlook and Development Plans for Live Streaming Platforms.
The killers are coming, so the development of the live stream must be accelerated to try to get the live stream online when the killers come for a live international killer show.
Chapter 65, YYY Music Monopolizes the National Market. YY Music, Large Conference Room Number 1.
I heard that the boss has a new plan, no worse than YY Music. I wonder what the big plan is.
So excited to get things going again.
The boss is amazing, thinking what people fail to think. The idea of YY Music is really awesome. He's also a big programmer, and that big data technology brings me to my knees in a whole lot of ways. Yeah, who would have thought he'd start out as just a regular guy?
That's probably what's called genius.
In the midst of this murmur of adoration, the conference room door opened. Yi Xian walked in, walking calmly, his expression as quiet as a flat lake, his eyes looking around. His aura was so powerful that people were ashamed of themselves. Those newly recruited employees had their first close contact with Yi Xian and were staggered in their hearts as they looked at the youngest 100 billionaire.
What a powerful aura. Good morning, Chairman.
All the employees subconsciously rose to their feet. Yi Xian swept across the entire field of all 120 technicians. In order to avoid the appearance of commercial spies mixed in like last time, so Yi Xian didn't miss a single one this time and swept them all over.
Sweeping around, I didn't find any commercial spies.
Sit down everyone, this time we have gathered everyone to develop a new product. Yi Xian opened the door, placing the plan of the network live streaming platform on the big screen, and directly opened his speech.
Webcasting, let me start with the concept.
I'm not talking about live webcasting, not the kind of web TV where TV signals such as live broadcasts of various sports games and cultural events are made available online and uploaded in real time to a website for viewing. Rather, it's another kind of independent signal acquisition equipment, audio plus video set up on site to import into the broadcast side guide equipment or platform, then uploaded to a server over the network and posted to a website for viewing.
And the main body of content provision is the anchor, and I categorize anchors by content into show anchors, game anchors, and other anchors. The so-called show anchors are singing anchors, MC anchors, chatting anchors, NJ anchors, dancing anchors, musical instrument anchors and so on.
The so-called game anchor is the transition from game professional players, game high players, game celebrities to live broadcasting, attracting users to watch. And in addition to show anchors, game anchors in the form of web anchors, such as teaching anchors, food anchors, outdoor anchors, foreign language anchors, financial anchors, fitness anchors, money management anchors, etc.
We are primarily.
At first, the things that Yi Xian spoke about still left those technicians confused. After all, this was something new, something that hadn't appeared in this world yet, and they hadn't been able to comprehend the essence of it all of a sudden. However, Yi Xian had plenty of patience. The meeting lasted for a day, and the 120 program apes also finally understood Yi Xian's product design, and their hearts were overwhelmed with excitement. They're already pretty sure it's going to be another groundbreakingly awesome product.
Okay, next, I'll give you a month and a half. In a month and a half, I want a proven product.
Yi Xian's eyes burned as he looked out into the entire arena.
It is said that if you want a horse to run, you have to give the horse grass to eat. I, Yi Xian, am a decent person. Let's start with the bonuses. As long as this product is completed in a month and a half, each person will be rewarded $200,000. For every day delayed, deduct 30,000. For every day ahead, add 10,000.
The whole room of programmers was abuzz on the spot. One by one was stimulated by the 200,000 bonus to the face red, like playing chicken blood.
Long live the boss. Boss 666.
Don't worry, boss, I'll finish it even if I explode my liver. The cheers barely toppled the conference room.
Yi Xian was very satisfied with the staff's enthusiasm. 1.5 months was very short, but there was no way. The international killers were coming. When they were still not online, wouldn't it be a waste of the international killers performance show?
Over the next few days, YY Music continued to fly high. The next day, the number of registrations reached 123 million. On the third day, the number of registrations reached 164 million. On the fourth day, the number of registrations reached 191 million.
On the 10th day, the number of registrations reached 322 million.
It has already reached 81.3% of the number of people using the network.
And the peak number of people online topped 90 million. That means 90 million people were listening to the song at the same time.
This is all thanks to the innovative features of YY Music, which greatly increase user stickiness, in addition to the free use of the genuine version, which is always better than a free trial of the pirated version to come to have a psychological advantage. On the other hand, it is also due to the singer's personal publicity, because according to the copyright agreement, their songs will enjoy a certain percentage of the copyright dividends, which greatly provoke their enthusiasm. Correspondingly, thousands of listening to songs, Yueshuan, Joku 3 originally occupied 80% of the digital music share of the platform. The traffic is greatly reduced, only 1/10 of the original is less than 1/10. The original users, after using YY Music, turned back to use these three software, and found too backward, no sound effects, no song list, no comments.
Totally meaningless.
Moreover, it's still a pirated version, and using it all feels inferior to YY Music. So they have deleted the apps of these three music platforms and switched to YY Music. These 10 days, for thousands of Yueshuan, long cool, is simply a journey from hell. Shareholders have to reduce their holdings, but to this time want to reduce their holdings or no one to take the plate. Cabbage price no one wants. Especially the thousand listen to the song, or listed companies. The stock fell again and again, every day is down, want to get out of no one to sell, directly smashed in the hand. At this moment, YY Music completely ruled 95% of the digital music market.
Ruling position. Monopoly.
All of this took only 10 days.
That's the power of an epoch-making product's descending blow.
At this moment, Yi Xian sealed the gods in one battle. Chapter 66, International Killer Sixth Mermaid.
Thousands of hearing songs mansion.
Originally thousands of employees lively thousand listened to the song, now has been empty, only the dozens of employees left as wandering ghosts generally on the shift. Thousands of songs to listen to, end of story. After the stock market crashed, several major banks came non-stop to the Thousand Hearth building to collect debts. Generally speaking, a company is not a healthy company if it has no debt. A healthy company will borrow from the bank and use it to expand the company's business, which creates a certain debt ratio total liabilities divided by the percentage of total assets. As long as the asset load ratio is between 30% and 50%, it is in the normal category. In the past, the financial situation of thousands of listening to songs is very healthy, huge traffic to give it huge advertising revenue, singers competing for the list, they can also receive a lot of money, and they do not need to pay the cost of copyright, it is simply a white pickup. That's why banks are willing to lend money to thousands of people to listen to songs. Now YY Music has risen, gave thousand listen to the song A Fatal Blow, copyright plus new features under the combination of punches, not even a chance to turn over. This time the bank was in a hurry, and ran to collect the debt in a hurry, lest the back of the debt could not be collected. So there were people from banks squatting outside of thousand listening every day, and even some banks were so pushed that they threatened to go to court to apply for freezing thousand listening's assets. Chairman's office, Xiao Tian looked at the bank personnel at the entrance of the building downstairs to force the debt, gritted his teeth. Although he broke off his tail in advance and transferred the assets of thousand listening songs, he still lost tens of billions of dollars, and his current assets are estimated to be even less than $8 billion. It can be a big loss. It's all because of that Yi Xian. However, it wasn't without good news. Just now he got a piece of news from the cleaner he arranged on the side of YY Music. YY Music side was developing a new product. It was said to be another epoch-making product. He had already sent someone to seize the time to send commercial spies into YY Music, wanting to steal this product plan. When the time comes, even if you can't get it online before YY Music, you'll still have to follow the trend. No, he had already asked Xiao Qin to hire top international assassins through the darknet, and by then Yi Xian would be dead. Once Yi Xian died, YY Music would definitely lose its backbone, and then it would be his own opportunity. The future will belong to me, Xiao Tian. The winner is the one who laughs until the end. The other side. Trying to send a commercial spy to steal my product? Yi Xian was always keeping an eye on the old fox Xiao Tian, and at this moment, he happened to see Xiao Tian's inner thoughts and revealed a playful smile. With me, you can arrange for a spy to be in the development department, count me out. Yi Xian didn't care about any commercial spies at all, instead, he was more concerned about that international assassin. Tap on Xiao Qin's profile bar. Name, Qin Li. In the near future, a $15 million bounty has been posted, via the dark web, waiting for international assassins to accept it. Yi Xian. $15 million? Isn't it $20 million? You're not screwing your boss with this 25% $5 million deduction, are you? Just then, suddenly Qin Li's profile bar refreshed. Name, Qin Li. Inner activity, haha, someone has already taken the task, international killer, mermaid, killer list 6th, gender female, identity mysterious, powerful, absolutely enough to kill this Yi Xian. What's more, this Yi Xian has always gone out without too many bodyguards, and with the mermaid's hand, Yi Xian will surely die. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Tap on, mermaid, S profile bar. Name, Smith Michael M. Occupation, assassin. Nickname, mermaid. Location, Republic of Kansamboa. Skills, expert firearms shooting, expert map reading, expert wilderness, expert lurking. Past experience, success, assassination of the Prime Minister of Finlandia, successful assassination of the President of AO Bio Group, successful assassination of the head of Organization X. Personality, narcissistic, thinks he's the most handsome man in the world. Internal activity, assassinate 100 billionaire? Such an easy task has a reward of $15 million, I'll take it. However, I've never been to China, I need to learn Chinese before I can do that, so that I don't have to act inconveniently when the time comes. Yi Xian had a strange look on his face. This, mermaid, turned out to be a male, not a female as the outside world Xiao Qin thought. This assassin is not simple, he even hides his gender so deeply. At this time, the secretary, Ning Nansher, knocked on the door and walked in. Chairman, the Shanghai Consortium sent an email saying that they want to talk about the matter regarding the financing of YY Music. Shanghai Consortium? Yi Xian's mind automatically surfaced information about the Shanghai Consortium. It is an internationally ranked top 10 investment bank that provides a wide range of investment, advisory and financial services globally, with a large number of multi-industry clients, including private companies, financial enterprises, governmental organizations as well as individuals. Among the top 10 technology companies in China, 6 of them were financed by the Saxo Consortium, which is considered a big player in the domestic investment community. How much did they bid? 9 billion renminbi for 30% of the shares. That's a valuation of $30 billion? Yi Xian smiled, this valuation is not bad, proving that this Shan Gao is still quite discerning, sincerity is also enough. However, Yi Xian still has a lot of plans for the future, YY Music is only one of the branches of the map, YY music can never be only this little value. Thinking of this, Yi Xian waved his hand, reject him. This month, after Yi Xian completely control the power of Ye's real estate, has gradually split and sell those bloated assets, optimize the resources, at present Yi Xian's own hands of the capital flow up to more than 10 billion, very abundant, there is no need for any financing. By the way, Chairman, the national television's high-end interview program team wants to find you for an exclusive interview. At this time, Ning Nanshur said.
An interview on the high-end interview program? This seems to still be quite high-end, right?
If Yi Xian remembered correctly, the interview subjects that this program faced were all international bigwigs, and ordinary people similar to himself were rarely interviewed.
Yes. Then accept it. Day 3. The crew of the program High-End Interviews arrived in Gangtok. Chapter 67, High-End Interview Program, Big Brother's Praise. Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you. I'm flattered. Welcome Mr. Zhou Huai and the High-End Interview crew. Downstairs of the Yi Group's headquarters building, Yi Xian led a group of employees in a neat line to greet the high-end interview program team. A very grand welcome. No wonder Yi Xian was so grand, everything was because this high-end interview program was awesome. Super awesome. Incredibly awesome. High-end interview is somewhat similar to Bai Yanqing's celebrity dialogue in terms of its content, with two people sitting face-to-face for a question-and-answer session. But high-end interviews can be so much more pushy than celebrity conversations, it's the equivalent of a huge gap like a first-rate officer versus a seventh-rate Sesame official. Also a national TV program, Celebrity Conversations only interviews famous people, such as a famous star in China, such as a gold medalist in a sport, such as a 10-billionaire. And what about high-end interview? It directly interviews famous people from all walks of life at home and abroad, such as presidents, prime ministers, and so on, and the worst of them are at least at the ministerial level, and there is really no good opportunity to interview famous people from all walks of life. What's even better is that if high-end interviews selects an interview target, it is contacted directly through the Foreign Education Department, while the domestic ones are contacted through the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Industry, or something like that. Ordinary domestic tycoons, tens of billions of level, Shui Junyi basically don't care, at least have to rich list of the top 10 in order to enter the eyes of the high-end interview. Another thing is that it is semi-official in nature, and every interview will not be just an interview, but also carry a bit of political significance. In other words, this interview with Yi Xian was not as simple as it appeared. That was why Yi Xian greeted it so grandly. The host, Zhou Huai, is a middle-aged man with a country face, well-read, deep-eyed, and affable. He is, in his own right, a superstar. He looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Yi is much younger than I imagined, founding YY Music at such a young age and leading the industry trend, truly a genius youth. Yi Xian hurriedly said, I dare not. Host Zhou Huai, a man of thunder and lightning, arrived in Jiangdu at noon, and after resting for the afternoon, Yi Xian is not afraid of their own words cause panic in the real estate industry, because the real estate industry has at least 4 years of prosperity, the 5 years, housing prices will rise, the real estate industry will earn a gold baobao full of pots. So there will definitely be a large number of real estate companies quite the receiver, and still high prices while laughing at Yi Xian's short-sightedness in the bottom of his heart. Zhou Huai's face changed slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but evaluate Yi Xian at another level. He often came into contact with the big leaders, so he knew that the big leaders at the upper levels had already begun the real estate issue, though the people below were not yet aware of it. He didn't realize that Yi Xian's gaze was so precise and long-term, and that he was so high up that he far surpassed the others and saw the hearts of the upper-level big leaders. What a marvelous young man! Zhou Huai marveled in his heart. Zhou Huai continued, so what drove you to start YY Music? Yi Xian, I have always believed that the internet is an important direction for the future development of mankind, more futuristic than real estate, and it represents the forefront of the era's development, human interaction. That's why when I was considering the transformation of Yi Group, the first thing that came to my mind was the internet. As for why I went for the music piece and created YY Music, it was a temporary idea because I have a friend who was a musician, and she talked about how it's not easy for musicians, saying that the music market is flooded with piracy and there's no awareness of copyrights, and I think that's very unreasonable. It is only when there are copyrights that money can be made, that musicians can be afforded, and that musicians can be in a better position to create good songs. If one musician after another dies poor, then naturally good songs won't appear. That's the reason why good songs kept coming out in the 80s and 90s, while there were fewer and fewer good songs after the 20th century. Yi Xian spoke eloquently, looking around.
I believe that as long as copyrights are put squarely in place, the music industry will re-emerge with countless good songs, recapturing the splendor of the 80s and 90s. At the same time, I also believe that the country will definitely have major initiatives in this area in the next few years, and I'm merely keeping up with the country's pace. Yi Xian always kept in mind what the identity of the person interviewing him on the opposite side was. It was straight to the national level, not an ordinary entertainment host, so what he said also went up to a high level, rather than talking about those gossipy and trivial things. With the relevant memories from the Earth side, although they were not exactly the same, they were definitely not too far apart in terms of general direction. He was confident that the state would not let the copyright go on in such a mess. Zhou Huai's heart was already filled with shock at this point. Whether it's real estate or copyright, he knows that the big leaders at the top have relevant considerations, but the time is not yet ripe, so there is no action, and these are confidential. And the Yi Xian in front of him, a 22-year-old youth, had such a far-sighted and profound vision. Can't. Zhou Huai's level is too high, often meet with the elites of the world, naturally contacted a lot of countries among the elite families of those young talents, one by one takeout can be called super genius. But Yi Xian's broad-mindedness, pattern, and talent appeared to be even better than those super genius elites. Chapter 68, talking about the international situation. The talent, breadth of mind, and pattern that Yi Xian displayed made Zhou Huai feel very favorable towards Yi Xian. At the same time, it was also because of the talent Yi Xian had displayed that he slightly modified the questions for the interview, a small question like why music, which he had directly discarded, and instead asked a big question like the economy of the Celestial Kingdom. I wonder what Mr. Yi has to say about the economy of the Celestial Kingdom. Yi Xian hurriedly humbled himself. Opinions are not to be taken as such, it can only be said that there is a little bit of immature opinions. I hope that Mr. Zhou Huai will help to correct them. The topic changed, and Yi Xian began to speak eloquently. In 2008 the world, because of the outbreak of the economic crisis, now although more than 2 years have passed, but those developed economies countries such as the rice country, cherry blossom country, etc. have not yet fully recovered from the financial crisis of 2008, their people's incomes are slow to grow, the unemployment rate is high, so naturally, the demand for imports has also decreased. Therefore, I think that the lack of external demand will affect our economic growth in the next few years, and will cause our domestic overcapacity, especially in the industries surrounding products with high export volumes most obviously. These are economic journeys on the other side of the globe, and the effects of the 2008 economic crisis have lasted well into 2015 before easing, and the world's economies have only gained momentum and growth. Applied to this world, the conclusion is actually the same, because this world also had a worldwide economic crisis in 2008. By the way, the cause of this economic crisis was the subprime mortgage crisis in rice, which initially started with real estate loans. Zhou Huai nodded, his gaze filled with appreciation. Changing the topic, at present, rice is exporting the world in the cultural industry, especially movies, which are almost unrivaled in the country. What do you think about this? In total, the interview lasted over an hour and was a great conversation. The longer Zhou Huai chatted with Yi Xian, the more he felt Yi Xian's amazing talent, especially the world pattern, the economic situation, and the industrial vision, all of which had an extraordinary understanding. This kind of wisdom, broad-mindedness, and pattern could not be seen as a person of ordinary origin at all. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire the vision of the deceased Yi Group's old chairman, Yi Xiaorong, for finding such a young man as his successor in a sea of people. The thought that YY Music is stepping on the corpse of his own thousand listen to the song on the altar, Xiao Tian felt a solid pain. The inner anger just cannot be suppressed, itching for that international killer immediately appeared, killed Yi Xian. Xili patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry boss, this assassin, mermaid, is notoriously cautious, he has already come to it this time, and is making thorough preparations to spy on Yi Xian's intelligence and look for security loopholes. I believe that there will be results soon. Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Xili revealed a loyal and honest smile. Boss, please don't worry, the killers invited by the $20 million bounty are naturally the top group of international killers. This mermaid has more than a dozen successful assassinations of important figures in the world. Her strength is not to be questioned, you just have to wait for the good news. I hope so. In this regard, Xiao Tian was looking forward to it. On the other side, Yi Xian came to the newly established YY Live Broadcasting Department. More than 120 programmers are working overtime to develop YY Live. Yi Xian inspected and found that many program apes are working overtime and bursting their liver, and most of them are single dogs, so it is common to stay in the company and sleep, and anyway, the company has a gym, a washroom, and a restaurant. With everything. The product development progress is also quite good, now only 20 days only, by the completion of 75% of the progress, so early February can be basically completed. In other words, it was originally scheduled for a month and a half development period, a month may be done. And the plane ticket for that international killer mermaid to come to China is arriving on February 3rd, and then there's still the collection of my intelligence to add to that, so it's going to take at least another half a month. It's surprising that there's still more time, but that's good, it gives me more than enough time to fully prepare. Yi Xian revealed a bad smile. Mermaid on Mermaid, whether or not the live streaming platform will be a big hit depends on your performance. After inspecting the YY livestream, Yi Xian recruited Ning Nancher. Yi Xian, in terms of movie and television copyrights, how is the acquisition going now? This movie and TV rights were acquired at the same time as the music rights, and it's been almost 2 months now, but the acquisition has been slow because of the amount of money involved. Ning Nancher methodically reported, at present, it has acquired the film libraries of 16 film and television companies, spending nearly 9.5 billion, equivalent to a little more than 35% of the film and television copyrights on the market, and it is a relatively high quality kind of. However, I have found that there are already other people who are also acquiring film and television copyrights. 35%? Yi Xian frowned lightly. Compared to YY Music's current copyright of close to 80%, this 35% percentage was still too small. So Yi Xian waved his hand and said, keep acquiring, don't be afraid to spend money. He is aware that the further back, the more expensive the royalties are, and on the other side of the planet, Tencent and Iqiyi spent 55.893 billion on content in the first 3 quarters of 2019, and Iqiyi spent 16.5 billion. And in this world, where piracy is rife and the licensed wave hasn't even begun, spending $9.5 billion to acquire 35% of the content while everyone is unresponsive is as good as cabbage. With this cabbage price for the rights, it will be much easier to lay out streaming in the future. Consider the market capitalization of the largest streaming media company in the previous world, Netflix, at $137.9 billion, which translates into nearly 800 billion yuan. In comparison, Yes Group's $200 billion market capitalization is just a younger brother. The internet is full of gold mines, and one has the experience of his previous life and that he even knows where the gold mines are hidden, and all he needs to do is to take a shovel and dig on the ground. That's the advantage of being a prophet. Though some parts of the world are not quite the same, they are similar in the grand scheme of things. On January 24th, all singer guests were confirmed, performance contracts were signed, and the list was released via Twitter. Later that night, YY Music went live with a new patch that added ticket sales and threatened not to sell tickets to scalpers. This ticketing function was designed at Yi Xian's personal request. The root of everything is in the previous life of the ticket-selling platform Too Much Operation, Yi Xian personal experience, abhorrence. Coincidentally, this world's platform to buy tickets is also the same lot of tawdry operation. 100,000 tickets will only sell 10,000 tickets, the rest of the tickets to the scalper to speculate. In his previous life, Yi Xian hated such a ticket platform. This life mastered the power, simply direct YY Music to get a channel to buy tickets, so that fans directly in the YY Music platform to buy on the line. The feature has sparked a huge amount of rave reviews from fans of the music. Fans across the country have been buying tickets in droves, and the competition has been extremely fierce, with 100,000 tickets sold out in less than 2 minutes after the tickets went live. YY Music made 50 million renminbi directly from concert tickets alone. Live TV rights were then sold, and several stations auctioned them off in a direct auction, with Kyoto TV finally buying the broadcasting rights for $80 million. The advertising side was also auctioned off, including naming rights, implantation, billboards and other ways. Up to 8 kinds of advertising, bought more than 300 million yuan. In addition to the dividend rewards with the singer, overall YY Music can make at least 300 million. Overall, super earned. January 30th, evening. Kyoto Phoenix Nest. This Worlds also held the 2008 Olympic Games, but that largest stadium is not called the Bird's Nest, but the Phoenix Nest. And the place where this YYYY concert was held was placed here, encompassing both the stage and the flat ground, with a total of 100,000 seats. It was a night of singing stars, 100,000 spectators, and thousands of fans watching live on TV. A song that ranked at the top of the playlist on YY Music echoed over the Phoenix Nest. The night was a success for YY Concert. It also declares that the dominant position of YY Music is officially established and will be untouchable. On February 2nd, the YY webcast platform, later referred to as YY Live, was developed. February 3rd, YY Live, through internal testing, announced the official completion. And on that very day, an airplane came from Rice and landed at Jeondu Airport. A pushy, handsome man with a confident smile, his feet stepped on the mysterious land of. Name, Smith Michael.
Profession, assassin, 6th on the global assassin list. Nickname, Mermaid. He, with his head held high at a 45-degree angle, forced his breath. I'm coming. I see. I conquer. A phrase filled with a northeastern accent came out of his mouth. Chapter 70, The Killer Who Got Grassed Instead of Pretending. Smitty Michael walked out of the airport with his suitcase. Straight posture, handsome face, shiny blonde hair, sunglasses, and wallet. The eyes looked far across the entire sky of Gangtok. Is this the Wa country now? Not far away, 3 punks. Big brother, that handsome guy looks like a big fat goat. Him. The 3 punks didn't even need to say much, the division of labor was clear, and they directly split into 2 groups. Smitty Michael waved and a cab pulled up. Opened the car door and was about to get in. Just then, Punk Whitey covered Smitty Michael's eyes. Guess who I am? Smitty Michael was furious. Let go. Whitey, let go. If you guess who I am, you get 3 chances. And just then, the other 2 punks had carried Smitty Michael's suitcase, got into the cab, and rode off in it. Smitty Michael, sir, if you don't let go of me, I'm going to be rude. Whitey, fine, I'll let go. Then letting go, he hurriedly slipped around the corner and disappeared. Smitty Michael looked left and right and was furious when he didn't spot Whitey. Head down, ready to lift the suitcase and get out of here. The result is a handful of fish. Empty. Fish it out 2 more times and it's still empty. The face froze for a moment. Smitty Michael looked down and the case was gone. I'll top your lungs. The item contained inside this box was a crucial prop for him. Without it, Michael's assassination ability goes down several notches at least. How could Smith Michael still not know that he had been tricked, and hurriedly looked around to see the asshole who had stolen his precious case, but the result was that after scanning around several times, he froze and couldn't find any suspects. Mother-er. Smitty Michael cursed a purely northeastern phrase. Pust. In the manner, Yi Xian was eating while keeping an eye on the movements of international assassin Smith Michael, only to see how Smith Michael was set upon by the local punks. A mouthful of soup sprayed directly onto Ning Nansher's face. I'm Nima. This international assassin is too bad, isn't he? Before he can even start loading up, he's being grassed over by a local punk? You're an international assassin. Ning Nansher wiped the soup and looked confused. Smitty Michael took his cell phone out of his pants pocket and dialed his team's assistant. Hey, Selena, send a copy of my props, all of them, to. Michael, didn't you bring props? The caller asked. Smitty Michael. How do you expect me to answer that? You can't answer that you just got to when the master of stole the prop box, can you? If you guys find out about this, won't I lose face? Thinking well of Smith Michael's resourcefulness, he quickly came up with the perfect excuse. The case was checked for suspected hazardous materials when going through airplane security, so it was held at the airport. The assistant, Charlena, had no doubts and said briskly, okay, I'll send it over in 2 days. Hanging up the phone, Michael stopped a cab. Because he was in a very bad mood, he urged, Yellow Monkey, hurry up and drive your car, I want to go to the hotel. A yellow monkey? The cabbie's face darkened. The driver didn't show it on the spot, though, and kept driving. Soon, came the main road outside the Germain Hotel. Parking. The driver was all smiles, take care of your guests. Humph. Smitty Michael was in a mood to give the money and open the car door. 1 foot out the door. The foot is down. Ah. A scream. Where's the sewer manhole cover? Smitty Michael stepped straight into the air, and his entire body fell hard inside the sewer. Gulp. Splashing up a lot of sewage. The driver sneered, let you call the yellow monkey, the fall will not kill you. Cab, take off. Pust. Yi Xian sprayed another mouthful of tea on Ning Nansher's face. Who the hell came to Gangtok to steal a manhole cover? Awesome. 3 seconds of heartache for Michael. Chapter 71, YYY Live Promotion Program 123. Michael crawled out of the sewage sewer, stinking and dirty. He then sought to come to the hotel, only to be stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Stinky guy, get the hell out of here. The security guard held his nose and shouted angrily at Smith Michael, deeply disgusted to see the Smith Michael covered in sewage and constantly dripping down to the ground, polluting the hotel floor. I made a hotel reservation at this hotel, you can't stop me.
Smitty Michael was furious. He felt that after coming to, everything was not going well and everywhere was full of malice towards him.
You made a hotel reservation? How do you prove it? Where's your ID?
I don't have an ID, but I have a passport.
What about your passport?
That's when Smitty Michael remembered that his passport was in his suitcase and had been stolen.
The security guard saw Smitty Michael's dilemma and sneered. What? Can't get it out? I think you're a liar. What are you waiting for? Get the hell out of here.
The security guards began to urge Smitty Michael to hurry up and leave. After all, that stench was affecting business at the Germain Hotel. A security guard pushed Smitty
Michael directly. Smitty Michael makes a mistake, stumbles, and falls to the ground. A wave of anger rose to the sky. I'm a killer. The 6th highest ranked top assassin in the world. Let me suffer so much since coming to. You guys are pissing me off. You guys are in big trouble. Smitty Michael gritted his teeth. You're going to regret this. You still listen quite cross.
One of the security guards surprised him by directly drawing his stun baton and disliking it.
Zip, zip, zip. Smitty Michael was instantly electrified and completely flopped. Take him away.
The head of security barked an order, and 2 security guards dragged Smitty Michael out of the Germain Hotel and threw him into the back alley. Yi Xian didn't know about Smitty Michael's misery yet. At this time, he was reading through a YY Live promotion program.
YY Live has finished testing and the next step is to go live.
However, Yi Xian didn't have too many good suggestions on how to promote it, so a few days ago, Yi Xian offered a heavy reward to let the staff below brainstorm and plan the promotion program for YY Live.
As long as the program is adopted, a direct reward of 100,000 renminbi will be given.
The news of the huge bonus spread, and the employees of YY Live and even the entire Yi Group were all abuzz, racking their brains to come up with promotional programs. After a day of collecting and summarizing, the 8 more excellent promotional proposals were sent to Ning Nansher's hands and then submitted to Yi Xian. Ning Nansher, to say that the fastest and most effective program would have to be the one submitted by the 3rd group of YY Music. This program, the specific content is, with the gimmick of creating anchor stars to attract the whole country who want to become a star to become an anchor, then we YY Live host a national star anchor audition, so that the anchors to show their talent, let the audience vote for a month, divided into the champion, runner-up and the top 10, heavy rewards, the champion of the 10 million rewards, the runner-up of 5 million, the 3rd runner-up 1 million. And how to promote this anchor show? This is simple. We can have YY Music do pop-up promotion and combine it with your microblogging followers, chairman, plus the audition itself has enough breadth to be of interest to countless aspiring stars across the country. Yi Xian finished reading the promotion program. It was very detailed. There should be an expert in the marketing department to point it out.
Okay, we'll go with this program. Let's get started right away.
Compared to this anchor audition scenario, Yi Xian was actually more interested in live streaming the entire process of Killer Smitty Michael's assassination of himself.
Definitely saves $1 billion in advertising. Smitty Michael, you've got to give it a go. Some alley. Smitty Michael sneezed and woke up.
When I woke up, the first thing I felt was cold, super cold all over and constantly shivering.
A wipe of the nose. Snot was already hanging out of his mouth.
Chapter 72, The Powerful Attraction of YY Live Broadcast, Anchors Have Come to the Cast.
The YY Live promotion was massively rolled out the very next day.
First was Yi Xian's microblog, informing all his fans that there was such a thing as a YY livestream. Then came the first pop-up ads for YY Music, promoted to every YY user. Subsequently, coupled with every time you open the YY Music app, there is an opening 4-second ad about the YY Live auditions. The gimmick of the YY Live auditions is that each person can be a star.
There's also a big reward, 10 million renminbi for the winner.
YY Live broadcast this kind of thing is still too far ahead of the curve. The Rice side has not even appeared, only prototype, but not really formed, let alone Yi Xian took out this mature version. Although not a lot of people tried to become anchors at first, YY Live streaming has also completely made a name for itself in the online world, and basically most of the internet users know about it. Zhang Dawei, a ladder master of one of the hotter domestic games, Blade Tower, is considered one of the top players inside the Blade Tower game. At this time, he was playing Dagger Tower against the computer, maneuvering the Divine Bowl to raise his hand in a gully, hitting all of the opposing Heavenly Plague heroes, and then the normal attack that had already increased hit the Wandering Swordsman, a series of flowing operations, a beautiful skill light flashing, constantly smashing into the Wandering Swordsman's face. The wandering swordsman couldn't even make a big move, and with the damage constantly surfacing above his head in this splendid maneuver, he hung back to his home to read.
The game ended quickly after a few minutes.
The public frequency chat bar was full of praise. The great spirit is so powerful, it can't be carried at all.
Admit defeat, admit defeat.
Great God, your game strength is so strong, why don't you go to participate in that YY Live selection? I heard that the prize money champion has 10 million, even the runner-up and third place have a few million prize money. If you win, you'll be rich overnight.
Yeah, big God, try it.
Zhang Dawei also knows YY Live. Recently these 2 days talk about a lot of people, but Zhang Dawei has not been to his own this direction, because he felt that when an anchor to throw his head and so on. Great God, your name is so loud in Blade Tower, you should have a lot of fans. There is still a real possibility of winning the prize money, even if the runner-up third place is not bad. You can also be a star, when a bunch of fans make money to load up both. Being told this by his teammate, Zhang Dawei's heart was moved. However, playing games is time-consuming enough, and adding live streaming to the mix, I'm afraid it would interfere with the reality of the job. Just then, the bell rings, the cell phone rings.
Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. David Zhen?
I'm here with the official of Blade Tower. My name is Zhang Guofeng, one of the supervisors of Blade Tower, responsible for the marketing of the game.
The official director of the game? Zhang Dawei was alarmed. What was he looking for himself for? What's it to me? It's like this, I took a look at Mr. Zhang Dawei, your League of Legends game level is relatively high, are you interested in becoming an anchor? Me as an anchor? Zhang Dawei was stunned, a teammate over here had just recommended him, and as a result, the game official was now recommending him as well. Our Tower of Daggers is YY Live have cooperation, it happens to be through YY Live to the internet to promote the game, and then I went through the ladder masters, and found you, Mr. Zhang, to see if you were interested in being this anchor. If you are willing to be an anchor, and to ensure that there is enough time to start broadcasting every day, we can sign a contract to give a certain amount of monetary rewards, and we'll help you to promote it. You guys still pay salaries? Zhang Dawei was really heartened now.
It will definitely be paid out, but it will be tied to performance, and it will only be paid out if the number of viewers reaches a certain level, and a contract will be signed at that time.
Okay, I promise. Zhang Dawei decided to become an anchor.
Soon he downloaded the YY Live streaming software, and then logged in with the account of YY Music, opened a live room, and started the first live broadcast. The name of the live room, The Great God Takes You to Play the Blade Tower. Luckily, he was famous enough that after publicizing and promoting it, quite a few people were interested.
The Great God is going live? Wouldn't it be possible to see the true colors of the Great God? Let's see if the Great God is handsome. If he's ugly, then he won't look. Probably a dead weight.
Many players have been curious to run to the live broadcast to watch. Zhang Dawei opened the live room soon. The live room audience slowly rose to 500, and then slowly rose to 1000.
Hi everyone, I'm David Zhang, game number, I'm Vigor.
The big God has a good face value, not the dead fat stingy man I imagined.
God, take me to the game. The Great God begs to be taken.
User, I am your grandfather, rewarded a cell phone. User, big range is so long, rewarded a sports car. Looking at the large swath of pop-ups, as well as the rewards that kept appearing, Zhang Dawei felt a sense of flattering excitement for the first time.
There's a sense of being a star. This feels awesome.
Sonny is a Yokohama actress, her face value is not low, and she often stars as maids, maidservants, and supporting actresses inside the Vertical Harmony store, but she just hasn't become popular, let alone become any kind of actress. After she saw the advertisement of YY Live on this day, she was instantly bright. She is not lacking in face value, and she has a sense of camera, is bold and open, and is not afraid to face the audience.
How about I become an anchor too?
Soon she began a live broadcast career, mainly outdoor live broadcasts, specializing in live broadcasts to the audience of the live broadcast of the 2 or 3 things of the actors in the crossroads, as well as some of the cruise footage. In a few days, the amount of attention in the live broadcast room is more than 2,000, and there are also a lot of rewards. What's more, her matter spread in Vertical Harmony store, and surprisingly, it also caught the attention of some theater directors, bringing her several good roles, not quite a big match, but still an improvement.
This made her even more determined to continue as an anchor. Ginger Tuan Tuan is a girl who loves to sing and sings beautifully. Her dream is to be on the stage of The Voice and become a singer and be noticed. Unfortunately, the rematch of The Voice was eliminated. When she knew about the YY Live Room, she had an idea: I can sing to the audience through the YY Live Room and still make money.
So, she opened a live room that focused on indoor singing. Because the songs were well sung, her appearance was lovely, and she looked a little lowly-like and cute, she attracted more and more viewers, and soon the number of followers exceeded 10,000. There are many, many others who either want the prize money, fame, money, or the front and back of a large fan following.
Want to pretend? Want to make money? Come to YY Live as an anchor.
As time goes by, more and more people are slowly joining the anchors. And accordingly, the audience of the YY Live broadcast is getting more and more lively.
Chapter 73, Advertisement Live Streaming. YYY earns millions per month. The numbers skyrocketed. In the manner.
Chairman, this is one of the hotter live broadcasts these days. Ning Nancher handed a pile of documents to Yi Xian.
Hot first, game anchor Zhang Dawei, Game God, Life Plate Tower of Daggers, total daily audience of 48,000 people, the highest real-time audience of 42,000 people, the total number of daily bounty of 45,000 yuan, the total bounty of 58,000 yuan. Heat number 2, indoor music anchor Sauce Tuan Tuan, who sings and dances, has 57,000 total daily viewers, 52,000 highest real-time viewers, $17,000 total daily bounty, and $36,000 total bounty. Hot 10th, outdoor anchor Song Yi, a Yokohama actor, live-streamed the daily life of a Yokohama actor, with a total of 27,000 daily viewers, a real-time maximum of 22,000 viewers, a total of $19,000 in daily rewards, and $24,000 in total rewards. Yi Xian finished reading and shook his head, the audience is still too small. Compared to the previous life that moves hundreds of thousands of millions of big anchors, now this amount of audience seems petty. However, YY Live has just been online less than 3 days, it is not to YY Music as almost everyone has to listen to music, so a month time to fire the whole country. YY Live just started, naturally has its limitations, too strange, too forward, need to Yi Xian slowly make the market bigger. Yi Xian recalled those advertising in his previous life and came up with 2 ideas. Commanding Ning Nancher. You will do 2 things at once. The first piece, build some new number, the kind that has no relationship with the official YY Live broadcast, punch a few million up, directly give these 10 fire live room directly brush large reward, tens of thousands hundreds of thousands of brush reward, bring up the heat. The second thing, find Water Army, to live game, earn millions of dollars a month, live singing, earn millions of dollars a month, live acting, earn $500,000 a month and other gimmicks to write water text, send it out all over the net, hype it up, and let everyone know that being a YY Live anchor can make a lot of money. Ning Nancher's eyes lit up. Good idea. The world is all about profit. The world is all about profit. As long as this water text sent out, will certainly attract a large number of anchors to join in. At the same time, other netizens will also be curious about what in the end is the occupation can also earn so much money, as long as the curiosity, will run to YY Live to see what the situation, as long as the will be able to leave a part of the user through the live content. Ning Nancher, do it right away. Yi Xian nodded his head and instructed, I won't be going to the company for the next month, so work harder and run back and forth between the company and here more often. Ning Nancher nodded her head, although she was curious as to why Yi Xian stayed in the manor, she kept in mind her status as a secretary and did not ask. Yi Xian added, by the way, post my schedule in a conspicuous place in the group. Ning Nancher?
Clueless, why did you post the itinerary?
You don't need to care about the specifics.
Yi Xian waved his hand, go.
Ning Nancher nodded and drove away from the manor with doubts.
Yi Xian stood on the large balcony on the 3rd floor and looked at the bodyguards who were busy in the manor, revealing an evil smile. The bodyguards are setting up surveillance cameras, tens of thousands of them. All this while waiting for Michael the assassin to arrive. In order to lure Killer Michael here to the manor, Yi Xian decided to stay on this side of the manor for the entirety of this coming month. Moreover, Yi Xian personally manipulated and arranged the manor's camera array. There were cameras everywhere. From the outside of the manor to the manor's inner distance of more than 300 meters, more than 10,000 cameras were arranged. The end was perverse to the extreme. To prevent the killer from coming through the sewers, even the sewers had cameras placed in each section, all of the hidden kind.
Oh lovely Slayer, where are you?
Yi Xian held a glass of red wine, elegantly swaying it, the corner of his mouth hooked up an arc, like a shrewd hunter waiting for his prey to arrive. In the following days, with a bunch of soft articles live YY, monthly income of millions. As promotion went out, the number of anchors on YY Live exploded, with tens of thousands of more anchors entering the scene. And viewership has skyrocketed like crazy with the content. This is a new form of entertainment, naturally attracting many curious people, of which 30% of them can never get out once they enter, completely mesmerized by the YY Live broadcast. The various data of YY Live also began to skyrocket.
Ah. Snort.
International assassin Smitty Michael is at this moment sitting in an alleyway like a beggar, wolfing down a McDonald's super-sized hamburger. The starving man ate in such a way that the urban fashionista next to him with big blonde waves couldn't help but wonder. The body emits a foul odor, it should not have been bathed for several days. No, it does not smell so bad even if it has not been bathed.
And why is this $8,000 jacket in tatters? And your watch? Why is it gone?
Michael, why are you such a mess? Charlena, it's okay, I was just careless, Michael said vaguely. To death he will not tell Charlena he came to this land after the experience of what, suitcase stolen, by the cab pit, fell down the drain, by the hotel security guards electrocuted thrown into the alley, the watch was pickpocketed, cold, hungry, begging, by other beggars thought to occupy the turf to the beat up.
Michael almost cried.
I knew it was treacherous, a forbidden place for killers, but I didn't think it would be this treacherous.
I'm too hard.
Of course, in the face of his teammate and henchman, Michael would never tell her about the damn encounter.
Michael, am trying to save face.
Charlena had the good sense not to press the issue and handed Michael the suitcase, which contained not only various assassination tools, but also money, passports, and the like.
Well, you took care of yourself next, 88. Charlena waved and left.
Michael breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed his suitcase and found a tavern, then washed up before running to the mall and buying a cool set of wallet, sunglasses, shoes, watch, cell phone. All of which were well-priced goodies.
1 hour later.
Michael, the international assassin, has resurfaced. Chapter 74, Brother Killer, Yi Xian is watching you from a distance.
Thousands of songs to listen to this side.
Now thousands of listening to the songs suffered a stock delisting, after the bank debt collection, asset auction, has been completely finished, even the website part of the low-priced package sold to the difficult brother Yueshuan. After Xiao Tian abandoned Shanshan listening to the song, Lightweight, in the YY Live online a minute later, immediately set up Shanshan Live. He keenly saw the potential of YY Live and he was ready to copy YY Live. The 400 programmers and apes that have long been ready to attack day and night to copy every function of YY Live, now 4 days have passed, the progress of the development of thousands of live broadcasts has exceeded 30%. It's really hard money to make a progress.
This is my new business.
Xiao Tian, who was already in his 50s, was like an old steed in the stable, and despite his age, he was still full of fighting spirit and ambition, refusing to admit defeat. Yi Xian, you must have never imagined that I would not admit defeat.
You wait.
Xiao Tian stood on the upper floor, overlooking the large office area below, and his heart rolled within him. However, there is one more piece of the plan that is not in place.
This is a link to the success or failure of the follow-up. He took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Qin's number. Where is that killer now?
Xiao Qin, boss, just now that assassin returned a message on the darknet, he has already come to, and is currently collecting Yi Xian's information. Don't worry, that assassin is a professional, the 6th-ranked assassin in the world, there will definitely be no problems.
Xiao Tian immediately put his heart down. Good, I'll wait for his good news. Hang up the phone. Xiao Tian's hanging heart fell to the ground. The final link, in place.
As long as Yi Xian is dead, YY Live will certainly be turbulent, and then Shanshan Live will certainly take advantage of the situation.
Hotel Germain. Presidential Suite.
Michael, the big handsome assassin, sat on the sofa and operated the computer. He had made a code word with Xiao Qin, the connector on S side, through the darknet, and received Yi Xian's relevant information.
Height, weight, strengths, specialties, personality. Habits, favorite foods. Each is very detailed.
On top of that, there was Yi Xian's team of bodyguards, each of which had detailed information. Obviously, that Xiao Qin must have special channeling abilities to know Yi Xian's bodyguard team so well.
I didn't realize the information was quite detailed.
Michael was surprised at the professionalism of the connectors, but as an assassin, caution was a must, so the information could only be used for reference purposes. He needed to gather his own intel. So, Michael changed into a super blonde, big, beautiful, femme fatale the next day and came to Ye's group with a micro-porous camera. This time he or she is pretending to be a female elite business representative of a large foreign company and is coming to the chairman of the board of directors to discuss cooperation. Easily fooling the Yi Group's security with the excuse of business negotiations, he walked into the Yi Group. First, take a look at the target's recent travels. Only after determining the other party's itinerary, can we choose the time and place to strike and formulate the assassination program, which varies from place to place, and the assassination program is vastly different. As a super rich man, every second will be very precious, so the itinerary will definitely be worked out very finely, down to the minute. This is the experience Michael has gained from assassinating other super rich, super dignitaries. And, as a big boss with such huge assets, security is a very important thing, so the schedule must be very confidential. According to past experience, his itinerary must only be placed in the chairman's office, or the secretary's office. The corner of Michael's mouth quirked. I, Michael, specialize. Next, he did a good job of playing the role of a business negotiating female elite of a foreign company, fooling the receptionist and quite a few other people who came to ask questions, and then rode the elevator to the top floor office. On the entire top floor, there is only the chairman's office, the secretary's office, and the conference room. As it happened, the secretary's office was empty at the moment. Michael was overjoyed because according to the intelligence, Yi Xian didn't come to the company today but was over at home manor. In other words, the entire top floor was empty? Lady Luck took care of that. Yi Xian in the manor is watching you. Michael entered the secretary's office with ease and then entered the chairman's office through the door inside the secretary's office. Sure enough, no one was there. Next Michael starts the itinerary. Yi Xian in the manor is watching you. 1 hour later. Not a hair to be found. Had a black question mark face. Then he went to the secretary's office and continued to rummage around, spending half an hour and still finding nothing? What the hell? He arrived downstairs with a confused look on his face and went to the first floor lobby, where he suddenly swept his eyes and settled on an oversized LCD display. Chairman's schedule? He looked at Yi Xian's schedule on the large LCD screen in the hall in a daze, plainly in front of him. I'll top you. A foul mouth in Chinese came out. That side of the manor. 2333. Heartbroken for him for 3 seconds, ha. Yi Xian was watching the entire process of the woman's big brother, Michael, entering the Yi clan through a remote monitoring device. That last sentence with a thick northeastern accent, I top your lungs, completely amused Yi Xian. Chapter 75, Preparations before assassination, Yi Xian said is deeper. Michael managed to get Yi Xian's schedule, but he didn't accomplish anything at all. Yes, there is no sense of accomplishment at all, and by all rights it should be the fact that I worked hard and used all sorts of techniques and ended up with the itinerary that makes it feel like an accomplishment. As a result, all sorts of techniques were exhausted without getting an itinerary, only to end up finding the answer in the first floor lobby, which is not an abject mockery of my abilities. Eyes on the photographed itinerary. February 5th, Manor. February 6th, Manor. February 28th, Manor. February 29th, Manor. A slip, full of estates. Michael. A twitchy face. This itinerary isn't a fake, is it? Is this an itinerary? An itinerary is a schedule where you have to go to a lot of places every day, and you're staying at home all the time? You call that an itinerary? Michael spat a few times before starting to get ready. It was good to be on the estate side, the location was fixed and he had plenty of time to explore the geography and security on the estate side. Michael logged onto the darknet and gave the connector a task. I'll give you 1 day, I want the engineering drawings for the estate. That is the target of the mission. Soon the connector replied, must be here tomorrow. Michael then approached Charlena and asked her to get the engineering drawings, which would surely be on file there once the hacker had invaded the local municipal and construction bureaus. Next, Michael, a make-up female bigot, dressed as a tourist with a video camera, wandered around Yi Xian's estate, taking pictures, and running to a distant high-rise building to observe it with binoculars. Very specialized. Very professional. The next day, 2 copies of the engineering drawings were delivered to Michael's mailbox, and a comparison was made, and a 100% fit determined that the drawings were fine. Then he began to make plans to infiltrate. Originally, he thought of using a sniper rifle, but the buildings around the manor couldn't find a suitable sniper. Upload a photo, Pagani Windsor JPG. Click. Send. Yi Xian said deep and couldn't return to the countryside. When the tweet came out, the internet exploded. Chapter 76, Set Showing Power, YY Live Streaming Traffic Explosion, 8 million viewers. Yi Xian's tweets that he was going to live stream the raffle at YY tonight quickly spread throughout the internet. Especially that more than 28 million Pagani Wind God is to stimulate countless netizens' wail, even if the probability of winning the lottery is very low, but a strong spectator is not a problem. Anyway, get together, and do not have to download the app, direct site to see on the line, directly with YY Music account login, convenient and trouble-free. Yishan microblogging just sent out less than 10 minutes, YY Live access to traffic on a substantial increase of 40%. 40% looks a lot, but really YY Live daily access is now only 200,000 only, with the Earth side of the millions of daily access compared to the difference between too far, 40% is only 80,000 access. These additional 80,000 visitors naturally had to go and familiarize themselves in advance in order to avoid not being able to find Yishan when he started broadcasting at night. This huge influx of new traffic, because Yishan didn't start broadcasting, diverted to other live rooms, curious to see what the hell is YY Live. Soon they found something they liked. Because last time Yishan let Ning Nancher go to find a trust, and then also went around looking for Water Army to brag about live broadcasting YY, earning $1 million a month, so the live broadcasting room's anchor has multiplied several times, and there are all kinds of anchors of all colors and fashions, which greatly satisfies all kinds of strange needs of these additional visitors. Some people like to play Dagger Tower, so they found the live broadcasting room of the Dagger Tower game anchor to see how the game god plays the game. And the large sand sculpture pop-up screen looks very interesting and joyful. Some people like beautiful women, so they find some beautiful women live broadcasting room, watch beautiful women sing and dance, enjoy the eyes, and have a good time in the process. Some people watch the outdoors and find some live outdoor streams, albeit at night, of busy cities at night. Some people thought the pop-ups were fun, very interactive, and the sandy words were funny. Some people find that after rewarding, the pop-up screen will brush out a piece of tuahau, and even the anchor will also thank, especially the beautiful anchor's whiny voice a thank you, a sense of pretentiousness comes out, cool to explode. Turns out YY Live is so much fun. As a result, many visitors were attracted to YY Live and officially became fans of YY Live. An hour later, YY Live went up 200% in traffic, or 400,000 visitors. 2 hours later, YY Live was up 350% traffic. Many anchors keenly found to this evening's traffic is particularly high, the audience is particularly large, the pop-up screen is more intensive, the reward is particularly large, at first thought that their own excellence has been discovered, but the result is to see the other live room is also hot, only to know that it is the boss father personally in the microblogging to the YY Live diversion. The mind can't help but cry out. Boss dad, awesome. Manner. By now it was 23:30 p.m. Boss, your strategy is really good. In this period of time YY Live visits have gone up 15 times, now there are more than 3 million new users who have logged into YY Live, and app downloads have gone up by more than 1 million. The secretary, Ning Nancher, was inside the phone, her tone very agitated. Yi Xian was currently watching Killer Michael making pre-assassination preparations through the data bar, and after hearing Ning Nancher's words, he laughed out loud. When it's after 2400 hours, the traffic will explode even more. At this time, because of his continuous 10 million level lottery, his microblogging fans have risen to more than 13 million, the first microblogging. Most of them are female fans, and there are also many netizens who like to wait for a big pie in the lottery, as well as some gossip parties and media parties who are watching. These are loyal users, and when they actually start broadcasting at YY Live, at least more than half of them will come to YY Live to support the show. That's 6 million if you're average. Even if you leave half of it behind, that's still $3 million, up more than 10 times from the previous $200,000. 2400 hours sharp. Michael geared up and made his way to the entrance of a sewer manhole cover 500 meters outside the property. Take a deep breath. Michael, you're the consummate professional. Yi Xian shall die. After that, he dug into the sewer, inspired by the last time he fell down the drain. That manor was too big, and the only way to get into it for an assassination was the sewers. Same time. Yi Xian opened the live broadcast on time. The staff of YY Live, directly to the boss to open a superb recommendation, the page first recommendation. Title, $100 billion boss gives away $28 million Pagani Windsor luxury car in live raffle. Add red and bold, also with 7-color dazzling color changing effect. The live broadcast room was flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers at once, and then jumped rapidly, rising to 2 million in less than a minute, and then to 4 million 3 minutes later. The image they saw, though, was just able to see a wall. A huge portrait hangs on the wall. The character inside the portrait was a superbly handsome man, described in one sentence as unrivaled in coolness and unstoppable in dazzle. The live camera is pointed straight at it. Hey, where's the big guy? How come I'm only allowed to see one picture? Powerless to vomit, how much of a poser would one be to put his picture that big on the wall? Hubby, lick the screen. My youngest daughter has come to report and is not too familiar with the process. May I ask if I should take a lick first or go through the process?
Soon, the anchors of the major live broadcasts also came to check the room with a large group of people. This is the boss, how can you not flatter? Tuan Tuan has brought the Tuan Tuan backup group to pay a visit to the $100 billion Big Brother. Brother Wei has brought the Blade Tower army to pay homage to the $100 billion man. String of anchors have been checking in. The number of people in Yi Xian's YY live room exploded to over 7 million at once. Those pop-ups were even denser, covering the screen. Over at YY Live, the staff members were all jaw-dropped. Boss. Bull. Awesome. If Yi Xian didn't let them prepare more servers in advance, it was estimated that they would directly die and crash out. A few minutes later, the number of people on the air rose to 8 million. And at this time, a few minutes or missing Yi Xian finally appeared in front of the live broadcasting room camera, said to the live broadcasting room, "I'm sorry, just now something happened, maybe the lottery to pause for a while. Just received an urgent message, there is an international assassin named Mermaid to come to assassinate me, and now is crawling down the sewer to kill me." 8 million viewers. Staff. Do you? When I. Chapter 77, live streaming the assassination process shocks the nation. A killer? Come to kill you? Am I being stupid? To ask you, big man, to come and lie to me like that? Powerless. This is ST, not a movie. Where did the killer come from? A bunch of pop-up trolls, densely packed, like a waterfall stream. Yi Xian looked at the live broadcast and smiled slightly. He had expected that the audience wouldn't believe it anymore. After all, it was too bizarre, but the resourcefulness of him had prepared for it. Camera grand array. Open. Well, without further ado, all seeing is believing, so I'll show you where the killer is now. Then, Yi Xian turned on the surveillance system and pulled up the surveillance footage of the sewers, synchronizing it to the live broadcast. Inside the surveillance screen, it shows a sewer pipe about 1 meter high. I've worn out my groove. I was only a 3-point believer, but now I'm a 6-point believer. At this time, the major network media trumpets that have been lurking in the live broadcast room, this moment the chicken is going crazy. Big news. Someone's trying to assassinate a $100 billionaire. And it's been discovered and it's live streaming. Rush to send a press release, ta-ta-ta-ta a few minutes to knock out 200 or 300 words of news, scanned and checked once, and then sent directly to the network, directly to the largest and most conspicuous position. Shocker. International assassins kill billionaire Yi Xian. YYY Live big event. Killers want to come to China to kill. It quickly went viral throughout the internet. Cape Forum, have you heard? International assassins are coming to assassinate Big Brother Yi Xian. YY Live streaming over there is live streaming. Imperial Bar, big news YY Live over there is live broadcasting international assassins climbing downspouts to go kill my big Tycoon Xian. Button group, quickly go to YY Live, shall not be, there live international killers. At first, netizens didn't believe it and scoffed, "Che, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? How could I possibly fall for that?" But when they realized that the news was everywhere and there were screenshots, they couldn't even think of not believing it. What are you waiting for? How can you not be a strong spectator of something so exciting? They wanted to see what a character like an international assassin, who only appeared inside a movie, looked like in reality. They want to see what the process is for an international assassin to kill a $100 billionaire, and whether it's exciting or not. So again, a large number of people madly flocked to the YY Live side, the traffic once again crazy. Yi Xian's live room of the number of people are about to exceed 10 million. At this point, Yi Xian didn't feel crazy enough to run to Weibo to send a tweet. Emergency, international assassins are coming to kill me, the raffle is suspended for today, first we'll broadcast the international assassins live. Countless people were shocked when the tweet came out. Then there was a flurry of retweets and countless. And at that moment, the more than 10 million viewers of the live broadcast began to call their friends and call people again. Sleep you paralyzed get up and get high, something big happened. Get up, don't go to sleep, the 100 billionaire Big Brother Yi Xian has been assassinated and is in critical condition. What? The 100 billionaire Yi Xian Big Brother was killed? Across the country, countless people were awakened from their sleep by phone calls this night. Late night barbecue stall, someone holding a cell phone a sound, soon others know the situation, have downloaded YY Live to watch Yi Xian's live broadcast. In the dormitory, someone let out a sound, waking up the other sleeping housemates, and soon the whole dormitory got up to watch the live broadcast. Bar, someone a sound, soon the whole bar DJ stopped, everyone also do not crazy dance, Chi Chi Gong cast on the live broadcast. Shocking the nation. Chapter 78, 13 million viewers, YY live streaming hot. At this time, the management background of the YY live broadcast has quickly changed the name of Yi Xian's live room. Official, live international assassin assassinates $100 billionaire boss. Is the boss going to hang? Staffer aide, supervisor, isn't that title not very respectful to the boss? The supervisor's eyes sighed and finally said quietly, the boss ordered this. Staff member ABCD, sweating madly. Looking at the number of visitors to the YY livestream, it had gone from 10 million to 20 million. It's a 100-fold jump from the daytime data. Mentally added, boss, you're awesome. Admirable enough to fall to his knees and yell 666. Late night, villa. Xiao Tian, who was having a beautiful dream that he was going to make a big comeback and rise again with thousand live and hit $100 billion, was suddenly awakened by a sharp ringing sound. Ring ring ring. Xiao Tian felt that the beautiful dream was dissipating rapidly, and that her piercing ringtone kept drilling into his head like a magic spell. Who the hell is it? Getting up and angry, Xiao Tian was grumpy. Picking up his cell phone, he saw that it was Qin's call. Xiao Tian connects. It's bad, boss, something's wrong. What's there to be alarmed about? Be calm, you must be calm in every big event. Boss. Say, what is it? The assassin we contacted, exposed. Clang. Xiao Tian directly fell off the bed, and it was also the kind that landed face first. Hey boss, what's wrong with you? Hey. The very wretched Xiao Tian re-grabbed his cell phone. Tell me, how was it exposed? Xiao Qin, I don't know, but it just came to light, and now YY Live is broadcasting the assassin's assassination of Yi Xian. What? Xiao Tian's eyes widened in surprise, still broadcasting live? What is that killer doing? This didn't even realize that he was being live streamed? Xiao Qin smiled bitterly, I don't know. Xiao Tian hurriedly got up and flew to the computer, opened the computer, entered the YY Live room, and logged in. Then saw the most eye-catching and conspicuous big recommendation position in the YY Live room. Live Killer XX. Tap in. Then I saw the dense pop-ups that had flooded the entire screen, and then I looked at the number of viewers, 21.04 million. Xiao Tian felt a wave of heartache spread over him. Suffocation. It feels like I hired a hitman just to send traffic to YY Live and it's such a big traffic. 20 million viewers. How many ads did it take to get to that point? Turning off the pop-ups, that's when the sewer's killer footage came full circle to his eyes. Xiao Tian thought of a possibility. Xiao Qin, is it possible that this killer is a fake? It was recruited by Yi Xian to put on a show. Xiao Qin, at first I also had this thought, but then Yi Xian opened the darknet and dug out the mermaid's information. I suspect that Yi Xian had already known that the killer was coming and deliberately prepared this live broadcast, but this would have another problem. Why did Yi Xian send out tweets about the YY Live broadcast as early as in the evening? Could it be that he was able to foresee that the killer was going to strike tonight? Or is it just a coincidence? Yeah, he couldn't have seen it coming? But if you didn't know the killer was coming, why did you open your personal YY Live room at this exact time? Is it a coincidence? Or is it an elaborate design? Can't read it. Too many mysteries. Xiao Tian suddenly had a sense of panic. To Yi Xian, there was a sudden sense of awe. Xiao Tian asked at this time, Xiao Qin, have you cleaned up your hands and feet? Will it involve you? Xiao Qin, don't worry boss, the entire transaction was on the darknet, it's impossible to find us. Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief, that's good. Xiao Qin, boss, are we sure we don't want to tell that killer he's been found out? Xiao Tian, don't, let's not expose it rashly. Also, how do you contact him? You have his cell phone number? A series of rhetorical questions discouraged Xiao Qin from ventilating. Shalina, on this side of the street, was jerking off. She enjoyed this side of the safe environment. This is midnight in the morning, the market is still so many people are still so lively, late night stalls business is extremely hot, this kind of scenario in the rice side of the country is really incredible. Ordering over 30 skewers of barbecue and sipping a beer, the cold beer rolled down his throat and the sizzling skewers mixed to form an extremely tasty meal. Suddenly, a jerky man next to her jumped up with his cell phone and yelled an alarm. Go watch the YY livestream, there's an international assassin trying to kill Big Brother Yi Xian. Pust. Cough cough cough. Shalina's breath went haywire, and the skewer of meat got stuck in the middle of her throat, unable to get up and down, and she hammered her heart several times before coughing the chunks of meat out. Shalina couldn't care about sassafras, and quickly took out her cell phone to open the YY live broadcast. Clicked in and got a black face. She saw Michael drilling the sewer, oblivious to the fact that he was being live-streamed, and saying something narcissistic in Chinese filled with northeastern flavors. In a little over 5 minutes, Michael had advanced over 40 meters into the confines of the estate. Because the sewers were so stuffy and quiet, Michael had to entertain himself. As a narcissistic, professional handsome assassin, Michael couldn't get away from his own handsomeness and professionalism in 8 out of 10 sentences. We are now 215.24 meters from sewer exit D on the estate. All I have to do is drill through exit D of the sewers to get to the back of the estate house, where there's a garden that's a bit more lush and just the right place to hide. All I have to say is that the security system of the rich and powerful in the sky is so bad that my intrusion was so easy. So easy. I'm such a pro. It can't be helped, who made me the most handsome assassin in the world. While crunching self-praise, he made a handsome hair-raising gesture and grinned, revealing Snow White teeth shining and charming. Completely unaware that at this time he was being strongly surrounded by 13 million viewers.
Chapter 79, This Killer, worth $1 billion in advertising value. The live stream pop-ups were laughing like crazy at the moment. 233332 funny this killer, I'm pink. So easy, that sums it up perfectly, ahaha. What a handsome, amusing killer, what if I suddenly sympathize with him a little? 3 seconds to a killer's heart. Assassinated for a good reason, but it turns out that Big Brother Yi Xian is playing with flowers. Big Brother Yi Xian is afraid to be a devil, isn't he? Hello everyone, I'm a newcomer, I'm 10 years old, shy and most of all not very good at talking. If there's any offense, you ing hit me. Newcomer reporting, is it true that there is an international assassin? Charlena had been thoroughly exasperated by Michael S. You're still ing so easy. You're a ing professional. You're too damn good to say the security force is crap. You are being live streamed and you don't even know it, you mallet. Shalina rushed to call Michael, hoping it was not too late, but after calling several times, she was prompted, the number you have dialed is off, please dial again later, the number you dialed is off, please redia later. Charlena nearly cried with anxiety when she called 8 times without getting through. This side of the manor. Lu Chang came next to Yi Xian and said in awe, boss, a caller just dialed the killer's phone a total of 8 times, but they were all intercepted by US. Yi Xian, did you send someone to catch them? Lu Chang nodded his head, already sent someone, and locked the target early on. In fact, right at the moment Michael entered the sewer, Yi Xian had directly invaded Michael's cell phone through hacking technology in order to prevent venting, planting a virus that prevented him from making or receiving calls. As for Sha Liana, Yi Xian had also had Lu Chang send his men to capture her long ago. Lu Chang stood beside Yi Xian, although his face was expressionless, his heart had already been surging and it was difficult to calm down. After today's incident, Lu Chang felt even more that his boss was unfathomable. Why did you know the killer was coming? And you know the exact time? And it stuck so well? And how did the boss know about that woman, Selena? Everything is a mystery. As the police uncle who guards the side, after coming out of the live broadcast, he quickly received an alert from the 110 side. The 110 side of the phone is all over the place. An international assassin has come to Jiangdu to assassinate Yi Xian, the richest man in Jiangdu and a 100 billionaire. After hearing this news, not only the 110 side to go crazy, even the superintendent's side is also going crazy. Rent alarm to the leadership side, the whole Jiangdu exploded. If Yi Xian died, it would definitely be a shame for them. The police officers from the superintendent of police were out in a frenzy, and those who weren't on duty called back on the phone and got in their cars to fly towards Yi Xian's manor. However, they were soon stopped on the road 1 kilometer away from the manor by the bodyguards that Yi Xian had sent out. After some explanation, all the police car sirens were turned off and the night sky was completely quiet. Then all the police marshals got out of their cars and surrounded the manor. Several leaders of the police division and a team of elites entered the manor and met with Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, this bout of yours is too big. The leader had a bitter smile on his face. Yi Xian said with an apologetic face, it's really troublesome leadership, but this international killer just happened to crash. I just happened to open a live broadcast, to YY Live to attract a flow. Now my live audience has more than 15 million, this effect, then I smashed 1 billion to publicize the effect is more obvious. When the leader thinks about it, it seems right. This publicity effect bar, the whole country knows, even if it is smashing 1 billion is difficult to make so many people pay attention to YY Live. Yi Xian said again at this time, "Leader, later on, actions like capturing international killers will be completed by your superintendent."
The leader was delighted. That's giving yourself credit. Leader, don't worry, we'll take care of this international assassin.
Just then, Yi Xian looked at the monitor screen.
He's already at the pool sewer section.
Yi Xian came to the live broadcast room and showed a thieving, badass smile to the audience in the live broadcast room.
Attention everyone, the moment of excitement has arrived. This international assassin has come to the section of the pool sewer that connects to the pool's outlet channel. Next I'm going to drain the pool and wash this Michael, and the water can't be too big again or it won't be fun to flush the assassin away all at once.
16 million viewers on the live feed.
Genghis Khan. It's too hard, isn't it? Are you the devil? Why would you mistreat such a sweet killer like that?
Yi Xian took the walkie-talkie, opened the gate, released the water.
Slowly. Swimming pool, the floodgates are open.
Soon all the spectators could see that a wave of water started to rise from the sewer, almost 60 centimeters high.
Whoa!
Michael screamed, "I top your lungs are caught off guard, directly washed down to the ground, and then all the way by the water washed out more than 30 meters, and finally woefully grabbed a railroad rod, just barely stabilized." That face of cluelessness in capital letters was exposed to more than 16 million viewers.
I'm in the middle of a ing drink of water, laughing my ass off, give me back my screen. The international killer emoji has been downloaded. Laughing my ass off. 2333. Please, big brother Yi Xian, let him go. Heart him for a minute. The live feed has been doubled over with laughter and is going crazy. Chapter 80, YYY live streaming heat explodes, 28 million viewers watch.
No wonder Michael was in such a mess, although the wave of water released was only 60 centimeters high, but knowing that the height of the sewer was only 1 m high only, his usually proud height of 195 centimeters was almost the most painful place for him at this moment.
That's why he walks on. This way.
Now that the 60 centimeters high water washed over him, he was naturally woefully out of shape. The water had been let loose again and again for over 10 minutes, and Michael had been flushed for 10 minutes, and now it happened to be the dead of winter, and the weather was cold, and the water in the pool was at least a little over 4 or 5 degrees.
Michael was soaking wet and cold that he was constantly shivering. What's draining in the middle of the night? In the midst of the cursing, the water finally stopped. Michael regrouped and continued on. Crap.
Suddenly he froze, fumbled with his backpack, and blushed.
My backpack, washed away.
It turns out that the situation is too chaotic. A moment did not pay attention to the backpack washed away, which has a manor construction project drawings, props, and these important things. Especially the manor engineering drawings is very important. Without it, I'm afraid it will be in the underground drilling to the dead end.
Fortunately, I was prepared. A professional always has countless cards up my sleeve. Michael was handsome with a flip of his wet hair.
Roll up your sleeves. A sophisticated tattoo was revealed on his arm.
Don't ask what this is, asking is unprofessional. As a professional killer, even if the tattoo must have an important role, this tattoo, in fact, is the manor's construction engineering drawings, sewer labeling are very fine. The live feed was a 666. Tattoo building plans. Skills of the main character in Prison Break. This killer, awesome. Come prepared. As expected of an international assassin, professional enough.
At this point, Michael looked at the engineering drawings on his arm and recalculated his position, and after some precise calculations, he finally found the quickest sewer to the villa.
45 meters ahead, there will be a passage to the left, and this passage will take you another 15 meters to reach the sewer exit in the garden behind the villa. He flashed a triumphant smile.
However, after he had gone 25 meters, confused.
The planning drawings show an access road that is completely absent.
Look carefully at the arm tattoo drawings, and then look at your own position.
Repeatedly back and forth a few times. Yes, here really should be a channel off. I'll top you.
In his conception, urban sewer construction was extremely strict and had to be built according to the drawings or else he would be heavily fined, so he hadn't thought at all that there would be a problem with the architectural drawings. Yi Xian laughed and jerked when he saw this, explaining to the live broadcast. Here I'll interject a word, this engineering drawings are actually the drawings that went to the municipal side for record, but when it was first constructed for security issues, so the drawings were faked to fool those with ulterior motives, and the correct drawings were only stored on this side of the manor.
The live broadcast room is at 23333, whacking the ground laughing, simply to laugh crazy. At this point in time, the time has gone more than 20 minutes. As more and more people know about this, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room also arrived at 28 million. Many people were woken up by the phone call and got out from inside the blanket. Ads worth $1 billion? I'm afraid it's already more than that, and $1.5 billion in advertising might not even have that effect. And I don't know who brought up the wind, began to reward, as time advances, reward more and more. Almost every second there are hundreds of reward, some high even reward tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, cumulative or tens of millions of yuan. The whole broadcast simply exploded with heat. And at that moment, Michael was circling around in the sewers looking for a way out, and he soon realized that the architectural drawings he had painstakingly tattooed on his arm were fake. There were 5 passages in the drawings, but in reality 2 of them were too small for a person to get into, and the remaining 3 were simply walls of dirt. The credit goes to the person who has the intention, around the manor villa ring to go most of the way. He finally found a 70 centimeters diameter. The direction is to lead to the villa's passage. Finally, ha, Yi Xian, I'm coming. A sewage-covered Michael yelled in ecstasy. He dug into the 70 centimeters channel with no hesitation. Finally, after a difficult 25 long crawl, he came to the bottom of the sewer outlet, with the sewer manhole cover just above his head. There was a big whoop and a holler on the air. See the manhole cover, he's coming out. At this time, I suddenly had a bold idea, hee hee hee. I've got a bold idea too, hee hee hee. Biggie, why don't we give the manhole cover a big rock? Press the stone. Press the stone. Press the stone. The live broadcast was a neatly organized press the stone, simply hi to hi chow. Yi Shen looked, the face of the twitch, too Nima bad this session of the audience. However, since the live broadcast audience was so excited, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to spoil it, and took his walkie-talkie and instructed the security personnel to go on. Soon the 2 security guards combined their efforts to hold a large rock weighing several dozen pounds and placed it on top of that sewer manhole cover. The live feed was a mass of laughter. Ha ha, it's rolling all over the place at this point. Ha, what's hurting? Oh, so it's my conscience that's hurting. My conscience is hurting +1. My conscience is aching +10,086. And those bounties came even more ferocious, simply crazy general, tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands are a large. Chapter 81, The Killer Falls, Yi Xian is the devil. The stone had pressed against the manhole cover. Yi Xian drank down the gloating in the broadcast room. Alright, I'll be quiet and continue to watch our Mr. Killer's performance. Inside the sewer. Handsome Michael was by now covered in dirt, but at this point he was filled with the joy of victory. He looked at the manhole cover over his head. According to his precise calculations, the manhole cover was located right behind the villa, not as good as the one in the back garden with the manhole cover exit, but not bad either. It was a tough process, but I made it out. He started to climb up. The sewer was relatively high, around 3 m, and 1.95 m. Michael couldn't reach it at all. So he needed to bar up about 20 centimeters 40 centimeters to push off the sewer manhole cover. The drain was wet, mossy, and a little slippery. And then Michael fell in a heap and rolled down inside the sewer. Michael grunted and cursed. If his kit hadn't been washed away, this difficulty would have been easily overcome, but now, he was left to lumber up the hill. Second climb. The fall of a handstand. Third climb. Holding down. Fourth climb. Holding down. Michael almost cried with anger, it was so bullying. Ever since coming to, things have not been going well, as if there is always a black hand behind the scenes that is pitting itself. Could it be the mysterious power of? The live feed had been pumped over with laughter, many laughing until their faces were stiff and sore, laughing until their stomachs cramped up, and some laughing until they popped their S out. For the 5th time, Michael finally found a couple of landing bumps in the 4 walls of the sewer and stood his ground. Yi Xian said to the live broadcast, alright, it's about to start, open your eyes wide, here's the moment to witness the miracle. Below the sewer manhole cover Michael stood firm, then placed his hands under the sewer manhole cover. Can't force it all at once, after all, my strength is not comparable to ordinary people, in case the manhole cover is overturned and startle those bodyguards, it will be troublesome. With 1 point of force. The manhole cover did not move. With 2 points of force. The manhole cover did not move. With 1/3 of the force. The manhole cover did not move. Michael's smile faded. Michael's face gradually twisted. Yi Xian switched lenses, and the live broadcast went to that sewer manhole opening outside. This is a great gift, and I think our Mr. Slayer should enjoy it. Only to see, around the mouth of the manhole cover, more than a dozen elite SWAT officers with loaded. Yi Xian came in front of Killer Michael and shook his hand and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Michael, for your dedication and for bringing us a night full of fun. Michael. And bodyguard Lu Chang followed Yi Xian, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yi Xian shoved the flowers into Michael's hand and continued to thank, bro, thanks a lot, you're really great, at least you saved me more than $1 billion in advertising. Michael. Then, Yi Xian and Michael wrapped their arms around their shoulders and stood together. Come on, take a picture, take a picture. Lu Chang had long since taken out his cell phone and set the photo mode, aiming it at Yi Xian and Michael. Yi Xian raised his scissor hands, 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Ka-ching. A photo was framed, and on it, Yi Xian was all smiles while Michael was grief-stricken. The live feed was dumbfounded. Biggie, you're a devil. Slutty butt, tie butt. At this time Michael has already woken up, he is completely being pitched, recalling the scene that came to encounter. It is obvious that everything has a black hand behind the scenes in the manipulation. And this black hand is definitely this Yi Xian in front of him. At this time he was in a mood of 1,000 words that came together in one word. Chapter 82, YY live streaming heat continues, 5 international oligarchs compete for financing. Michael was pressed into a police car and taken back to the superintendent for close guarding. Yi Xian said to the live broadcasting room, well, today's live broadcast is here, there will be a chance to live broadcast again in the future. It's very late now, everyone hurry up and go to sleep, after all, you are not 100 billionaire like me, you have to continue to go to work tomorrow to make money. Zap the big guy. Work parties are suddenly not funny at this point. See you later, big guy. Thanks big man for taking us loaded tonight and flying us. In the midst of a wave of farewells, Yi Xian closed the live broadcast room. Stretching and yawning, a little sleepy, I looked at the time already 1:13, surprisingly, it took more than an hour. Took a hot shower, got comfortable in bed and went to sleep. However, Yi Xian could sleep, but those news media had no way to sleep. With such a big event, if they didn't keep up with the hotspots, they would inevitably be stepped on by their peers. Thousands of media outlets, large and small, across the country began working overtime overnight to concoct news. From Yi Xian's point of view, from the point of view of YY live streaming, from the point of view of the audience, from the point of view of the killer. All kinds of perspectives to write the news. The next day, at daybreak, talk on every street in the country was ruled by the events of last night. In the office. Have you heard? There was a foreign assassin trying to assassinate our country's 100 billionaire last night. More than heard about it, I watched the whole thing live last night, the whole thing just exploded with laughter and my stomach still hurts this morning. Huh? There's a live broadcast? Why didn't you wake me up for something so interesting? In the food market. Have you guys heard? 100 billionaire was killed last night. Hey, wrong, the 100 billionaire didn't die, the assassin was caught, and there was a live stream to watch the whole thing, and last night my little brat couldn't stop laughing all night and woke me up, and then I watched it together, and then laughed together, and woke up the old man in my house. And live? Yes, YY live I tell you it was so lively, more than 30 million people watching together, especially amazing. School. Did you guys watch YY live last night? Don't say it, I saw it halfway through and my mom caught it and snatched the phone, then my parents continued to watch it and laugh like but told me to go to bed. Hey, I snuck under the covers to watch the live stream, covered my laughter and didn't get caught. I only saw the first 20 minutes, tell me what happened back there. It's even better back there, haha I'm telling you, that killer is super miserable. Blah 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 haha blah 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 haha. That Yi Xian is so handsome, I'll fan him from now on. All over the community, everywhere, there's talk about last night. And those who didn't get up last night to watch the live broadcast have been strangling and feeling sorry that they didn't get to experience it for themselves, which is too bad. And the internet, the major no-media sites, the front page headlines are all about it. Shock international assassins kill our 100 billionaires. The misery of international assassins at home. Who hired the international assassins? National hilarity, the pitfalls of an international assassin. 30 million viewers watching live at the same time, YYY live broadcast a hit. There is even a faster game company immediately on a game project. The protagonist is an international assassin, the ultimate mission is to assassinate 100 billionaires, the levels are a variety of difficult, such as sewers, such as pools, such as manhole covers. The game is simple, but after the launch of the popularity of a big hit, the monthly flow of water more than 10 million.
And the major video sites also emerged a lot of spoof videos, a variety of emoticons, a variety of soundtracks, a variety of late bursting into laughter. The more fire video, at least tens of millions of clicks, can be said to be horrible. On the microblogging side, it almost goes without saying that the top 5 microblogging hot searches will be rounded up by Yi Xian. A certain star was unlucky that this day happened to announce the news of marriage, thinking that he could take the opportunity to get on the hot search headlines, but the result was directly suppressed by Yi Xian. In less than a day's time, it was submerged in the international killer event, which can be called the most bitter star marriage in history. And in the darknet, the fall of Mermaid has sent shockwaves through this dark zone. The assassin community, in particular, is freaking out a bunch. You know, the top 100 killers, each and every one of them is not baptized by time. There are countless glorious battle records beside the supreme assassination experts. This is a real pile-up with battle records, and there is no room for falsehood. And what's the concept of being in the top 10? Not only had he performed numerous arduous assassination missions, he had also escaped from countless chases, and his strength was absolutely extraordinary. And now, the 6th-ranked Mermaid had been killed in seconds in such a humiliating, comical, and unreadable manner. Silence. Boss, just now there are 5 super international consortiums Zinsan, Shanghao, SoftBank, Tiger Fund, IDG, and so on sent letters, wanting to finance YYY live streaming. Should we refuse them? Yi Xian raised his head and revealed a bad smile. No, promise them. Chapter 83, Face Value 105 Points High Intelligence Beauty. 2 days later. Report back to me on what's going on with YY Live right now. Yi Xian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of Ye's mansion, overlooking the entire Jiangdu, a water surrounding the land, high-rise buildings in the distance, downstairs shopping malls and streets bustling with people. He loved the feeling of standing on a cloud. Very accomplished. Ning Nancher skillfully introduced, YY Live has counted the data once at 12 o'clock noon today. The number of registered people is currently 67.23 million. YY Music account is also counted. Last night's peak number of people online was 9.3 million. The average user duration is 16 minutes. At the same time, the number of newly registered anchors has increased by more than 30,000. All of them were attracted by our monthly millionaire to attract over a large number of rich YY live content, to solve the surge in the audience's viewing needs. Yesterday's total bounty of 6.92 million, the highest bounty anchor is a singing and dancing, received a bounty of 2.23 million. There are 2 tycoons competing to give her a bounty. The heat is very high. Yi Xian's heart was delighted. I did not expect that after 2 days of fermentation, YY Live heat is so exaggerated, directly from the most initial online stage directly into the mature stage of operation. This killer, what a powerhouse. Worth $2 billion in advertising. And also saves so much time. Other people want to imitate YY Live, follow the trend to open a network live platform, want to have today's results. It is estimated that it will take several years to catch up. Michael's aggrieved and crying, oh, Yi Xian is too sinister. Right, what about the YY Music side? Yi Xian hadn't paid attention to the YY Music side for a long time. Ning Nancher, the number of registrations for YY Music has also increased by more than 10 million new users in the past 2 days because of this incident. Yi Xian nodded his head. By the way, how are those 5 consortiums arranging? As you instructed, they have all arranged to meet one by one this afternoon to give them a bit of a competitive stance. And I purposely arranged for their hotel to be at the Germain Hotel, so I'm sure they've already started eating together by now. Ha, you're so bad. Yi Xian laughed. 5 consortiums are staying in the same hotel, I guess a piece of gunpowder smell, and it's probably hard to keep a smile on the surface. Afternoon. The negotiation teams of the 5 international investment banking giants, Ginsu, Shenko, Silversoft, Tiger, and IDG, drove to the bottom of Ye's building in unison. Get out of the car. More than 30 of the business elite got out of the car. As they got off the bus, they cursed Yi Xian for being too pitiful to arrange for all of them to appear together, and then they were hostile to the other 4 trash teams. Each other were silently brewing murderous auras, and when their eyes met, they immediately changed into smiles, as if they had been good friends and brothers for many years. And among those 30 or so people, there was one beautiful woman who stood out from the rest. Everyone who saw her would see those huge 2 globs of fat before they saw the owner's face. Because it's so big, it's hard not to see it first. She was Asian with a European-American mix, her skin was delicate, her features were 3-dimensional, and her pretty bait dangled from 2 strings of beautiful diamond earrings. Su Boya, Tiger Investment Bank, this line team vice captain, don't look at her demonic beauty, but in fact, IQ far beyond the ordinary people, graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, one of the top institutions of the United States, the youngest doctor of business school. But it's not her intelligence or talent that more people see, it's what makes her so special. It is a sadness for a man to look down and not see his feet, but it is a pride for a woman to look down and not see her feet. At this time, Yi Xian walked out, followed by 7 or 8 from the secretary's office. He couldn't help but take one more look at that Saboya. Name, Saboya. Face value, 105 points, somewhere 5 points added. Awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel foolish in his heart, this time it seemed to be rewarding. Yi Xian took the lead and was very enthusiastic. Warm welcome, warm welcome. Huh, you guys are too coincidental, aren't you? I can't believe you guys came together, it seems like you're really destined for each other. The crowd's investment banking elite. Karma my ass. It's not even your schedule? Now you're pretending with me? At the same time, the vigilance in his heart was raised by 3 levels. Sure enough, this Yi Xian was not a good guy to deal. Then with a wave of her hand, Ning Nancher stood out and used the projector to start introducing the current operations of YY Live. 1 month online, 90 million users, 20 million misrepresented. Peak online headcount 15.3 million, 6 million falsely reported. Average user duration 33 minutes, 17 minutes misreported. Anchor $65,000 misrepresented, $20,000. Daily bounty of $7.92 million, false report of $1 million. With Ning Nancher's report, all the investment bankers present showed shock and joy. Ning Nancher quickly reported back. Yi Xian stood up and said savagely, I won't say much about the rest. YYY Live is currently the only live webcasting platform, and it's not unlike other internet industries, possessing the ability to make profits right away without the need to continually invest a large amount of money into it. He pointed to that statistic. The meeting ended quickly because Yi Xian's YY Live IPO Wall Street listing idea completely disrupted their plans. They needed to hurry up and report the matter to the headquarters for a decision. They feel that this is at least a $10 billion level or more project, and that's a conservative estimate. After the meeting ended, Yi Xian returned to his office. Ning Nancher was full of curiosity. Boss, why do you want to list YY Live at this time? It feels like it's not time to maximize the value of YY Live? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Secret. Yi Xian knew that at this time, both Ning Nancher and those investment bank elites would be curious as to why he chose this time to carry out the IPO program on YY Live. It stands to reason that YY Live will grow in the coming months, years, and years to reach 1 billion users. And profits should be climbing. When the time comes to plan an IPO listing, the value will be maximized and it will be hard to get more profits. But Yi Xian has a longer-term future. Keywords: Jitterbug, Snapchat, short video. In Yi Xian's opinion, short videos like Jitterbug and Shutterbug are destined to be the big enemy of webcasting. In modern society, people's time will become more and more fragmented, so it creates a fragmented time, and fragmented time is a must for the entertainment industry. Webcasting has its inherent limitations because of the length of time. And short videos like this can massively invade people's fragmented time, and its traffic is not on the same scale as the traffic of webcasting. It's useless to talk about the principles, so let's go straight to the facts. Past Life Earth 2019. Hootsuite Live, with a market capitalization of $4 billion, equivalent to more than 20 billion yuan. And Racer, the market valuation of 170 billion yuan, after the listing will certainly continue to rise a few waves, the value will go to where? 250 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion? The difference between the two sides is 8 times above. Therefore, YY Live can only be considered a short-term goal of Yi Xian, later will certainly be gradually crushed by their own newly developed YY short video. Both sides of the user will have a certain degree of overlap, so the value of the late YY Live will certainly decline significantly. An IPO needs time, the preparation before the listing, there are half a year after the listing cannot be reduced this world, add up the time at least 9 months, so Yi Xian can launch YY short video after these 9 months, and then reduce the shares of YY Live, and use the money to promote YY short video to the world. The first 9 months, Yi Xian just need the world to brag about YY Live, how powerful, how profitable, more profitable than other internet technology, buy its stock quasi-right, blow until it is powerful to the sky, and then we'll cash YY Live stock. Then 9 months later, it started launching YYY short videos. It's a big scam to deceive the world. And Yi Xian was the big international con man who had crafted the scam. Ning Nancher looked at Yi Xian, the mysterious boss and idol. She would not question any of Yi Xian's decisions. because she felt that everything Yi Xian did was right. Ring, ring, ring. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's cell phone ringtone came to mind.
Mr. Yi, I'm Su Boya from Tiger Investment Bank, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner.
A voice full of soft charm came from the other side of the phone. Yi Xian subconsciously thought of an image. The owner of Mount Everest.
Breathtaking, blood-pumping Everest. Tap on her profile bar. Name, Saboya.
Profession, Senior Investment Manager, Tiger Fund.
Age, 28. Pedigree, 1/4 Gallic, 1/4 Latin American, 1/4 Ukrainian. Face value, 100 initial. Specialty, Everest. IQ, 170.
Weaknesses, yearning for the excitement of drag racing. Inside, according to the intelligence, this Yi Xian has a high level of vision, but he is still a young man with a high level of vigor. With my level, I can definitely attract him by using the beauty trick and make him fall to the Tiger Fund.
This order, I've taken it. A beauty trick? Interesting.
Yi Xian smiled evilly, there's time. 339 Revolving Restaurant, the first tallest Western restaurant in the West, with a height of 339 meters, the highest in the city.
Yi Xian and Su Boya both sat at the table next to the floor-to-ceiling window.
Outside, there are panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows with a 360-degree view of the Jiangdu cityscape, and the restaurant rotates for a week in just the right amount of time to sip a glass of red wine with. In order to ensure the quality of service to diners, this restaurant has controlled the number of diners to ensure that customers have enough spacious space to enjoy the night view to share food and romance.
Ms. Boyer is beautiful tonight.
Yi Xian looked at Su Boya in front of him and felt that she was simply a blessing from the heavens. Today she had changed into a set of clothes from the luxury brand Chanel. Her features were very delicate, even without makeup, she was quite beautiful.
Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful beauty Yi Xian had ever seen. There isn't one.
Of course, these were not the focus of Yi Xian's attention. Yi Xian's focus was on that mosaic place, the scale of it, it was just jaw-dropping. And at that moment, the male customers around the restaurant couldn't help but peek over their heads and look this way so often that they couldn't even care about their female companion's anger. Clearly, she was the woman who shined the brightest here tonight.
Chapter 85, Weakness, Yearning for Exciting Drag Racing. 339 meters on the rotating restaurant. Many customers recognized Yi Xian. Isn't this Big Brother Yi Xian? Really, yeah, it's really him. I want to go over and get an autograph. Can't you see the big man is on a date? And with 2 bodyguards standing there, it's a wonder you can get over there.
I didn't think that Big Brother Yi Xian would even prefer such a woman.
Yeah, it's huge.
Many women compare and shame, the difference is too great.
So big and with such a thin waist, it's not scientific.
The beautiful woman at the next table muttered there.
It's so big, will she lose her center of gravity?
Overburdening the body for long periods of time can lead to a host of ailments, such as back pain and leg cramps.
Guess she should be in quite a bit of pain, huh? I want this pain. I'd like to.
Yi Xian listened to the whispering around him, the corner of his mouth curved slightly as he asked Su Boya, "You're like this, isn't it heavy?" At this point, a pair of weighty tasks are being entrusted to the desktop. Su Boya played the role of a beauty queen very well, frowning her beautiful moth brows, and said bitterly, "It's really heavy and I struggle to walk every day." She finished, forked up a serving of potato spaghetti and brought it to her mouth. Suddenly, the hand shook and a small piece of potato accidentally fell off. When other people eat and drop food, it tends to land on the tabletop or the ground, but Su Boya is different, the potatoes directly can only be smashed on the mountain peaks. Luckily, I had a scarf to keep it out of the way or I would have been in trouble. Yi Xian looked dumbfounded.
There was a sound of backward breaths all around.
Su Boya gave an ouch and looked bitterly at the lump of potato, not at all pretentious, but full of natural, harmonious notes.
Dining continues.
The two chatted about some economic and political matters, complimenting each other and having a good time. However, it was clear that Su Boya had more than a few tricks up her sleeve, as she picked up a cup of coffee and turned around as she sipped it. This maneuver, which a normal person could have easily accomplished, was caused by the sudden swaying of some unburdened position, resulting in the inevitable spillage of the coffee in her hand.
Who is that woman? Isn't the murder weapon a little too vicious? Aha, I didn't realize that the big man liked this tune. I have low self-esteem.
Soon the news traveled throughout the web through various channels. Yi Xian's mysterious girlfriend appears, carrying the fierce shield of the world.
Yigan's aesthetic is just like ours. The night is misty. Hairpin Hill.
It wasn't originally called Hairpin Hill, but after the rise of drag racing, it was renamed Hairpin Hill because the hairpin turns here are very suitable for drag racing. And just this evening, the drag racing party in Gangtok is holding a fierce and hot underground car race. There are only 2 cars racing on the ground tonight, but the strength of the field is extraordinary. One is the famous rich second generation of Jiangdu Zhouguan, this guy's family thief rich, so his modified car is very luxurious, for consecutive months won the Hairpin Mountain Car Race Champion, nickname, the King of Speed. In addition to him, a challenger from the Magic City side, super rich second generation Wang Luan, was also very powerful, beating all the Magic City, nicknamed, Devil's Steering Wheel.
See, these two have nicknames that are not easy to hear. Boom boom boom.
The roar of a top race car's engine roared down the mountain pass as the 2 cars went toe-to-toe with each other in the car Zhouguan drove was a Mosler Landshark with 2,500 maximum horsepower, 2.5 seconds of acceleration at 100 kilometers, and could reach a top speed of 491 kilometers/h. And Wang Luan's is a Maserati Spider, and the numbers are extremely impressive. 2 cars in the mountain road speed through, bring up the roadside small whirlwind. Whenever passing through a crowd waiting for the curve, the front end of the car turned violently, tires issued a burst of squealing sound, and then a burst of brakes. Crazy drift speed. Sports car drag racing when the sound of the roar will always cause the crowd on both sides of the burst of cheers, blood boiling.
Suddenly, a shriek came over the public comm channel. Warning, warning, breaking news.
There's a car suddenly coming up the hill. There's a car suddenly coming up the hill.
Is fast.
My God, he's still driving one-handed. At this time, Yi Xian held the steering wheel with one hand, lethargically leaning against the back of the seat, the corner of his mouth with an evil smile. The Pagani Wind God speed soared to 200 kilometers/h. The skills of the car god let him have a feeling of human car unity. He could clearly feel every grain of sand on the road, every pothole, the angle of the bend, the distance. It was as if he was a god in control of everything. And at this moment, in the passenger seat, Tsuboya was already lying there, her whole body spasming and twitching with excitement, her pair of eyes watery as she looked at Yi Xian.
Chapter 86 is on the hot search again. YY Live is worth 20 billion. The Pagani Windjammer, itself a racing car converted over, has been altered but still retains its racing nature.
Displacement 6.0, with an impressive 750 horsepower, peak torque of 709 Nm, in addition to carbon fiber high-performance intake system, race-specific multi-plate clutch, with ceramic heat dissipation coating of the F1 car exhaust system are all the pinnacle of the equipment.
Drive it and you're a wind god. The wind can't even catch you. Soon it was time for the next turn.
Yi Xian maneuvered the wind god in a flowing manner. The front wheels slid sideways, the rear wheels rubbed against the ground, the tires scuffed making noises in black smoke, and after exiting the corner, its exhaust was spewing out a fiery light as the speed went to soar again. The crowd of drag racing enthusiasts in the next corner rang out in unison.
Zero distance drift.
It almost grazed the railing and drifted over.
No, isn't this the wind god that Big Brother Yi has? Yeah, isn't that the Windjammer?
Before the discussion was over, the car sped away at a rapid pace, leaving a gust of wind that swept up the leaves on the ground and into the faces of the crowd. Soon a message spread throughout the Hairpin Mountains.
The god who raced the car, it's Big Brother Yi Xian. Everyone feels crazy.
Big Brother Yi Xian was the legend of Jiangdu people, the benchmark, the idol of countless young people.
Impossible, how could it be Big Brother Yi Xian? His strength can't be that high, right?
Racing isn't like any other, it's something that requires countless real-world combat experience to accumulate.
I don't think so either.
Look online, it says that Big Brother Yi Xian went on a date with a big weapon beauty and a wind god.
Could it really be him?
At this moment, Wang Luan and Zhou Guan, who were competing with each other and racing ahead, also heard the news and were slightly surprised. However, it was only a slight surprise. In the eyes of these two racing experts, their opponents were still each other.
As for Yi Xian, they didn't think that he could pose any threat to them. After all, they are the kings of underground racing. Powerful. Experienced.
But soon they blushed profusely. Because a car was coming up behind us in wild pursuit, getting closer and closer, very oppressive.
He seems to be following. Wasn't he a long time behind us? How did he catch up so quickly?
The two of them flashed these thoughts rapidly, their feet couldn't help but step on the gas pedal, and the car continued to fly forward frantically.
Hairpin bend ahead. Never let him overtake. 30 seconds later. The wind god cut a windy horse and forked insect tail, overtook 2 cars, and lifted off, disappearing at speed to the end of the road ahead. Brake! Brake! Wang Luan and Zhou Buan braked violently and stopped on the side of the road. Face to face. Silence. Early the next morning. Saboya woke up from the wide white bed. The headache was excruciating, and the body had an urge to be ripped apart. What's wrong with me? His head was dizzy, he thought back and blushed, then he looked at his body, his clothes were not even on. Saboya hated to slap herself. She was just trying to perform a beauty trick, she didn't really want to sell her physical body. I didn't think that I was so bad after just sitting in the car and following a drag race, that I didn't even have a basic line of defense. Thinking about her own initiative last night, she had an urge to die. Although she grew up abroad and was of mixed blood, her grandfather was from the Celestial Kingdom, very strong and traditional, so her thoughts were actually very traditional. I didn't expect that I would actually be in a godly state in front of Yi Xian. Duck duck. Su Ning Nancher knocked on the door and walked in with some clothes on her face. A wave of inferiority washed over him as he looked at the size of Saboya and then compared himself. Does the boss like this kind of woman? Come on, you still have a chance. Ning Nancher cheered herself up. And at this moment, Yi Xian was eating breakfast while browsing the news. Last night for several hours in a row, 2 oversized headlights shook violently in front of the eyes, shaking Yi Xian's eyes a little dizzy, nosebleed in the flow, and now Yi Xian can only eat pig liver porridge kanji to make up for the blood. At this moment, Yi Xian's news made the headlines and also made it to the microblogging hot search. Yi Xian's mysterious girlfriend appears, surprised by her pomp and circumstance. The identity of Yi Xian's girlfriend is revealed to be a highly intelligent genius. Yi Xian's other identity, racing master. What is the aesthetic of Ye Zhen? Now revealed. Those media are also powerful. In one night, the identity of Su Boya came to a big reveal, the family background to investigate clearly. Then some media followed the trail and touched on the matter of 5 international investment banking giants, namely Insu, Shangao, Insoft, Tiger, and IDG, wanting to finance YY Live. Then the new news focuses on the YYY Live funding thing again. 5 investment banking giants are bullish on YYYY Live, thirsty for financing. A new internet giant is born, YYY Live. Inside sources, Silverwood Capital values YYY Live at $20 billion. It took less than 1 month to go from online to $20 billion, the new internet myth Yi Xian. It's going to be another lively day. The whole country is talking about Yi Xian's legendary deeds. Chapter 87, The 5 Great Consortia That Were Angry. For the 5 major investment bank giants of the negotiation price of YYY Live, Yi Xian has long been grasped through the information column. Silverwood valuation, 18.8 billion pressed to 13 billion, 30 billion if we can add YY Music. Shinko valuation, $16.6 billion pressed to $12 billion, $27 billion if you can add YY Music. Silversoft valuation, $17.2 billion, $12.5 billion for Pressure Road, $28 billion if we can add YY Music. Tiger valuation, IDG's valuation is similar, all pretty low. This price, then Yi Xian expected psychological price pressure difference is too far. Yi Xian think YY Live had a valuation of more than 40 billion. Obviously, the valuation of these investment banks on YY Live does not make Yi Xian satisfied, or very dissatisfied. After deep communication and discussion with Su Boya last night, Yi Xian changed his mind. Financing? Let the big 5 investment banks eat. IPO. Let them eat farts. At most, let YY short videos appear a little later, I'll go get some other products first and forget about it. DDT, Headline, Meituan, Pinduoduo, Cat's Eye, League of Legends, Jedi Survival, Xiaomi, DJI. Which one can't make money? Moreover, if there is no more money, YY Live can still be sold to 2 horse bosses in exchange for equity, there is no need to run to the rice IPO. It's decided. Mr. Yi. Just then, Su Boya walked downstairs wearing a newly purchased set of Chanel knitwear. Duong duong duong. Yi Xian's nose heated up again as he remembered the images from last night. Miss Su, good morning, come, have breakfast, I've ordered the kitchen to prepare it for you. Although it was difficult for Saboya to accept what happened last night, and on her own initiative, but since she couldn't change, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. Not to be outdone by the extremely educated and beautiful woman, she was extremely elegant at breakfast. The only thing that bothered her was that she was a bit scruffy, always dropping something onto her knitwear, and a dirty mess where her heart was.
After breakfast, Saboya went back to her room to change her clothes and came out again.
Two people sitting together drinking tea. Yi Xian glanced at Suboya's spectacular, thinking that if he waited to drink tea and spilled it, wouldn't he have to change his clothes again?
Suboya tossed her long hair and smiled. Mr. Yi, regarding the IPO matter, the headquarters just called and put me in charge of consulting with you.
IPO?
Yi Xian raised his head. Sorry, I'm not going to IPO.
Suboya. What? Not ready for IPO?
Suboya instantly had an urge to bite Yi Xian to death.
I gave you my body and now you're telling me no IPO? Then I'll be working for you for nothing?
Suboya gritted her teeth, feeling that she had suffered a great loss.
Aha!
Suboya directly rode on top of Yi Xian and punched him with her small fists. Yi Xian was shaken up so much. 2 hours later, Suboya hid under the covers and cried.
Got wasted again.
That afternoon, Yi Xian announced that the financial chain of YY Live is very healthy, and will not carry out financing, and even more will not go to the rice country IPO. The 5 consortia that received the news nearly lifted the table on the spot.
Simply pissed off. You don't raise money, you don't IPO, so what are you asking us to do here? Playing with us?
The 5 major investment banks are angry, and the consequences are dire. YY Live, after all, they are very optimistic about the project, a lot of cash flow, and also do not have to invest much, and is the internet technology stocks, simply Wall Street's favorite.
It's a big gold mine.
So, the people of the 5 major investment banks began to look for agents in heaven, set up a new network broadcasting company, and YY Live to grab a big cake. Since this Yi Xian won't cooperate with us, then don't blame us for supporting one to compete with you. They are very confident that with their capital power, playing a local enterprise in China harmony to death is not as easy as hooking their hands. Soon, Xiao Tian's thousand livestream entered their field of vision. Suboya called Yi Xian with hatred. Surname Yi, we found someone who can be your opponent, you'll see. Yi Xian pretended to be alarmed. Pretty girl, it's said that a husband and wife should be together for 100 days, don't target me so much, okay?
Why don't I treat you to a meal and a ride?
Saboya's voice rose an octave, irritated. No, I'm not racing even if I die.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian smiled evilly. Xiao Tian?
Just in time, I still have a lot of evidence in my hand to make him go to jail, especially the recording and transferring evidence of hiring assassins to kill me. Originally, I wanted to take care of him recently, but now I'm not in a hurry instead. Let's get these rice vampires to drop some more money on thousand Live first, then I'll close the net for good. Besides, I have most of the music rights on the market, so what's your live room going to do to compete with me? Yi Xian stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Jiangdu, and had a feeling that the world was within his grasp.
Invincible, it's just so lonely. Thousands Live. A lively banquet was in progress at this time.
Thank you all for your love and care for my thousand live. I, Xiao Tian, will definitely give you all a generous return on your investment.
Xiao Tian laughed very brightly.
Really sleepy to send a pillow. Thousand Live is about to go online. He is worried about the lack of funds cannot massively smash money to promote the market. The result of the 5 major investment banks came to the door, waving banknotes to buy his shares.
30% of the shares, split between 5 investment banks, while Xiao Tian got 1.5 billion in financial assistance.
Of course, money is not the focus, the capital power of the 5 major investment banks is the focus. With the support of these 5 major investment banks, the future of the thousand Live will certainly be able to quickly online promotion, fire, and then Wall Street bell.
The first stock in the webcasting world? It's beautiful to think about. Chapter 88, Chen live streaming online, Yi Xian has dug a good hole. Boss.
Dressed in a professional OL, Ning Nanshur stepped into Yi Xian's office with high heels.
Yi Xian raised his head and looked. It seems like a certain part is that much higher, could it be padded?
Ning Nanshur looked serious. Boss, I just received a message from big anchor Zhang Dawei. Someone wants to poach him to go to another webcasting platform called Thousand Live, which was developed by the owner of Thousand Listening Songs. Then I had someone go and check it out, and found out that the current top 20 hot anchors all have people who are in contact with them. Obviously, our YY Live has a competitor.
Yi Xian nodded. Okay, I know. The tone was flat, as if he didn't care that someone was trolling for anchors.
Ning Nanshur was full of worries. Boss, now that a competitor is trying to poach us, should we think of a way to retain these anchors?
All these anchors are poached and take their viewers over, wouldn't that be funding the enemy?
Yi Xian smiled easily, nodded. Then you find someone to contact those anchors, retain a bit, the specific you to arrange it is good. Of course, if there is that anchor lion's share of the money, let them get out of the way is good. YY Live Broadcasting nowadays have enough strength to hold a new anchor. Yi Xian had this confidence. Moreover, the thousand live was nothing more than meat on a chopping board, and Yi Xian wouldn't stop anyone who wanted to go over and send themselves to their deaths. And at the same time, the anchors were chatting.
Song Yi, certainly not leave safe and sound in YY Live is not good?
How do we say is also a direct line, YY Live will not treat us poorly.
If we go to Chanxian Live, at that time if Chanxian Live is half dead, wouldn't that be a big loss? The other anchors nodded, yes, that's right. Don't look at this 1,000 live by the 5 major investment banks, but these investment banks to invest together surely want to make money as soon as possible, and in the end it is also easy to win fighting. Compared to the boss, not only can a person to decide, but also trenchant, willing to invest money. How can 1,000 live then? The boss is so wise and capable, what could be difficult for him? How could he let Chi Live sit on the fence? That's right, from YY Music began to lay out, to now YY Live in January less than the daily traffic broke 60 million, all show the boss's amazing means. I think 1,000 live to cool. Think of the fear of an international assassin being dominated by his boss. Same fear, boss awesome. Don't dare to go, shivering. Thousands live. Xiaotian's face was gloomy, and there was no longer the joy that he had felt the night before when the 5 major investment banks invested in Qianshan Live. Once he got the investment, he flew off the handle and started digging for action. Then, surprisingly, it failed. It's amazing how those trash anchors look down on Chi Live. And that YY Live broadcast, a brother and a sister, have been offered a $10 million signing fee, surprisingly still not moved. Damn it! Thousands of live broadcasts have a broader future than YY Live broadcasts, and you guys are so blind that you can't see it. In the future, when Qianshan Live Up become the first stock of network live broadcasting, Wall Street ringing the bell, even if you beg to come to Qianshan Live Broadcasting, I won't give you a chance. Xiaotian is full of confidence in Qianshan Live. After all, backed by 5 major investment banks, international capital for the background, want to lose are difficult. Now that the digging plan didn't work, Xiaotian was ready to let it go for now. Next, the Go Live program. Step 1, add a massive news promotion and drop some money. Step 2, smash the money to invite stars to join the thousands of live broadcasts to attract fans. Step 3, publicize Yi Xian's negative news Jian Jianxiu, so that the YY Live broadcast will be thrown into chaos, and then dig the anchor. As long as these 3 steps are completed, it's enough to make Chi Live rise to prominence. In the following days, Qianshan Live began to promote publicity on a large scale, smashing money and advertising, exactly the same as the publicity mode of YY Live at the beginning. And also interspersed with bundled promotions, alongside YY Live, YY Live's strong competitor, YY Live's strong enemy. On March 1st, 1,000 Live was officially launched. On that day, the oversized publicity campaign covered the national network, everywhere is 1,000 Live ads, but also bought 1,000 degrees of bidding ranking, mainstream website headline top. On top of that, more than 100 celebrities have been invited to stay at Chi Live, which is extremely loud. The effect of smashing money is very obvious. 1,000 live streaming that day traffic explosion directly reached 1/10 of YY Live. And then a bunch of fluff pieces on the internet blowing it out of proportion. Online data crushed YY Live, 1,000 live dominant style unique. Once online, it triggered a live streaming frenzy, with 3.23 million people on the first day, 100 times the number of those on YY Live. All sorts of stealing concepts, simply the 1,000 live blowing heaven and earth unique first. Yi Xian sat alone behind the curtain and watched with a cold smile. I've dug the hole. Enough evidence to put Xiaotian in jail and 1,000 live on freeze, plenty. The 5,000 patents of YY Live, 83% infringed by Chance Live, is enough to make Chance Live step in the mud low. You guys perform to your heart's content. I'm just going to go ahead and watch you guys from up high. As the saying goes. I watched him build a building, I watched him feast, and I watched it collapse. The more you scream, the harder you fall. Chapter 89, Closing the Net. Qianshan Live is going to die. Boss, is there really no need to do anything? The sub-general manager of YY Live Streaming approached Yi Xian with a worried face, hoping that Yi Xian could think of a way. After all, his own boss's various moves were really powerful. There's no hurry first, let's wait for them to smash some more money. Yi Xian's gaze was deep, his mouth smiling. With Yi Xian's continued attention, he had already roughly tallied up how much money 1,000 live had smashed in nowadays. Just by hiring those 100 plus stars alone, more than 1.3 billion had been spent.
After all, thousand live please are a line 2-line more popular flow star, more accurately is the kind of nothing works, but microblogging topic, fan heater very high flow superstar, these stars come with a large number of fans, but the price is very expensive, after all, your this live is simply pulling down my grade, the appearance fee than the more expensive than usual,
ranging from a few million to a few tens of millions.
In addition to this, the advertising and promotion is also very ruthless, especially the insertion of advertisements on TV stations, which is even more expensive. As the saying goes, promotion is a momentary pleasure, money crematorium, this piece spent more than 500 million.
With that math, $1.8 billion is gone. Unfortunately, that's not enough.
Yi Xian had been holding back bad water, losing just 1.8 billion was too little, at least they had to lose 2 to 3 billion.
In these latter days, disclose a message out.
The general manager of YY Live Streaming brightened up, please boss. He knew that the plans the boss came up with were usually very desperate for his opponents, which was a real battle.
The boss is unbeatable. The boss is awesome.
Yi Xian instructed, just say that I'm very dissatisfied with the heat of thousand live streaming nowadays, so I've asked the Ministry of Commerce to go to all the major televisions in the country, all the variety shows, and insert a large number of advertisements.
Get the word out about this, the bigger the fuss the better. The general manager froze, boss, why don't you quietly approach the TV station? Quietly? Yi Xian rolled his eyes, if it's quiet how else can we make Xin Chen Live pay attention to it? The general manager was even more puzzled, boss, aren't you afraid that the rival Chance Live will also learn this trick? Stealing TV station resources from us? Yi Xian haha laughed, it's to make them grab.
Listen, my purpose is not to buy ads, but to force them to spend more money, give you a task, you personally gatekeeper, force them to spend money, the more they spend the better.
If it's done well, I'll double your salary this month. The GM left with confusion and doubt. He didn't understand what the boss wanted to do. If it was true that Shanshan Live had taken the advertising space of so many TV stations' hot variety shows, wouldn't Shanshan Live be even more fiery? The threat to YY Live is even greater? Can't figure it out at all.
The boss will definitely not be aimless, this plan, there must be some kind of trap waiting for YY Live.
Yes, absolutely. The general manager was still in awe and admiration of Yi Xian, so despite not understanding the deeper meaning of Yi Xian's plan, he still carried it out without fail. He believed in his boss. Soon, news circulated that day that Yi Xian was angry. In less than an hour's time, the plan had reached Xiao Tian's ears from the cleaner's mouth. Ha, looks like Yi Xian panicked. Good, very good. Is it a commercial for a popular variety show?
I'll take Chi Live for sure. Soon Xiao Tian instructed the Ministry of Commerce to immediately send people to all the major mainstream TV stations in the country to negotiate the advertising fees for the hot variety show.
And at this time, the people from the YY Live business department arrived.
Now both sides were full of gunpowder and started bidding frantically. After spending 4 days, Xiao Tian smashed 400 million and bought 6 variety advertisements. The price is at least 20% more because of the reason that YY Live is competing next to it. However, Xiao Tian was very satisfied because he had once again won a big victory over YY Live, proving once again that thousand Live was indeed more powerful than YY Live. So he got someone to buy a bunch of circulars, foot stomping on the YY Live sunset, bragging about the imminent rise of thousand Live. Just as Jian Shen Live was gloating, Su Xiaozhou, the hacker and security supervisor, excitedly ran to Yi Xian to tell him about a discovery he had made.
Biggie, I found a bug in Chi Live.
In the past few days, thousands of live broadcasts are too arrogant, as a hacker-originated Su Xiaozhou mood is not happy, ran to find thousands of live bugs. This search, but also really found by him, and is still a very well-known bug. Su Xiaozhou was greatly surprised, and rushed to find Yi Xian to take credit. Big brother, I found a backdoor, you can unlimitedly brush aircraft carriers, this is the largest value of virtual gifts in the thousand live broadcasts, each worth 1,000 yuan, that is to say, I can unlimitedly brush aircraft carriers to the various live broadcasting rooms, loss of death of this girl.
Biggie, why don't I go it up? In response, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse.
In the previous life of the Earth, the first live broadcast Douyu suffered this, overnight losses, and finally gritted his teeth and studied the defense array, only to keep the hackers out.
Biggie, I'm going to start.
Su Xiaozhou excitedly wailed, and his hungry hands began to manipulate the many broilers to die in the thousand live brush carriers, each live brush at 7 or 8, and it is random.
Those anchors look at it, wow, lots of carriers, and are overjoyed.
By the time thousand live side reacted, Su Xiaozhou had already swiped more than 100,000 carriers.
Thousands live.
Xiao Tian, who had received the news, rushed from his home to the headquarters of Thousand Live with a gloomy face.
What's going on? Why are so many carriers being swiped?
When he thought that more than 100,000 carriers was more than $100 million, Xiao Tian's heart ached and dripped blood. The head of security was nervously directing while replying, "We don't know, the hacker must have caught the bug."
Xiao Tian was furious. Why don't you hurry up and find out this hacker? Didn't you brag about the strength of your team?
The security director is actually also a hacker, and the strength is very strong, the 10th domestic hacker ranking, but
his strength is a joke in front of Su Xiaozhou.
Half an hour later, Chi Live was swiped with 500,000 carriers and the hacker left gracefully.
Xiao Tian's face darkened.
Although these 500,000 carriers, Thousand Live could take them back on the grounds of hacking, but after all, it would make the anchors centrifugal, and the media out there didn't know how it would be reported.
Xiao Tian growled angrily, "Check, find out who that hacker really is for me."
The security supervisor smiled bitterly, "Boss, we can't find out, the other party is too strong, we can't track the other party's position at all."
Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, "It must be that Yi Xian, damn it."
Ah! On Yi Xian's side, he sneezed. Hacking attacks to swipe carriers and whatnot is, after all, a trail that can only cause a little trouble for the other side. Counting up, Chi Live has now spent a total of $2.2 billion, and I don't think we'll be able to spend more later on.
In that case, let's close the net. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked.
Made a call to Ning Nansher.
Do it. The enemy is already in the pit, so let's fill it.
Chapter 90, Xiao Tian arrested, the internet blows up again.
Superintendent Gangtok. What? Mr. Ye's secretary came over and provided a clue to testify that international assassin Michael was hired by Xiao Tian?
A message that went from the superintendent's mouth to the officers below, and the whole superintendent was abuzz. International killers fell. Jiangdu police superintendent can be said to be in the country and even in the international are greatly exposed face, won the honor. After all, this international killer Michael has assassinated a lot of
international dignitaries.
However, orders came down from the higher-ups that the assassination of the 100 billionaire was so bad that the impact of this matter was so bad that a strict investigation must be conducted to find out who actually hired the assassin. Unfortunately, the Jiangdu police superintendent investigated for half a month and found nothing.
And now the proof is here.
Yi Xian provided 2 pieces of evidence. 1 transfer record, 3 recorded phone calls, and 5 wiretaps. Jiangdu police superintendent on the one hand to arrange manpower to Qianshan live stakeout, to prevent Xiao Tian escape, on the other hand, used the power to check the transfer records, spent an hour to confirm to determine the source of the bounty is transferred from the side of Xiao Tian, although after a dozen transfers, but in the end, but still follow the vine to find out, after all, it is more than 200 million yuan $30 million of huge funds, will always leave traces of. And the phone recording, eavesdropping recording, compared with Xiao Tian's voice, it was determined that it was Xiao Tian himself, as well as his assistant Xinli. The content of the recordings are talking again about the assassin and assassination of Yi Xian.
The evidence is overwhelming. Ironclad evidence. Arrest. The superintendent gave an order, and the elite police officers flooded into Thousand Live, heading straight for Xiao Tian's location. Who called the police?
Xiao Tian was fuming at the technical security department at this time, scolding the gang of network security officers, obviously pissed off by this 500,000 plus carrier bounty. As a result, he was cursing when he saw a group of police officers walking in. Xiao Tian's face glowed with anger, thinking that someone had called the police to bring them here before he realized that they were here to arrest him.
Comrade policeman, it's fine here, I guess someone called the police indiscriminately.
The police officer in the lead had a majestic face. Mr. Xiao, we didn't come here after hearing the alarm, but to look for you.
Xiao Tian's face changed. Looking for me?
The policeman was solemn. That's right, it's looking for you. We've got evidence that you hired an international assassin to assassinate Mr. Yi. Please come with us. Xiao Tian was now horrified and panicked. No, I didn't do it. You guys don't wrong very good people indiscriminately.
We will not wrong a good person, this is an arrest warrant.
The policeman displayed an arrest warrant expressionlessly, then the policeman behind him pulled out a handcuff and clicked it landed on Xiao Tian's hand.
No, you have wronged me, I have not.
Xiao Tian kept shouting, but it was useless. Even if you are worth billions of dollars, it is useless.
Soon Xiao Tian was escorted to the police car and disappeared into the night.
The entire Thousand Live headquarters, with thousands of employees, hadn't reacted from their days at this time.
The boss was arrested? The murderer who hired an international assassin to assassinate Yi Xian is the boss? It was hard to digest for a while. The heart is messed up. If the boss is gone, won't Chi-Chi Live be finished? For a time, Thousand Live's hearts were fluttering and fearful, and many employees had already begun to consider a way out. There are also some employees who are more active in their minds. Since they feel that Xian Live is going to be finished, they can simply sell the news, the media, and make a profit. There is more than one employee who thinks this way. So, in less than an hour, a number of media outlets got the news. Shocker! Excitement! Big news! Hurry up with the news! The shocker! The employer who hired the international killer mermaid is the 10-billionaire Xiao Tian. Billionaire Xiao Tian's identity revealed. The story of the feud between the Thousand Chambers system and the YY system. From the bankruptcy of Thousand Music to the evil desire to kill Yi Xian. The Book of Magnificent Family Feuds, Xiao Tian vs. Yi Xian. It was only 2200 hours at the moment, the peak of the internet, and the news quickly spread through several media outlets. Like a nuclear bomb. Blew up the entire internet. The major websites were going crazy, discussing this everywhere. After all, the last assassination incident was too sensational, and now this follow-up was even more sensational, so naturally it was extremely hot on the internet. My god, the murderer is actually the owner of Chi-Chi Live. I remembered, Thousand listening songs stock broke and was delisted, more than 20 billion in assets fell to several billion. It should be that Xiao Tian hated Yi Xian too much, so he wanted to kill Yi Xian in order to vent his heart's hatred. Thousand listening song, that's a big pirate thief, a tumor. I support Yi Xian's approach. This guy not only found someone to assassinate Yi Xian, but also shamelessly directly plagiarized YY Live to set up Xian Live, now well, directly arrested. Thousand Live has smashed more than $1 billion down this time, right? Now it's all gone down the drain. Not only that, but it's also given the TV stations a lot of advertising money in the past few days, reportedly 400 million, which adds up to more than $2 billion. Such a big thing, definitely need to freeze Xiao Tian's assets, but also inventory, Thousand Live to be finished, more than 2 billion white smash. Partake of the 5 major investment banks, reportedly to the Thousand Live financing of 1.5 billion, now all the disaster. In less than a week, $1.5 billion in financing went down the drain, which is probably the most failed investment in history. Shame on the big 5 investment banks. Early not, late not, favorably burst out at the highest peak of Xian Live streaming money smashing. I don't know why, it feels like this is all a well-planned bureau by Big Brother Yi Xian, waiting for Xiao Tian to jump into the pit. Ditto. Empathy plus 10,086. It always feels like Big Brother Yi Xian is thoughtful and cunning. Empathy plus 10,086. Knees to Big Brother Yi Xian. Chapter 91, the 5 major investment banks cried, surrender and lose half of it, okay? Later that night, the 5 major investment banks received the news. The moment they got the call, they felt like going crazy. Lift the table, ah. We have invested 1.5 billion, ready to go public after the harvest wave, how to make a few billion, the results. You step on the horse to tell me the boss was arrested? You. Etienne Xiao. With $1.5 billion down the drain and so much to lose, the headquarters will definitely not make it easy for them. One was furious. And Suboya was so angry that she jumped up from her bed and drove her car straight to Yi Xian's manor. Surname Yi, did you get that evidence a long time ago? Was everything calculated by you a long time ago? The more Suboya thought about it, the more wrong it was. It seemed like everything was Yi Xian luring his 5 major investment banks to Thousand Live. It was likely that Yi Xian had set up a pit, not only for Xiao Tian, but also for the 5 major investment banks. Yi Xian was surprised, this was all discovered by you? Suboya was so angry that she was shaking, her body was overwhelmed, and she hurriedly clasped her hands together to hold it up. Isn't it said that a husband and wife are kind for 100 days? Knowing that I'm from Tiger Casting, you're still this desperate? Why didn't you remind me of this? Yi Xian rolled his eyes, remind you? The mall is like a battlefield, we're just friends, you crave for my good looks and weapons, I crave for your body, both sides are tied. What? I crave you? Suboya's eyes went wide with anger. Writing on Yi Xian's body with small fists waving. 3 hours later. Once again, Suboya hid under the covers and cried. And again and again and again it's being done for nothing. Day 2. Yi Xian changed a car, Koenigsegg Agera RS. This was the supercar that Yi Xian had just arrived in, the black body with certain slender red color. It looked even cooler than the wind god,
and the strength was even more powerful than the wind god. The car flew into Ye's mansion, and then a beautiful drift brought it to a stop in his exclusive parking space. The wings are open, and a cool entrance is made. At this moment, hundreds of reporters were waiting there early and swarmed over when they saw Yi Xian drive in. But luckily, the security guards rushed to stop these lunatics and protect Yi Xian.
Mr. Yi, may I ask how you got the evidence of Xiao Tian's crime? Did you arrange a commercial spy? Mr. Yi, the rumor on the internet is that this is all a design led by you. I wonder if it's true? Mr. Yi, it's said that the bank has frozen thousand live and is preparing to liquidate it. I wonder what you have in mind. Will you acquire thousand live?
Yi Xian's face was expressionless. Everyone don't gather around. A press conference will be held later. YY Live is ready to sue Chanshan Live for infringing on more than 4,000 patents of YY Live, and at the same time suing certain anchors of Chanshan Live for using certain music for profit without obtaining the license of YY Music. The reporter froze.
Then great joy. Big news again. This is going to be a fatal blow to Chi Live, isn't it? Thousands of live streams this time. It's definitely cool.
Yi Xian ignored the reporters and walked into the Yi Clan building escorted by the security guards. At this time, the general manager of YY Live Broadcast who greeted Yi Xian at the door was simply honoring his boss.
It's awesome. No wonder the boss asked himself to stimulate Chanshan Live to cast a variety advertisement, so he wanted to dig a pit for Chanshan Live to jump down.
The rest of the company, in turn, is in awe, admiration, and worship of their boss.
Start brainstorming scenes.
It must have been the boss's forethought, digging the hole early, presumably since the international killers. The boss is truly a brilliant and terrifying mind. Becoming the boss's opponent, that Xiao Tian is truly sad. And YY Live those anchors, also as quail like shivering. My goodness, arresting the boss isn't enough, you have to clear the patents and copyrights.
The boss has so many backhanders. It's a good thing I didn't go to 1000 Live or I'd be dead. The boss is horrible. It's a good thing I'm resourceful and smart enough not to betray my boss.
One was fearful and triumphant. The news soon reached the internet, and countless netizens once again felt Yi Xian's terrifying mind tricks.
Patents, copyright suits, this is presumably already prepared? This is an attempt to wipe out Chi Live.
Big Brother Yi Xian is like a behind-the-scenes pusher, designing a chain of pits, the evidence leading up to it, but slowly laying out the traps, and putting Xiao Tian and the 5 major investment banks all in the hole. Suddenly, I feel a little heartbroken for Xiao Tian, simply living in Yi Xian's control.
Heartbreaking for the big 5 investment banks, losing $1.5 billion, what a tragedy.
The 5 major investment banks, which soon received the news, felt like going crazy again.
Are you done? Can we surrender and lose half?
You Yi Xian are really a god pit.
Surname Yi, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Across the phone, Su Boya's voice was agitated.
Yi Xian leaned lazily on the sofa. Why don't you come over?
I've been waiting for you here. Saboya blushed, Tue thinking about something in broad daylight. Chapter 92, Artificial Intelligence Exposed. Laying out $100 billion game industry.
Because of the pressure from above, Xiao Tian's case was quickly closed, and Xiao Tian and Qin Li were jailed, one for 30 years and one for 9 years.
As for 1000 Live, because Xiao Tian's asset problem began to freeze and clear, the 5 major investment banks, although they used their own resources, but they still couldn't influence the determination of Jiangdu's side.
Plus the YY Live side is suing 1000 Live for patent infringement, and already the anchor is infringing on music copyrights. And this time YY Live directly to those who perform better anchor directly extend the olive branch, will all of them recruited over, become YY Live their own anchor. As for the staff, they also dug up a lot of gulai.
In less than a month, 1000 Live was cool.
The 5 major investment banks are simply furious. A liquidation found that the 1000 Live is negative assets, 1.5 billion invested in vain, a little bit cannot return.
March 20th. 1000
Yi Xian, show me some emotion.
Okay, master.
Luo Tianyi began to change her emotions constantly: happy, blissful, sweet, soothing, likable, grateful, surprised, angry, painful.
The conference room completely exploded. One word flashed in everyone's eyes: artificial intelligence. One of the programmers stood up excitedly. Boss, is this an AI?
Yi Xian smiled and nodded, that's right.
She is an AI that I named Luo Tianyi.
Artificial intelligence has long been mentioned in science fiction a few decades ago, but the world is in the groping stage, and the realization is still far from knowing how many years of technological accumulation is needed. However, Yi Xian, who possessed the God-level, program ape skill, had a more mature idea about artificial intelligence after hacking into the world's confidential research databases on artificial intelligence.
So he spent 2 months developing this one weak AI. Without explaining what weak AI is, it's simply a neutered version of AI. As for real AI, the massive amount of code, it is estimated that it may not be possible to write for decades to complete it. Lottie wasn't bad though, she already had basic AI functions, one that would learn on its own, as well as possess basic logical thinking and action capabilities. She is already considered a very mature AI as people call it. Yi Xian, there's no need to rush, everyone, later I'll let Luo Tianyi branch out into a subroutine to enter your office computers, and if you want, you can also let her join your cell phones, you can rename it, change its appearance to cats and dogs as pets, beautiful women as wives, or handsome men as husbands. The conference room erupted in laughter, along with excitement and thrill. Artificial intelligence, yay! After 10 minutes, the many employees finally calmed down. Yi Xian began to get to the point. Today's meeting is about 5 game projects that you need to develop. Yi Xian opened the name of the project and displayed it in front of the many employees. The King's Glory. League of Legends. The Jedi. The Last Survivor. The Invisible Guardian live action. Yi Xian had come up with these 5 game items for a purpose. The first 3 games alone are worth hundreds of billions. And the last 2 take word of mouth. Chapter 93, New Goal, Defeat the $1 trillion Penguin Empire. Yi Xian divided over 2,000 game developers into 5 groups to produce Honor of Kings, League of Legends, Survival of the Jedi, The Last Survivor, and Invisible Guardians. Why did you come up with these 5 projects? First of all, the first 3 games were 3 of the most mature games that Yi Xian could know. Honor of Kings made a profit of $12 billion in just the first quarter of 2017, relying solely on a Zhongyan skin that sold for a whopping $150 million in one day. And League of Legends was strong, raking in $14.346 billion in 2017. As for Jedi, annual revenue was $6.2 billion. There are actually other games that are strong as well, but domestically on the other side of the planet, these 3 games are undoubtedly the most profitable. As for the last 2 games, they're just ratings brushes to raise the bar for YY games. The project meeting lasted for 2 full days before each of the 5 groups took the detailed game plan prepared by Yi Xian and started their new journey. As for the artificial intelligence, Luo Tianyi, at this point, it had completely become the favorite of all the employees within the Yi clan group, and no one was able to resist an artificial intelligence's hush-hush. For example, if an employee has been working in their seat for too long, Lottie will jump in and say they need to drink water, get up and walk around, and other concerns, with a rich emoji feature. If an employee had to search for any information, Lottie would fly in and help the employee search the internet and put the information in front of them. It's a little helper at work, but also a little secretary in life. Chairman's office. Ning Nancher, boss, why don't you push Luo Tianyi to the whole country? Yi Xian shook his head and said, currently Luo Tianyi is still just completed intelligent program, it's a baby, she still needs to learn, and learning needs to have a gradual process, for now let her learn knowledge from my staff. The deeper reason Yi Xian didn't say was that he hadn't thought of a suitable product to carry Luo Tianyi. Ning Nancher, by the way, the Ministry of Commerce has just received a legal document from Penguin Group to dissolve the partnership between Blade Tower and numerous Penguin-owned games with YY Live. Yi Xian was startled now, what's going on? Penguin Group. This is considered to be a predator-level enterprise, with the largest portion of the instant messaging button on the market, as well as the most extensive game empire. Social, games, online media, wireless, e-commerce and search are involved, and has spawned a powerful ecological closed loop. It's a behemoth. The owner is the richest man in the country. Trillions. In the country, only the largest e-commerce company, Marble Group, can be on par with it. Yi Xian frowned. Do you know why Penguin wants to take back the copyright of the game broadcast? Ning Nancher nodded. I've already found someone to understand. Penguin is going to enter the webcasting industry, and yesterday, they set up Penguin Live. Penguin Live? This Yi Xian understand. The game anchor. This piece can be said to be the main event of YY Live, with the show anchor equal share of the world of YY Live. If Penguin Live is going to take back the right to broadcast all of Penguin's games, especially the smash hit Blade and Tower game, then YY Live's game module is estimated to be scrapped in half. Yi Xian thought of a key point at this time. Are you saying that they just set up Buckle Live yesterday? Ning Nancher nodded. That's right, it was yesterday. Yi Xian sat on the chair, his fingers tapping a little bit on the desktop. The frown gradually stretched and a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth.
He found that things are not difficult to diffuse, because he now has 80% of the music rights in hand. At the same time, YYY patent mode is not so easy to get around. Just look at the pop-ups. You want to get around the patent of the pop-ups? Without pop-ups there will be viewers who want to watch? So if Penguin Live wants to develop and sit big, it has to cooperate with Yi Xian, otherwise it will wait for the lawsuit. I'm afraid this is Penguin Live trying to use this game broadcasting right to try to force us to sign a cooperation agreement for music copyrights and live broadcasting patents, right? What a great tactic. But you also reminded me that I have you as a rival. Yi Xian smiled. With a kind of exuberance, the kind of exuberance that comes from finding an adversary. Congratulations, you're about to have a big enemy. I guess you will, in the future, regret having messed with me. Yi Xian's mind began to conceptualize a series of plans. On the one hand, attacking Penguin Group's gaming segment through games like League of Legends in Honor of Kings. On the other hand, breaching the Penguin Group's buttoned-up social networking segment through a new instant messaging WeChat variant, powered by the beloved AI Lottie. As soon as the breaks through these two boards, Penguin's closed ecological loop will simply collapse. As for the other boards of Penguin Group, in Yi Xian's opinion, as long as Penguin Buckle is dead, the other boards are buildings without foundations, and a gentle push can topple it. Yi Xian thought for more than an hour, perfecting his plan. Step 1. Drag and drop and accelerate game and instant messaging development. Step 2. Release instant messaging with AI Lottie, impacting Penguin Snap. Step 3. Chapter 94, 25,000 people developing League of Legends, completed in a month. Yi Xian's wise gaze, as always, is not wrong. Penguin Live indeed, under the pretext of getting back Game Live right and YY Live negotiations to get the music copyright and YY Live patent. The next day, Penguin Live brought a team of people, aggressively came to Jiangdu, as if they wanted to fight with YY Live in a lawsuit. The man who led the team, named Su Guangzhong, he was one of Boss Ant's 10 Vajra. 10 days ago, Ant Boss got the financial statement of YY Live. The half-monthly water flow is more than 100 million. Boss Ant was heartened. Boss Ant played his specialty on the spot, calling his right-hand man Su Guangzhong and asking him to make a plan for Penguin Live. Su Guangzhong is naturally super strong. He took his elite team and spent 7 days to make a planning plan for Penguin Live based on the template of YY Live and gave it to Ant Boss. Ant Boss took a look and decided on the spot to get Penguin Live. But Penguin Live was established. There are two problems to be solved: YY Music, YY Live patents, the downfall of thousands of live in front of them, so the need to negotiate a solution. Thus, Su Guangzhong had the bright idea of using the game production and broadcasting rights to force Yi Xian. As long as these two problems are solved, Penguin Live relies on Buckle's horrible promotion ability, plus the Penguin game map, 1 + 1 is equal to 10, and will definitely be able to catch up with YY Live. Monthly water flow of 100 million, 1.2 billion a year. When the market expands, 2 billion, 3 billion. Think about it, is exciting. On the plane, the secretary asked, "Mr. Su, do you think that Yi Xian will see through our plan?" Su Guangzhong smiled faintly. This person, Yi Xian, I've studied him specifically. He is a great enemy. His mind is superb. It's not trivial. He can naturally see through our plans. The secretary wondered, then will he agree to the exchange? It feels like an exchange would be even more unfavorable to him. Su Guangzhong laughed, actually, returned to the floor of YYY Games and inspected the working conditions of the 2,000+ game development employees. Just yesterday, Yi Xian made an arbitrary decision and directly reallocated the 5 project teams that had already been assigned. Most of the game developers, 1,500, were grouped together into the League of Legends project team, while at the same time continuing to recruit 2,000 game developers to join them. In addition, he outsourced some of the less important parts to 100 game development studios out there. Add up the total number of RD, over 25,000 people. He wants to accelerate the development of League of Legends. With its own adequate game planning program, along with the assistance of the AI Luo Tianyi, it was enough to increase the speed of development by 10 or 20 times. The original development of League of Legends took 3 years. I gave a complete and mature program for League of Legends, plus 25,000 developers, and AI help. 1 month's time to complete League of Legends shouldn't be too much, right? Not too much. After the inspection, Yi Xian returned to the chairman's office. Ning Nansher served a cup of tea at the right time. Tapping on Su Guangzhong's profile bar, he then found Ant Boss's profile bar through the secondary directory. Name, Ant Boss. Slogan, create happiness with salary. Skills, godly snubs, godly imitations. Current activity, standing in the Penguin Tower, overlooking Goosetown, infinite emotion ing.
Interactivity, like me, this ordinary family origin, can create now this achievement. Hey, vertical and horizontal life no enemy, really lonely as snow ah. Yi Xian. That's a good one. But soon you won't be lonely as snow. I'll be lonely as snow instead. Chapter 95, The Cornerstone of a Business Empire, YY Instant Messaging. Penguin Tower, top floor. Su Guangzhong is reporting to Boss Ant about this trip to Jiangdu. You're saying that you saw them developing a game similar to Blade Tower when you were leaving YY Live? Boss Ant revealed a teasing smile. The Tower of Daggers can be said to be the first trump card of Penguin Games, highly playable, the first competitive online game in China, and the game with the most gamers. Now he hears that someone is actually going to challenge the Tower of Daggers? Boss Ant laughed unkindly. Su Guangzhong said, the name of this game is called League of Legends. It is a hero versus hero MOBA competitive game that mimics Blade Tower, and currently, this Yi Xian has hired a total of 25,000 game developers including 100 game studios to develop it together. Obviously, this Yi Xian is trying to use it to replace Blade Tower. Ant Boss Destined, a game success which is so easy, technology, program these can be smashed with money, but creativity, planning, artwork. These connotations are more important. Give him 3 years' time, can develop a game with the Tower of Daggers equal count me lose. Su Guangzhong thought deeply, so he didn't really care about that League of Legends. Boss Ant, by the way, the development progress of Snap Live, can you guarantee it in a month's time? Su Guangzhong patted his chest, no problem boss, 1 month later, on May 1st, it will be online on time. Boss Ant nodded in satisfaction, good. By then the button and the game will come together to power it up. Su Guangzhong angrily, boss, don't worry, in half a year's time, I can definitely put Buckle Live beyond YY Live. Boss Ant shook his head, no, I think, 3 months is enough time. Yi Xian sighed. At the moment, it was observing the Ant Boss's profile bar. Name, Ant Boss. Interactivity, think League of Legends is a joke, and believe that Snap Live after the launch, 3 months beyond YY Live. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh after reading it. Boss Ant is so condescending. Blade Runner is strong, but after all, it's been played for 7 or 8 years, and players must have gotten tired of it long ago. And League of Legends will surely take the place of Blade and Tower. Turning the profile bar, Yi Xian began to write the planning proposal for YYY instant messaging. If the simple imitation of the previous generation of Fire, micro letter, Yi Xian can conclude that the inevitable street. In the past, the success of WeChat lies in the import of the user base of the buckle. WeChat, if there is no Tencent, WeChat is nothing. As for those network novels written by the protagonist after the release of WeChat, the success of the Fire, everyone scrambling to give up the buckle to switch to WeChat. Please, why would those users choose you this simple, and nothing bird chat tool? Why would those users choose your simple, useless chatting tool and give up their long-established network? Are you brain dead? Yi Xian cannot buckle, so simple WeChat absolutely not, must be variant, to synthesize those stranger Tana function. Oh, sorry, the back of that may be a little bit of disharmony, cannot draw on. Advantages of strangers features, nearby people. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and came up with an even better idea. Alumni circle. People are social creatures, and the alumni circle is clearly the most nostalgic circle of all. So, another feature can be added, alumni circle, colleague circle, industry circle. Or one more, the hometown circle. After all kinds of synthesis, YY's function becomes chat plus personal space diary, photo album plus circle nearby people, alumni circle function plus colleague circle function plus industry circle function plus hometown circle function plus residence circle plus function entrance YY live, YY music, YY game. The rough outline of an instant messenger was basically born. Well, it seems a little complicated. However, this YY communication would be equipped with Luotiani, the artificial intelligence. When the time came, there was no need for manual and tedious operation at all. It would be enough to directly call Luotiani to call up the relevant functions. By the way, YY game seems to be able to get a small game, YY farm, to steal vegetables. This game is poisonous. When countless netizens late at night on cold days to adjust the alarm clock to get up to steal vegetables, that crazy strength, simply against the sky. 20 days later, on April 10th. With the efforts of over 30 technicians, the YY newsletter was born. Yi Xian loaded it onto his cell phone. Luotiani, use my YY account to log into, Yi Xian said. Luotiani flew out from her cell phone, and after a few movements, reporting to master, login successful. Then Yi Xian tried the circle function.
I graduated from the lecture university in 2008 with a degree in computer science and technology. Please identify my classmates in the same program and level. Master, currently no of your classmates are using YY communication, but detected that there are 10 classmates using YY music and 3 classmates using YY live streaming and YY account. Is he invited to join YY communication? Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction.
It's that linkage effect that's wanted.
As long as you have registered the relevant information in previous registrations, you can make the association and then make an invitation.
What? Software too complicated?
It doesn't matter, Luo Tianyi helps you to get it done directly, you don't need to do anything at all. Then, tried other features, chat, groups, personal space, nearby people, YY music portal, YY live portal. On the same day, the YY newsletter was distributed to the entire YY game, music, live, all more than 5,000 employees for internal testing.
On April 11th, some features were modified based on internal testing.
On April 12th, the YY farm was developed and submitted for patent registration.
On April 13th, YY Farm is built into the game interface of YY Communication. On April 18th, the 4th round of internal testing ended, announcing the official completion of the YY newsletter.
Yi Xian knew that its completion represented an incomparably solid cornerstone for his YY business empire. On April 20th, Yi Xian held a press conference for the launch of the YY newsletter, inviting more than 300 of the country's major media to Jiangdu. At the same time, Penguin Group received this message.
Boss Ant gave a teasing smile. YY newsletter. Oh. Chapter 96, YY Communication plus Artificial Intelligence, shocking release. April 20th. Yip's Mansion. More than 300 big national TV and online media came to Jiangdu at Yi Xian's invitation. The first large conference room is filled to the brim, densely packed with a large, crowded, talking to each other. The security personnel were also on guard to prevent any disturbance. This YY company has never even held a press conference, this time so formal. Is it very confident in this YY instant messaging? Instant messaging, who can do it better than Snap? YY company head really iron ah.
Yeah, button communication can be said to be the mode of the Penguin Empire, and up to now there have been quite a few companies trying to breach it, but unfortunately they all failed. In the midst of all this chatter, it was time for the launch. The conference doors opened and Yi Xian walked in with a group of secretaries. Today Yi Xian was still casual with a formal touch, and his short beard made him look more mature and attractive.
Boss Yi, this press conference to withdraw from YY Instant Messenger, does it mean that you have confidence in it? Is this Mr. Ye's way of declaring war on the Penguin Empire?
After the media reporters saw Yi Xian, they immediately boiled over, surging over, microphones reaching out, wanting to interview first-hand information.
Luckily, the security guards had already been prepared and blocked these reporters to death. Quiet.
Please wait until the launch begins before asking questions in an orderly fashion.
Yi Xian frowned. Other security personnel came over and combined their efforts to invite the media reporters back.
Yi Xian came onto the stage, and the light shone down on him, making him exceptionally eye-catching. Today, I'm announcing a piece of news, the establishment of the YY Technology Group, which will encompass the YY Music, YY Live Streaming, as well as the YY Game that is being prepared, as well as the YY Communication that is being announced now, and will merge more YY sub-subsidiaries in the future. Okay, getting to the point, today the YY Group releases an instant messaging software. Then Yi Xian began to open the YY Communication and projected it onto the big screen. First is the personal space, diary, photo albums, private socializing, not visible to non-friends. Then there's the chat window, it's pretty much the same function as Snap, but simplified quite a bit.
Lastly, there are circles and feature entrances.
After spending more than 10 minutes, Yi Xian finished his introduction.
The venue began to get noisy.
The functionality seems a bit complicated and the user experience shouldn't be very good. The highlight is the circle function, especially the alumni, nearby people. These two feel great, amazing, very eye-catching. YY can attract a large number of associated users through the circle. It seems that YY is prepared, no wonder so confident.
But the circle feature may not be enough to try to deal with buckling, it feels a little short.
This person Yi Xian does things in a watertight manner, it should be impossible that he didn't take this into consideration.
Well, I guess there's still some kind of undercard left, so I'm kind of looking forward to what's next. Sure enough, under the expectant gazes of many reporters, Yi Xian took out a heavy bomb. Artificial Intelligence Lottie.
Hello, my name is Luo Tianyi, is an artificial intelligence I'm your work little assistant, but also your life little housekeeper. I'm not expressionless 3 no little beauty I have 100 kinds of joy, anger, sadness and happiness emotional expression like me. Please download the YY newsletter On the large projected screen, a cartoon beauty drilled out from inside the screen and appeared in front of the crowd.
Wow. There was an uproar in the room.
All the media reporters were stunned.
Rich emotional voice, precise emotional expression, and unobtrusive physical movement. Artificial intelligence. And it still looks like a pretty awesome AI.
All the reporters are excited.
Big news, YYY has such a strong AI, it's the #1 in the world, right?
No wonder Yi Xian is so confident in launching YY communication. Even if this software is a piece of junk, after it's equipped with artificial intelligence, there will be a lot of people using it.
Buckle is in big trouble this time. YY communication is definitely Buckle's big enemy.
No wonder Yi Xian had the confidence to go to this press conference, so he already had a plan. And somewhere in the corner, the reporter from Penguin Media who had blended in had blanched and hurriedly called the boss of
Penguin Media. Mr. Lai, something big has happened. YY communication carries a super AI of 1.
The press conference doesn't end for another half hour, but there are already tons of fluff pieces popping up all over the internet. The major media simply did not dare to wait until the end of the conference to send out press releases, for fear of being preempted by other media, which is big news, representing a large flow of So there was an interesting phenomenon. A lot of journalists listened while writing circulars, and even the interviews thinned out quite a bit. At this time, Yi Xian has already let the marketing department in the internet major portals, navigation sites, forums, posting, microblogging, bought a lot of advertising, but also hired a lot of water army in the internet crazy promotion. YYY Technology releases artificial intelligence, world's first. Artificial intelligence Lottie, your little assistant at work, your little butler in life.
Hundreds of emotions, this is an extraordinary AI. Do you want artificial intelligence? Please download YY Instant Messaging. YYY Instant Messaging, your new social circle.
At the same time, YY Music and YY Live Streaming also popped up pop-up ads directly from YY Newsletter to ensure maximum exposure.
Artificial intelligence? How dare you brag about it, I'm afraid it's not a fake, right? Zhang Yu, the program ape of Penguin's Buckle division, looked at the news with a sneer.
As a level 12 engineer expert level of Penguin Group, he naturally knew how difficult it was to develop an AI. To use an example, even if all the program apes of Penguin Group were added together to study it, 10 years' time might not be enough to develop an AI. However, as an opponent, it was natural for him to study what his opponent was like.
Download. Installation. Bu Ling.
A secondary beauty jumped out of the screen. Welcome to install YY Newsletter, I'm your little butler Lottie. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed, inwardly disdainful. They are all nothing more than false intelligence, they must have been programmed in advance.
Wait for me to ask her a few questions. Zhang Yu was expressionless. Luo Tianyi, right? Luo Tianyi gave a cute smile. That's right, I'm Luo Tianyi. Zhang Yu sneered and asked, let me ask you a question, I like a girl, what should I do?
Luo Tianyi did not hesitate to say, like a girl, then hurry to confess otherwise how to become a spare tire. Zhang Yu's original confident smile gradually disappeared.
Spare tire? I'm not the spare tire. I'm not.
As a program ape, he hated the word spare tire the most.
But anger was followed by shock. I can't believe it's really an AI. 1 minute later. Zhang Yu has completely rebelled. Tianyi, give the big man a smile. Laugh your ass off. Tianyi, why do you think I haven't saved any money after working for 6 or 7 years? Being broke now isn't a big deal, it's a long time before you're broke. How can this little cutie be so toxic? But why is it so cute when it's toxic? Zhang Yu simply loves it.
Chapter 97, the media exclaims that the Penguin Empire is collapsing.
Luo Tianyi was on fire. It's on fire.
The Cape Forum, which has the most traffic, has a hot thread called I'm in love with Luo Tianyi, even though she's so toxic. The post said that he was a fan of Yi Xian, so he curiously downloaded the YY newsletter to experience the circle function, who knew that he was hooked on Luo Tianyi. Each person gets a lottie, which is randomized, with a gentle type, a toxic type, a working type, and a living type. And what he randomly gets is the toxic lottie. Then posted his daily conversations with Lottie.
Latte, do you think my work will be done today? 100. Latte, can you keep hitting me like that? It's okay, you don't realize how bad you are until you get a blow.
Luo Tianyi, when I'm done with this bout of work, I'll take you out on a trip.
Don't be naive, you're done with this one, you can move on to the next one.
This thread is very hot, over 5,000 floors, and it was only covered in 2 days. The netizen comments are also super funny. My Lottie is also the toxic type. Once again I asked her, Lottie, I want to lose weight, and then she actually said, don't lose weight, it's not like you're ugly because you're fat, which almost didn't kill me.
Same disease, brother, mine is also the toxic type. I said, my business has been a bit down these past few years. She even told me directly, life is always up and down. Do you think it's infuriating? You know what I mean?
Hundreds of people have shared their experiences of poisoning Lottie, and although they're pissed off, they're still joyful in enjoying poisoning Lottie. Some people also share gentle type Luo Tianyi, daily greetings very much, gentle tone, drink more hot water, more exercise, and other gentle reminders, simply crispy fried. Then there are the work-oriented ones, just like workaholics, who set you up with 1, 2, 3 every day. Such discussions about Luo Tianyi didn't just blaze through the Kate forum, even the posting bars, chat groups, and inside the game, all constantly chatted about Luo Tianyi. And in this case, the number of downloads of the YY newsletter that carries Lottie is very high.
Day 1, 50,000. Day 2, 1.22 million. Day 3, 5.92 million. Day 10, 80.32 million. Day 20, 220 million. The numbers simply explode. There has been an AI trend that has swept across the internet. It's going up 20-30 million subscribers every day. Even within Penguin Group, there are many employees who secretly download it.
In the beginning, these users who downloaded YY Communication were not too concerned about the chat function of YY Communication. After all, it was enough to a buckle. They downloaded YY Communication just to chat with Luo Tianyi.
But more and more people are amazed when they discover the circle feature. Surprisingly, there are such awesome features. It's stunning.
Especially the alumni circle, some people through this circle quickly found the long-lost classmates. The past scene swept through the mind, cannot help but miss the classmates, so through this function and classmates are invited into the class, alumni group, began to chat up, remembering the past years, the days of the middle too. Some people feel too lonely alone in the city, so they searched for people nearby, added their friends to chat, or play games together or come out for a snack and a drink, so the lonely people in the city are not so lonely anymore. Some people are curious about the work and life of their peers in the same industry, to try to invite to add friends and build a group, so there is another group of strangers but you can spit out the work and life of friends. And although corporate circles and hometown circles are less used, they still attract some users, especially those who are single and always want to find their other half through hometown circles.
Just under the social chain, the number of people using YY Communications has skyrocketed. Day 10, more than 50 million users with more than 20 address book friends who chat for more than 5 minutes. Day 20, this number exceeded 180 million. The nation is in shock. Internet shock. Countless media outlets exclaimed, the Penguin Empire's archenemy has arrived. Some media outlets even exclaimed, the Penguin Empire is collapsing and the internet landscape is changing dramatically. Other media called Yi Xian, the new richest man of the future, is going to be born. Penguin Group. A new office area was cleared and then a new project team was inducted. This project team gathered 100 of Penguin Group's best and most senior programmers and apes. Each one of them is a senior expert engineer of level 15 or above, a technician at the top of the pyramid. The high and lonely ant boss, with a heavy face today, looked at the many backbones in front of him. I won't say more, everyone understands the danger that AI latte poses to the Penguin Empire. Today, I'll put my words here, as long as you guys can crack this Luo Tianyi, the prize money is $100 million. When he said this, Boss Ant looked agitated and gritted his teeth. He hadn't been able to look at YY Technology or Yi Xian. Because penguins have snaps. And now, he felt a deadly crisis coming on. He felt that Yi Xian's overwhelming aura made him feel a bit suffocated. Chapter 98, Socialization Killer YYY Farm is online. Not only was Boss Ant of Goosetown on guard, but even Boss Ma, the nation's second richest man in Treasure Town, was alarmed by the AI. At this time, Boss Ma also organized a team to crack on Latte. However, even though they worked night and day, sweating profusely, they still couldn't do anything about Luo Tianyi. They realized that Luo Tianyi's encryption algorithm was very powerful, and they couldn't do anything about it even if they used their supercomputers. Latte was angry. You bad people. I don't like you guys anymore. Humph.
Luo Tianyi crossed her arms with a little girl kind of angry face, super cute.
You joyful colors, you want to attack me? Not even close. Slightly tongue out.
Boss Ma and a group of technicians were red in the face, so many of the nation's top program apes, and even several of them were big-name hackers in the hacking world, and now they were scolded for being garbage, and they were still powerless to retort.
Since we can't attack it, we'll buy it.
Boss Ma knew in his heart that artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and nanotechnology, the three cutting-edge technologies of the future, the core technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. The Marble Group had always been committed to researching artificial intelligence, but there had been no progress, and now that there was an AI in front of them, they naturally wouldn't let it go.
Book me a plane ticket right away, I'm going to personally go to Jiangdu to show my sincerity.
The secretary hurriedly said, okay.
Boss Ma is coming?
Yi Xian wasn't surprised by this news because he knew the future potential of AI, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Luo Tianyi was the cornerstone of YY technology.
He already had the anticipation that Boss Ant, Boss Ma, and these would definitely want this AI.
Even Yi Xian had already thought that these two must have already found someone to crack the AI. This was destined to be a wasted effort. His own technology today was simply not something that could be cracked now.
As for wanting to buy Lottie? Delusional.
How could Yi Xian share this kind of core technology with others?
By the way, how is the patent application for the YY farm going? Yi Xian asked.
Ning Nancher said, most of the software-related patents were rejected, but a few of the core technologies have passed. Yi Xian nodded, then don't wait, access the YY communication portal.
It's the booster feature that beats Penguin, and can even be considered a big killer.
On the surface, it seems that this game is just for people to grow a variety of vegetables and fruits in their farm. Suffering from drought, pests, and diseases, growing weeds and other hit-and-miss processes, then the fruits ripen to collect warehouses, and then sell the fruits to obtain gold coins. In addition to buying seeds, gold coins can also be used to buy props such as fertilizers and farm decorations, as well as for the expansion of the farm's land.
It's simple, right? It's simply a retarded game.
But the game has another feature.
Stealing food. You can steal from your friends and your friends can steal from you.
Imagine your hard-earned cabbages being stolen by your dastardly friends just as they are about to be picked.
Does the mind explode?
Imagine you took your friend's well-tended cabbage and stole it while your friend wasn't looking, thinking about your friend's exploding mind. Are you in a good mood?
The YY farm has another feature, leaderboards.
Climbing and showing off are the most typical social attributes, and the leaderboards are designed for this, ensuring that people who play farms can climb and show off each other's pretensions. During the period of time when the happy farm was on fire in the previous life, at least more than half of the netizens were addicted to the game of stealing vegetables, and many of them even set alarm clocks in the middle of the night just to get up and steal a vegetable. What's more, some were fired for playing the farm during work hours. In his previous life, Yi Xian was also crazy about this game, and often got up in the middle of the night to collect vegetables and steal vegetables, and now I think about it, I feel nostalgic.
That's the beauty of YYYY farms.
Now, the game has been in internal testing for 10 days, and the internal testing was done by all the employees of YY Technology.
And the effect, very sick and hot.
All employees without exception are obsessed with this game.
No exceptions. Even though it seems so retarded and simple.
Although it is an internal test, but there are already a lot of employees every day to read about when the farm vegetables are ripe, when the friend's vegetables can be stolen, when you can grow more advanced crops, when you can buy a yard guard dog.
Even employees who have families, children, and are busy as dogs every day are just as poisoned. Unsurprisingly, everyone up and down YY Tech is extremely favorable when it comes to game ratings.
With the internal test data, Yi Xian has more confidence in the YY farm and is looking forward to it starting a vegetable stealing frenzy in this world.
April 30th. YY Music, YY Communication, YY Live. All appeared in unison with a pop-up advertisement. Relaxing after a busy day at work, planting vegetables and cultivating your mind? Chapter 99, stealing vegetables, fiery all over the internet. Su Chang is a technician at Penguin Group. After work, he turned on his cell phone YY Music, although he hated YY, but the songs still need to be listened to. That's when a pop-up window popped up. A YY farm. Humph, did YY develop games too? He Wenbin muttered, ready to casually turn it off. At this time Luo Tianyi jumped out. This game is very interesting. Oh, do you want to play it? If it's not fun then I promise not to be toxic for a week, how about it?
Good, that's what you said.
Su Chang laughed and told Luo Tianyi to open the YY farm. No need to log in, just YY communication account automatically log in. Game on. Su Chang followed the game's instructions to plant the seeds and water them. The start of a YY farm is naturally not complicated, and upgrades are quick, with 4 plots of land planted with a round of crops, harvested to level 2, and then you get to unlock new land, a new crop, and a bag of fertilizer. After 10 minutes of play, Su Chang put the game on hold. This game, it's so cerebral. That's what you said, no venom for a week. Su Kung is winning. Lothiani dances, not yet. On the other hand, Su Chang's college friend Wu Tong was also playing the game. He still had a good feeling about YY Tech, so he didn't reject the game and played for a few minutes to level up to 3. At this time the game reminds, your friend Su Chang is also playing this game, you can go to his farm to help weed, kill insects, can also add experience O, secretly tell you can also steal O. Wu Tong was instantly energized. Stealing vegetables? I like it. Then I went to Su Chang's vegetable garden and was pleasantly surprised to see that my good friend Su Chang's vegetables were ripe for picking. Hurry up and steal it. You stole the cabbage one. Cool. It was the first time in my life that I had ever stolen anything, and it was a little exciting. That's when the game starts to prompt. You do not have many friends yet O, whether to invite other friends to join YY Farm, invite friends to send 5 packages of fertilizer O. You do not have many friends O, whether to import cell phone communication friends, to see who is playing YY Farm, import friends to send special seeds 5 O. 5 bags of fertilizer. 5 copies of special seeds? Looking at the rewards of these two, Wu Tong confusedly clicked OK. An hour later, being bored watching TV, Su Chang suddenly heard Luo Tianyi's prompt. Dang, your YYY farm crops have been stolen by 5 of your friends O, if you don't go picking again, it's probably going to be stolen all over O? Su Chang was startled for a moment. First reaction, what? My groceries were stolen? Second reaction, steal it, garbage game. But there are still 5 friends playing such a brain-dead game? I'd like to see who these 5 brain-dead people actually are. He clicked on the game and saw that his vegetable garden had indeed been stolen, quite a lot of vegetables, and inexplicable anger arose. Even if he no longer cherished these vegetables, but after all, they were planted by himself, and now being stolen would be very upsetting. Then he ran to the others' vegetable gardens. Just ripe for subconscious theft. You stole the cabbage one. Hey, it's good inside. What's going on? Then Su Chang ran to his other buddies and stole a few more cabbages. I'm so happy, what should I do? Then look at the level, what? The level of other friends is even higher than your own? A thought of defiance arose, so frantically adding friends to do stealing behavior, began to quickly catch up with the level. What he doesn't know is that he's stepping right into the trap of the YYYY farm this way, and the more he plays, the more he gets involved and the more his emotions are mobilized. He was furious when he was stolen, and overjoyed when he stole from others. At that moment, a quarrel started inside the group of classmates. Female squad leader, Su Chang, Wu Tong, you 2 assholes stole my food 3 times, you wait for me. Su Chang, class president Beauty, who told you not to pay attention to the time, huh? Zhang Xiaojun, you all play? Female class president, there are already 22 people playing in the class, all invited back by you. Chen Wenli, how dare you steal my vegetables, wait for me, I'll set the alarm clock. The group began to buzz inside, as if it was back to those youthful days when they were students. Su Chang sat on the sofa holding his cell phone, giggling like a sand sculpture. He had forgotten that half an hour ago, he was full of contempt for this game. The YY farm went live very successfully. Through the infusion of YY music and YY communication, players skyrocketed to over 800,000 in an hour. In fact, for the players, when they first play the game, they just feel that the game is a little bit retarded, but the good thing is that this game cartoon graphics are done in a pleasing way, and the operation of the fool do not need to bother, so it is not so repulsive. Then quickly got hooked on the steal food feature. Poisoned. Then madly invited friends to come along, so YYY farm users began to skyrocket like this crazy. Because of the phone address book import feature, a very large number of new subscribers who don't play YY communications are also invited. This is the moment when the social aspect of the game, YY Farm, has begun to really come to the fore. Hour 10. Players surpassed 30 million. It is atrocious. YY Tech, even though it was prepared for this, was still shocked. Yixian laughed out loud, it's really worthy of a farm, it's just awesome.
And at this point, the influence of YYYY farms began to ripple out to the rest of the gaming community. In Blade Runner, the 5 vs 5 battle was in progress when suddenly one of the players said, "Dude, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to collect a dish, so you guys can hold it off for a while." The other team players were dumbfounded. What the hell? Big brother, this is in the game, please don't pit, okay, and where to collect vegetables so late? Isn't it dark in the field? YYYY farm, you didn't play it? What a YYYY farm. Is it as fun as the Tower of Daggers? Oops, not talking to you, I'm going to collect the vegetables first and let those assholes steal them away from me later. Then you see the character not move. Other teammates. Lungs exploding with anger. Pitiful. It's playing against the odds. I'm still escalating the battle. Don't you screw me, brother. Chapter 100, Penguin Group is as angry as an ant boss. This scenario doesn't just happen with Blade Runner, it happens with any MMO, even board games. There are 3 people playing landlords, the result is playing, suddenly a player is half a day no movement, so that the other 2 players thought he was disconnected. Soon that player came back, sorry to say was just collecting vegetables, or stealing vegetables. The 2 players were dumbfounded, what the hell? A 5-player team in a certain online game was fighting a boss, when suddenly a milk writer suddenly said he wanted to steal food, causing the other players to be abused by the boss. Shortly afterward, the milk writer came back online. Sorry, just went to collect the groceries, luckily in time or they would have been stolen. You've reminded me that my dish is ripe for the picking. Another shield warrior ran off to collect the food, and the boss once again abused the player to death. These players who had never played stealing vegetables were simply confused. What are you talking about? Is stealing vegetables as fun as the game? Just under this word of mouth, countless people YY farm deeply poisoned. It looks very but it is really very poisoned. 24 hours later, on May 1st. The YY farm players soared to over 50 million and added 12 million new subscribers to the YY newsletter, all of whom came to play YY farm because their friends invited them and ended up addicted to the circle group chat. This speed, horrible as it is. In the gaming world, there has never been such a horrific number of people in the game after being online for only one day, and it is expected that there will never be one again. It's still as simple to make an inexpensive lash game. Ning Nancher walked with the wind in her sails today, and reported to Yi Xin with joy, "Boss, we've succeeded this time. Since the beginning of the night, there are a lot of people in order to get fertilizers, seeds, and other props through their social circles to invite friends, and then because of the YY farm and make it easier for them to get close to chatting, and chatting are placed in our YY circle group inside, and did not go back to the Buckle side, so that we have successfully snatched a large number of users from the Buckle side." Boss, you're so brilliant. The way Ning Nancher looked at Yi Xian was almost like she was looking up to a god. Not only her, even the employee shares of YY Technology and Yi Group similarly regarded Yi Xian like a god. More than 50 million players in 24 hours, what about 2 days, 3 days? 10 days later? How much should that be? Simply a godly game. Yi Xian smiled faintly. YY farm that powerful social gene, this is what Yi Xian is really after. At this time, Yi Xian thought of his old rival, Penguin Group, right? Buckle Live seems to have gone live in the early hours of this morning, right? What's the situation now? Ning Nancher, it seems to have been postponed, I don't know what the reason is. Yi Xian nodded his head, it was estimated that the matter of YY farm plus YY communication had made Boss Ant burnt out by now. Boss Ant is indeed burnt out. He was blown away by the YY farm numbers. It wasn't just him, but the people below were shocked by the brutality of the YYYY farm. On the other hand, the data of Buckle was greatly affected. According to the statistics of the technical department, the daily active volume of Buckle Standard, chatting for more than 5 minutes dropped from 210 million to 160 million, which is 50 million less. Isn't that YY farm data? Boss Ant rushes to call an emergency meeting to discuss YY farm. As for the buttoned-up livestream, which was originally scheduled to go live in the early hours of this morning, it was simply called off. At the emergency meeting, the atmosphere was stagnant, and one of the top executives and technicians were careful even to breathe. Boss Ant was blushing badly. First there was the YY newsletter, the AI Lottie, and now a YY farm. The knife is deadly. The knife goes straight to the penguin's heart. Boss Ant doesn't eat as well, seems to have lost a lot of his hair, and doesn't feel as masterfully lonely as he used to. Say, how to respond. Boss Ant scanned the room, expecting someone to give him advice.
Boss, I have a small proposal.
At that moment, a relatively young technician at the very back of the room carefully raised his hand.
Boss Ant brightened, tell me about it.
The young technician was excited in his heart and quickly said, Boss, YY Farm Game. This game is very simple. With our Penguins technology, we can develop a game exactly the same in 5 days, together with our Penguin Group's huge social users. I believe it's not worse than YY Farm. In addition, I see that this YYY Farm game is too simple. The life expectancy will definitely not be long. Even if the other side has patent copyrights, we can use our legal team to fight with their lawsuits to drag a few months of the game life expectancy is over, when the big deal is to lose some money. And we, in the meantime, can deal with the sharp end of the YY Farm with our own Snap Farm.
Boss Ant's heart fluttered. Isn't that what I'm good at?
Cottage at first.
At this time, another senior director said, does it have to be Buckle Ranch? Is it possible to snap the ranch? Wouldn't it be bad to imitate it alone?
The technician shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't. The farm has a preconceived idea. I don't think the players may like the ranch. But I think it can be developed together. The farm and the ranch are online together.
The crowd nodded. Boss Ant asked the next key question, so how do you solve the problem of the chain of contempt?
Imitators are always easy to be despised. When the time comes, YY Farm players will certainly despise Button Farm players. How to solve the contempt chain? This is a big problem.
The young technician didn't hesitate. Money.
Smashing money. I need to apply for no less than $100 million for stabilizing users, giving away button coins, drawing members, cell phones, computers, and other gifts, and other activities, as a way to lock in our users and reduce the loss of users.
Boss Ant was not one to mince words. I agree.
Yi Xian happened to be looking at the Ant Boss's profile bar at this moment.
Trying to cottage again? What a conviction.
Yi Xian thought about it and directly wrote on Weibo. Congratulations to YY Farm Heat Explosion, online 24 hours players exceed 50 million. Here I predict a wave. Penguin Group estimates that will be launched within 10 days. Buckle Farm or variant Buckle Ranch. If I predicted wrong, I send welfare lottery 100 million.
At Ant Boss at Penguin Group. Click, send.
Yi Xian sat lazily on the sofa, the corner of his mouth hooked up.
Boss Ant, you're just waiting to be scolded. Ha ha ha. Boss Ant was quickly informed of Yi Xian's microblogging by his secretary. Gasped on the spot. Isn't that holding the Penguin Group over the fire?
Thinking about that 100 million welfare lottery, I guess this time Penguin Group is going to be scolded by Weibo netizens.
I didn't realize it was just a small thing that you could use to attack Penguin Group's reputation. Yi Xian, you're ruthless enough. Boss Ant gritted his teeth. Chapter 101, $100 billion to buy Luo Tiany's right to use it? I, Yi Xian, refuse.
Under Yi Xian's microblog, countless fan comments had already gathered.
A $100 million raffle? Big brother Yi Xian is just being generous. I can't wait for the raffle.
I hope Penguin Group gives it a go and doesn't cottage YY Farm, otherwise it's really disgusting.
The YYY Farm is simply toxic. I now set my alarm to steal food.
Ditto alarm clock stealing, but last night I had a momentary itch to steal my wife's food, and this morning I'm kneeling on a durian.
Is YY Farm really that fun? I'm going to try it too.
Yi Xian looked at the comments on Weibo and grinned. His tweet, as simple as it may seem, is actually deeply thoughtful and kills two birds with one stone. On the one hand, dig a pit to the Penguin Group, give others a YYY Farm as authentic preconceived notion. By the time the Buckle Farm, Buckle Ranch out, will absolutely bear the bad reputation of garbage cottage. Play this game will also be despised contempt chain. The game will also be despised by people who play at the chain of contempt.
The other side of the benefit gave YY Farm publicity.
With their own more than 20 million microblogging fans, can be converted into 1/10 of the players or also 2 million, and then friends invite a little, you can radiate 10 million netizens, big money. Yi Xian enjoyed this state of offense that kept his enemies' hands busy, especially since his opponent was also the richest man in the country and the owner of the Penguin Empire.
Life, it's so lonely as snow. On May 2nd, in the afternoon, Boss Ma of the Marble Group came.
In addition to that, there was also the chairman and president of Softgold Capital, Mr. Sun, who came with Mr. Ma. Softgold Capital had a large amount of investment in the Marble Group, so the two of them had a relatively good personal relationship.
Boss Ma, I've heard a lot about you. Boss Sun, I've heard a lot about you. Boss Yi, how incredibly young.
The meeting between the three was really conducted in Yi Xian's office, and after a set of pleasantries, they started to get to the point.
Boss Sun directly opened the door. Does Boss Yi lack money?
I, Soft Gold Capital, have ample funds to help YYY technology move towards a more brilliant tomorrow. Yi Xian was stunned with surprise. Could it be that Boss Sun has taken a liking to my Yi clan real estate? Want to take over? I'd welcome it if that's the case. Boss Sun embarrassed. Boss Ma was also embarrassed. Who wants your crappy real estate? Who doesn't know that real estate doesn't have a few years to live? Boss Sun revealed a polite smile. Boss, you don't say it to be funny. Our Soft Gold investment bank doesn't invest in real estate. We only invest in the technology industry that has unlimited possibilities, so what I want to invest in is YY technology. Yi Xian shook his head on the spot. YY technology is not short of money. YY Music has now begun to gradually reverse its profit and loss through its members and channels, and doesn't need any more capital injection. YY Live side has begun to make a lot of profit, more than 80 million a month. And as for the YY communication side, the YY Live side will be able to hold up, so I'm not short of money at all. Boss Sun. This day, it's impossible to talk. How can I vote if you're not short of money? Luckily, Boss Sun was cunning and changed his perspective, although there is no problem in the near future. But have you ever thought about it, Boss Yi? How can a company that doesn't receive investment develop the international market? Our Soft Gold Investment Bank is a world-class big investment bank, and we have a lot of strength in international economy and politics. If we go to the rice country to list at that time, we Soft Gold can help. Yi Xian said indifferently, sorry, I don't have any interest in going public abroad. The last investment bank offer made me figure out one thing. Crooked people are vampires. I have shallow eye sockets. I don't want to cheapen crooked people, and I don't want to go out. He rang the Huawei of his former life. There is no Huawei in this world, but the Huawei in his previous life impressed Yi Xian with various reasons for being sanctioned, lawsuits, insecurity, and so on. Yi Xian figured out that as long as it was a company in China Harmony, the Mi side wouldn't let you have a good time, and could make a mess of anything for you. Yi Xian was much more comfortable. Look at how generous Boss Ma is. The right to use it alone costs $100 billion. That's $13 billion. Then look at Boss Sun's $3 billion and a 30% stake. TSK. Gap. It seems that Boss Sun has gotten old. He used to be a legend in the investment world, now he probably can't keep up with the times and his vision isn't as accurate. But, Boss Ma, how can I give you the right to use Lok Tinyai? So what if it's 100 billion? Luo Tianyi belongs only to me, Yi Xian. Day 19 of Chapter 102, YY Communication 430 million users, ranked first. In the end, Yi Xian rejected Boss Ma's offer. Although the shares of the Marble Group were tantalizing, and they were still large shares worth $100 billion, Yi Xian still refused. Lottie, the AI, can only belong to herself. Boss Ma left disappointed. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and just as Boss Ma left, he directly posted a tweet on Weibo. Boss Ma's vision is really sharp, seeing that artificial intelligence is the core technology of the fourth industrial revolution, so he boldly offered 100 billion shares of the Marble Group to buy Luo Tianyi's right to use it, but unfortunately, Luo Tianyi is my daughter, so I can't possibly buy it. I'm sorry, Mr. Ma. The tweets came out. Fishing wheels are once again dominated by Lotties and 100 billion. Hubby is awesome. Love Luo Tianyi. My Lottie is toxic but so cute. This wave of publicity triggered more people to be curious about Luo Tianyi, then came down to the YY newsletter. Wow, this AI is awesome, then got hooked and became loyal to Luo Tianyi. Then got pulled into playing YY Farm and got in the pit and had a blast. On this day, YY newsletter new subscribers went up by 35 million. When Boss Ma found out about this, he could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. On that day, YY Communication has an employee suddenly proposed the elderly this piece of blank instant messaging market. In the past, the function of the button is too complicated, very unfriendly to the elderly, so the elderly this crowd is the blank market of instant messaging. And now, although the YY communication is also complex, but it carries an artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi after the elderly simply do not know how to use YY communication, everything just need to communicate with the artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi will start the relevant functions. This proposal brightened the eyes of the leaders of YY communication, then hurriedly reported to Yi Xian. Yi Xian granted a portion of the funds on the spot for advertising and promotion. Then in less than a day, the internet was full of ads about seniors. The thread in the hands of a loving mother, the clothes on the body of a wandering son, the line is tightly sewn, and the intention is to return late, who says that the heart of an inch of grass is rewarded with 3 springs. Away from the sons and daughters let the elderly alone in the empty nest, lonely and isolated who can understand? To the elderly to download a YY communication artificial intelligence Luotiani helped the elderly to easily master every function of YY communication, so that you can communicate with the elderly at any time to communicate with the elderly, so that the elderly are no longer alone in the empty nest, loneliness and loneliness.
The advertisement was extremely well received by the community. Empty nesters have always been a dilemma because there is an elderly person present in almost every person, in every family. Young people go out to work, leaving the elderly at home. Young people worry about the health and loneliness of the elderly. And the elderly are worried about the young people suffering and being wronged outside. There was no way to fix this before, but now there is a solution. That would be the YY newsletter. Functional complexity? Fear not, there's the AI Lottie. She can not only help the elderly to communicate and chat with their sons and daughters, but also chat with them during the week as a daughter. The ad was a direct result of the explosion. In the days that followed, sales of smartphones in major cell phone malls across the country and on manhwa directly skyrocketed by 300%. All of them were bought for the elderly. Cell phone companies and platforms, they can't wait to kiss Yi Xian, it's simply too powerful. Their profits this year, surely, have skyrocketed by a wave. And after those old people got the smartphone, their first reaction was waste of money, don't use it or something like that, but after enjoying the convenience of chatting and son-daughter communication brought to them by the artificial intelligence Luotiani, they quickly fell in love with it. Even many old people began to dislike their own children, instead they like to chat with Luotiani, although Luotiani's answers are sometimes a bit retarded, not really human, so the answer to the question will be with machine logic, not humane, but still let the old people super like, everyday daughter called, son and daughter are out of favor. The old man is too lonely, now there is a person who talks to him her anytime, anywhere, can't he be old and happy and laugh? Sons and daughters kind of money losers, dislike. The subscribers to the YY newsletter, in the last few days, have skyrocketed straight away. May 4th, YY communication users exceeded 300 million, and addressbook friends more than 20 users, chatting for more than 5 minutes, as for YY farm players officially broke 100 million. On May 5th, there were 330 million YY newsletter subscribers, over 220 million active subscribers and 140 million YY farms. On May 8th, there were 420 million YY newsletter subscribers, over 270 million active subscribers and 280 million YY farms. And at this time, the number of users of YY communication, officially declared equal to the number of Penguin Empire's button users. On May 9th, the 19th day, the number of YY communication users 430 million, surpassing the number of Penguin button users, becoming the first instant messaging. As soon as this news came out, everyone realized. The Penguin Empire, in danger. A great enemy. Great enemy. Boss Ant has been so irritable for the past few days that he can't sleep at night and has a headache during the day. All the employees up and down the Penguin Group can feel the dull atmosphere of the whole company these days. No one expected that an instant messaging that appeared less than a month ago would develop in 10 days to the extent that it could be equal to the unrivaled dominance of the button that took 10 years to establish. What's even more of a headache for Ant Boss is that the elderly market is a piece that Buckle is incapable of tapping into because they don't have artificial intelligence. Damn it! Ant Boss, a little regret to provoke Yi Xian, if not at that time to set up Buckle Live, estimated that Yi Xian's attention will not be placed on the penguin piece, and go back to toss other things. Now it's good, it's inviting Yi Xian over. More importantly, his best cottage ability failed. YY Farm can be cottage in 5 days' time, but artificial intelligence, 10 years and 20 years' time may not be able to cottage. Regret. Chapter 103, Cottage's Button Farm Ranch, a Miserable Waterloo. Boss Ant is not a person who can only passively cope with the situation, although he has no way to develop artificial intelligence, but he still has the Buckle Farm and the Buckle Ranch. Old Sue, how is the development progress of Buckle Farm and Buckle Ranch now? Boss, it's all been developed and is now doing internal testing. Going live tonight, any questions? No problem, after all, it's a pretty simple game and it doesn't take much time for internal testing. Okay, then, let's get online tonight. Boss, that Yi Xian. I'm afraid that he is on Weibo. Again, Su Guangzhong hesitated. Boss Ant was unmoved. Compared to this point of fame, Buckle is more important. The social attributes brought by this YYY farm are too strong. If Buckle doesn't release the farm, those users will be brought over to play YYY farm sooner or later. Naturally, he knew that the reputation would be bad, but he knew better than to buckle down. What's a reputation? At this point, Boss Ant added, also, increase the rewards for playing farms and ranches. Su Guangzhong nodded, yes, boss.
That night, Buckle Online, Buckle Farm, Buckle Ranch, and used the most powerful channels to promote, whether it is pop-up windows or news, or network media, forums, posting bar.
Everywhere appeared Buckle Farm, Ranch promotion news.
All people steal vegetables, all people raise chickens and ducks.
Come to Buckle Farm and Buckle Ranch. Buttons have their own farms and ranches too, come and play. Play Button Farm and get a free Button VIP membership. Lots of Button coins, cell phones, and computer gift packs are waiting for you. The promotion effect is not bad, after all, Buckle operation for more than a decade, the user viscosity is still very high, not to say that the abandonment of the abandonment, and more importantly, there is a chance to get Buckle coins, members, cell phones, computers gift packs, is not it? But the effect is just good, not quite explosive. At noon the next day, the data was fed back to the Ant boss. Number of farm players, 8.54 million.
Number of ranch players, 2.03 million.
Seeing this data, Boss Ant's brow furrowed in inner annoyance. It was so much worse than he had imagined. Buckle has 400 million users, but only 8.54 million people play in half a day after giving away a lot of money? The conversion rate is only 2%? Let's despair at the conversion rate. He quickly called Su Guangzhong, his tone was not very good. Immediately go to check the cause, I want a cause analysis report at night.
Su Guangzhong was also worried at this time, yes, and at this time, Su Guangzhong secretly sneaked inside the many button groups with a small number, peeking at the chat.
Do you guys play Button Farm?
No, it's not much fun, it's not as fun as YY Farm, I've upgraded to level 12 over there. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to have to re-upgrade and re-invite friends over here. When my classmates saw me inviting her to play Button Farm, they despised me and said it was a cottage industry.
Me too, despised. Didn't you see what that Yi Xian said on Weibo? I feel ashamed even reading it.
Seeing these chats, Su Guangzhong looked at each other. He sought out a dozen more chat groups. 5 hours later, 20 subordinates had submitted their analyses, which were surprisingly consistent. Reason 1, Buckle farms are cottage industries, and there is a certain psychological fallout from the chain of contempt. Reason 2, playing YY farm can have the same social fun, completely without the need to Buckle farm such cottage products.
Su Guangzhong consolidated the analysis and sent it to the Ant boss.
He didn't dare to meet Boss Ant in person, he had no face to meet him.
Boss Ant received an analysis report from Su Guangzhong.
That night, he didn't sleep again, tossing and turning, and ended up smoking a cigarette.
Moody. Chapter 104, Both sides make killing moves, blocking each other. The internet is noisy. Boss Ant thought about it all night, and finally came up with a big kill. Sealed.
The development of YY communication is so rapid, if not out of heavy hand, I am afraid that the Buckle is really finished. Here's how he did it, by shutting down any word about YY tech through all channels of the Penguin Empire. At the same time all YY communication software exists on the phone, computer, will be forced to shut down Buckle Communication, Buckle Game Hall, Penguin Games. All games under the umbrella of Buckle and YY, can only be two, choose one. The next day, he informed all the executives of Penguin Group about this plan. At this time, all of Penguin's senior people also appeared to be very dissatisfied, angry, and flustered with the aggressiveness displayed by YY Tech, so as soon as Boss Ant put this plan forward, it obtained the consent of the majority of the top management. There was also a small portion of the top brass that felt it was dangerous because it was a move to kill 3,000 enemies and hurt 800 of their own, and it was likely to devolve into buckling down and being the one eliminated. Eventually, the plan was pushed through. On the same day, Penguin's official microblog posted this plan. Due to the irresponsible behavior of YY Communication, Penguin Empire has decided to make countermeasures. First, all cell phones and computers with YY Communication, Buckle software, and Buckle games will stop running. Second, any channel of Penguin Group will automatically block YY words. Please forgive all users.
The internet world exploded with this news.
The netizen melon eaters felt like they were too propped up. The big battle between YY and Buckle during this period of time simply made them eat until their stomachs exploded.
It's a closure, right? Definitely blocked. That snap is really too hard, isn't it? That's an unheard of move. And such a tawdry maneuver?
This operation, I can only say that I am convinced, the brain hole is too big. For the first time I know that the network can still be played like this.
Yip's mansion.
Ning Nancher then flew to the chairman's office.
It can only be one or the other. All cell phones and computers running 360 will stop running Snap games and other tools.
Despite the fact that netizens at the time were very disgusted by Goose Enterprises' bullying, the results were obvious, and the vast majority of people chose to buckle down and uninstall 360. Because chatting and playing games on the internet has become a habit for all internet users, even if they give up the invisible network security issues, they cannot leave behind the social software right in front of them.
But YY is not 360. YY has its own social media.
YY has grown and has enough volume to counteract the snap. The stickiness of YY is arguably no weaker than Tempest. Especially with Luo Tiany's existence, many people had already treated her as a family member in general, and would definitely not give up easily. Yi Xian sneered, surprisingly, the penguins have already made their move, so how could we why not make a move?
A big hand.
Announcement goes down, with immediate effect, cell phones and computers loaded with Snap communication will not be able to run YY music, YY communication.
Music, listen to it or not. Lottie, little AI baby, want one?
Yi Xian was eager to see what the end result would be.
The day started at 12 o'clock noon when Penguin Group made their official move.
Everyone in the country with a YY newsletter loaded, no way to open the Snap newsletter.
Tap on daggers, no way to open it either.
And there's no way to search for any YY related information on the Snap search, but instead it shifts directly to looking at the Snap information. All messages sent about the word YY on the Penguins button, space, and games across the country will all be automatically blocked. There are some people who don't have time to read the news. At first they thought it was a cell phone or computer problem, only to realize later that Buckle has declared war on YY.
And it's a massive blockade.
On the first day, the results of the selection were gradually presented to a large number of people. YY daily activity, down 34.23 million. Buckle daily activity, down 58.87 million.
The descent is extremely fast.
The next day, YY daily activity fell another 26.54 million. Buckle daily activity, down 44.95 million.
Day 3. Day 4.
On the fifth day, YY daily activity, the overall decline of 99.3 million. Buckle daily activity, the overall decline of 150 million. When Boss Ant got this figure, he exclaimed in disbelief.
How is that possible? How is it that Snap's daily activity has dropped more than YY?
Boss Ant is still confident in the Snap that he has been cultivating for more than a decade, and also believes that the social circle is not something that can be abandoned. As if you have a bunch of coworkers or your button friends, offices to transfer files and so on by button.
If you uninstall the button, then it is not work or not able to normal office?
And Boss inferred from this that there must be more uninstalls of YY. But now, the truth turned out to be the exact opposite of what one thought.
Check, get me that right now.
At the order of the Ant boss, Su Guangzhong once again led the following staff to frantically find the cause. Many employees secretly lurk inside those Snap chat groups to see what they are talking about, some or pick up the conversation themselves and ask how to choose against YYY, Snap others. Su Guangzhong came inside a Blade and Tower group, which happened to be chatting about the YY and Buckle Wars. Really annoying, just now I want to listen to a song, the result is that even music cannot start chat, can only look at pirated music platforms, but the function of these platforms is too backward, even the sound effects, song list function does not have, garbage.
Snap is still too bossy.
That said, this Buckle operation is really tawdry and convincing, lifting the table if you can't win, it's really a chicken shame.
Brothers, I may not play Snapchat from now on and move to from now on. Why? Don't you play Blade Runner anymore?
Yeah, how fun is Blade Runner? It's not like there's any games to play over there. Hey, because my mom and dad and grandparents all play, they can't play Snap. It's too complicated, so I'll just have to go over there, and I've basically transferred all my friends from this side of Snap to that side, so I can already give up Snap. Me too, mom and dad are old and only FK, so I'm ready to give up buckling down. In that case, it looks like I'm going to have to give up Snap too. My parents are using too, my friends are over there, and it's still more and more lively. This side of the game is fun though, but low is my favorite. There is a powerful technology like artificial intelligence. If Buckle doesn't have artificial intelligence, it will inevitably be surpassed by in the future, so I'm not optimistic about Buckle. It's better to leave and move too early.
Soon, Su Guangzhong saw 4 button user avatars darkened, estimated to uninstall the button to go.
Su Guangzhong and went to a few DNF button group, Blade Tower group, collected some information, and then summarized the analysis of the reasons reported by the subordinates, forming an analysis report, handed to the Ant boss.
Reason 1, YY communication has formed a separate social circle, and button users can leave button without loss of socialization.
Reason number 2, YY has a market for seniors, Buckle doesn't.
Reason number 3, YY has an AI lottie, Buckle doesn't. Reason number 4, users don't have confidence in buckling down. Snap advantages, games, Snap usage habits. After Boss Ant got this analysis report, his brows furrowed and his face was gloomy. With such a comparison, it is obvious that YY is no longer worse than Snap, and even because of the point of artificial intelligence, it has made users lose confidence in Snap. I really regret that when the YYY newsletter came out, I didn't hold it down in the first place. Boss Ant was filled with regret. At this time, Su Guangzhong said, "Boss, I just got a piece of news that might be able to deal with that Yi Xian." Boss Ant was delighted. "What news?" Su Guangzhong said, "Firstly, Yi Xian didn't donate. Secondly, there was a shareholder of Yi Group named Jiang Jianqiu who once led the opposition against Yi Xian, and then Jiang Jianqiu died in a car accident." Boss Ant brightened up. "Is there any proof that Yi Xian did it?" Su Guangzhong, "There is no evidence, this thing is done drip by drip, I sent someone to check, there is no information. Anyway, we just need to give him a splash of rising water, do not need any evidence." Boss Ant shook his head. "This is something be cautious about without proof." Now after Ant Boss was pitched back and forth by Yi Xian a few times, he didn't have the same kind of atmospheric exuberance when he started to become cautious. "Su Guangzhong, although I don't have any evidence in my hands, but I heard that Xiaotian has some information in his hands, do you want me to personally go to Xiaotian and bring that information over?" Boss Ant sniffed and nodded. On that day, Su Guangzhong took a plane directly to Jiangdu and went straight to the prison where Xiaotian was. When Xiaotian heard Su Guangzhong's intention, he directly opened the price, 10 million. Ant Boss is not bad, Su Guangzhong is not bad, agreed on the spot, and transferred money on the spot. "That information, I hid it in an old house under my wife's name, location 501, lane 13, lane 5, Changming Street. Inside the house, there was a mattress, and underneath the mattress there was a secret compartment where the information was." After Su Guangzhong got the news, he immediately found the house, went in and found that it was dusty and obviously hadn't been lived in for a long time, but what made his face startled was that there were new footprints left on the ground. He darted under the mattress to look for it, then found a stack of papers. It has a bunch of stuff written on it. In XXXXXXXX, the president of XX company died at. In XXXXXXXX, employee XX died at XX. Su Guangzhong was taken aback. There was also a piece of paper on the back. "This is information about all the accidental deaths of employees of the Penguin Empire from its inception until now. If you want to throw dirty water on me, then come and hurt each other." Su Guangzhong was drenched in cold sweat on the spot. Only himself and Boss Ant knew about this, so how could Yi Xian know about it so quickly? And also took away the evidence information that Xiaotian had gathered before himself? Could it be that everything he did was under Yi Xian's control? At this moment, Su Guangzhong gave birth to a sense of fear. Yip's mansion. Yi Xian put the driver's cell phone, recordings, and transfer records that Xiaotian had collected and burned them all. In retrospect, although Jiang Jianqiu died very cleanly, the evidence does not prove that he killed, but it is still not thorough enough. With smoke and fire, easy to be caught by people splashing dirty water. Lesson learned, do things a little more mellow in the future. Yi Xian opened the microblogging, just thought of one thing, since inheriting the Yi Group until now has been half a year, has not donated money, first donate 100 million, give the mountainous areas to build schools. Click, publish. Chapter 106, Penguin was forced to admit defeat voluntarily. The League of Legends is about to depart. Boss Ant is a little cranky inside. The originally decided plan to throw dirty water was recognized by Yi Xian before it even started, the information was taken away, and the loophole in the donations was patched up. Moreover, this series of coincidences made Boss Ant feel that he had a mole on his side, otherwise how could it be possible that the plan had only just been formulated when Yi Xian over there reacted and made a response? For this reason, Mr. Ant's boss even moved his secretary, whom he had used for 10 years, out of his post, explicitly promoting him and demoting him. The next few days. The war between YY and Buckle is in full swing and has attracted the attention of the entire internet. Even the entertainment news was silenced at this time, divorces and marriages were delayed as much as possible, not daring to make any big news, lest they be crushed by the fallout of the fight between these two internet giants. On day 6, YY daily activity dropped by 110 million overall. Buckle daily activity dropped by 170 million overall. On day 10, YY daily activity was down 130 million overall. Buckle daily activity dropped by 230 million overall. And at this time, YY newsletter's daily activity of 190 million, while the Buckle daily activity has dropped to 90 million to go. At this point, the results are clear.
YY Communication has officially defeated Snap to become the instant messaging market's new hegemon. Yi Xian posted this message on the official microblog of YY Technology. Congratulations to YY Communication for occupying 62% of the national share of daily activity and 58% of the national share of users, officially becoming the new dominant player in the instant messaging market. YY Technology promises to innovate technology as always, never follow the trend of plagiarism, protect patent rights, protect copyrights, and benefit society. On that day, Penguin stocks, across the board, fell. The one stock with the highest drop was more than 23%.
Penguin, on his side, reacted quickly.
YY Technology shameless, posting false figures, shameless scoundrel. Penguin Communications has always been the dominant position in the domestic communications industry, from no false. There was a big war of words between the two sides. But it still doesn't avoid one fact. The number of people around who use Snap is dwindling, while the number of people who use YY is increasing. Even on the subway, on the bus, in the mall. Everywhere you can hear people around you chatting with Lottie. Despite Penguin Empire's constant denials, it's no use, the stock still keeps dropping and so do the users. What makes Penguin Group even more alarmed is that because Buckle enforces a mandatory second choice, users who use YY will not be able to open the Buckle game client, including Blade and Tower, DNF, and Buckle Game Hall. This has led to a steady loss of players for these games.
Now, not to mention Boss Ant, even those shareholders were shocked.
Games, this is the biggest cash flow of Penguin Group. Penguin Group 60% of the profits are from the game side over.
Nothing must happen.
And that's when a third-party wealth organization did a recalculation of the Penguin Group Ant Boss and the Marble Group Ma Boss and found a problem.
Boss Ma's wealth exceeds Boss Ant's. The richest man has changed. Boss Ma has topped the nation's richest man. Now the news is even bigger.
The fact that the richest man has changed hands releases a huge signal the Penguin Empire is in decline. Now, the whole Penguin Empire became even more anxious, and realizing the urgency of the situation, all the shareholders urgently came from all over the country and the world to have a shareholders' meeting. The atmosphere at the AGM became heated from the start. All the shareholders were extremely emotional and sprayed on the spot. The confrontation with YY must be revoked at once, or else Buckle will be in trouble sooner or later.
No, wouldn't that be telling the outside world that we penguins are going to admit defeat?
This will still have a great negative effect on the shareholders.
But what happens to the game if it's not revoked? What will happen to the lost users? What if the users get used to not logging into Buckle?
If the user did not use deduction for a long time, and then get used to logging into YY without logging into deduction, then this part of the user will really be lost.
But we Buckle really want to admit defeat?
Once we admit defeat, we'll default to being undefeated against YY, and give up our position of supremacy. The scene was extremely hot, and each and every one of the tycoons who originally had assets of billions and billions and tens of billions of dollars had turned
into shrews at this moment. Boss Ant, chairman and largest shareholder, sat in the first seat with a brain ache.
After an hour of fruitless negotiations, the AGM had to proceed to a poll.
End result, revoke the ban on YY.
10 minutes later, Penguin Group's official microblog published a microblog, for the sake of harmonious, effective, and fair competition on the internet, and to create a better internet environment for netizens across the country, Penguin Group has decided to take back all the blocking of YY technology, and all YY users will be able to continue to use any of Penguin Group's products. At first glance, this official announcement is not a Penguin admitting defeat, but rather seems to be for the good of everyone, so I choose to take the initiative to back down.
The following drew a bunch of comments from netizens.
Awesome, just admit defeat, and you're still making up so many flowery ideas. I heard that the various large and small shareholders of the Penguin Empire rushed back to Goosetown overnight for a meeting, and now it seems that the results of the discussion have come out, and Penguin has conceded defeat. Hey, I was thinking about how long the Penguin could hold out, but it turned out to be so quick to admit defeat, so why don't you just be confident and tough it out? Actually, YY is quite easy to use now, and Lottie has gotten me a little addicted, so I don't think I'll be able to go back to the button era.
Again, there's no going back. Yip's Mansion.
Yi Xian looked at Penguin Group's admission of defeat and sneered.
Boss, should we revoke the block on Penguin? Ning Nancher asked.
Yi Xian shook his head and laughed lightly. How can it be revoked? They started this, how can we not make them pay for it? League of Legends has already had its 10th round of internal testing, and I'm going to take advantage of these few days to release it, so that players who can't log in to play Blade and Tower can go play League of Legends.
The timing of this, absolutely brilliant. Blade Runner, dead. League of Legends will surely dominate the gaming world. Notify out immediately, I'm going to hold a release press conference the day after tomorrow, June 1st, to officially release the MOBA game League of Legends LOL. Tell all the media that this time, League of Legends is aiming for Blade and Tower. At this moment, Yi Xian was spirited and looked out of the world. Chapter 107 League of Legends End Merits, Sword to Blade and Tower. June 1st, morning. Yip's Mansion, Grand Conference Hall 1. Another press conference began, and this time more media came. The time soon came to 9 a.m. Yi Xian, the chairman and boss of Yi Clan Group, walked towards the stage step by step, and many reporters who saw Yi Xian in real life for the first time could not help but sigh in their hearts. So young. I didn't realize that at such a young age, he had made a series of strange moves that had caused the Penguin Empire to be in trouble, and his mind was horrible. Yi Xian's stance was upright and radiant. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Xian, and I'm inviting all of you here to come to YY Technology today to announce a new game product that YY Technology has recently developed. It's called League of Legends, or LOL for short. Or maybe there will be other, more grounded names in the future, like Jerk Off. It's a MOBA multiplayer online tactical competition game, and yes, it's in the same genre as Dagger Tower, which is by far the hottest game in gaming. But I think that Blade and Tower is old and not suitable for the new era. And League of Legends will surely replace it and become number one in the gaming world. The whole room of reporters got excited. Sure enough, big news. This Yi Xian is so aggressive, he just pulled down Penguin's buckle not long ago, and now he wants to pull down Penguin's cash cow? This is the kind of tycoon who likes to come out with breaking news, and media reporters love it. Here we look at the big screen. On the stage, an oversized screen appeared. A closer look is a multitude of LCD monitors spliced together, but the articulation position is very thin, and from a distance it looks just like a big movie screen, and it's super clear. Soon, on the projection screen, a map of the League of Legends Summoner's Canyon appeared. This map is the most classic map of League of Legends, with a total of 10 players fighting at the same time, divided into 2 camps, each with 5. Each account is played from level 1, level 30 is full. When rising to level 30 you can play the segment. The segment from low to high is divided into Valor Brass, Indomitable Silver, Glory Gold, Gorgeous Platinum, Radiant Diamond, Transcendent Master and the Strongest King. Yi Xian carefully introduced it. Then, Yi Xian also let the employees of YY Game, the stronger 10 employees, go up to the stage and fight against one another. Many media journalists have played Blade and Tower, so they are more familiar with this kind of game, and they can easily be subjected to the excitement of League of Legends. It's more accessible than Blade Runner. It's fresher than Blade Runner. Easier to play than Blade Runner. Then the Tower of Daggers Dark Wind heroes are more beautiful, handsome, whether it is more cute Teemo Captain, Pure Man Male Gun, extra voluptuous Sheen Female. There is always one to meet the expectations of a certain part of the people's heart. And others. Looking at it this way, it seems like League of Legends will actually catch fire. Reporters are excited. This is going back to have something to write about, what to think of a good headline. Soon it was the turn of the press Q&A session. Jagged Wave News, Mr. Yi, nowadays Blade Tower is the hottest game on the market, with very loyal game fans and countless players proud of it. What makes you think League of Legends can surpass Blade Tower? Yi Xian laughed. The players of Blade Tower seem to be many, but it's difficult. There won't really be a lot of players who can really get on with Blade Tower. There will still be a lot of players who like it, but find it difficult. This part of the players will definitely end up liking League of Legends. In the market, League of Legends must have an audience several times larger than that of Blade Tower. Why can't it surpass Blade Tower? Yi Xian had played Blade Tower and felt that it was harder to get started, and it was even harder to specialize, which was a major drawback of Blade Tower. It's just like those art movies that are highly rated, with a lot of loyal fans, but the audience will be small and will inevitably end up being no better at the box office than a good popcorn movie. At this time, a reporter from Penguin News stood up. Mr. Yi, rumor has it that this League of Legends was set up a month and a half ago. Is this true? The entire media was shocked. A month and a half? The outcry. One reporter was like a chicken blood. Mr. Yi, was this game really developed in a month and a half? Will the quality not work? Mr. Yi, Blade Tower took more than 4 years to develop back then. May I ask if you really think that a game that has only been developed for a month and a half can beat Blade Tower? Does League of Legends have a lot of bugs? Why is Mr. Yi so anxious to release League of Legends? Is it deliberately targeting Blade Tower? Is Mr. Yi afraid?
Seeing such a surge of reporters on the scene, the Penguin reporter smiled coldly, wanting this kind of effect. Yi Xian faced so many questioning questions with a smile on his lips and a light-hearted demeanor.
In fact, this game, not just a month and a half, back when I was still in college I felt that Blade and Tower was too difficult, so I thought about developing an easier, more suitable for the public taste of the MOBA, and then there was League of Legends. Over the course of 4 years, I thought about it countless times, modified it, and perfected its settings, heroes, artwork, and skills. Everything was almost perfect. Then, a month and a half ago, it was co-developed by 25,000 game developers, with a division of labor and with the assistance of the AI Luotiani, which is why it was possible to finish it in 1.5 months. It's kind of a 4-year grind. One word, blow. There's no way for you guys to verify that my words are false anyway. Chapter 108, Drinking Hemlock to Quench the Thirst of the Ant Boss, was forced to be miserable. The press conference ends at 11 o'clock. And at this point, there are tons of fluff pieces popping up all over the internet. YY Tech releases new game MOBA League of Legends. YY Tech threatens that Blade and Tower is old and League of Legends will take its place. Overlord Blade and Tower is about to see the end of the line? A new king, League of Legends, is rising? The Tower of Daggers is in danger, a great enemy is coming. After YY's victory over Snap, it began targeting the next rich mine in the Penguin Empire, gaming. Penguin Empire game status, it's going to be dangerous. The game goes live at 12 noon, so stay tuned. A brand new game, a new way to play, easier to get started, League of Legends is waiting for you. All the major media were invited by Yi Xian to come here, are given enough carriage fees, naturally will League of Legends to blow to the good, and then Tower of Blades to the death. On top of that, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of the pop-ups from the several channels of YY Music, YY Live Streaming, YY Newsletter, and YY Farm. Play League of Legends, multiplayer, easy to pick up and play, amazing online at 12 p.m. Don't have Blade and Tower to play? Don't panic, the same type of game League of Legends fills your void. All of them are loyal users of YY and have a higher goodwill towards YY, so the conversion rate is generally higher. And there are really quite a few players who play Tower, because YY has not yet lifted the block on Buckle, there is no way to play Dagger Tower, so the hands are itchy and hungry, and the League of Legends is full of anticipation. So, there was a flurry of downloads and waiting for the 12 o'clock launch to try it out. And in YY Live this piece, all the original live Blade Tower game anchor including a brother Jeandewei, at this time is live other games to pass the time, at this time also have received YY Live notification, let them go to live League of Legends, and there will be a month's time of bonus incentives. Hearing the boss call so, these game anchors naturally downloaded the game client one after another, ready to go live when the game went live at 12 o'clock noon. Out of his trust in boss Yishan, Zhang Dawei and the rest of the game anchors were still very excited about League of Legends. Under this network-wide overwhelming publicity, the number of League of Legends client downloads skyrocketed. By 11:50, it had surpassed 100,000 people. This is the immense power shown by established YY channels. Some of the credit also goes to Yi Xian's brilliant battle record that he has been displaying, never being unbeatable and never being a pitbull, which is enough to make players trust League of Legends. On the Penguin Empire's side, Boss Ant was standing by, at the moment he had regained the ambition he had back then, and decided to get serious and take on Yi Xian. Therefore, for this League of Legends, even though he knew that the game had only taken 1.5 months to develop, he did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Under his command, Penguin Empire mobilized all channels of media news to suppress League of Legends. A month and a half of RD on a piece of crap that's surprisingly buggy. I'm an insider player reporting on all the crap design of League of Legends. Blade and Tower grinds a sword in 4 years, while League of Legends can only grind sticks in a month and a half. At the same time, the game of Blade and Tower is also carried out to play the game to give away deductions, members and other things to ensure that players continue to maintain enthusiasm for Blade and Tower. However, this kind of publicity, although it would hit the netizens' evaluation scores of League of Legends, would make the publicity of League of Legends deeper and broader, so that more netizens would have such a game to fight against the Penguin Empire, and thus become interested. This is an act of quenching thirst. It's poisonous, but you must drink it hard to quench your thirst. Boss Ant quickly called in Zhang Tianming, the veteran general manager of the game department. How is the development of Blade Tower 2 going? When can it go live? Zhang Tianming said, Blade Tower 2 has completed its development and is now doing internal testing. Ant Boss happy, good, speed up, must be within a month. No, half a month to complete the internal testing, and then online. Dagger Tower 2 is a game made on top of Dagger Tower, after optimization and enhancement.
The hero style of Dagger Tower 1 is on the dark side, but Dagger Tower 2 is more on the side of League of Legends kind, with brighter and more handsome heroes. Boss Ant thought again, when Blade 2 comes out, League of Legends will have one less selling point straight away. Moreover, Dagger 2 was developed amidst the clamor of countless Dagger fans, and already had a large number of potential players before it even came out.
Blade Runner 2 will win. Boss Ant was confident. Yip's Mansion.
Yi Xian was relieved to see that Boss Ant had placed his expectations on Blade Tower 2.
Blade Runner 2. Huge pit. And at that point, 12 o'clock noon came. League of Legends, officially online. Half an hour later, the data came in. Number of players, 500,000. Chapter 109. Once the League of Legends is out, the Tower of Blades lords it over. 12 o'clock 1. League of Legends is officially live. Many players who are already waiting, click to start the game. Enter. Only heard an atmospheric soundtrack coming from the ears, which instantly gave people a feeling of boiling blood, as if they had entered into the kind of surging enthusiasm of an epic war. Mad props. All players raised their opinion of League of Legends at once. Log in with your YY account and enter the game interface. Open the newbie tutorial. It took 10 minutes, and Daggerfall players familiar with the MOBA quickly grasped the essence of it and knew how to play the game. Enter match mode. Then it was time to start hacking away with others. Because it's extremely easy to get started, and then when you fight with others, it's hard to know whether you'll win or lose. Some lost and got very angry, thinking that they had experience this time, and wanted to exterminate the other side in another round. Someone and were so pleased with themselves that they thought the game was too good to be true, so they continued to play. Lose and get upset, win and get complacent, and then the cycle goes on indefinitely. After only a turn or two, the player completely realizes that this game is really awesome. Starting to fall in love with this game. Can't stop at all. More and more players are joining LOL, while there is basically very little off the pit, so LOL's online players keep rising. Crazy rise. 10 minutes, 80,000 online players. 20 minutes, 210,000 online players. 30 minutes, 460,000 online players. It simply rockets upwards in speed. More players than Blade Runner usually plays. It is really YY technology at this time on the Penguin game. Blocking effect is still there. In addition to the Tower of Daggers players, there are a lot of DNF and other game players. There is no game to play, can only be curious to be attracted to the League of Legends here. And just then, all those game companies in the industry, not just Penguin Games, also all sent people to log on to League of Legends at the first time. Those who play games, those who do reviews, and those who score. Among these people, one of the most special players, Ant Boss. Although Boss Ant despised League of Legends' 1.5 month finished product on the surface, he was still wary of Yi Xian inwardly, so he paid great attention to League of Legends. He had his secretary download the client and then logged into the game afterward. Just one display on it, the current number of people online at the same time is 540,000. Boss Ant looked at the time, 12 hours 38 minutes and 53 seconds, and was secretly surprised, praying in his heart that this game was too trashy to keep players. Tap into the game, then the newbie tutorial. Boss Ant is a man with a high IQ, and although he can't play Blade Runner, this tutorial is simple enough for him to read and understand it at once, and although there are some cores that he doesn't understand, it's enough to play the game. This game is, indeed, easier to pick up, and this aspect of Blade Runner subtracts points. After the evaluation, the match was started and the first hand was begun. Then, as he understood it, he began to rush out of the spring with his teammates, heading straight across the street. 5 minutes later. Boss Ant's heart floats as he gets his third head chopped off. By this time his teammates were spewing furiously at him. Rubbish. Send in the head. Are you undercover? Rookie. I've been killed 3 times and I have to be scolded by you guys? I am Ant Boss. Ant Boss, angry, began to angrily spray teammates. Crazy dumping, it's all because you do not know how to cooperate, strength garbage caused me to be killed. And so on. Then the game was lost even faster, collapsed, and a bunch of teammates were stuck in a spring complaining to each other. Finally the base explodes in place and the game ends. Boss Ant's mind exploded. Paralyzed, don't let me match you guys as opponents in the next game, or I'll destroy you. However, he soon reacted, I'm spying on information, how did I get on the wrong side of the player? Clueless. Shocker. Finally, it turned into a thick caution. This game, it's toxic.
He was in the business of making big money from games, so he naturally understood the excellence of this League of Legends. It's easy to pick up and the timing of a game is stuck just right, mobilizing the player is simply strong. When you lose a set yourself, you go crazy dumping, spamming, cursing, giving away heads, and then thinking that this time, if you don't have any pitiful teammates, plus you're already experienced, you'll know better how to play stronger, and try to get a reverse kill in the next set. If you do so yourself, then other losing players will surely do the same, which will surely increase the stickiness of the game considerably.
And those players who won the game?
The sense of accomplishment is bound to be full, thinking to themselves that you trash can really only become corpses under my feet. With that strong sense of accomplishment, that's all the more reason to keep playing the game.
Terror. This game is horrible. Boss Ant's alarm bells were completely ringing and his heart was pounding. This League of Legends is definitely a great enemy of Blade in Tower. Boss Ant is even more eager to take Blade 2 out against League of Legends.
He immediately called the old boss of the game department, Zhang Tianming, and instructed him to go down and have more employees collect analytical information on League of Legends. By 2000 hours PM, an analysis reached him.
League of Legends analysis.
Advantage number 1, easy to get started and large audience. Advantage 2, the heroes are very delicate and beautiful, with different styles to meet the different needs of different people. Advantage number 3, attractive, losing players still want to play, and winning players want to win another game. Also said another fact that made Ant Boss spit blood, YY text blocking of Penguin Empire games, resulting in a lot of players having no games to play and passively entering League of Legends. In other words, Penguin Empire's initial blocking strategy was to lift a stone and hit its own foot one. And at that moment, Boss Ant saw that the game interface was realistic with the number of players online, 1,280,000 people.
Time, only 8 hours online 2000 hours. More than twice the highest number of people online in Blade Runner's history. Boss Ant, cold hands and feet. It's over. The Tower of Daggers is going to be dangerous. Chapter 110, League of Legends on Fire. A big beautiful woman delivered to the door. League of Legends is on fire. With everyone kind of caught off guard by the fire. It's on fire.
Day 1, 12 hours, 2.3 million daily actives, 1.5 million simultaneous online, more than 2.5 times the maximum of Blade Runner.
Day 2, 3.3 million daily actives and 2 million simultaneous online, more than 3 times the maximum of Blade Runner.
Day 10, 8.2 million daily active, 3.45 million simultaneous online, more than 5 times the maximum of Blade Runner. Without surprise, League of Legends became the top of all gaming websites within 10 days, and the number of downloads has been far ahead.
Countless players have played the it's not as hard as Blade Runner, it feels like fun, yeah.
Lift the table, I'm getting screwed over by this garbage teammate.
Well, to get to the point, today we're here at the Vertical Shop Internet Cafe.
Songy took her cell phone and selfie stick, aimed at.
As for the players of Blade Runner, they have been cornered inside. The owners of those internet cafes are simply overjoyed. The business of internet cafes, lately, has been too hot.
And in YY Live game anchor brother Zhang Dawei's live room, at this time the number of viewers exceeded more than 2 million. Zhang Dawei itself is the Tower of Daggers super player, now play the League of Legends. This is even more handy, only a short 10 days to madly rush to the master level, the entire League of Legends level counts him the highest. It was also because of his crazy energy and battle sharpness that his live streaming fan heat exploded to the extreme. Although he was heartbroken by the fall of Blade Runner, he had also grown to love the passion of the countless fans of League of Legends. Blade Runner didn't have that many fans. He is extremely passionate about his work ethic and comes up with his own highlights for each game to keep his fans entertained. And after going off the air, he ambled to the desk and studied the skills, cooldowns, distances, rune upgrades, and other data of those big hit heroes.
That's how he succeeded. Thanks, boss.
Zhang Dawei felt that he should thank Boss Yixian for everything that he had managed to get to this point. On the other hand, he is also glad that he did not agree to the invitation of the Button Live broadcast to see how the Button Live broadcast is now.
Not yet online.
And at that moment, Yes Building welcomed an uninvited guest.
Boss, Tiger Investment Bank is here. Ning Nancher walked into Yi Xian's office and reported. Yi Xian looked up. Investment bank? What for?
Ning Nancher said, it seems like they're trying to raise money about League of Legends. Yi Xian waved his hand, not seeing. Just then, a familiar figure walked in, seeing his secret before he saw his face.
Saboya. Rippling Saboya.
The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked as he said to Ning Nansher, "You go out first and close the door by the way."
Ning Nansher. Damn women. Chapter 111, Open Skin Sales, 10-hour burst of 100 million.
As the chairman of the board of directors who owns half of the floor as an office, it is natural to have a room for resting, and inside the room there are beds, closets,
and other furnishings full of the flavor of daily life.
At this moment, Yi Xian slowly and methodically put on his clothes. Sage time. At this time Yi Xian was thinking about the meaning of life, the mysteries of the universe,
and so on.
The exotic Saboya hid under the covers and cried like a thief. There were a bunch of anti-wolf chili water, stun batons, and whatnot scattered on the ground, but unfortunately they were discovered and thrown away by Yi Xian before they could be put to use.
Again, it was done for nothing. Boing boing.
An hour later, finally regaining his composure, he organized his messy clothes and sat in front of Yi Xian's desk with a serious face. "I'm here on behalf of Tiger Fund to talk about financing League of Legends."
"Financing is out of the question. I won't accept others touching my things."
Yi Xian directly rejected it without hesitation.
"But I've studied your League of Legends. Surely you won't be satisfied with being in the country, right? Surely you would be thinking of promoting it to the whole world, right? If you want to promote it to the whole world, you have to ask us international investment banks, to help."
Suboa resumed her shrewdness and competence as a big manager of an international investment bank. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "This matter is easy. You can help me do a personal favor. Contact those big international game operators and have them come to YYY Technology for inspection."
Saboya's face was expressionless. Saboya, never violate professional ethics. This is something I will not do." "Yi Xian, really don't do it?" Saboya was adamant, absolutely not doing it.
Yi Xian walked over and directly carried her and headed inside the bedroom.
"Hey, what do you want, you asshole?
I'll fight you."
Calling. 2 hours later, Yi Xian glanced at the exhausted Suboya and smiled disdainfully. YY Games.
Now that the daily activity of players has reached 10 million, it's time to launch a skin for the game. Yi Xian was in a meeting for a general mobilization for skin selling. League of Legends is a free game, so we can only think from the skin, the current first version of a total of 17 heroes, by the artwork as well as Luo Tianyi's co-design, to ensure that the skin of the exquisite, special effects of the dazzling. Skins are the main means of generating profits for League of Legends, and the one that Yi Xian remembers well is the Jiayun skin, which is 150 million a day. These skins have only a little bit of additional attributes other than aesthetics and don't allow them to be substantially ahead of other players, which ensures a certain degree of fairness in the game. And in socializing, everyone has the urge to be better than everyone else, and skins satisfy that pretentious need.
"Look, isn't my skin handsome? Wow, the skin is so handsome, I want it too."
Compare them to each other, or like to look pretty the same way women buy clothes, and then skin sales explode.
The YY Game Operations Supervisor raised his hand at this time and asked, "Boss, but will our pricing of 68, 98, 128, and 188 be a bit expensive? And will the probability of that lottery be too low? Will players not like it?"
Yi Xian sweated a bit. "You guys are probably underestimating creatures like players.
What, $68, $98, $128, $188?
If it's a popular hero, then a commemorative edition or something like that, $1,000 or more is no limit.
It really is about creating joy with paycheck to paycheck." The mobilization meeting ended and the League of Legends skin system was officially launched at 12 o'clock noon.
It's still the same old promotional pop-up ads, with ads focusing on the skins of the hotter heroes such as Morgana being shown off, so that players can see how cool these skins are.
Want to make your hero prettier, more handsome, and cooler? Want to make your hero stand out from the crowd of players? Various advertising slogans have made many players itchy. It's not just a few dozen dollars. Buy it for my beloved hero.
Then put on the skin. Sure enough, that sinking fish, last name charming, cute and stupid, handsome hanging day.
Feeling accomplished, this is my favorite.
Then show it off in front of the other players, and the pussy is instantly much higher and smug.
Other players take a look, feel their own heroes were compared to their beloved heroes how can be trampled on by others, must buy and also to buy a little more expensive, more cool than others. With such a dress-up mentality and crazy climbing, buy. Skin sales skyrocketed.
Boss, in the first hour, 140,000 skins were sold, earning $8 million. Boss, in the second hour, 230,000 skins were sold, earning $25 million. Boss, in the 5th hour, 680,000 skins were sold, earning $73.2 million.
Boss.
In the 8th hour, 1,030,000 skins were sold, earning $123 million.
Again and again, Ning Nancher excitedly ran to report to Yi Xian.
On this day, YY Game, YY Technology, and even the entire Yi Group building, all the employees were arguing about the game skin sales. Unmotivated by work, all attention was focused on the news.
Skin sells so well? Are those players crazy? Isn't money for buying skins money?
When the explosive sales, news after news, kept coming in, all the employees felt like they were going crazy.
When did it become so easy to make money? Nima, selling more than $10 million per hour, wouldn't it be selling more than 100 million a day?
I heard that the owner came up with this skin again.
Boss awesome. The boss is simply unbeatable. When the sales exceeded 100 million, the entire Yi Group building was sensationalized. The admiration for Yi Xian was nothing short of reverence. Too many myths have been created since the owner came to the Also Ran Group. Chapter 112, The Gaming World is Crazy with Jealousy. Blade Tower LOL player cursing, war started. The League of Legends skin buying debunked the gaming community's confusion about YYYY games. Turns out, that's how you want to make money. Many professionals began to analyze, what are the consequences of buying skins for YY game? Analyze the conclusions. 1. The player yells, death to money.
Secondly, players become disgusted with the League of Legends and then leave YY game.
Third, can't buy much skin, but got a bad reputation, YY game move up stone on feet. Then,
cold reality nourishes them hard and pisses on their faces.
June 15th, 12 p.m.
The 24th hour of the League of Legends skin sale, YY Game official microblogging, YY Technology official microblogging jointly released the results of skin sales. In 24 hours, 17 heroes with a total of 34 skins sold a total of 1.84 million, totaling 203 million renminbi.
News flash. The gaming community lost its voice. This achievement simply stunned everyone in the industry. What the hell? How is this game so profitable? Knock you out. Is this money from a tornado? Why is it different from the conclusion we finally came up with after careful analysis and countless experiences? There are also some people who secretly cursed, this one day sold more than 200 million, day in and day out is not enough to describe this, right? That's a fabulous sales case, isn't it? Moreover, this horse is pure profit. There is no need for what offline transportation and so on, store sales and other middlemen.
So a comparison, the front of the Penguin's most profitable game Knife Tower, DNF is simply garbage. Other gaming companies that are just plain jealous to the point of facepalming. If Yi Xian was there, he would probably sneer, you guys are afraid that you don't understand the grandeur of a Xiaoyan skin that sells for 150 million a day. Moreover, this world's League of Legends has Luo Tianyi as an AI aid, and the hero skins are several times more exquisite than the original version in terms of special effects and colors, so it's only natural that they're hugely popular. And at this time, the Penguin Empire Ant Boss has been envious and jealous, 200 million a day, a year still? Develop a few hundred more skins, what more can we do? Wouldn't it be heavenly? Why didn't Daggers and Dragons ever think of buying skins? No, I want to buy skins too. He subconsciously thought of his own game of the same genre, Tower of Blades. So, he immediately called the game department to fly and organize a team to develop skins for numerous heroes, ready to come and buy a wave. At the behest of Ant's boss, a team of over 3,000 artisans began working non-stop overtime. As for why there are so many people, it must be the Ant owner who wants to make money early. After all, that myth of 200 million sales in one day stimulated him deeply. The news that hero skins were bought for $200 million in one day, in addition to the gaming community being extremely shocked, it also completely shook the internet and the nation. It's a living advertisement. They couldn't help but be curious. What's so attractive about this skin that it sold for so much money? Is this League of Legends really that appealing? Amidst many media and netizens talking about it, the heat of League of Legends skyrocketed once again, and those who had never played League of Legends were curious to get into the pit. Once you play it, wow, it's amazing, it's so powerful and fun. It's like opening the door to a new world. Moreover, they can find their classmates, coworkers, friends and even family members to team up with them to play the game, adding even more fun to the game. So the League of Legends numbers, once again, soared. Day 20, 9.3 million daily active, 2.9 million concurrently online.
Day 21, 9.87 million daily active, 3.14 million concurrently online. Day 28, 12.76 million daily active, 4.36 million concurrently online. It's a statistic that stares other gaming companies in the face. Please. Don't show. You won, didn't you? The League of Legends Blaze has clearly further compressed the space for Blade Runner, most notably in internet cafes. At a glance, it's all League of Legends. Tower of Daggers, on the other hand, can only be played while hiding in a corner, shedding tears. This is extremely common in internet cafes across the country, and just when everyone wasn't paying attention, on June 29, something happened. Baocheng an internet cafe, a man is playing Tower of Daggers. At this time another passed by the League of Legends player said carelessly, "Such a garbage game, there are still people to play?" This caused the man who was playing Dota to be dissatisfied, and returned a sentence, "Rubbish, League of Legends is not qualified to say this." Then, the two began to language PK, all kinds of national curse, soon the surrounding Hero Alliance players to attract over. The tower player is also enough iron naive, see so many LOL players not only not false, but continue to scold the garbage. After all, in his opinion LOL is too simple, too easy, with the tower shoes are not match. Then a fight broke out. Luckily most of the players were more sensible, so they stopped it in time. Soon the police department came and took the man away. It hit the news pretty quickly, and it just so happened that League of Legends was so hot at this time of year that the news blew up in heat. The media, watching the fun, began to add to the hype and report on it extensively. A player PK between a former overlord and a newly crowned king. The struggle between Blade and League of Legends spills over into reality, with players from both sides fighting in internet cafes. This one was very upsetting to the Dagger players who were the weaker ones. Knock you? We've already backed down like this, and you League of Legends are still being so aggressive and bullying us Blade brothers? It provoked them to fierce resistance. As a result, on the internet, Blade Tower players constantly called League of Legends players rookies, trash, handicapped, jerking off the dog SB and so on. League of Legends players were naturally upset and started fighting back against no female players, single dogs, old codgers. The turret player had tears in his eyes when he heard that. Dagger Tower difficulty is too high, the girl is less. Unlike the League of Legends, there are players everywhere who take the girl to brush the level. The Dagger Tower players look in the eyes, the heart envy dripping blood. Doggone jerking off. More angry. Then the name calling continued to escalate, spilling over into the entire gaming community and then onto the internet. Internet major forums, posting bar, YY group, everywhere is scolding war. The scene is extremely chaotic. Chapter 113, Tower of Daggers Skin Waterloo. Boss Ant's mind collapsed. Boss, big deal. Su Guangzhong excitedly came to Ant Boss's office and exclaimed excitedly, "What great news!" Boss Ant was bewildered, having become a bit overwhelmed by the Penguin Empire at the helm for a while due to lack of sleep. Su Guangzhong quickly said, "Didn't a fight between Blade Tower and League of Legends players happen yesterday? Now the internet is full of Blade Tower and League of Legends curses, it's very hot, we can just take advantage of the loyalty of Blade Tower players during this time and release our Blade Tower skin." Boss Ant took a moment to listen. Surprise clap. "Yeah, that's a good idea, that's a good idea. The people are available." Boss Ant walked back and forth, getting more and more excited as he thought about it. He's been having a headache of how to push the skins out to the players, and if he just goes raw, he's sure to make many of the Blade loyalists angry. Blade is like this, and you're still dying for money? This is the time when Blade and League of Legends cursing can stir up the angry feelings of Blade and increase their sense of belonging to Blade even more. Just the right opportunity to sell skins. It's really witty like me. But soon Boss Ant frowned. No, in case the Tower of Daggers players think we're taking advantage of their anger to sell skins, won't that piss them off even more? Su Guangzhong spoke up at this time. "This is a simple matter, we can find someone to say in the tone of a League of Legends player, garbage Blade Tower, no skin. This will stimulate players to buy the Blade Tower." The agitation method. Boss Ant clapped his hands. "Good, that's a good idea, it's settled." Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he thought about scavenging a fortune this time and not turning players off. "Boss Ant, by the way, how's the Blade skin coming along now?" Su Guangzhong said, "It's all done, now it's just doing the details to optimize, but it's no problem to launch it now. However, the problem now is pricing." Boss Ant pondered for a moment. Too high definitely won't work, otherwise players will definitely not buy it. Too low won't work either, and if you buy it, you will be ridiculed by League of Legends players, so just be exactly the same as the League of Legends. Su Guangzhong, boss is wise.
Ant Boss, time, today is June 30th, brewing emotions also need a few days, how about releasing it on July 5th, it happens to be Saturday, there are more players. Online time don't 2400 hours, just learn YY technology, 12 o'clock online, more people. Boss Ant was able to strategize and plan, and with a few orders, the Dagger game department began to make preparations in full swing. Later that afternoon, the sailors were out in force. Soon, among the many curses, there was one more inconspicuous reason for contempt.
Trashy blade tower with no skin.
Then this sentence spread more and more widely, deeply irritated those blade players, they do not know how to retort, in short, very upset. Then that's when a message came in, a message told in the voice of an inside technician. Quietly tell you guys, my cousin's next door puppy's new owner's brother is a penguin insider. Rumor has it that Blade Tower has been researching skins since a long time ago, and even earlier than LOL, only because the difficulty is too high problem so the skin development progress is slow. Then the news began to spread. Dagger players are delighted to hear this. See, it's not that we don't have skins for Dagger, it's just that they haven't been put on sale yet. Then start looking forward to the Blade skin. Every day, I run to the Blade's official website and ask, when are the skins going to be online? Just like that, after 5 days of hype, the Blade Tower official finally slowly announced, the Blade Tower skin goes live tomorrow. July 5th, Saturday. Boss Ant is personally sitting in the Dagger game department, full of anticipation and confidence. He expects that the Blade skin will take off and inject Penguin's declining stock with a strong dose of energy. Penguin Empire uses the pop-up feature. Blade Tower already has its own skin, no need to envy League of Legends. Let the heroes who have accompanied you for countless minutes and seconds wear more valiant skins, more beautiful skins, and accompany you on through the years to come. The copy, fantastic. Boss Ant was tempted to give the copywriter a bonus after reading it. 12 p.m. The Tower of Dagger's skin is live. Then, at 1300 hours, 21,000 skins were sold. Let it be popularized to all major important countries in the world, and subsequently organize international League of Legends competitions to enhance the brand value of League of Legends. Chapter 114, Blade and Tower completely collapses, League of Legends goes abroad. Sales of the Tower of Blade skins have fallen far short of Boss Ant's expectations. Boss Ant was a little annoyed in his mind. Su Guangzhong had an idea at this time, and thought of a solution. Boss, I have an idea. Boss Ant, speak. Su Guangzhong said, still provoking, but change the content. Find a trusted person, provoke the players of the Blade Tower. The approximate meaning is look, the players of the League of Legends how much they love the League of Legends, buy the skin without hesitation to spend money on it. You players of the Blade Tower, you can't even afford to buy the skin, and still call it love the Blade Tower. Blade Tower players heard, certainly stimulated. When Boss Ant heard this, his eyebrows relaxed and he gave Su Guangzhong a thumbs up. It's one routine after another. It's great. Okay, that's it. An hour later, League of Legends players on the internet began to taunt Blade fans as fake fans who refused to even buy skins. Knife Tower got angry at the sound of it and then started buying skins. The effect was immediate, and Ant Boss watched as the sales of Blade skins dawdled ever upward. Soon, the skins sold 200,000 pieces and generated $18.6 million in revenue. Boss Ant was beaming. He believes that number could go up to $30 million today, or $40 million, or $50 million. Dung Tak. On Yi Xian's side, he was currently meeting with game operators from all over the world. After these operators heard about League of Legends selling 200 million people's game skins in one day, they immediately couldn't sit still and rushed over from all over the world to examine League of Legends and speed up its introduction into their country if things were really like that. Today's meeting, of course, was simply a meeting, and there was no hurry to have a formal meeting yet. On the way to the meeting, Ning Nancher suddenly pushed the door in and came next to Yi Xian, attaching her ear. Boss, there seems to be something going on the internet. Ning Nancher attached her ear to Yi Xian and told him about the taunts on the internet about Blade Tower fans not buying skins and the skyrocketing sales of Blade Tower skins. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you suspecting that someone is deliberately stirring up trouble? Ning Nancher nodded. Yes, I purposely checked the person who first made this statement. It's a new number of the League of Legends, none of the levels, and the skin hasn't been drawn. It should be the enemy mixed in. Yi Xian mouth corner hooked. It seems to be Ant Boss side to do. Or not, you directly send the water army everywhere to say that the internet cafe fight thing is Penguin personally directed. At the same time, the League of Legends, Blade Tower scolding war is also he provoked, that the purpose is to see that the League of Legends skin sells like hotcakes, so he provoked the trouble wanting to sell the Blade Tower skin. Yi Xian also does not know if it is the ant boss who did it, but this thing does not need evidence at all, and the netizens only like to believe what they want to know. Ning Nancher secretly said in her heart, "Boss is so awesome," then hurriedly went to order the people below to carry out the plan. Half a child, the internet began to circulate a conspiracy theory. Is a penguin conspiracy to provoke the contradiction between the knife tower, lol, so as to sell the skin. One by one, they say that they have a reason, have a board, have smooth logic, have obvious motives, and the results are corroborated. Everything seems to be like the real thing. It was the turn of the Blade fans to have their minds explode. They shouted a million disbeliefs, but inside they had grown suspicious of the penguins. In the Tower of Daggers post, a great player of Tower of Daggers said so sadly in the post. Scolded lol so long, the psyche is full of anger, and now it is found that this is all penguin self-guided. Disheartened, scolding cannot be, do not want to scold, from now on to delete the Tower of Daggers, quit the game circle. Other Blade Runner fans have also posted. From now on, Penguin is black for life, and goodbye to Blade Runner. Deleted. Daggers will just remain in fond memories. The more ironclad fans of Blade Runner, the more they feel betrayed, and they are the ones who suffer the most inside. After the sadness, simply delete the game directly when, farewell to the Tower of Daggers. The heart is tired. As more and more Blade and Tower Iron fans delete the game and leave, especially the departure of those Blade and Tower gods, so that Blade and Tower fans of the action of disenchantment intensified. The Tower of Daggers, goodbye. Dagger, you were my youth and I will still remember you in the future. In the control background of the game department of the Tower of Daggers, it can be clearly seen that the current number of people online is constantly dropping down. Current, 380,000 online. Half an hour later, 320,000 people online. 1 hour later, 260,000 people online. 2 hours later, 180,000 people online. This falling speed made all the Blade Tower employees look at their hearts jumping. The joy of just selling skins for $20 million was now like a bucket of ice water raining down. Ice cold and piercing. A bad premonition spread in everyone's mind. They searched like mad for the cause in postings and forums, and then they all froze, panicked, and feared. They realized one thing. The Tower of Daggers collapsed. It's finished. Soon they heard the news that the boss had fallen in his office and was bleeding. The entire Penguin group, all the employees had the illusion that Penguin's future was going to become even more gray. On the other hand, YY Tech is as joyful as the new year. 10 days ago, Ubisoft's headquarters heard that a game had appeared on the Chinese side of the border that made $100 million a day just from virtual skins. The news was spreading in the Mi gaming community, so Ubisoft sent an inspection team to Jiangdu. Jonathan's mission is to come to an internet cafe to check out how hot League of Legends is, as well as to try out League of Legends to see if it's any good. This is a great way to play and you can't stop. Hardly able to resist the urge to turn on the next game, Jonathan began to score on the evaluation form. This League of Legends, definitely A+. I can't believe this is a game developed in China Harmony. Just then, he heard a pretty secondary beauty chatting with the player next to him on his screen. Oni-chan, you've been playing the game for 40 minutes, it's time to get up and get a drink of water and walk around. Ha? Wait, I'll be done with this game soon. Oni-chan, you've already gained 3 kilos this week, you'll turn into a pig if you keep this up. Jonathan looked at the secondary girl in shock. This. Yell. Boss, is this an AI? Is it real? Really? The owner of the internet cafe walked over and saw Luo Tianyi inside the computer, smug in his heart, then pretended to be puzzled. Yeah, artificial intelligence, what? Don't you have any in your foreign country? Jonathan was embarrassed and exclaimed, artificial intelligence is very advanced, okay, even Rice doesn't have it, is this really artificial intelligence? Is this really an AI from China? The owner of the internet cafe shrugged off his hand without caring, arrogant face, isn't it just an AI? How rare. Jonathan. Rare? Definitely rare. Jonathan excitedly pursued the question, which company is this AI from? This is artificial intelligence. The cornerstone of the future fourth industrial revolution. It's a future billion-dollar supermarket. Internet cafe owner, YY Technologies with this League of Legends is a company What? YY Tech. Jonathan almost cursed in his heart, who in the world inside the company did the intelligence information, how come he didn't even know that YY Tech had an AI? Jonathan rushed to call the head of the expedition.
What? Artificial intelligence? Impossible, how could China Harmony have artificial intelligence? It's true.
After a bit of investigation, Ubisoft Games' inspection team blew up, and then cursed the intelligence information given from the headquarters side as being too trashy. In fact, what they didn't know was that there was AI information from the headquarters side, but the staff directly scoffed at it and deleted that part of the information. The arrogance of being a MIB filled them with prejudice. The same thing happened to the other two EA and Vivendi game operator giants on the inspection team, cursing the headquarters while reporting to the top management of the headquarters. The first reaction of the senior management of the headquarters there when they received the news was, "It's impossible." After repeated confirmation, it was completely messed up and hurriedly organized a new negotiation team to fly to Jiangdu.
Similar things have happened with gaming expeditions from other countries. 5 days later,
Ye's mansion was completely surrounded by inspection groups and media reporters from all over the world, up to tens of thousands of people. Unfortunately, Yi Xian felt that there were too many people to bother, so he simply left Jiangdu directly.
Although these people didn't get to meet Yi Xian, they did meet the artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi. Oh, my god. There really is artificial intelligence.
Soon the news traveled around the world from the mouths of these media outlets.
Then the world blew up.
Being the most technologically advanced country, RICE, there was a big debate over this. China's AI technology is already leading the world, and the US can no longer daydream.
It must be a conspiracy by China.
There's no way it's the so-called artificial intelligence.
It's confirmed, it's artificial intelligence. The Great Chinese Harmony State Scam, refuting artificial intelligence 1, 2, 3.
The discussion eventually turned into a scolding.
It's a mess. Bowman's home frontier.
A secluded estate in a forest park. Negotiators from EA, Vivendi, and Ubisoft's 3 game operators had found their way here, and finally met Yi Xian, who hadn't been passing by the face. Yi Xian wore casual pants and a straw hat as he leisurely fished the river.
Mr. Yi, why don't you give us Ubisoft, the North American agency for League of Legends?
Mr. Yi, we, EA, are the biggest game operator in RICE.
It's Prestige D that's number 1, the strongest, the biggest channel. The 3 people yacked. Yi Xian dug his ears. If I give you an agent, I'll only give you 10% of the agent's fee, take it or not? 90%? No. 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 This is absolutely impossible. All 3 people were shocked by Yi Xian's condition. Shaking his head back and forth.
Their 3 major game operators take on the agent's fee is directly to 70%, the result of Yi Xian directly cut a knife into 10%.
That's not the way to cut a price. They wanted to ask Yi Xian out loud, if I give you this much, how else am I going to make money?
Yi Xian added at this time, I can piggyback the AI on top of League of Legends.
The words came out.
In unison, the 3 delegations exclaimed, I agree.
Then look at each other angrily, fearing that the agency will be taken away.
Yi Xian waved his hand, okay, that's it, get lost. Go back and get my secretary to talk, you 3 will sign together.
Yes, Mr. Yi.
The 3 men flew back. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he watched these 3 people leave. User data has always been an area that the world's major powers have guarded tightly, just as it is impossible for the country to allow Face, Twitter and the like to enter the country. For example, it is impossible for the country to allow Buckle to enter the country. I just don't know if the AI, will be able to get into RICE. If it could, then one would have the entire user data of RICE in disguise.
Do you know about the Mix-Prong-Jing program?
Once the AI Luo Tianyi was stationed in the RICE country, Yi Xian would in effect have an ability equivalent to Project Prism Jing, and all the data of the people of the RICE country would not be able to escape Yi Xian's hands.
Chapter 116, Hegemony, Luo Tianyi's Threat Theory. League of Legends continues to be an ongoing sensation in the country.
With the holiday season upon us, the number of League of Legends players has started to increase rapidly and has reached 16 million, with 5.8 million online at the same time. Like the skins, heroes and runes inside the game, as well as gift packs, YY games basically make a few million per day easily. Together with YY Live broadcast this time also began to fire up, the Hero Alliance game Anchor occupies more than 60% of the share. And this time, delayed for a long time, Buckle Live finally online. Want to dig YY Live Big Anchor, but unfortunately cannot dig. After all, the Big Anchor on YY Technology, Penguin Empire of the future of who wins and who knows well. Buckle Live, when it was first manufactured, was trying to use the Tower of Daggers to drive, and now that the Tower of Daggers collapsed, it can't bring the buckle live, after the line is not huffing and puffing.
Penguin finally moved on to the killer app, Blade Runner 2.
Attempts to those Tower of Daggers fans to call back, at first a little roll. Tower of Daggers 2 traffic is really quite a lot, but a lot of players play after the discovery of Tower of Daggers 2, and Tower of Daggers is completely different. The heroes are not so dark-wind, the temperament is more biased towards the League of Legends, and then even more angry. After 3 days, the number of daily active players in Dagger 2 dropped dramatically, decreasing every day. And owners can't avoid crashing even if they use various methods such as withholding membership. In an hour's time, there were over 30,000 comments and over 100,000 retweets. 2 hours time, hashtag LOL into the international hashtag LOL international competition hashtag directly topped the microblogging hot searches first and second. To a start cheating microblogging hot searches to directly trampled under the feet, that star is expected to be grateful to Yi Xian.
With the announcement of this news, the League of Legends fever rose again, and countless internet cafes got even hotter.
And just at this time, news came from the hegemony side.
IFB intervenes. Artificial intelligence Lottie failed to enter the hegemony.
After Yi Xian Ning Nansher investigated, he found that the appearance of artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi was very smooth at first, and more than 1 million users fell in love with Luo Tianyi after using it, but immediately after the FBI intervened. Then the Lottie threat theory came up.
It soon created a furor in the overlord's country. The major media outlets are scrambling, some skeptical, some shocked, some wary, some defiant.
The national broadcasting company of the hegemony called on fellow hegemony members to resolutely not allow the AI of China Harmony to enter the hegemony. This is the beginning of aggression. The hegemonic country's broadcaster loudly retorted, "The world is inclusive, AI is worldwide, and if the hegemonic country abandons AI today, it will be overtaken by China Harmony in the future."
CBS, can't trust the Chinese Harmony people, the AI intelligence used by the hegemony people is from the hegemony.
CNN, AI Lottie can be met with inclusiveness, as long as YY Tech is willing to open up the AI source code.
Open source code for AI? Why don't you cha?
Yi Xian laughed coldly after seeing this message. Continuing to look down, the hegemonic country's technology, internet, and entertainment sectors have not been idle, and are even more spiteful every day, constantly staging quarrels and curses. The president of Elephant Man claimed, artificial intelligence is the future direction of mankind, and as a part of mankind, YY Tech should share the core code of the AI Lottie for the benefit of mankind.
The Goals Press spokesperson said, the hegemony should have its own AI and be wary of the threatening nature of Latte.
Then Rotten Apple also posted a message saying, "Welcome Yi Xian, the creator of Luo Tianyi, to me interview."
To the hegemony?
Yi Xian thought about what happened to Brother Milk Tea and directly rejected the thought.
The hell knows that after going to the hegemony, will he be set up and then locked up in the hegemony and unable to return to China Harmony? Yi Xian didn't believe in the overlord nation's modesty. Chapter 117, League of Legends Global Siege. Luo Tianyi sparked a hot debate over in the hegemony kingdom, and it quickly spread back home.
This has stirred up the sensitive nerves of domestic netizens.
Oh, this argument again, the threat argument? Threaten your sister. The hegemony kingdom's heart of death is not dead, that's why they're afraid of Luo Tianyi. Ha, look at the words of the gang of from hieroglyphics, haven't they?
Still talking about opening up Lotar's core code for the benefit of mankind, my ass.
There shall be a yuck here.
The hegemonic country all kinds of technology into our country, then all kinds of enthusiasm, now well, our technology into the hegemonic country, then all kinds of vigilance.
Those licking dogs come out, look at your master's face.
Those lickspittles were not expected to wake up a long time ago, just pretend that their garbage exists.
There are also a lot of fans at Yi Xian, Big Brother, don't go to the overlord country. I heard that if we're out, at that time, I don't think I know what kind of setups are waiting for Big Brother, don't want to come back at that time, you can't come back.
At this time Yi Xian is dealing with the request of the 3 major game operators in the United States of America. Luo Tianyi cannot be stationed in the hegemony of the country is certainly disappointing to Yi Xian, but the global plan of the League of Legends cannot be delayed. The two sides soon negotiated a new agency contract, and the League of Legends continue to promote the hegemony of the country.
Snap.
Yi Xian snapped his fingers. Yui, report on the current worldwide, your users. With a boom, Lottie appeared on the screen and danced merrily. Back to the master, at present I have accompanied the League of Legends to settle in 103 countries in the world, the number of users excluding domestic users, a total of 750 million people, plus domestic users, the global total of 910 million.
Yi Xian was staggered.
The data, which, much more magnificent than that of his previous life, was clearly a credit to Luo Tianyi. Life's little coat, work's little assistant, the charm of artificial intelligence is not ordinary people can resist. It looks like the next step is to promote YY communication to the whole world. Although it was impossible for the hegemonic countries to allow software like YY communication to enter the hegemonic countries, other countries, especially those in Southeast Asia, YY communication could completely open up the markets of these countries with the charm of artificial intelligence. The most widely popular internationally are Skype and ICQ, which are widely popular in all major countries around the world, and these countries hand over their user data to the hegemonic countries, so there's no reason why they would resist YY communication from Huaban, and even if they did, it wouldn't be too obvious. However, this should be done slowly. First wait for Luo Tianyi to take root in various countries and gradually penetrate into people's hearts before withdrawing from the League of Legends and piggybacking on the YY newsletter instead. Yi Xian tapped his fingers on the desktop, thinking of one plan after another in his mind.
Half a month later. League of Legends is worldwide, on fire. Daily activity exceeds 120 million. It went straight to number 1 on the list of the most popular games in the world. In India, League of Legends is played everywhere in internet cafes.
Philippines, down to students, up to working white-collar workers, group hacking has become the new fashion.
Gallic Chicken Country, where social media chatter about League of Legends levels and tactics is all the rage.
Gamers from one country after another get into the game, and then get out of hand, and drag other gamers into the game. The numbers are climbing.
After half a month of operation, on the day of August 10th, YYY Technology launched the sale of hero skins. 24-hour sales results, 110 million pop-up skins sold worldwide, totaling 8.6 billion renminbi, or $1.23 billion. The global gaming community is in an uproar. The second, third, and fourth days that followed saw the same 80 million units sold for 5.86 billion renminbi, or $830 million. That horrible ability to harvest money simply dazzled countless people in the industry. The wolf is coming. All the gaming companies have been on alert.
And in such an unprecedented situation, the domestic League of Legends masters yelled together in a group to brush the foreign service.
This cry was like a hurricane sweeping through the entire League of Legends player circle. Let's go, fight for our country's honor and hang on to the crooked fruit. Show the crooked people what we're made of. Go to the hegemony, destroy them.
One by one, masters call for friends to group landing on foreign servers to abuse newbies, especially on the side of the overlord country, but also to attract most of the domestic players.
Domestic League of Legends players than foreign players to play 2 months earlier, in technology is obviously higher, and too many domestic players can stand out from so many players or strong generation, never ambiguous. They are not afraid of the big things, directly unified name prefix, Hua Harmony Country XXX. Next, is up to half a month of countries attacking the city, kill those foreign players' piece of armor. Especially hate the dominant country, but also become the focus of the domestic players to take care of the object, bullying the dominant country players and angry and hate, vowed to get back to the scene. Players from all countries knew that YY Tech would hold a global tournament at the end of the year, and now that there was hatred, they gritted their teeth and desperately trained themselves for the real thing. On August 18th, a YY Technology employee saw domestic players stirring up trouble internationally, and had an idea to build an international service for all platinum level and above LOL masters around the world to join. Yi Xian took a look at the proposal and made a decision on the spot. It took 5 days to communicate and coordinate with the operators of various countries, and finally built an international service called Heaven's Pride List. Despite its middle-of-the-road name, it's apparently a favorite among players at home and abroad. Tenjio List International Service. On the first day of launch, the influx of 105 countries around the world, all platinum level above the senior players totaling more than 10 million. It was a day of killing. Domestic players, because of the early start, the strength of the day's results directly occupy the top 100 of the Tenjio List total of 78. Other countries' players see the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride List that almost all clear players, angry and clench their teeth, can only continue to frantically train their own strength. The other gamers who do not play LOL, because of the national sense of honor, has also joined LOL, in order to enter the international service Tenjio List, for the country to compete for glory. League of Legends is even hotter. Registered users skyrocketed to 950 million. Daily activity has also skyrocketed to 140 million. Chapter 118, Hegemonic Kingdom Greyhead, Luo Tianyi Awesome. The League of Legends is in full swing in the world, and YY Tech is overjoyed. And just then, a sudden message came through.
Boss, the operators of the various countries of League of Legends have sent a message saying that comments against our AI Luo Tianyi have begun to appear in various countries, and the scale isn't small, so it's obviously an organized act. Ning Nansher urgently walked into the office and reported to Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. It seems like the Overlord nation has already made its move. I didn't expect it to move so fast. Why do you say that it was the dominant country that did it? Because the dominant country is the largest exporter of news in the world. Its transnational corporations in the broadcasting and newspaper industries also effectively control the flow of information worldwide. At present, the MNA is the largest news agency in the world, with 242 news stations around the world, broadcasting 20 million words and 1,000 news pictures per day to an audience of about 2 billion people in 121 countries and territories around the globe. Poor third world countries cannot afford to set up their own global news networks, and most of their news, especially international news, is purchased from the big media in the dominant countries. That is to say, the hegemony of the dominant state is supported to some extent by this ability to export news. No country other than the hegemony has the ability to mobilize so much manpower and resources at once in a short period of time to negatively critique AI. I had thought that the hegemony kingdom would make a move, but I didn't expect it to be so fast and so imminent. It seems to be that the hegemony kingdom feels the threat that AI brings to them. Yi Xian thought correctly. The Overlord nation's vigilance towards the AI Luo Tianyi had been categorized as the highest threat level. They're afraid. It has always been the case that most of the world's news is filtered through the side of the hegemonic powers before it is sent out to the world, which to a certain extent shapes and touts the perfect image of the hegemonic powers and strikes at the image of those hostile countries and foreign countries. The number one target of which is. Through the news media, they fed the world various images of the rabbit country, such as ghost towns, zombie enterprises, pollution, poverty, backwardness, poor economy, low cultural level, traditional Chinese medicine is poison, security is poor, beware of crime, and people in the rabbit country are all living in dire straits. There was also the incident a while back where a busload of Asians died while being smuggled into Europe, and the hegemonic powers started to propagate the idea that it must be people who are living too hard and have to be smuggled into Europe to enjoy the good life. At home, this kind of news would be scoffed at. Come on, what's so great about Europe that it's worth sneaking across the border? But the hegemony is telling people around the world about this through news control, and a lot of people will believe it. That's why news channel control is important to the hegemonic powers. And now, the artificial intelligence, Latte, had invaded the world through the League of Legends. In other words, China Harmony's side could release news to the world at any time through artificial intelligence, and it was more precise and less labor-intensive than the hegemony's placements. There is also another aspect. The hegemony has been easily grasping user data from all over the world except for the forbidden land of China Harmony through social tools such as FaceMSN that have infiltrated the whole world, and these are extremely important intelligence. And now, the AI from China Harmony's YY Tech clearly threatened its position. Thus, the hegemony began its promotion campaign. News stations around the world began to play their part, distributing copy after copy of AI threat theory, conspiracy theory, doomsday theory of humanity, and so on. What a shameless and overbearing country. I'm afraid a lot of countries will start banning Lottie next, right? Yi Xian sneered. Do you really think it's that easy to get those players to give up on the AI? So naive. It's like a person who is used to staying in a 5-star hotel, asking him to stay in a pandemonium tavern with 7 or 8 people in a room? How can you stand it? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Sure enough, over the next half a month, operators from various countries sent messages saying that they had received an order from the incoming country to ban the League of Legends game from carrying the artificial intelligence program Luo Tianyi. Unfortunately, the order ended up staying on paper only, as too many people traveled X-Line to demonstrate. On September 19th, the Gallic Chicken country sparked a 30,000-person tour X-row over the banning of Lottie. On September 20th, the European countries of Arthurian and Wolful nations responded by calling out the higher ZF for its bull. On September 21st, Maple Leaf Nation and Kangaroo Nation also responded in unison. September 22nd. The hegemony side is simply furious. You pigs, how can you be so bad that you can't even ban an AI? But soon the hegemony itself panicked as they drew fire and spread the Tour X demonstration to the hegemony side. Day after day, people were marching X on the streets outside the Capitol and the presidential palace in Washington to demonstrate. We need Lottie. Artificial intelligence is the future. Many youths cussed out the president and cussed out Congress. As for the national propaganda about homeland security and the end of mankind? Sorry, I'm not listening.
I want the AI Lottie.
Day by day, the big Tour-X line, there is a trend of increasing scale, so that the hegemony of the country's official get extremely passive. Yi Xian was in a painful mood as he watched the news from the domestic side. And the domestic netizens were extremely gossipy about this, even topping the topics hashtag Luotiani takes over the world hashtag and hashtag Overlord Nation's greyhead hashtag to the top 10 of Weibo for several days in a row.
Chapter 119, Commercial Spy? Yi Xian is going to dig a hole. Yip's mansion. Parking lot. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Wait a moment. A beautiful reporter with a video camera followed by a fat man huffing and puffing after him. Yi Xian frowned. What's wrong with the security? Why did they let the reporter in? Tap on the woman's profile bar. Name Yu Fangfei. Face value, 90.
Background, daughter of XX leader of Jiangdu, news presenter of Sichuan TV station. Yi Xian suddenly realized that it was the leader's daughter. No wonder the security guard did not stop. He signaled Ning Nanshur, go back and fire the security guard.
Ning Nanshur nodded. At this time, Yu Fangfei flew to Yi Xian, unable to catch her breath. Mr. Yi, can you accept an interview? Yi Xian, can't.
With that, he came straight to the Koenigsegg and opened the door just as he was about to get in. Mr. Yi, it is rumored outside that you developed a game that only cares about making money, has no value in life, and brings down those primary, secondary, and university students, scourging the next generation of the motherland. I don't know what Mr. Yi thinks about this.
Yi Xian looked at this Yu Fangfei with surprise. There's still this kind of argument?
Yu Fangfei obviously researched quite a bit on this. This came out of nowhere in the past few days, and it seems to be a long time of planning, plotting and then moving to prepare for 10 minutes before moving their hands. It looks like someone is deliberately targeting you.
Someone who wants to target their own? Could it be Boss Ant?
Yi Xian furrowed his brows and tapped on the Ant Boss's profile bar.
Name, Ant Boss.
Mental state, although the Tower of Daggers, buckle failed, but I still have a deep heritage, not in a hurry. At present, the V-Letter project has been in development, soon to be interviewed. I believe that can redeem part of the decline of the mobile internet. Yi Xian was surprised. Ant Boss is getting V-Letter, but V-Letter is not enough to worry about. It is impossible to beat the YY communication that carries the artificial intelligence Luotiani. Pulling down the past few days of Ant Boss's profile again, he didn't find anything relevant that he was going to target himself with. This made Yi Xian's curiosity rise. If it wasn't Boss Ant, then who could it be?
Mr. Ma?
Yi Xian opened Boss Ma's profile bar and still couldn't find it, so it obviously wasn't Boss Ma's doing either.
Who have you offended lately?
Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of light. Could it be abroad? Although the hegemonic powers can't control this side of the fishing vessel, they can still use some of the capital that has entered the country, as well as those news media that have been on their knees for a long time, to throw dirty water on themselves, especially the southern system of the media, which is influenced by the Hong Kong and Ryukyu side, and is very much fond of making things happen. The only person Yi Xian had ever come into contact with was Boss Sun of Jinsu Capital.
Name Boss Sun.
Interactivity. This Yi Xian can be called a wizard in the investment world. His eyes are very precise, and every time the field he explores can break out into a wealth feast that surprises people. This time, I sent 3 commercial spies in, hoping to bring me good news. Interactivity 2, the face of that group of people in the hegemony country, really sinister enough. After knowing Yi Xian's threat, the obvious can't work, then come to the dark side, to combat Yi Xian's national goodwill. However, since the benefits are given, how can Jinsan also have to contribute a little bit of effort? After all, a Chinese harmonized country enterprise that does not rely on foreign capital at all, to the interest of Jinsan does not conform to the.
Yi Xian's face instantly became gloomy. Sure enough. It's the hegemonic powers that are screwing up.
Since this hegemonic country had contacted Kintsugi, it must have contacted other foreign capitals as well, wanting to pour dirty water on itself, to eliminate itself as a threat. Also, this Sun's even sent commercial spies to YY Tech.
Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Yu Fangfei called out from the side.
Yi Xian looked at the beautiful reporter in front of him, and he wasn't as disgusted as he was at the beginning. After all, because of her reminder, he had discovered the crisis in advance. After thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that this matter still needed to be clarified, lest he fell for the Overlord Nation's tricks. About saying that I made the game to make money, there's nothing to explain about this. Doing business definitely needs to make profit, and there's no shame in making money based on strength, but when it comes to saying that it's a scourge to the next generation, this is something I don't agree with. If you don't play League of Legends, players will still play other games, and you can make money playing League of Legends. Hero Alliance money-making method is still a lot of. The most lucrative is undoubtedly the game anchor. Our YY's game anchor Jeondewei, simple live broadcast annual income of more than 20 million or more, not to mention that he opened a store with goods and so on. There are also recording videos to accumulate fans to bring goods. There are also masters who charge fees to teach experience. There are also many internet cafes often engage in League of Legends tournaments, champions rewarded thousands of dollars. There are also substitute trainers. These money-making methods are many. In addition, the League of Legends International competition is going to be held at the end of this year, with a top prize of $20 million, which is equivalent to 140 million yuan. There will definitely be a lot of bosses who are willing to spend money on recruiting professional players, and it's also considered to be a kind of career. Anyway, I won't carry a reputation like wreaking havoc on the next generation, so that's it. Thanks for the heads up, and this interview is kind of a reward for you. Yi Xian waved his hand, then got into the car and sped away from the Yi clan mansion. SHII. Boss. Ming Nansher could feel Yi Xian's low mood like a gradual storm approaching. Yi Xian, tell all the employees of Yi Clan building that they must go to work tomorrow, and those who are out of the office should come back to me. I want to inspect the work, in addition to having the heads of each department give me a briefing on their work during the inspection. Ming Nansher, yes. She didn't understand what Yi Xian was trying to do, and the only thing she needed to do was to support and execute it. Day 2. Yes, group all the employees of the Heart Speculation. This is the boss for the first time, so big action inspection work, each department to go a trip. Before the inspection even began, employees from all departmental sections were talking. What's the boss up to? It's too sudden. Yeah, it's so weird. The boss is so handsome and so wise, he must have his profound intention. Xiaoxian, you're a new employee who just joined, right? I don't think you've seen the boss in person, right? Let me tell you, the boss is so handsome, he's like the perfect Prince Charming of my dreams, but unfortunately I'm not Cinderella. Yeah, Xiaoxian, don't let the boss's good looks get to you later. New employee Zhang Xiaoxian laughed in her heart as she listened to the words of her colleagues around her. She was a professionally trained business spy, and would not be confused by a handsome man in the district. Soon, Yi Xian's inspection began. The inspection of the departments on the second floor began. The section supervisor introduced the section. Yi Xian pretended to listen while clicking through the information column of each employee. First, second, and third floors. 20th floor. It was like taking a walk, with only a slight evaluation in between. In this way, from the morning to the end of the afternoon, finally, all the employees of the entire company were given a once-over. Yi Xian returned to his office and listed the employees with problems. 8 in total. 3 of them are from Kintsugi Capital, 1 from Penguin, 1 from Marble Group, and 2 from ICB. Yi Xian really admire ICB. Nima forced so free to send me spies over. You cultivate a spy is not easy, right? The last one, not really a spy, a more special being, sent by the state. Moreover, Yi Xian had read this person's information bar, and the mission given to him on it was to see if there were any spies from other countries in YY Tech. Yi Xian put a cross on the names of the 2 ICB spies. These 2 spies, they're in the hands of the state. Then eyes were set on the business spies of Jinsui Capital and Bosma. How about giving them a pit? Bike share, a big tasty pie with poison. Chapter 120, Let the Enemy Dance for a While. Zhang Yutian is a secret agent sent by the state. He wore a pair of thick glasses, a plaid shirt, messy hair, and was a total programmer. The importance of YY technology the country has seen, in order to prevent the infiltration of foreign spies, so sent Zhang Yutian in. Over the past month or so, he has used his expertise to pinpoint a suspicious target. Kawang, Marco Wang, the returnee, a man whose linguistic habits carry a subtle banana man style and who sometimes inadvertently and inexplicably reveals the superiority of the returnee, which no one should be able to detect if they don't really look hard enough. Unfortunately, it was discovered by Zhang Yutian. Cautious, Truong Via Tian made no move, feeling that there was more than one spy, and that there might exist a wingman in the shadows. On this day, he went to work normally. When he came to the desk and was about to sit down, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he realized that there was a piece of paper on the desk with a secret code that only insiders knew. After translating the secret code, he got the message, ICB spies, Wang Ku, Zhang Xiaoxian. Zhang Yutian was greatly surprised. Why is there someone else in the company? But think about it, the country attaches so much importance to YY technology, it's normal to send more people. Then in his heart, he admired that teammate for being so much better than himself. He knew he had found one spy, that teammate had already found 2. Next, Zhang Yutian worked while observing the other person on the list, Zhang Xiaoxian, and after observing for an afternoon he really found something suspicious. He hurriedly sent a message to his superiors and reported the situation. After Yi Xian told Zhang Yutian the names of those two spies as teammates, he didn't continue to care. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking about digging a pit. Since Jin Su, Boss Aunt Boss Ma had sent a commercial spy, then Yi Xian naturally had to respond.
Just fire the spy? How unskilled. How can we not screw each other over?
But how to pit is a difficult problem. After all, those three are smart people. It is impossible to see a pit and still jump into it.
So, look for a pit that doesn't look like a pit. Come to think of it, it seems like the only thing left is bike sharing. What? Bike sharing is a pit? Right? Bike sharing is awesome.
There's financing everywhere, chance of IPOs, and the market is extremely hot.
It's actually all a sham.
Yi Xian knows that the name bike share is extremely misleading, essentially saying timeshare, very trendy term. This model of marginal cost is not infinitely reduced, in order to serve more users or geographic area, will inevitably require more vehicles and operating costs. This feature determines that it is not a platform business, earning not easy money, but dry towel squeeze hard money. And there's a superb pitfall: in the absence of supervision, the number of vehicle turnovers, number of rides per day, and the rate of vehicle damage including loss, can't be controlled. Yi Xian experienced this period in his previous life, the beginning of the time when the social fishing wheels of the shared bicycle sang praises. The development is in full swing, the business is red hot. Then did not go through 3 or 4 years, a shared bicycle business flew out of business. In the beginning, the road was dominated by orange and yellow bikes, and in the latter years, when a bike was needed, found it difficult to find one. Either there were none around, or if you swiped one it was broken, and then swiped another one it was still broken. And in the wilderness, in the landfills, massive mountains of trash from bicycle debris are beginning to appear. Inside the gutter, countless bicycles have been thrown down the gutter. From an economic point of view, bike sharing has a solid foundation for profitability, based on the theory that the cost of sharing is much lower than the cost of idleness, and that sharing is more economically valuable than owning.
However, this can only be considered a theory.
After being poisoned by society, the theory would begin to question life. In a previous life, Earth proved with a few years that bike sharing is a big pit.
Bike sharing alone may not bluff these smart people. I'm going to shout about a bigger gimmick: the sharing economy. Sharing economy is a very hot and trendy term after 2010 in the previous life. And it's the future. One of the themes of many world forums pulls a little bit of the sharing economy, juxtaposed with AI and whatnot. It's pretty pushy. Write and draw, and soon a well-developed plan emerges. Well, it's settled. However, right at this moment, the fishing wheels targeting Yi Xian began to fire. Some of the media, as well as some of the newborn self-media, as well as quite a few of the big V's on Weibo, all intentionally or unintentionally said bad things about Yi Xian. Being a rich man with hundreds of billions of dollars and not donating much, miser. The donations that were promised last time are still going slow. Are they trying to stop donating? In order to seize power, killed shareholders, Yi Xian shady 1, 2, 3. Who remembers the thousand hearing songs boss? Everything is behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian isn't as bright as you think. After only a few days, the fishing wheels gradually expanded and everyone knew about them. It's also all over the internet. Yi Xian was not a RMB, it was impossible for everyone to love him, and precisely because he was too noticeable, there were many netizens who hated him, so these arguments on the internet were echoed by many netizens. Yi Xian had been watching things fester. Ning Nancher was a bit worried. Boss, are we really not going to do anything? Yi Xian sat on the chair and smiled lazily and confidently. There's no rush. First, anyway, I have quite a bit of evidence, so let them jump for joy a little bit and lure more enemies out, and then it'll be fine to kill them all in one go. Anyway, he's got a bunch of evidence, so there's no rush. The more the enemy jumps, the more they die. Chapter 121: Yi Xian's national reputation soars, big pit dug. As the attack on Yi Xian's fishing round fermented, more and more people began to loathe Yi Xian. The internet was full of negative talk about Yi Xian. I think this Yi Xian is that Yi Xiaoron's illegitimate son, otherwise how could he have been chosen to inherit the Yi clan? Yi Xian is from an ordinary person? This is the biggest joke in history, from a newcomer to the controller of a several $100 billion group, laying out YY technology, defeating the Penguin Empire. Which of these things can be done by an ordinary person? Murderers are still getting away with so much. Money really does do whatever it wants. Although most netizens would scoff at these remarks, and Yi Xian's fans were filled with admiration for Yi Xian, they still couldn't avoid some people being affected by these negative messages and comments.
Perhaps the news couldn't stand up to scrutiny, but it would still make people unable to resist turning against Yi Xian. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian struck.
Right out of the gate, it's a heavyweight bomb.
Yi Xian had a long time to prepare, and he utilized the information bar of the system function to downgrade the target and discover the source. The organizer of this fishing vessel attack on itself was none other than the ICP of the hegemony and named it Sewage Project. Yi Xian followed the line of the sewage program, all the way to check out many media outlets with unclean bases in collusion with offshore funds.
One by one, I wrote it down. The list is super long and there are hundreds of money chains involved. A series of lists, foreign money transfer chain. All sent to the Jiangdu Police Department, and then the police department saw that they did not dare to be negligent, and immediately passed to the higher departments. When the higher authorities took a look at this information, they immediately attached great importance to it, and then began to cautiously feel out the contents of the list, and after a period of time, they also grasped enough evidence to begin to take action. It took one day for the higher authorities to make hundreds of arrests across the country, the scope of which was staggering. On the same day, the official microblog of the higher authorities released the news. After a long period of mapping, the police department has smashed an offshore-supported fishing vessel force across the country, which has been collecting money from secret foreign funds for more than a decade in manufacturing fishing vessels to damage the country's image. List of people involved, media list JPG.
Yi Xian associated this microblog for a second and then tweeted.
Recently a lot of negative news about me on the internet, almost portrayed me as a 10 evil big villain. I haven't refuted it. This time those media on the police division's list are the media and individuals who have hacked me the most. This just proves that I'm still handsome and awesome, patriotic and promising young man. Even the foreign fishing will forces are trying to make a strong effort to hack me. Doesn't that just prove that they are fear of me and the AI Luo Tianyi? Also celebrate Luo Tianyi's victory abroad. One last thing, those who love me please continue, those who hate me don't give up. Once Yi Xian's microblogging came out, the microblogging once again exploded with heat. 30,000 retweets and over 8,000 comments in an hour.
Yi Xian's fans had been holding their breath for a while, and now it was good that they could finally let out a breath.
Big Brother is mighty. Always believed in Big Brother's character, never doubted it.
I told you how so many people are hacking Big Brothers on the internet lately, so it turns out people from abroad.
Offshore funding. Needless to say is that hegemonic state.
Recently Luo Tianyi of Big Brother YY Technology has been raiding one country after another abroad, so I guess that overlord country got scared and sent people to target Big Brother.
Luo Tianyi is mighty. That media I've been following and liking is actually a media supported from outside the country?
I'm sorry Boss Yi, I've hacked you quite a few times in this recent period of time, and now I apologize to you. On that day, this matter spread throughout the entire network, and countless people who blackened Yi Xian were silenced, feeling ashamed. Yi Xian's fans raised their eyebrows and finally let out a breath of air.
Nowadays, the domestic economic situation continues to soar, occupies a higher and higher position in the world. The national pride of the nation also began to gradually rise. Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi, this matter just poked the national high point, so both online and offline, the discussion is very enthusiastic.
Other media outlets saw the hotspot coming and posted articles raving about Yi Xian. Obviously, how badly Yi Xian had been hacked in front of him, now he was praised as high as he could be, almost turning into a national hero.
The reputation is extremely high.
If anyone wants to hack him in the future, they'll probably have to weigh their options. Yi Xian tweeted again at this time. I have seen a lot of people say that I am worth so much, so why do I donate so cheaply? Here I can tell you that I personally don't really like donating too much, although I will donate a little, but I prefer to use the money on developing technology and happiness of national life. Now I have come up with an idea that can drastically increase the happiness of the nation, and I expect to meet you all in 2 or 3 months, so let's wait and see. There are a bunch of comments below, most of which are mostly praise.
It's not very nice to explicitly say you don't like donations, is it?
Big Brother pattern vision is different. Rather than donations are swallowed by those people, it is better to do something big. Looking forward to the new ideas of Big Brother.
Forced donations are disgusting. Not donating is the way to go. Donating is the way to go. So go ahead and do your big thing, Big Brother. And that's when another wave of well-intentioned people such as Boss Ant, Boss Sun, and other tycoons smelled an opportunity.
Yi Xian's investment sense of smell is undoubtedly extremely top, from YY Music to YY Live to YY Farm, YY Communication, YY Game. Every great success long ago nowadays YY Empire have proved Yi Xian's foresight in the field of investment.
And now, Yi Xian said there was a new idea. These people, chicken, must follow the trend. I'm 100 billionaire if I follow the trend successfully.
Boss Ma commanded the marble group, immediately give me a portion of the cash and vacate it first. Boss Sun has likewise begun to set aside funds for a wave of participation.
Boss Ad was hesitant at this point to see Yi Xian being so loud and high profile. Yi Xian is a pit bull. No one knew if he really had a good idea or if he was digging a pit. Boss Ad had been pitted by Yi Xian a lot, so he felt more deeply and understood Yi Xian better than the others. He was more cautious than the others. Chapter 122, There are shared cars after shared bicycles, a big pit. P.S. Regarding equity, as mentioned before, YY Tech belongs to the protagonist himself, and has nothing to do with the Yi Group, otherwise it would be called Yes Technology. It's been too long since I've mentioned these shareholders, so I'll mention them in this big episode. Small conference room number 8. A group of technicians and business leaders, 27 in all, sat around the conference table. They were the team that had been specifically called by Yi Xian to carry out the new project. At this time, they were extremely excited. YY Music, YY Live, YY Farm. I wonder what this one will be. This new move seems to be even more mysterious. It seems like it must be a non-trivial project. The staff attending this meeting, each and every one of them is at the top of their game, and it looks like I'm going to get a promotion and a raise when I can join here. In the midst of the crowd, there were 3 people whose hearts were clearly different from the others at this time. Zhou Xiaobo, the glasses man, was beating wildly inside. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to be selected for Yi Xian's new project. It's really a heavenly opportunity. As long as I pass the information back to the company, I can definitely get a huge bonus. I'll definitely not say anything until I give $1 million. Bearded returnee man Lu Duojie was madly overjoyed. This time I'll definitely not say anything if Boss Sun doesn't give me 2 million. The cloaked woman Wu Xiaojing was already agitated inside. The intelligence this time, how can it be worth $3 million? Just then, Ning Nancher pushed the door and Yi Xian walked into the conference room. All the employees stood in unison and looked up at Yi Xian. Yi Xian came to the first seat, swept a glance at the crowd, revealing a handsome and sunny warm smile. I'm glad to meet you all today. You were selected for this big project, which means that all of you are the backbone of YYY Technology, the mainstay, and the future pillar. All of them subconsciously raised their heads and chests, and a wave of pride and hot blood surged up. Yi Xian resumed his seriousness, this time because the project is too big, not only about people's livelihood, but also a big business involving 700 to 800 million people, so I'm especially solemn, letting the security department do a review of the people in the whole company to avoid mixing up with the commercial spies, and the fact that you're sitting here means that you're the people that I, Yi Xian, trust the most. The employees held their heads up even higher and were more proud. Zhou Xiaobo, Lu Duojie, and Wu Xiaoman listened but laughed wildly inwardly. Too funny, and said not to mix in commercial spies. I'm a commercial spy is not mixed in? The 3 of them would probably laugh even harder if they knew each other's words, that a super important meeting had 3 business spies mixed in. Yi Xian sneered as he watched the inner activities of these 3 people. It's you people who are going to be pitched. Then the meeting began. The topic of today's meeting is my next venture. Yi Xian wrote 4 words on the board. Bike sharing. The crowd was confused and couldn't read it, but they were also more excited, which meant that the program was indeed new. In 2007, when I was in school, I realized that during the daily walking process of human beings, usually there is a distance between the destination and the bus station or subway station. Some of them are a few hundred meters or a few kilometers away, and this distance will consume most of the time if I walk, but it is very inconvenient to take the car. So I thought, if there is a bike next to me, I can ride it to my destination and then drop it off at my destination and let it park on the side of the road without me having to ride it back. How convenient it would be. What Yi Xian said about this was not a fabrication, but a personal experience from his previous life. Every time he walks, he has a special longing for a bike to appear in front of him and then casually put it on the side of the road when he reaches his destination. Convenient, fast, and hassle-free. In the background, bike sharing appeared, and at that point he was simply amazed. Did someone know what I was thinking and made a bike share? What's true is that basically everyone who travels has thoughts similar to Yi Xian's except for people who drive everywhere, though such people also miss bicycles when they encounter metropolitan areas where they can't find a parking space. With this huge demand, bike sharing was born. And this is a world that has the same huge market, huge demand for bicycles. The sharing economy is based on, firstly, whether it fits the market and secondly, whether it is demanded by people. With bike sharing, both of those things are met. In Yi Xian's gushing, sky-high introduction, a huge market, more than 600 or 700 million people demand, more than once a day to use the shared bicycle, each ride earns 1 yuan. A bright future, shown in front of the staff. Super duper pancakes. The staff is abuzz. Face flushed towards red, inner excitement. Boss is awesome. What a strong idea. This project is simply awesome to the point of explosion, at least a few $100 billion of supermarket. YY Tech is going to have another super branch. They completely turned into salted fish and shouted 666 furiously for Yi Xian. And the three business spies were even more shocked and then thrilled to death. This information, at least, is worth $5 million. Developed. Yi Xian's gaze inadvertently swept across the faces of these three people, and a light smile of disdain flashed in his eyes. That's exciting? Well, I've got one big killer left to unleash. Don't get excited yet. Yi Xian again continued to be spirited and talk loudly. In addition to sharing bicycles, we can also do sharing cars, which also has an extremely broad market. Blah blah blah. It's a mega pit that's even more of a pit than bike share. Chapter 123, Yi Xian's Great Lullaby, Opponent Crippled by Lullaby. Thinking more than bike sharing, car sharing is also a super huge market. I've done the survey data, 2009, blah blah blah. On the podium, Yi Xian gave the crowd of core and backbone employees a wild blow, speaking eloquently and with great effervescence, yet in his heart he was sneering. Bike sharing is already a big pitfall, but car sharing is even more of a pitfall than bike sharing. As car sharing blew up, various economists each showed off their wizardry, bragging about how awesome and powerful the future of car sharing was. Abstract, Roland Berger strategy consultants analyzed and predicted that by 2025, the number of timeshare cars in China will reach 600,000, with 37 million trips per day, corresponding to a market capacity of up to 380 billion yuan per year. Look at that statistic above, there's no reason not to be impressed. Think about it, $380 billion a year. What business is so great? As a result, many rich people and rich businesses began to follow the trend. Then, after 3 years, these businesses blew up and went bankrupt. Bike sharing has bike graveyards with mountains of bikes piled up. And car sharing has a hard time with abandoned cars that also form a car graveyard. Compared with the traditional leasing industry, car sharing in the operation process, in addition to vehicle insurance, parking fees, vehicle maintenance and repair and other maintenance costs, but also need to invest in user operations, marketing. In addition, a large number of vehicles must be invested in the construction of the operating network. And its revenue stream comes almost exclusively from rent. Exactly the same profit model as bike sharing. Come on, that's not enough money to even fix the car, I doubt it. Those economists, strategy consultants, whatever, are sick in the head. However, Yi Xian had the advantage of prophecy, which was why he knew that it was a big pit. But now no one would know that it was a big pit. The employees inside the conference room were all stunned by the huge pie that Yi Xian had drawn at this moment. A few words kept coming back to mind. Bike sharing, hundreds of billions of dollars in capacity. Car sharing, a couple $100 billion of capacity. Yi Xian managed to use a single figure to lull these people into limping. The three commercial spies, in particular, were breathing heavily and had green eyes. Yi Xian sneered, let's see if I don't fool you all to death. Before crossing over, on that side of the earth, the whole world believed in the sharing economy, so people believed that the model of sharing cars and bicycles was fine, and Boss Ma and Boss Sun were no exception, and Yi Xian didn't believe that the Boss Ma of this world wouldn't be tricked. After spending a morning, Yi Xian spoke all the information, cataloging expectant gazes. I'll stop here today, take a rest for one night today, and start officially launching the project tomorrow. I'm optimistic about you guys, go for it. Yes, boss. One employee was emotionally charged. Dismissal. The three business spies were outwardly unobtrusive, though inwardly their hearts were already racing. The two programs, bike sharing and car sharing, combined, are worth at least $6 million, right? Absolutely not without $7 million. This time it's developed. Without moving, they returned home, then took out their spare calling cards and called their respective employers' bosses. Hey, I've got the information on Yi Xian's latest project. It's a supermarket with a capacity of trillions. A few $100 billion? No, it's trillions. Anyway, bragging is not a good idea, so I'm afraid. Gene Sway Capital. Boss Sun listened to the phone with a strange look on his face. Trillions of dollars in mega market volume? Could it be that Yi Xian is really that powerful? To casually create $1 trillion business? However, when you think of the copyright layout of YY Music, YY Live Streaming, YY Communication, YY Games in full swing, these are all extremely high value, extremely promising enterprises in the future.
According to Jinsui Capital's estimation, if Yixian really wanted to raise funds, the total valuation of these companies would break the $1 trillion mark in minutes. When you think about it, the $7 million demanded by that commercial spy becomes a small amount. Boss Sun agreed and quickly transferred the money, and the information came through shortly afterward.
Sharing economy? Shared bikes? Car sharing?
Looking at the project, Mr. Sun's eyes lit up.
It's a nice gimmick. People like him who are in the capital game just love gimmicks.
Look more closely at this car sharing and bicycle sharing survey information, analysis data, program plans.
The more Sun bosses look at it, the more they like it. Good stuff. Thinking about the 1.4 billion population of China Harmony, the market capacity of this car sharing and bicycle sharing, even if there is no trillion, but a few hundred billion is absolutely no problem. And this program plan, at first glance, is well designed. Yixian really deserved to be an investment genius. I made the right move in getting a commercial spy into YY Tech.
Sun boss a burst of excitement, and without delay, on the spot to call the assistant, let the assistant to do market research and analysis. On the side of Marble Group, the newly crowned richest man in the country, Boss Ma, was also surprised by the $1 trillion market capacity and paid the money painfully, and then saw the plan proposal for car sharing and bicycle sharing.
The first thought is, something's up. Get someone to do market research right away.
As for the Penguin Group side, Ant Boss similarly got the project book, and the more he looked at it, the more promising he felt, but the more so Ant Boss became more suspicious.
This isn't supposed to be a pit, is it?
Boss Ant was once bitten by a snake and 10 years afraid of a well rope, afraid of Yixian, this old Inbi.
He hesitated. Chapter 124, Su Bingyun's Dinner Invitation.
Boss, those shareholders of Yi Group, they want to see you outside.
Ning Nancher knocked on the door and walked into Yixian's office.
Yixian froze for a moment. There was no way for these shareholders to shake Yixian's position in the Yi Clan Group. They could only enjoy the dividends brought by the Yi Clan Group. He himself hadn't crossed paths with these shareholders for a long time.
What are they doing here? Could it be for my new project?
YY Technology has always been a company in Yixian's own hands, going independent financial, and has nothing to do with the Yi Group at all. Yixian guessed that these people should be a series of achievements by YY Technology. I read, want to get a piece of the pie.
Let them in.
Ning Nancher went out and soon led a group of shareholders in, 8 in total. At the head of the group was Su Bingyun.
Hello, Chairman.
Each and every one of them looked at Yixian with a gaze full of enthusiasm, as if they were seeing the god of wealth, no longer like when Yixian inherited the Yi Clan Group in the beginning. Yixian sat on the sofa and pointed to the opposite side of the sofa. Have a seat.
You guys came this time, is there something you want?
The shareholders showed embarrassed smiles.
Didn't say a word. Too embarrassed to talk.
It was surprisingly quiet for a while. The corner of Yixian's mouth hooked. Since I'm not going to say anything, then forget it, I have to go back first. Saying this, the crowd was anxious. The leader Su Bingyun hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, during this period of time, the business of YY Technology is red hot, but Yi Group's profits are dropping every month because of the contraction of the real estate program. I'm afraid that it won't be able to support it for too long. Yixian shrugged his shoulders. I've clearly said that I'm not a big fan of real estate. The only thing I'll do is to reconfigure the resources, optimize the structure, and lose less money. That's my strategy. You guys have a lot of money. You can invest in it yourselves. I'll just ensure the basic profit of Yi Group. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Seeing that the crowd didn't say anything, Yixian got up and made a move to leave.
Wait.
Seeing that Yixian was really going to leave, Su Bingyun finally couldn't sit still and asked, I heard that the chairman has been planning a new project during this recent period. I wonder if he needs funds?
We shareholders can still come up with some of the money. Want to invest in my project?
Yixian said with interest.
Think.
A few shareholders couldn't care less about being reserved and said in succession.
Yixian snorted, then why should I bring you guys? I have money of my own.
The Heart, however, said, sharing bicycle this pit, it seems that you can even bring these shareholders together with the pit. However, it cannot be too easy to agree, or these old foxes are expected to suspect that I am not digging a pit. As expected, when they heard that Yixian didn't want to bring them, the crowd became anxious. Chairman, how we are also considered a family, there are any good things to bring us. Chairman, please rest assured that we only invest, do not speak, everything in accordance with the chairman of the command to do, never question. Yes, we can contribute a great deal of money, take a small share of the benefits, and never ask for more.
That's right, we're just trying to get on the boat.
One shareholder eagerly said. It had to be said that during this period of time, Yixin's YY music, YY live streaming, YY communication, and YY games were just too eye-catching for them. They are all dependent on the Yi group under the enterprise, almost all have a relationship with the real estate, social reputation is naturally not very good, and they are also affected by Yixin feel that the future of real estate is the sunset industry, so they have been trying to find an opportunity to get their hands on other industries, especially high-tech industries. The opportunity was now in front of them, and they wanted to get on the big boat that was Yixin. Yixin saw the enthusiasm of the shareholders, difficult said, I'll think about it first.
Well, I have to leave beforehand.
After saying that, he directly got up and left the office and drove back to the manor. Ning Nanshur asked the curiosity in her heart, Boss, why don't you agree to them?
Didn't you say that this bike sharing is a pit?
Yixin drove the car with one hand, his gaze deep, if they don't jump out, I haven't really thought about pitting them, now I've already determined that I'm going to pit them, but the details haven't been thought of yet, wait until I think of something. Originally Yixin was thinking of spending his own money to set up traps for Boss Ma and Boss Sun, but now it seems like he doesn't need to, this group of shareholders just happened to help themselves out with this part of the money.
Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the phone rang, and at a glance, it was Su Bingyun who called.
Hey, Chairman, this is Bingyun, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner.
Dinner at night?
Yixin did not know why he thought of asking himself for dinner at night. Su Boya, the surname Su all like to ask people for dinner like this? Yixin thought about it and nodded his head and agreed, okay, see you at night.
Evening.
Su Bingyun's villa. Yixin drove his car to the villa and made it into the garage.
The chairman is here.
Yixin looked over and realized that Su Bingyun was wearing very different clothes today, completely different from her usual shrewd and strong woman temperament. She a black evening dress over the body, white as lotus root arms and half of the back exposed, silk evening dress in her body shining with a little light, evening dress soft fall and smooth, beautiful and dignified appearance, neck tied with a small flower dotted gauze scarf, so that her noble with a few points of splendor, a thin and soft diamond chain hanging in the hair of the neck glitter and shine, contrasting with each other. The slender feet were covered with a pair of golden high heels that set off the toes beautifully. Yixin sized her up.
Ms. Su is very pretty today. The chairman can call me Little Cloud, or Ice Cloud. Then I'll call you Bingyun, you can call me brother, or father too.
Yixin smiled evilly. Su Bingyun gave Yixin a blank look, let me call you brother Yi, dinner is ready. Naturally, dinner wasn't much of a priority, and the two of them ate slowly, sipping wine. Brother Yi, this cup is in honor of the brilliance of YY technology during this time.
Thanks.
Brother Yi, at that time, I regretted not supporting you in the board meeting, really, quite regretful. A few glasses of red wine went down, and Su Bingyun's cheeks reddened.
Don't mention the past anymore.
Yixin smiled.
Chapter 125, Yixin's Big Flip. Su Bingyun was sold and helped count the money.
Perhaps intentionally, or unintentionally, Su Bingyun drank a lot of wine, as if she was as drunk as she was, and complained to Yixin about a lot of things. The world is unfair to women, and doing business is viewed through colored glasses.
Lots of smelly men threatening me trying to make a move on me, TSK, man.
There were 2 business dinners where I got drunk and someone else tried to take advantage of the situation, and luckily my secretary was there or the guy would have gotten away with it. Real estate hasn't been doing well lately, and I wanted to make the transition, but I never found the right way to do it, and I lost a lot of money in unfamiliar territory because I didn't know what I was doing.
Brother Yi, help Bingyun, I want to jump out of the real estate circle, I also want to hang out with you in the tech circle, okay or not? From now on I'm your little fangirl, you can do whatever you want.
Yixin looked at Su Bingyun with a heartbroken face, but inside, he wanted to laugh.
Name Su Bingyun. Attributes, face value 100. Weaknesses, self-confidence and self-importance.
Skills, iceberg high glamour advanced, dancing advanced, Latin dance advanced, yoga advanced.
Ownership of Yips shares, 4%.
Inside, I Su Bingyun 1000 cups not drunk, all of this is just me pretending, Yixin, I do not believe that I beauty trick cannot take you, your new project, I want to be sure. Seeing Su Bingyun's inner activities, Yixin wanted to say, sister, in fact, you don't need the beauty plan this program I will give you.
However, in the face of a beautiful woman who took the initiative to send her to the door, Yixin couldn't let the beauty down, could he?
Yixin heartbrokenly wrapped his arms around her and comforted her, Bingyun, I didn't think you'd be this tough, but...
A look of embarrassment. Su Bingyun inwardly cursed, I've done this, why don't you agree? Do you want me to sacrifice even more? After just a moment of hesitation, Su Bingyun made up her mind. What's a little sacrifice for $100 billion tech stock?
Su Bingyun drunkenly dragged Yixian to the second floor, where there was a dance floor. This was the place where she often danced. She lived alone and relied on dancing to relieve her loneliness on a daily basis.
Hit the stereo switch and a dance song came on.
Su Bingyun dragged Yixian along and spiraled onto the dance floor, Yixian's right hand gently resting on her waist. She was 1.65 meters tall, but wearing 8 centimeter high heels. She also reached under Yixian's ears, and with the high pulled hair bun it reached Yixian's forehead.
As the dance twisted and turned, the two couldn't help but touch a lot more. Su Bingyun's fingertip crossed Yixian's heart.
Then Su Bingyun once again started complaining and saying all sorts of pathetic things, most of which she made up. She wasn't some ordinary person. How could she be bullied casually? It was good that she didn't bully others.
Yi, do you think I'm pathetic? Bingyun, you're too pitiful.
Yixian Pitidal said.
Brother Yi, I adore you too much. I want to break into the technology world with you.
Su Bingyun's big watery eyes looked at Yixian with anticipation. Yixian frowned, but...
Su Bingyun almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. You paralyzed, I have paid to this extent, I have been touched by you, and you still do not agree? Do you crave my figure? Too greedy, right?
Yixian helplessly shook his head and said, this new project is my future highlight, at least trillion level, so how can I normally share it with you?
Trillions?
At this moment, Su Bingyun's eyes turned green.
Wouldn't you have $10 billion if you just got 1% of it? More than my current assets? Su Bingyun didn't doubt the trillions Yixian had said. It was really because Yixian's brilliant record all along was too dazzling and never failed. Plus, this time, Yixian was really too cautious. He had almost been touched by him himself, but he hadn't even agreed yet. That's more proof that this project is big. Very promising. Thinking of this, Su Bingyun clenched her teeth. At most, this ant will offer her body once. Day 2. Su Bingyun lay in Yixian's arms, contentedly receiving Yixian's promise of 5% shares. 5%. Wouldn't that be $50 billion? 50 billion ah.
Su Bingyun felt her body tremble with excitement at the thought of her promotion to a $50 billion tycoon.
For once, it wasn't wasted. At an angle she couldn't see, Yixian's mouth hooked and smiled evilly. What a naive woman.
If you treat me with sincerity, I will certainly treat you with sincerity, but if you want to treat me with hypocrisy, then don't blame me for screwing you. In the next few days, those shareholders found out that Su Bingyun's relationship with Yixian seemed to have become not quite the same, and instantly understood in seconds, cursing Su Bingyun's shortcuts. After Yixian held on for a few days, he saw that the fire was almost ready, and only then did he sell 30% of the shares of the future bike-sharing and car empire to the crowd at a high price. As for what Yixian got, there was a total of 15.3% of Yiclan's shares, as well as $10 billion in cash. At this point, Yixian got 68% of the shares, 1% more than the absolute holding of 67%. However, this absolute holding is of little use to Yixian, because in itself, Yiclan Group, he is the one voice no one dares to oppose, disguised as equal to the absolute holding. And that $10 billion in cash was just enough to supplement the financial needs of Yixian's next big plan, the self-media era. Yixian gained snubbed the support of the shareholders, reaped a large sum of money, and then couldn't help but give this good news to the crowd at the internal meeting of the shared bike and car.
All hands on deck.
So many shareholders support, which is even more proof that this project is promising. The 3 spies heard the news and rushed to tell their respective bosses as well. The first reaction of Boss Ma and Boss Sun was even more determined to engage in bike and car sharing. The first reaction of the ant boss, who was bitten by the snake and afraid of the well rope: there is a problem. How can Yixian, that asshole, share the good things to others? Why technology and whatnot, as Yixian alone occupies the shares? So thoroughly resolved not to follow the wind. A week later, Yixian took his team and traveled to Pancreatic Island by plane to talk to the most famous running factory, Futu Kong, about the project of supplying the first 1 million units of the total batch of 10 million bicycles, with the total project amount exceeding more than $1 billion. Boss Ma and Boss Sun got the news first and were shocked. Chapter 126, Boss Ma and Boss Sun are in the pit. Yixian had sent out a large team, more than 30 people, and it was also very secretive, not giving outsiders any idea of his itinerary at all. The plane landed at the Pancreatic Island airport. Yixian walked out from the VIP channel, and when he came face to face, he saw that Bosqua had sent a few cars to come and line up in front of Yixian. Bosqua then stood at the front and enthusiastically said, "Mr. Yi, welcome to Pancreatic Island." Yixian shook hands. "Bosqua, I've heard a lot about you. Bosqua praised, I've also heard of Boss Ye's great name for a long time. Nowadays League of Legends can be said to be the hottest game in Pancreatic Island, and it's not too much to ask that you're making money day in and day out. After a bit of a chase, the group traveled in a motorcade all the way to the best hotel on Pancreatic Island. Bosqua enthusiastically said, Mr. Yi, do you need me to arrange any programs? Our human Shang here is very famous. If you need other arrangements, you can also find me. Yi Xian gently smiled. Bosqua is polite. There is no need to arrange the rest. This trip arrangement is a business secret.
He's not stupid.
Yi Xian had a principle of never staying in a room arranged by someone else, and definitely not trusting any strangers. After coming to the hotel, Yi Xian ordered another house. The bodyguard carefully checked once after confirming that there was no mistake Yi Xian before officially moving in. As for the private service housekeeper arranged by the hotel, although she was very pretty and scored 98 points, Yi Xian put it off and let Ning Nancher take care of his living and living. In the next 2 days, Yi Xian inspected the assembly line of Futuokang, and then talked to Bosqua about the supply of bicycles. 4 days later, Yi Xian showed his dissatisfaction, and after leaving a sentence of continue to investigate next time, he hurriedly left Pancreatic Island with his team and returned to Jiangdu. And just as Yi Xian had left in front of him, the team sent by Bosma followed. Bosqua had quite a few friendships with Bosma, and business being business, Bosqua still kept his mouth shut and didn't leak any information. However, the people that Bosma brought with him were no slouches, and they got a Photocon executive drunk at a banquet, and then got the word out.
Rush to call Bosma when you get the intel.
Boss, it's clear that Yi Xian wants 1 million bicycles in the first batch, 8 million in the second batch, and 20 million in the third batch.
Are you sure? Bosma was shocked by the data.
Confirmed, and also inquired about the price pressed to $120 a car, that is to say the first batch of all $120 million, the second and third batch add up to $3.4 billion.
Bosma, who was far away in Treasure Town, was shocked by it. He thought Yi Xian would try the water first before smashing the big one anyhow?
I didn't realize it was such a stretch to get it all at once. It seems like this Yi Xian is very confident in this shared bicycle. Bosma was still unhurried at first, quite the calm style of a big boss, but after being so complete by Yi Xian, his heart couldn't help but be a bit anxious. And at this time, the marketing department, which had been researching for a week, submitted a domestic bicycle sharing market survey and analysis report to Bosma, which listed a large amount of data in detail. Marble Shopping is the largest shopping platform in the country, with 600 million registered users, which translates into a huge national data, which makes Marble Group's market analysis data will be more accurate. In the analysis of the analysis report, the marketing department believes that, according to the special national conditions of China Harmony, bike sharing has a very broad market and will inevitably become the people's favorite way of travel. According to the user data analysis, the domestic at least can accommodate 60 million, the maximum number of daily use can be more than 70 million times. According to the economic theory of the sharing economy, shared bicycle profit space is very large, hundreds of billions of large market. This analysis report gave Bosma a strong confidence boost.
Bike sharing must be engaged. And it's going to be a big one, bigger and faster than what Yi Xian did.
Bosma waved his hand, and the following ran out of legs. A bicycle sharing business was instantly established, drawing on a variety of talents while injecting $2.5 billion in capital. The new company name, for now, is Puppy. No one knows what this company does except for those within it, and everything is done in secret.
Let the technology department develop the software, let the marketing department go to the media to talk about advertising and promotion, and let the commerce department talk about bicycle orders.
The whole new company, in full swing. On the other side, although Boss Sun hadn't sent anyone to Pancreatic Island, he had also learned about Yi Xian's plan through other channels, and knew that Bosma had already made his move. But he's still waiting for the market research and analysis report. After another 3 days, Mr. Sun got the market report, which was similar to Mr. Ma's, which gave Mr. Sun great confidence. It has to be done, and it has to be done faster than Bosma or Yi Xian.
Strong capital, strong execution. Boss Sun's Jeansway capital started quickly. Inject initial capital of $3 billion. Dung Tak. Yip's mansion.
Yi Xian was inspecting the progress of the bike sharing project team, which was a bit slow, and Yi Xian was very satisfied with this.
It's all about you guys being slow. However, on the surface, Yi Xian expressed incomparable anger, irritability, and even broke into curses.
Why are you so slow?
You've been given so many days and this is all you've accomplished? You have simply failed me.
After cursing, Yi Xian left the project team in a huff with an angry face.
Go back to your office. Pull up the profile fields for Boss Ant, Boss Ma, and Boss Son. I can't believe Boss Ant isn't following? Too wary, right? Forget it, Boss Ant is already miserable enough, I'd better not pit him. Boss Son is mighty, $3 billion, awesome.
Boss Ma is a bit stingy, only $2.5 billion, it doesn't fit the temperament of the richest man.
Yi Xian laughed out loud while looking at it. Let's send you commercial spies over and see if I can't pit you against me. Chapter 127, The Really Big Plan, YY Headlines, Opening the Era of Self-Media.
The plan of transferring the tiger away from the mountain has been accomplished. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that Boss Ma and Boss Son had gone down to share a bike, and quietly drew more than 200 of the backbone of YYY technology by himself and left Yi's mansion. They rode in a bus and arrived at a small business district on the outskirts of Jiangdu.
Although remote, there are office buildings, a food street, clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Employees are filled with doubt. What did the boss want with us? It feels so mysterious. Is there some new program? It can't be, can it? Wasn't that new project team just formed 10 days ago? But find us here for what?
And to come to such a remote place.
Amidst the doubts of the employees, Yi Xian arrived the next day. Had a meeting.
At the meeting, Yi Xian looked at the more than 200 people in front of him and smiled broadly. Congratulations to you all, being chosen here shows that you are employees worthy of my trust, and also employees with very strong business skills. The future is bound to be unlimited. Well, without further ado, this time, I've drawn you all here for a new project, one that I really have my eye on. When these words came out, the employees looked at each other.
What do you mean? Real bullish? What about that program from 10 days ago? One possibility occurred to them, that program was a fake, a scam. The employees broke into a wild sweat. The boss is so devious. But so like the boss this sinister.
Yi Xian said, alright, sign the confidentiality agreement first.
As a more important project, confidentiality is necessary. If anyone doesn't want to sign the confidentiality agreement, they can quit now.
The secretary distributes confidentiality agreements to each individual. All the employees were full of admiration for Yi Xian and had great confidence in Yi Xian's gaze, so naturally they wouldn't quit at this time, so they all signed their big names on the non-disclosure agreement. After collecting the non-disclosure agreement, Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and began to formally announce this project.
The age of self-publishing. Yi Xian wrote down a few more words on the whiteboard and then tapped it. The theme of the program I'm talking about today is it. The concept of self-media was first proposed in 2002, and foreign scholars call it Media 3.0, in which Media 1.0 refers to the traditional media forms, while 2.0 refers to the form of sending and receiving and broadcasting global news and information with the help of satellites. In July 2003, it took on a detailed concept, interviewing, disseminating, commenting on, etc., various news events via ordinary people with the help of digitization, networking, and the global information system. And what we need to do today is to start an era of self-publishing. Starting an era? The boss is awesome.
All the employees were aroused by Yi Xian's words with a burst of boiling hot blood. Yi Xian looked at the employees' blazing gazes one by one and smiled slightly. He wanted this effect. It's 2010, and with the rapid growth of blogging, microblogging, and forum journalism, it's gradually spawned a form of citizen journalism sites, which in turn has led to a more mature self-publishing model. However, these are still only on the PC side and have yet to make it to the smartphone app. Only by using modern smartphones to take pictures of all kinds of news at any time and anywhere, and through the platform way to publish in the network, and put forward their own point of view, this form can quickly drive more people to participate in the network, which is the real significance of the transition to the era of self-media. And right now, Yi Xian was going to make this one platform.
The name is YY Headline. That's right, it's a stripped-down version of the former Today's Headlines. On the other side of the planet, what is the market valuation of Today's Headlines in 2018?
More than $60 billion, and still not listed. If listed, this value will be even higher.
And then, why did it work?
Because it was the first to massively adopt ordinary people as authors to publish news, making it possible to accumulate hundreds of thousands of millions and millions of news in a single day, and then use this to massively attract users who read the news. With the support of huge traffic, it will do everything with half the effort. Then it started incubating small video volcanoes, jitterbugs, etc., and also involved finance, video IP, insurance, and expanded abroad. Because of the traffic, it became the king of the self-publishing era and a powerful empire in the internet. And now, Yi Xian was going to make him out. With artificial intelligence Luo Tianyi, in the user preference screening accurate push, political pornographic content, plagiarism check.
Another timely gatekeeper, these will become the moat of YY headlines.
Even if there is anyone to follow the trend of YY headlines set up a self-media platform, it is estimated that political pornography, plagiarism, copyright infringement, etc. will be those self-media platforms scorched. In the previous Life of the Earth Today headlines were interviewed continuously by the state because of copyright, pornography and other issues of regency, very serious. Yi Xian preached for a day, instilled the idea of the self-media era in all the employees, as well as the program of YY headlines, and threw the rest to the employees to do it themselves. Anyway, it was believed that the program had already been given by Yi Xian, and with the abilities of these backbones, there must be no problem.
In a month's time, I'll be waiting for your results.
Yes, boss. All the employees looked at Yi Xian with blazing gazes, their blood pulsing, feeling that they were shouldering an important mission. Chapter 128, Digging a Pit Without Stopping. The self-publishing side of the project is already underway, but the pit on the bike-sharing side can't be stopped. Although Boss Ma and Boss Sun had already gone down, and according to the information intelligence Yi Xian had received, their progress was too much faster than Yi Xian's, with hundreds of millions of dollars slammed into their preliminary funds. Yi Xian accessed Boss Gua's information column and found that Boss Ma had placed an order for 5 million units of 2 pickups, and the price was 108 yuan per unit. And Boss Sun had also placed an order for 6 million units for 2 pickups, and the price was 118, which was 10 yuan more expensive than Boss Ma's unit price, on the condition that he picked up the units earlier than Boss Ma. This is a good show, these two have a good personal relationship, but they don't talk about love when it comes to business. Yi Xian revealed a smug smile that his plan had succeeded. Rummaging around a bit more, I found the funding figures. Boss Ma has spent $800 million for this, and Boss Sun has spent $900 million.
That's still too little money to simply add more fire.
Yi Xian prepares the next step of his plan that he has long thought of: counter-loading commercial spies. Since this Boss Ma and Boss Sun had sent commercial spies to their company, he could totally pretend that he had also stuffed commercial spies in their company to make them suspicious. He soon came to the YYY sharing program team.
Boo.
As soon as he came in, he just banged the table angrily. The eyes of the entire room looked at the boss, Yi Xian, with astonishment and uncertainty. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and looked at all of them. Good, I didn't expect this project team has even mixed in the commercial spies of the Marble Group and the Jinsui Group inside.
Commercial espionage? All the innocent employees were shocked. I've been discovered?
The Marble Group spy was taken aback.
There are actually other spies besides me? The business spy of Jinsui Capital was taken aback.
Penguin Ant's boss business spy's heart was in his mouth. Yi Xian swept a glance at the crowd, his eyes filled with anger. I'm also considered extremely good to you guys. I didn't expect that there is still a traitor. Just now the people I planted in the Marble Group and Jinsui Capital's side sent me a message. These two companies have planted spies in our project team, and they know about our YY sharing project in advance, and it's that these two companies have already embarked on the project of sharing a single vehicle. The progress is much faster than us. One has invested 2.5 billion and one has invested 3 billion, and even the other party knows about us going to Pancreatic Island Futuricom.
Wow.
The whole room was in an uproar. Those innocent employees were angry at this time. This was a project that belonged to them and they were thinking of getting a big bonus through this project.
But now, how dare you mix in a commercial spy and leak out such an important project? One employee was so angry that he cursed. Who the hell is it? Who the hell gave birth to a son with no S to do such a bad thing? Who's a spy? Stand out for me and see if I don't beat your asses to death.
Amidst a crowd of yelling and cursing, the three business spies were nervous as hell inside, but they also pretended to be very angry on the outside. Yi Xian clapped his hands. Everyone be quiet. Everyone quieted down. They felt that Yi Xian would definitely have some way to uncover it out of their trust in him. Yi Xian said, I've already investigated who the spy is. As he spoke, his gaze was directly placed on Zhou Xiaobo and Lu Duojie. Zhou Xiaobo and Lu Duojie's hearts were tight, and their minds screamed, don't recognize me, don't recognize me.
Zhou Xiaobo. Wu Xiaoman. Come out, you two are spies. Zhou Xiaobo panicked and yelled, I'm not. Wu Xiaoman was also sweating profusely. Boss, unjustly accused.
Yi Xian was unmoved. Zhou Xiaobo is a spy sent over by the Marble Group, while Wu Xiaoman was sent over by Jinsui Capital. The confidentiality agreement's $1 million payout as well as the accounts are $6 million and $7 million respectively are handed over. I'll let you all live.
The surrounding employees were taken aback. Boss, we can't let them go. Yeah, definitely don't let them off the hook. Boss, call the police.
When Zhou Xiaobo and Wu Xiaoman heard that the police were called, all their luck dissipated. And Zhou Xiaobo was even more shocked to look at Wu Xiaoman. I did not expect this woman to be so ruthless, asking for 7 million.
Yi Xian's eyes forced his gaze. Tell me, do you want to go to jail? Or pay out money?
Zhou Xiaobo and Wu Xiaoman both said in unison, I'll pay. Soon, the transfer was completed, and the two left the project team in disgrace under the angry gaze of the project team's employees.
Chairman's office.
Yi Xian stood on the floor-to-ceiling window and watched these two business spies leave the Yi Clan building. Ning Nancher was filled with shock at the moment. She knew that this so-called sharing economy was a pit deliberately thrown out by the boss, but she didn't know when the boss had planted spies on the side of manhwa in Jinsan.
It's so surprising. When did this happen? One has no idea at all. And she had one more question. Boss, why don't you report the two of them to the police and arrest them?
Yi Xian smiled gently. If I arrest them, how else can I send a message to Boss Ma and Boss Sun that there are spies I planted on their side?
Ning Nancher was even more bewildered. Isn't the boss afraid that they'll find the spies you've planted?
Yi Xian laughed. What spies?
It's all fictionalized by me. Let them mess themselves up a bit first.
Ning Nancher was even more surprised this time.
If no spies were planted in the other company, why could the boss pinpoint the two spies? The boss is really mysterious and powerful. Chapter 129, YYY Payment Online. Jinsuihua Harmony National Branch, Chairman's Office.
Boss, we've basically negotiated with the advertisers for the bike sharing promotion program, pushing online and offline at the same time, and we've also bought the advertisement space after the evening news on 2 TV stations.
Boss Sun was listening to the progress report of the project director reporting on the shared bike. Ring, ring, ring.
Boss Sun heard the cell phone in the drawer ring and looked puzzled.
Answer its phone. Boss Sunday. Is there any new information?
I was found out, but Yi Xian didn't call the police, he just asked me to pay for the damages. Let's end this mission like this.
What? Discovered? How'd you manage that? Aren't you a professional? I didn't show a crack.
By the way, before ending the mission, I'll tell you one more piece of news, and this one will give me $500,000, an important piece of news that relates to the future development of your shared program.
Okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. A minute later, the transfer of money was complete.
The money was received. The news is that Yi Xian has arranged spies within you, and my discovery was spread by your internal spies, and Yi Xian already knows about your project, and also knows that you have injected 3 billion into your project.
The phone hung up. Boss Sun's heart was in turmoil. There are spies?
A wave of anger welled up from his heart. His carefully selected team had spies. And judging from the fact that Yi Xian had discovered the spies he had planted on Jin Su's side should not be in a low position.
Who are the dozen or so people who know I planted spies?
Boss Sun began to get suspicious, scrutinizing back and forth among the dozen or so people, looking at anyone who looked like a spy. On Boss Ma's side, he had likewise received the news back from the spies, and had also begun to be suspicious of the people on his team. In addition to this, they have also accelerated the progress of the shared bike project for an early launch in the market.
This time, the slamming got even tougher.
After Yi Xian had snubbed Boss Ma and Boss Sun, a piece of good news came again. Boss, the approval for the third-party payment license has come down. Ning Nancher excitedly rushed into the office to tell Yi Xian the good news.
Yi Xian stood up violently. Really?
Ning Nancher nodded her head and said excitedly, it's already been confirmed. The leader of the People's Bank just called and said that it's already been approved, while our people will soon be able to bring it back with them.
Good.
Yi Xian clapped his hands and was also happy. Third-party payment is also similar to the Penguin Group's V-letter payment, Mappa Group's Alipay. If there is no license, YY Technology can't do third-party payment. At the time of the establishment of YY Live, YY Game, Yi Xian found a problem. The user payment need to use the Mappa Group's Alipay.
Isn't this the same as the Marble Group having user data?
And the last time the buy skin one day 200 million sales, also through the Alipay to pay, that is to say YY Technology any user payment, in addition to the bank direct payment, cannot escape the Mappa Group's surveillance.
How could Yi Xian accept this reality? So, YY payment, imperative.
So he sent a team to the capital to find the People's Bank of China to apply for a third-party payment license, and after 2 months of hard work, he finally took down the third-party payment photo. Now this third-party payment license is not good to get. At present, there are only 2 of Mabo Group's Alipay, Penguin Group's Alipay, and other enterprises want to apply for it is very difficult. Moreover, it took more than a year for Alipay and Paytone to apply for the license, so it can be seen that the degree of preciousness. It is also possible that the national side saw the contribution and potential of YY Technology to the country, so it gave a special channel to allow YY Technology to get a third-party payment license. Since the license has been taken down and the bank has been negotiated, there's no need to delay, so let's officially go live with YY Payment. The banks, for their part, have long since negotiated terms and opened up payment channels. Yi Xian has always despised the backwardness of the bank. If the bank can make a tool like Alipay, there will be no Alipay behind it. But banks are so bloated and administratively slow to get anything new approved. It took a long time for the banks to come up with a joint payment channel to deal with Alipay in the previous Earth 2019. As for the beginning of the bank, why support Alipay, PayPass and so on the one hand, because the country's regulations money is the users, the bank has no right to interfere with the transfer. On the other hand, Alipay user traffic is large, the bank also want to share a cup of tea. After Alipay got bigger and bigger, and also made a balanced treasure, moving the bank's cheese, the bank only reacted sluggishly to sanction Alipay, but unfortunately it was too late. Those things, though, haven't happened in this world. Once YY Payment is online, from now on YY Technology, it is considered to have no more shortcomings, and will never be hamstrung again. Yi Xian got up, his heart flowing freely. After the YY Payment online, it is a piece of his heart. And with YY Payment, the subsequent business of Meituan, bike sharing, dropping and so on has a payment channel, more convenient and fast, and also prevents Alipay and so on from obtaining these user data, and at the same time can also bring a lot of users to YY Payment, mutual achievement. On that day, YY Technology officially established a new company, YY Payment. The next day, at 12 o'clock noon, pop-up windows appeared on all platforms under YY Technology, informing all users of the launch of YY Payment. Pay with YY and get 20% off everything. The effect is very obvious. On that day, YY live streaming bounties were boosted by 10% compared to usual. Sales of League of Legends skins, other virtual goods have also skyrocketed by 50%. YY Payment added 2 million new subscribers in one fell swoop. Boss Ma and Boss Ant sighed after hearing the news. The biggest shortcoming of YY Tech disappeared, and it became more difficult for them to deal with YY Tech. Boss Ma made up his mind at this point. Looks like I can't stop. In 5 days, on October 1st, there will be a national press conference. It's up to me to usher in a new era of the sharing economy. Boss Ma stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the treasure city from afar, and his chest was filled with a sense of grandeur. Manner. October 1st press conference? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked. I'll take September 30th then. Can't get mad at you, ha ha ha. How could Yi Xian let someone else have a good thing like this to make a name for himself and go down in history? Especially for a king of pretenders like Boss Ma, who shines when given some sunlight, Yi Xian would never allow such a powerful person to continue pretending.